Tired of historical stories ruled by kings, emperors, and conquering generals, this time, the spotlight flips. The true protagonists of history, the people, finally take center stage. For centuries, in times of chaos, ordinary families struggled to survive. In times of peace, they worked silently, unnoticed, forgotten by the world that depended on them. But everything changes the moment night falls. Across the ages, from the Qin and Han to the Ming and Shang, across continents and civilizations, the greatest minds awaken. Socrates questions human rights. Euclid decodes the universe through geometry. Newton uncovers the laws that move the heavens for the first time. Ancient and modern wisdom speaks directly to the common people. What does it mean to be human? And what rights must every human possess? Philosophy sparks awakening. Mathematics reveals the hidden order of nature. Science ignites revolutions. Technology reshapes the destiny of civilization, and under this expanding light of knowledge, the invisible millions, the little people lost in history's shadows, rise to their feet. They awaken, they unite, and together, they form a voice so powerful it shakes the world, the voice of the people. The voice of unity. The voice of a new era. Chapter 1. The sky descends. In the autumn of the third year of the Great Cause, the Sui Emperor Yang Guang's dragon boat had just docked in Hanzhou, and before the kneeling people on both sides of the canal dared to get up, a golden light suddenly exploded above Jiuxiao. The pale golden sky curtain hung down from the clouds, and the roar of the roar pierced the four fields, and the frightened people everywhere were terrified. Yang Guang lifted the curtain and went out of the dragon boat. The 12-chapter pattern of the dragon costume was pulled by the river wind and hunting, staring at the floating light pattern on the sky curtain, his brows twisted into pimples. What is this? Is there such a power? As soon as the voice fell, the light pattern suddenly condensed into a few lines, and the 8 words, familiar with ancient and modern times, all the people have the same view, were particularly eye-catching. He unconsciously rubbed the jade belt around his waist with his fingertips, and thought in his heart, I patrolled the Xinjiang capital to show my prestige, but I didn't expect to meet this strange treasure, but I didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to send a different treasure this day. At this moment, Yushernan beside him was holding pen and paper and writing, and he staggered forward before the ink was dried. Your Majesty. The minister confirmed that even the illiterate old farmers on the shore can understand the meaning of all the people can see in the words in this scene. This scene allows people who are illiterate to understand its meaning. It's really unheard of in the past. Yang Guang looked in the direction pointed by Yushernan, and saw that the old farmer was leaning in the crowd, and followed the others and said it must be a good sign for our people to see it too. His face sank, but he had to admit, it is indeed a miracle. Pass the decree and let the accompanying historians record their lives so that there must be no mistakes. In the Tai Chi Hall of the 7th year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, Fang Xianling, and Wei Zhang were discussing the Longyu drought situation. As soon as Fang Xianling said food needs to be transferred from Bashu to replenish, there was a sudden exclamation outside the hall. Then, the pale golden sky curtain penetrated the lattice windows of the hall and hung in the air. The roar was endless. Fang Xianling stepped forward quickly and pointed to the discussion area on the edge of the sky curtain, her eyes full of joy. Your Majesty, please see. There are people from the Song dynasty, Sui dynasty, and others discussing in the discussion forum. Here is the source of blessings from heaven, forcibly connecting people of all eras across time and space. Wei Zhang followed closely, frowning. Your Majesty thinks twice. Only now did the ministers see that in the discussion forum, there were veterans of the previous dynasty talking about the 9-pin Zhongjing system, saying that the imperial examination is not as good as the old system. The common people discussed the dynasty in vain, fearing chaos. This culture can't grow. Li Shimin stared at the floating voices of the dynasties in the discussion forum, and pondered for a moment. It's better to block it than to clear it. Pass the decree and let the people speak freely. I will choose good and follow it. If I close the way of speech for fear of chaos, I will disappoint the will of this scene. In Bianliang in the 3rd year of Chunhua, Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi had just dropped Shu Pai on the dredging map of the Bianhao River. Before the ink was dry, he heard the eunuch outside the palace stumbling and shouting, Your Majesty. A vision has come from the sky. He walked out of the hall quickly and saw a pale golden sky curtain hanging in the air. Zhao Guangyi twisted his beard and stared at the floating voices in the discussion area. There were the Song people's prayers for smooth transportation of the Bianhao River, and the Ming people's demands for 3 less tax on cotton cloth, and even the ridicule of the Tang people floated in. He turned his head to the Hanlin scholar beside him and said, This scene is strange, and it allows the people to speak from their hearts. The bachelor of Hanlin hurriedly said, Your Majesty Shangming. It's just that if ordinary people discuss dynasty politics in vain, they are afraid of accidents. Zhao Guangyi said solemnly, then let's order officials from all over the world to post notices, and it is strictly forbidden to discuss the dynasty. In the 19th year of Yunless Fengtian Temple, Zhu Di, the ancestor of the Ming dynasty, had just moved to Beijing and was discussing the northern expedition to Tatar with officials from the 6 ministries. As soon as Shang Shu of the Ministry of War said, 50,000 more troops are needed, there was a sudden commotion outside the hall. Then, the pale golden sky curtain penetrated the top of the hall, and the stream of light gradually condensed and turned into a familiar text for Ming people. Zhu Di's knuckles on the armrest of the dragon chair turned white, staring at the words familiar with ancient and modern times. All nations have the same view on the sky curtain, thinking in his heart. As soon as I moved the capital, I had this vision. Could it be that God warned me? Before he could speak, the words Yanla moves to the capital, workers and people hurt money suddenly popped up in the discussion forum, which made him angry. Shubai put it down heavily. Beiping is my land of Longxing. What strategy do you know about Confucianism? As soon as the imperial approval appeared in the sky curtain, a message from the Wanli period floated over. If it hadn't been for the relocation of the capital, I would have broken through Jiangwan a long time ago, he said slowly. The officials of the 6 ministries all lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. Zhu Di took a deep breath and said to the eunuch beside him, pass the decree. Let Genie Wei stare at the discussion forum. If anyone dares to slander the dynasty, immediately take it down. Although this scene can show his voice, he can't let the troublemakers and thieves use it to make trouble. In the Qianqing Palace of the Forbidden City, Emperor Kangxi was sitting in front of the imperial court reviewing the chapter, when Nan Yan suddenly came in to report. Your Majesty, a vision has come from the sky. He got up and walked to the window, and saw the pale golden sky curtain hanging in the air. Although the roar was far away, it was majestic, and the stream of light condensed into Manchu or Chinese. The words familiar with ancient and modern times, all nations have the same view, were clearly visible. Emperor Kangxi asked the people in the southern study room to write down all the main points of the discussion forum, and couldn't help laughing when they turned to the debate about Yangla moving the capital. Zhu Di's temperament is a bit like mine, and he admits to death. All dynasties and generations were surprised by the appearance of this scene, both above the court and in the market. There was a lot of discussion. Chapter 2, Lier appears. Xin Shi Huang is enraged. The sky curtain hung in the air for 3 days, from the initial shock and panic, to now people are gradually accustomed to its existence, just as they are accustomed to the sun and the moon above their heads. In Xianyang Palace, in the Qilin Hall, Ying Zhang was discussing with a group of ministers. The hall was solemn, and only the monarch played the right voice. Suddenly, there was a commotion from far and near outside the hall. The sound of footsteps was messy, vaguely mixed with suppressed exclamations. Ying Zhang frowned slightly. Li Si immediately turned around, faced the direction of the hall gate, and shouted in a deep voice, "What's the noise in front of the hall?" Before the voice fell, a Lang official had rushed into the hall regardless of etiquette and fell down in front of the imperial rank, his voice trembling with extreme horror. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sky curtain. The sky curtain changes. Jin Guang works. There are words. There is a sound. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes full of unbelievable fear, and he stretched out his hand to point to the sky outside the temple. It's alive. This series of rapid and flustered words plunged into the calm lake like a boulder. There was an uproar among the ministers in the hall, and everyone's eyes were subconsciously cast beyond the high hall gate. Ying Zhang's eyes suddenly sharpened like an eagle and a falcon. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly stood up from the throne of the emperor, with a gust of wind in his dark-colored dragon robe, and strode to the outside of the hall. Lic, Zhao Gao, and other important ministers hurriedly followed. As soon as he left the temple gate, without anyone's guidance, the scene in front of him took everyone's breath away, and that was the case in other dynasties and dynasties, because the activities of the sky curtain fell into a great shock. I saw that the sky curtain, which was originally just hanging quietly and emitting a low light, was already golden, accompanied by an indifferent and majestic voice. The first phase of Tianmu inventory of people, Lier, Lao, Su. Before everyone thought about it, the picture flowed in the golden light. An old man in Qing dynasty, riding a green ox and stepping on a cloud of smoke. Behind him is the majestic outline of Hangguan Guanling and She asked each other with courtesy. The old man waved his pen under the lights, and the words glowed, converging into 5,000 truths. Beside the picture, text annotations appeared. Lier, a native of Kuxian County, Shu at the end of the spring and autumn period, a great thinker and philosopher in ancient China, and the founder of the Taoist school. He was the history of guarding the Tibetan chamber of the Zhou dynasty and was knowledgeable. In his later years, seeing the decline of the Zhou family, he traveled west out of Guan, and at the request of Guan Ling Shi, he wrote 5,000 words of the Tao Te Ching, his Thoughts integrate the theory of heaven and earth in the way of governing the world, and he is the author of 5,000 words of the Tao Te Ching. With Tao as the core, the book puts forward ideas such as Taoism and law of nature and inaction and governance, builds a complete philosophical system, and emphasizes the dialectical thinking of conforming to nature and being weak over being strong. His thoughts deeply influenced Chinese philosophy, politics, religion, and other fields, and he was later revered as the ancestor of Taoism. Rule by inaction? Ing Zhang read these 4 words in a low voice, subconsciously touching the pattern on Yugui with his fingers, his eyes deep but he didn't look back, but his voice spread clearly all over the hall. Li Si. Li Si, who was standing in the front, quickly bent over and stepped forward. The minister is here. If I'm doing nothing, where does the Great Wall that defends the Xiangnu to the north, the aqueduct that connects the water system to the south, and my achievements in sweeping the 6 kingdoms and establishing the foundation of the world come from? His tone was calm, but with an unquestionable pressure. Lic's heart tightened, and he immediately heard the unhappiness in the words of the first emperor. He immediately replied, "Your Majesty is wise. This Lier's doctrine is empty talk about heaven and impractical. What he said about inaction is actually letting it go, which is completely contrary to our great Qin's national policy of educating the people with the law and using officials to manage the country. This kind of thinking will only distract the people and weaken the country. It is simply nonsense." His words were categorical, not only answering questions, but also expressing his position. At this moment, the discussion forum under the canopy, those anonymous messages that were originally as dense as drizzle, suddenly became intense. Countless complaints with blood and tears from all over the Qin dynasty cauterized the edge of the light curtain like wildfire. My brother was conscripted to Slender City. He left last year. This year, he only sent back 1 piece of ragged clothes. I get whipped every day, but I eat moldy corn, which is not even as good as pig food. I just want to be able to go home alive and take a look at the newborn child in action. If the officials can do nothing and scold us less, it would be a great kindness. These sounds are very weak, but they are particularly dazzling, like needles trying to pierce the foundations of the magnificent edifices of the empire. Ing Zhang's brows frowned tighter. It's not that he doesn't know these folk grievances, but it's a provocation to show them so bluntly on the sky curtain and in front of his eyes. There are so many cracks in the iron bucket country he built, however, before he could attack. A real name message from Western Han Dynasty Wagwan exploded like a boulder into a calm lake. The handwriting is clear and the tone is extremely positive. Everyone take a look. It was because of severe punishment that the Qin dynasty died in the Second World War. Isn't this the best proof? Inaction is not do nothing, but do not do anything wrong and do not disturb the people. After my dynasty with Emperor Gaozu of Han, Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing followed the old Huang doctrine, reducing taxes and labor, and allowing the people to recuperate. This is the rule of Wing Jing. At that time, there was so much food in the treasury that it was rotten, and the rope that wore the money was rotten. Isn't this the credit of inaction and governance? Duqing too died. These 4 words, like a bolt from the blue, directly hitting Zhang's head. Time seemed to stop at this moment. All the ministers in the hall, including Li Si, turned pale with fright, and knelt down to the ground with a puff, their foreheads tightly pressed to the cold ground, trembling all over, not daring to make a sound. Death-like silence. Only Ing Zhang's frighteningly heavy breathing echoed in the empty hall. He stared at the 5 dazzling words on the light curtain. His fingers lost their blood color because they were clenched too tightly, turning blue and white, as if to crush the jade Q. A rush of anger that rushed to his forehead but couldn't hold it overwhelmed him in an instant. He exhausted his efforts to unify the 6 kingdoms, unify the script and the track, build the Great Wall and Shidao, and lay the foundation of the world. As a result, he died after only 2 generations? Okay, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse, like a wounded beast roaring. Every word smelled of blood. What a good one. Death for 2 generations. Crack. The handle of Qing Yu Q, which symbolized his supreme power, was slammed to the ground by him and instantly fell apart. He turned around abruptly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he swept across the group of trembling ministers who knelt down in the audience. His gaze seemed to penetrate the palace, staring at the invisible remnants of the 6 kingdoms, and even the damn fate, my eternal foundation. Well, it's great. He almost squeezed these words out of his teeth, in a low voice, but with a madness and determination to crush everything. It must be the remnants of those 6 kingdoms that have not been cleaned up yet. I want to take them. What is he going to do? No one knows, but the naked murderous intent can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Chapter 3 Lao Tzu was born. Ing Zhang's murderous voice repeatedly issued orders to strengthen his power to recover the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. The sky curtain text dissipated and turned into a long scroll of flowing ink. introducing the eyes of all the people to the bitter county of Chu at the end of the spring and autumn period. In the painting, there is a peaceful whirlpool river, and several thatched houses are dotted in the twilight, which is incompatible with the tight atmosphere of Xianyang Palace. Ing Zhang was pressing down his anger, his eyes scraping across the scroll like a knife. He wants to know why this Lier, who is called the ancestor of Taoism, is the one. At that time, Ku County was still part of the Chun Kingdom and was located on the banks of the whirlpool. Although it did not have the prosperity of a large city, it had the unique warmth of a water town. In the picture scroll, the twilight is like gauze, dyeing the rice fields into golden brown. Several thatched houses are scattered in the meantime, and the smoke from the roof curls up. Suddenly there was a groan of pain in the distance, and listening carefully, it turned out that the midwife from the Li family was giving birth not far away. Inside the house, the midwife Wan was sweating profusely. The coarse brown clothes she had been wearing all the year round were soaked in sweat, and the linen towel she was holding in her hand could be twisted out of water. The maternal Li was lying on the bed with several layers of old cotton wool under her body, her face pale as paper, and she groaned intermittently in pain, but she still clenched her teeth and refused to make too much noise. In these chaotic years and years, no one is trying to cause as little trouble as possible. On the wooden board of the window, the busy figure of the midwife cast a swaying silhouette, sometimes bending over and sometimes getting up, accompanied by the cooing sound of the herbs boiling in the claypot. There are several neighbors around the house, all of whom are familiar women from the same village, either holding a bowl of gruel or a few pieces of coarse cloth in their hands, their faces full of worry. The Li family's daughter-in-law's pregnancy is not going well. Zhang, the old woman standing in the front, wiped the corners of her eyes with a veil, and whispered to Lu, the woman beside her. From noon to the present, the rice has not entered. I'm afraid I can't hold it anymore. Lu also sighed, his gaze falling on the closed door of the house. The man from the Li family went to work as a servant for the nobles of Chenghua the year before last, but he hasn't come back yet. If something happens to the two of them, there will be Lao Li 2 left in the family. How can he live? Before the voice fell, a loud cry suddenly came from inside the house. The cry was clear and powerful, penetrating the door of the house, and the people outside the house were so shocked that they stopped talking. The midwife Wang slammed open the door of the house, unable to wipe the sweat from her face, with a somewhat incredible expression on her face, her voice trembling a little. Born. Gave birth to a kid. Mother and child are safe. It's just that this baby is a bit special, come and see. When the neighbors heard the words, they rushed to the door one after another, and Li Gon, Li's father-in-law, also stood up from the pyre in the corner of the courtyard. He had been guarding the pyre all night, holding a wooden stick in his hand, as if he was preparing for something. At this moment, he heard the news and staggered over, his grey beard trembling. Li was weak after childbirth and was helped to sit up by other women. When she lowered her head to see the baby in her arms, she couldn't help but be startled. This baby is no different from an ordinary newborn, except that the eyes are exceptionally clear, as if they can reflect the heart of the person. That he didn't cry or make trouble, just looked at his mother quietly, with extraordinary tranquility in his eyes. The neighbors watching outside the house whispered. Zhang said softly, "A few days ago, I saw auspicious clouds in the western sky. Could it be a good omen? Speak carefully." The old farmer next to him hurriedly stopped. Last year, a family in a neighboring village was questioned by the government because of a vision, but they have not returned yet. It's better to say less about these things. Li Zhang Xiaobo hurried here with an oil lamp. He has studied in Xiangxue for a few years and is one of the few literate people in the village. Upon seeing this, he lowered his voice and said to Li Gon, "Laoli, you used to work in the Zhou office. When you know that there are disputes among the princes, the government is most jealous of prophecies. Although the child has no symptoms, he should be careful." Li Gon nodded silently after hearing it. He had served as a small official in the collection room of the Zhou royal family, and he had seen a lot of classics, and he knew more than ordinary people. Li Gon quietly turned around and took out the treasured Zhoui bamboo slips from the wooden box in the corner of the house. They were secretly given by his old boss when he left the Zhou room. The edges of the bamboo slips had been rubbed smooth. He sat by the oil lamp and deduced his grandson's face carefully. His fingers slid repeatedly on the bamboo slips of the 2 hexagrams Qin and Koan, his brows sometimes stretched, sometimes locked, and his eyes were full of complexity. Seeing the birth of Lier, the Tianmu discussion forum was also full of discussions. Northern Wei peasant woman, why doesn't this doll cry? Don't hold your breath. Dong Zhongshu of the Western Han Dynasty, it's different. When the sages came into the world, they had a vision. This son of divine light is inherent, and his destiny is set early. King Yongming of the Ming Dynasty, all kings are fallacious. This pure heart has nothing to do with it, and it is almost Tao recently. It is not about the vision. The arguments of various dynasties collided fiercely in the light curtain discussion area, and the handwriting was uncertain, as if the torrent of sentient thoughts met here. At this moment, in another courtyard in the countryside of Kushin County, Lier, who was only 7 years old, was squatting in his courtyard, using a small stone to draw on the ground a simple hexagram he had learned from his grandfather. He was wearing a short washed-out brown, his hair was simply tied with a hemp rope. His face was flushed with cold, but he still stared intently at the stones on the ground, and he whispered in his mouth, "Dry for the sky, Koan for the earth." Lier looked up, just in time to see the familiar thatched house that appeared on the sky curtain. It was clearly the house that his family renovated last year. Looking at the scenes in the sky curtain, I only feel that it has a lot to do with myself. In Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang's gaze closely followed the overly quiet baby on the sky curtain, and he scanned the 4 words "ancestor of Taoism." His eyes were complicated and difficult to distinguishly see, his voice was low, and he couldn't hear joy or anger. I remember that when I was cruising in Longxi, I also ordered people to sacrifice to this Lier. Li Si bowed hurriedly, "Your Majesty Shangming." Although Lao Tzu's learning is contrary to my Daqin way of rule of law, his Taoism and law of nature is very influential in Chu and even Qi Yin. His Majesty's sacrifice that year also demonstrated the unity of the sea and the mind of compatibility. Compatible? There was a cold arc at the corner of Ing Zhang's mouth. I sacrificed him because he was an ancient sage and knowledgeable, but look at this scene, those fanatics who, under the name of the ancestor of Taoism, falsely discuss my country and dare to assert that the second generation is dead. His voice gradually rose higher, and his knuckles turned slightly white from clenching. What he really cared about was not the baby 1,000 years ago, nor the doctrine of Lao Tzu and others, but the people of later generations who dared to use the name of this sage to deny the empire he created. His doctrine, which advocates quiet and inaction, runs counter to my way of striving for governance and pioneering spirit. Ing Zhang's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping past Li Si, as well as the silent group of ministers all over the hall. Now it has become a weapon to attack me and Qin Fa? What a great irony! He took a deep breath and suppressed the offended and cursed anger in his heart. Check. Ing Zhang's voice restored the emperor's coldness and decisiveness. Find out for me. How did future generations interpret Lier's doctrine? I want to know why this second death is so true. The minister obeyed the decree. Li Si bowed his head deeply. He understood that His Majesty's anger was not directed at the sages who had already passed through the ages, but at those latecomers who had crossed time and space and dared to deny the eternal foundation of the great Qin dynasty. The appearance of the sky curtain not only revealed the future, but also made the first emperor feel a trace of fear for the coming future. Chapter 4, Serving as an Official in the Zhou Dynasty, and Comprehending the Tao Through Classical Texts. The scene on the sky curtain slowly flowed, transitioning from the rural fireworks in Ku County to Luoy, where the Zhou royal family was located at the end of the spring and autumn period. This city, which once symbolized the common lord of the world, no longer has the heyday of the common lord of the world, but still maintains the solemn pattern of the royal family. There are many official offices on both sides of the bluestone paved streets, and the most unobtrusive but most important of them is the Shozang Room on the east side of Wancheng. This is a 3-in-1 courtyard with green bricks and gray tiles, and slightly tilted cornices. The ancient cypress trees are towering in the courtyard, and the birds are crowing. Every morning, when the morning bell rang, Lier, dressed in plain dark clothes, opened the heavy wooden door on time. In the main hall of the Shozang Room, rows of wooden bookshelves are neatly arranged, with thousands of bamboo slips on display. These bamboo slips are classified according to the subsets of scripture and history such as book, poem, ceremony, music, and spring and autumn, and are stacked from the ground to the roof. The air was filled with the fragrance of bamboo and wood and the unique smell of ink. Through the carved wooden windows, sunlight casts light spots in the dust-covered air. Li Shiguan is still here so early today. An old man with gray hair walked out of the inner room. He was Ji Ming, the old historian in charge of guarding the treasure room. As a distant branch of the Zhou royal family, he has served here for more than 40 years. Li bowed and saluted. Good morning, Ming Gong. I studied the book of you yesterday, and there was a lot of doubt in the sentence, respect to the people. I came to ask for advice today. Ji Ming nodded slightly and led Lier to the bookshelf on the west side. There is a collection of astronomical calendar records from the dynasties since the Xiaoshang dynasty. The old man took down a roll of bamboo slips wrapped in huangling and slowly unfolded them. Xiaoxiaozheng has clouds, the first moon sets, Yanbei Township. This is the reason for the correspondence between time and phonology. The rituals and music made by the ancestors of my Zhou room are also based on the order of the 4 o'clock of heaven and earth. Just as the two were talking, there was a sound of rapid footsteps. An attendant dressed in a court uniform hurriedly entered, with a solemn expression. Ming Gong, Li Shiguan, the king summoned. Above the Ming Hall of the Zhou Palace, the elderly King Zhou Jing looked worried. Lier bowed with a what, his voice clear and clear. The minister has read the classics all over, and although the system of the alliance is detailed, the current situation is different. Jin and Chu are fighting each other, and it is not a paper covenant that can be resolved. It is imperative to cultivate moral government and make the people live in peace. King Zhou Jing stroked the bronze beast pattern on the case, his gaze swept across the plane trees falling outside the hall, and he was silent for a long time. If Qing retreats, he will organize and report to the leak code system. Back in the storage room, Jining couldn't help sighing as he watched Lier sorting out the classic stuff. The advice you just gave to the court is suitable for the ancient way, but it may not be suitable for the time nowadays. The royal family is declining and the princes are tyrannical. What the king needs is an immediate response. Lier gently stroked the bamboo slips in his hand. What Ming Gong taught is. However, there is a cloud in the book of Shang Colon. The people are only the state, and the state is the state. If the root cannot be stabilized, no matter how good the strategy is, it will not last. Ying Zhang saw this dialogue under the sky curtain and couldn't help but say, the people are the foundation of the state? I unified the 6 kingdoms, wrote the same books, drove the same track, built the Great Wall in the north, and repaired the Lingxiu in the south. Why not serve the world? Before the voice fell, Lier was admonishing King Zhou Jing in the sky curtain, if you cook Shaoxian to rule the country, it's too much. It seemed to be a response to him. Time passed quickly in the sky curtain, and Lier became more and more focused on the study of classics in these days. Every morning, he is always the first to come to the storage room and carefully remove the dust from the bamboo slips. At noon, the other historians went to have a meal and rest, and he was still gnawing dry cakes with clear water and continuing to study. When the door is closed in the evening, he is often the last to leave. At this moment, the picture turned, and one evening a few months later, Lier was sorting out the classics in the storage room as usual. Suddenly, there were bursts of horns outside the city, accompanied by the neighing of horses. He quickly climbed to the observation deck on the top floor of the Shozong room, and saw smoke billowing outside Luoy City. Zhenghua and Weigua's army were facing off. In the afterglow of the setting sun, you can clearly see the fleeing people helping the elderly and children, walking along the official road with difficulty. An old woman fell to the ground, the baggage in her arms spread out, and a few wheat cakes rolled to the ground and were immediately snatched away by other refugees. The crying of children, the scolding of soldiers, and the muffled sound of horseshoes stepping on the land are intertwined into a picture of displacement in troubled times. Lier looked at the platform independently, her plain clothes flying in the twilight. He stared at the flames of war and the displaced people under the city until the stars and the moon lifted into the sky. In that silent figure, there is endless compassion and contemplation. When he returned to the Shozong room, what he wrote on the bamboo slips with a pen was not a conspiracy theory, but a proverb that pointed to the roots of the world. When the great road is abolished, there is benevolence and righteousness. When wisdom comes out, there is great falsehood. These 12 words, like a flash of lightning, illuminate the hearts of countless viewers in different time and space. The reason why they think Lao Tzu was right is because these words accurately broke their respective pain. Outside Xianyang Palace, people onlookers whispered, "This Mr. Lao Tzu is right." An old farmer wiped tears from his eyes. "If the government levies less taxes, why do you do this?" The merchant next to him whispered, "Speak carefully." However, the words of this sage did express the voices of the people. The Tianmu discussion forum is even more lively. Han Dynasty Chang'an A Taishua student said generously, "The decline of the Guangzhou room shows the harm of tyranny." Lao Tzu's saying of inaction and governance is really a recipe for salvation. Tang Dynasty Luoyang. During the tea ceremony, several scholars were discussing hotly. Lord Wei Zhang often admonishes the monarch with carrying the boat back to the boat. Looking at this sky curtain today, I know that this statement is in the same line as Lao Tzu's thoughts. Song Dynasty Bianjing. In the college, Su Shi put down the teacup and smiled at his friend. What a great waste, benevolence and righteousness. Lao Tzu said this, knowing the reason for the changes in the world. If the world is peaceful, why deliberately emphasize benevolence and righteousness? The friend nodded, that's the reason. Just as people don't feel the cost of breathing when they are healthy, they only know the importance of their lives when they are sick. The next day, when he saw the sparrow flying into the storage room and stopping beside Lier, the discussion everywhere was even more enthusiastic. Northern Wei Dynasty Pingqing. A shepherd boy pointed to the sky curtain and said to his companion, "Look at those birds. Even they know who a good person is." Qing Dynasty Beijing. In the tea house, the storyteller screamed at the case. Please see, everyone. This is the Daiji beast. Lao Tzu has noble virtues, and even birds are willing to get close. This is the true sage. In front of Xianyang Palace, There were bursts of amazement among the onlookers. God! What a god! This is the true saint. On the wall of the palace, Ing Zhang stared at the picture of the bird getting close to Lier, his eyes deep. He listened to the bursts of discussion coming from outside the palace wall, and slowly raised his hand. Pass on the edict and present all the scriptures written by Lao Tzu. Chapter 5 Purple Qi comes from the east, the true scripture of virtue in the way. In the dawn of Hangguan, 50-year-old Lier rode a green ox and walked slowly on the official road. His gray hair and long beard fluttered in the wind, but his eyes were clearer and clearer than when he was young. The grass is overgrown on both sides of the road, and broken bowls and straw shoes left by the fleeing people can be seen everywhere. Lier stopped from time to time, looked at the devastated land, and sighed heavily. At this moment, Yinshi, the Guanling on the Hangguan Tower, suddenly opened his eyes wide to the eastern sky, purple as a dragon, winds for 30,000 miles, reaching the sky over Hangguan, and it lasts for a long time. Yinshi hurriedly arranged his clothes, walked quickly down the tower, and told the soldiers guarding the gate, there will be saints coming today. If you see an old man with white hair riding a green ox, you must greet him respectfully. Sure enough, not long after, Lier rode a green ox slowly to the front of the gate. Yinshi had already been waiting by the side of the road, bowed and saluted. Next to Yinshi, Mr. Jiuwen is familiar with the changes of ancient and modern times. Seeing Ziki coming from the east today, knowing that a saint is coming, I implore you to stay in Xianbu for a while. Lier smiled slightly. He is just a recluse in troubled times, and he cannot be regarded as a saint. The old man wanted to go west to hide, and he also hoped that it would be convenient for Guanling to travel. Yinshi insisted on retaining, Sir, with the talents of the world, how can he hide here? Nowadays, the world is in strife and the people are displaced. If Mr. can set up the books he has learned all his life, he will leave a bright light for future generations. With that said, he led Lier to the study room of the customs department and personally studied the ink and prepared a brief. At Yinshi's request, Lier finally agreed to write. The oil lamp was dim, reflecting the focused face of the old man. Sometimes he closed his eyes and meditated, sometimes he wrote with a brush, and the bamboo slips were gradually covered with vigorous handwriting. Dao can be Dao, very Dao, name can be famous, very famous. Goodness is like water, water is good for all things without dispute. Governing a great country is like a small fresh. Sometimes he would stop writing for a long time, as if listening to the sound of heaven and earth. Sometimes I will repeatedly consider the written words and sentences, and even scrape them off and rewrite them. She stood aside, even breathing very lightly, for fear of disturbing the saint's thoughts. The sound of more clapping outside the window came from far and near, and from near to far, but the old man in the study was unaware of it, completely immersed in the blend of heaven and man. When the last piece of bamboo slips was written, Lier solemnly handed over 5,000 words to Yinshi. This is the Tao Te Ching, and it is all my thoughts on the world and the world. Although it is not enough to solve all the suffering in the world, I hope it can leave a little inspiration for future generations. Yinshi took the bamboo slips with both hands, like a treasure. Mr. Great Grace, future generations will remember it. Yinshi is determined to pass this book on to future generations, so that Mr. Wisdom will forever rule the world. In the early morning of the next day, Lier rode westward on a green cow again. The rising sun stretched his figure very long, and the wind and sand of the Gobi rolled up his robe, but he couldn't hide his transcendent appearance. Yinshi stood at the head of the city, watching the saint go away, holding the classic that was about to change the world tightly in his hand. The discussion forum was completely boiling at this moment. Ing Zhang first displayed the words, governing a great country is like a small fresh? This statement won my heart. Governing the country really needs to grasp the heat, and neither rush nor slack off too much. Then Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his opinion. Lao Tzu said, the people are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of death. This is worth pondering. I will severely punish corrupt officials, but I also need to give the people a way to live. The discussion among scholars was even more enthusiastic. Zhuxi, an agent of the Song dynasty, said, Lao Tzu's saying of Taoism and nature is interlinked with heaven and reason. However, he overemphasizes inaction, fearing that he will lose his sense of ethics. Wang Yangming of the Ming dynasty immediately retorted, Zhu Zi is too bad. Lao Tzu's inaction is not true inaction, but inaction. This heart is the same, this reason is the same. The reaction of the people was more simple. An old farmer wrote in the discussion forum, sweet food, beautiful clothes, safe living, happy and vulgar, how nice it would be if you could live such a life. These words attracted countless resonances, and ordinary people from all dynasties told of their yearning for a peaceful life. Chapter 6 A Mirror for All Ages, a source of reflection for generations. Above the sky curtain, Lao Tzu rode away on a green ox, and his figure gradually disappeared in the Hango Pass, leaving only 5,000 words of the Tao Te Ching Ai in the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an. In the early years of the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Wen Lu Hang put down the bamboo slips of the Tao Te Ching in his hand and sighed softly to Empress Do beside him. What Lao Tzu said, governing a great country is as fresh as it is small, and you must not disturb the people. This statement has won my heart. Now that the world is tired, I need to rest with the people, quietly and in action. Empress Do nodded. Your Majesty Shang Ming. My concubine heard that Xiao Shanghua recommended Qiao Shen on his deathbed precisely because he was well versed in Huang Lao's techniques. In another time and space, Shang Lingyuan, the young Emperor Wu Luche, was riding a horse. He looked at the sky curtain with disapproval in his heart. Huang Lao's technique is too old-fashioned. If you want to accomplish extraordinary feats, you must do great deeds. Dong Zhongshu's strategy of depose hundreds of people and dominate Confucianism is the way to make progress. He looked at the sky curtain, and Luche remembered the picture of Confucius traveling around the world and intending to benefit the world shown by the sky curtain. Comparing Lao Tzu's attitude of avoiding the world, he couldn't help frowning. A sense of pride surged in his heart to fight against it. He strangled the bridle and said loudly to the squire beside him, "This old man's learning, advocating quiet and inaction, retreating and conservative, how can he achieve a great cause? In the world of my Han family, I am working hard and promising, expanding the territory, and making great contributions to the world." What Dong Zhongshu said, depose hundreds of people and seal the 6 classics, is just the right thing. Wei and Jin dynasties, between mountains and forests, the 7 sages of the bamboo forest indulge in a hearty drink. Ji Kong Fuqin, Wan Ji yelled, Lu Ling raised a glass and smiled at Tianmu. Lao Tzu has a cloud of 5 colors are blinding. Worldly rituals are just shackles that bind people, and they should be broken. At the same time, the young talented scholar Wang Bai is in the study, writing a preface to his just completed Lao Tzu's note. Lao Tzu's purpose, in a nutshell, is the end of Chongbi and interest. The original intention is to cultivate and live. After Lao Tzu's figure dissipated in the sky curtain, a huge seal Qin appeared immediately after the sky curtain. However, in the next second, the picture suddenly changed. The smoke from Osawa Township suddenly rose, and Chen Sheng and Wu Guang stood upright. Chuki on the battlefield of Julu was on display, and Xiangyu was desperate to sink the boat. A raging fire broke out in Xianyang Palace, and Prince Qiningsu drove a white horse, tying his neck to form a group. Ing Zhang's wide dark colored robe sleeves trembled violently with anger, and his eyes were cracking. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky curtain, and his voice burst out of his teeth. Air and other untouchables. Undare. And dare to do so. I thought it was the remnants of the 6 kingdoms who made trouble, but now, it was the mud under my feet that turned over. After Qin, he was Han, and then a solemn official script Han appeared in the picture. After the Chinese characters dissipated, the picture was transferred to the end of the Western Han dynasty. Wang Mang usurped the throne and Weiyang Palace changed its owner. The green forest and red eyebrows revolted, and firecrackers were everywhere. The first emperor entered Chang'an, and the foundation of the Western Han dynasty was overthrown. Lu Che, the emperor of Han, clenched his fists. He had just completed the great cause of expelling the Xiongnu from the north, and he was in the heyday of the Han dynasty. Seeing that the dynasty he had worked so hard to build was finally going to decline, this eloquent emperor couldn't help muttering to himself. Depose hundreds of people and dominate Confucianism. Isn't it enough? Why would my big man do the same? After Han, a slightly erratic word Jin appeared. Subsequently, the word Jin was fragmented in the flames of war, and the sky curtain did not immediately show the next unified dynasty. Instead, with the word chaos as the core, it showed the 5 Hu 16 kingdoms division melee, as well as the long picture of the confrontation between the North and South dynasties. The head of the city changed the banner of the great king, and the people were displaced in the iron hoofs and the smoke of the beacon. Sima Yan, the emperor Wu of Jin, who had just ended the troubled times of the 3 kingdoms, witnessed this scene, and the jade rui in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. His face full of horror. I unified the 3 kingdoms, why? Immediately afterwards, a heavy sway with the word sway appeared. The picture shows the establishment of the Sui dynasty and the decline of its prosperity. The emperor Yang Jian worked hard to govern, and the emperor ruled the world peacefully. However, when I turned to Yang Deepertuan Yang Guang, thousands of sails were racing on the Grand Canal, and dragon boats were flying beautifully. During the 3 conquests of Goryeo, millions of troops covered the sun with flags. In the next second, the style of painting suddenly changed. Hunger was all over the field, the sky was full of firecrackers, the Shagwa army mutinied, and the Jiangdu palace was splattered with blood. The final picture was frozen at the moment he was killed. Yang Guang's original look of pride that appeared on the faces of Sanjung Goryeo's million-strong army froze instantly, turned to unbelievable horror, and said angrily, "Ridiculous. I am rich from all over the world, how could it be in Ygiu? How could this be?" Immediately afterwards was a word Tang, which appeared majestically and majestic. The lights of Chang'an City stayed on all night while the picture was circulating. But in an instant, and Lushan's iron hoofs broke through Tongguan, and the song of Nikhang Yui stopped abruptly. The secession of the feudal towns spread like a cancer, and the beacon of the Huangchao uprising burned down the prosperity. In the end, Zhuan usurped the Tang dynasty, and the blood of Baimei stained the sunset. Li Shimin, who created the rule of chastity, held the armrests of the imperial throne tightly with both hands at this moment. His knuckles turned white. He looked at the trajectory from prosperity to decline. His voice, "Painful water can carry the boat, but also cover the boat. I often have this fear, but future generations. I forgot so thoroughly." Wei Zheng sighed deeply from the side. "Your Majesty," Lao Tzu said, "where misfortune and blessing depend, where blessing and misfortune fall, it flourishes and declines. This is the way of heaven." The word Tang disappeared, and the word song, which was elegant and weak, appeared. The picture shows the humiliation of the Tianyuan alliance and the tragic transformation of Jingkong. The second emperor of Huiqin went north, and the prosperity of Bianjing was reduced to ashes. In the southern Song dynasty, when is the song and dance in the west lay closed, until the naval battle of Yashan, 100,000 soldiers and civilians died in the sea. Song Taizu Zhaoquangyin, who had just released the military power by a glass of wine, saw that his painstakingly designed heavy-handed strategy had led to such an ending, and slammed the wineglass to the ground. "I prevented the Wu Ren from usurping the throne, but I couldn't prevent the foreign cavalry. Is this the country I want?" Then the word song dissipated, and a vigorous and powerful word yuan leaped out. The sky curtain shows the majestic style of Mongolian iron cavalry traveling all over Eurasia, but it also shows the cruelty of the fourth-class system and the abandonment of water control projects. In the end, the Red Turban Army revolted in a firestorm, and the huge empire fell apart in less than 100 years. Kublai Khan was fighting for half his life right away, but at this moment he sat down in a dazed. "I thought the iron cavalry could set a foundation for thousands of years. Who knows? Who knows that the people's hearts are hard to rest, and the iron cavalry has become scrap metal." When the word yuan disappeared, a just and awe-inspiring word Ming appeared. The picture shows the rigor of Hongwu's rule, but it also shows the horror of the guards' rampage. From the feat of young Le Xingshir's 7 voyages to the Atlantic Ocean, to the humiliation of the transformation of the civil fort, from the peeling of real grass that severely punished corrupt officials to the disordered outline of Wanli's neglect of government. In the end, Li Zicheng invaded Beijing, and the Chongzhen Emperor hanged himself on the old locust tree in Coal Mountain. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were red, almost spewing out fire. "We have formulated the most stringent Huangming ancestral training and killed the most corrupt officials. Why? Why can't you keep the country?" Finally, the word Ming dissipated, and a rounded enclosed word Qing emerged. The sky curtain shows the false prosperity of the Kanghan prosperity, brought about by the retreat of the country. The 8 banners entered the customs and settled in the Central Plains, and the territory of Kanghan's prosperity was extremely prosperous. However, the policy of closing and locking up the country gradually lagged behind the world trend. The artillery of the Opium War blasted the country, and the foreign affairs movement in the Wushu reform failed one after another. Finally, in the wave of the 1911 revolution, the Qing emperor issued an edict of abdication, and the 1,000-year imperial system came to an end. The Tao Te Ching in the hands of Emperor Xuanye of Kangxi slipped to the ground. He looked at the strong ships and sharp cannons of the Western powers on the sky curtain and muttered to himself, "Lao Tzu Yun knows that it is always clear, but he doesn't know it often, and he is violent in vain. After all, I did it in vain." At this time, Confucius, who had been watching the sky curtain, left Proverbs in the discussion forum. Lao Tzu's way is too deep and far away, watching the rise and fall of the dynasties. The strong are easy to fold, and the weak last forever. The violence of the Qin and Sui dynasties and the harshness of the Yuan and Ming dynasties were all due to the loss of their softness. These words seemed to be thunderous, and the emperors of all dynasties were rarely silent collectively. Melaleuca waves were also aroused among the people of all dynasties. A criminal of the Qin dynasty displayed his name anonymously. The emperor takes turns doing it, and it is our common people who suffer. The prosperity of the people is suffering, and the death of the people is suffering. Chapter 7 Confucius writes the 8 words of the Qin dynasty criminals. Xing the people suffer, die the people suffer, are like a boulder thrown into the deep tan of various time and space. Ing Zhang stood on the steps of Xianyang Palace, his dark-colored imperial robe still with the folds of his previous anger. His deep eyes looked at the already silent sky curtain. The fingers pressed on the hilt of the Taya sword tightened several times, but finally slowly loosened. He stood there, like a Statue, letting the breeze blow. No one knew what the emperor was thinking in his heart. As Lao Tzu's inventory ended, the pale golden light curtain that took care of the heavens had already dimmed for 10 days. In the past 10 days, farmers outside Xianying City, when they bent over to fiddle with their crops, would straighten up unconsciously and take a few more glances at the dim sky. The children who frolic in the room occasionally imitate the Dao Kadao, very Dao I heard that day. However, some active-minded people have quietly written down the original Tao Te Ching on the bamboo slips, and carefully hidden it under the bottom of the box. Everything seems to be business as usual, and everything seems to be a little different again, until dawn on the 10th day. The first ray of luster from the sky and the earth was scattered on the land outside Xianying City, and the long silent sky curtain, without warning, was once again shrouded in light golden brilliance. Your Majesty! The sky is shining again. Ing Zhang was holding his Zhu pen to review the bamboo slips, and he heard the tip of the pen. He raised his eyes and looked out of the hall, and the pale golden brilliance had passed through the window lattice, casting mottled light and shadow on his dark dragon robe. Go, and watch with my widow. He put down the bamboo slips, and when he got up, his sleeve cannon shook with a gust of wind. Lic and Zhaogao followed closely behind, and several people walked out of the hall quickly. As Ing Zhang and others walked out of the hall, they heard a low and majestic voice from the sky curtain. He was born in a world of broken etiquette and happiness, and grew up in poverty and hardship. He lost his father at the age of 3 and his mother at the age of 17. He was regarded as a wild match. In ridicule and contempt, he touched the wreckage of ceremony. He used the blood of the remaining nobles as his salary and the suffering of all the people as his fire, trying to reshape the order that had lapsed. Is he the tombkeeper of the old age, or the founder of the new age? A line of words quickly appeared on the sky curtain, the second phase of the sky curtain inventory. Today's inventory task, Concho, Confucius, Concho? Ing Zhang sneered and stretched out his hand to help the beard on his chin. Isn't it the leader of the group of Confucians in Lu? I will talk about some of Zhou Gong's old rules. Li Si nodded quickly next to him. Your Majesty is right. This Concho is indeed the founder of Confucianism. I heard that he wanted to let the princes in all countries use his ceremony to rule the country, but no one listened. Ing Zhang didn't answer, he just stared at the sky curtain. He wanted to see this person who was regarded as the most holy by Confucianism. What kind of ability can Tenmu open a chapter for him after telling the rise and fall of the dynasties? Soon, the handwriting on the sky curtain changed, and a solemn and clear introduction slowly emerged. Kongqiu, the character Zhongni, a native of Zhoui, now Tsiufu, Shandong, in Lu State at the end of the spring and autumn period, a great thinker and educator in ancient China, and the founder of the Confucian school. The core ideology is rooted in benevolence, advocates benevolence, love, self-denial, and resuming gifts, and seeks benevolence and enlightenment all his life. The first private school broke the monopoly of aristocratic education. There were 3,000 disciples and 72 sages. Their words and deeds were compiled into the Analects of Confucius by the disciples. It has become a classic of thought in East Asia and the world for more than 2,000 years. He is revered as the most holy teacher and master of all ages. The text stayed for a moment and then dissipated, and then the sky curtain pulled time back to the Zoe of Lu at the end of the spring and autumn period. The low-slung adobe house in the picture is squeezed in the mud, the thatched roof is leaking, the grass clippings fall down as soon as the wind blows, and the cracks in the earthen wall are stuffed with dry straw, barely able to keep out the wind and cold. But in such a dilapidated house, there was a different movement. Kongqiu, who was only 7 years old, was kneeling on an old futon, his small body straight. On the rough wooden case in front of him, there were several rituals neatly placed. A small tripod carefully pinched with clay, with some clay in its ears. When cut with wood chips, the edges are smooth. There was also a clay-baked bean, which was a defective product that he asked the potter at the end of the alley to give, and he made up for the cracks by himself. Kongqiu's little hand was raised flat, the amplitude of his bending was not bad, his eyes were focused as if he was doing something big, and he even slowed down his breathing deliberately. It seemed that there was not a simple wooden case in front of him, but the sacrificial platform of the Lu Guizongniao. The mud tripod and wooden cross on the case had also become a solemn bronze ritual weapon. On the steps of Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang looked at this scene and said, this Kongqiu really takes Li seriously. The 7-year-old doll plays with mud things more seriously than the ceremony officials in my palace. Li Si quickly answered, Your Majesty is right. No matter how poor this child is, he is also concerned about Li. The mud tripod was pinched carefully, the wooden base was smoothed, and even the broken pottery beans were mended. It was a true salute. Salute, but don't just stare at these mud logs. Ing Zhang frowned. I set the Qin ceremony for Ming respect and inferiority, and set the rules. who is the official and who is the people, and who should do what duty, must be clear. If he only learns how to bend over and bow, and can't distinguish between the upper and lower orders, this ceremony is useless. Zhao Gao joked next to him, "Your Majesty is so right. Without your Majesty's domination of the world and the establishment of this Qin ceremony, the princes still fought in various places and the rules were chaotic, and the people still suffered. We and Qin rely on the law to govern, and rely on Qin Li to establish order, which is much more useful than the ceremony played by this doll." Ying Zhang looked at the sky curtain and found that even the neighbor woman in the sky curtain was talking. This kid, he's fiddling with these improper things to eat and drink again. Outside the house came the voice of a neighbor's woman. She was squatting by the well and beating her clothes. The sound came in through the thin earthen wall. With a bit of impatience, his father and uncle, Dr. Liang Xian, left early, relying on his mother Yin Zhang to exchange corn for spinning and weaving. His days are almost over. He still learns the rituals of those aristocratic masters all day long. Can he eat it as a meal? The other woman leaned over and agreed while helping to twist her clothes. That's right. A few days before the sacrifice in the township, he squatted at the door of the zongmiao, staring at the movements of the chief priest, and it was an hour or two at first glance. He was pushed around by his retainers and refused to move his nest. He was really a fool. As if he hadn't heard these words, Kong Qiu in the room gently brushed the edge of the mud tripod with his fingertips. His eyes were as clear as the spring water of Ludi, and he was determined that he didn't meet his age. He remembered that his mother had tearfully told him that his father was a doctor in Zhou and was famous for his bravery among the princes, but he died when he was 3 years old. As a result of disputes within the family, his mother Yin Zhang had to take the young man away from the doctor's mansion and move to this simple house. He also remembered that last year, his mother saved up for a long time for cloth, changed some corn, and begged the old man to take him to the Lugui Zongmiao to watch the ceremony. The fragrant mist of the Zongmiao temple that day, the solemn singing of the ceremony officials, and the neat and orderly rituals, like a ray of light, instantly illuminated his young heart. In this troubled world where princes fight and kill, doctors seize power and kill kings, he dimly feels that this kind of order called ceremony may be able to stabilize this messy world again. Am I tired? Take a break. The door was gently pushed open, and Yin Zhan walked in with a bowl of corn porridge. The porridge was so thin that a figure could be seen, and there was still a small bite missing from the side of the bowl. She put the porridge on the wooden case, stretched out her hand and wiped the sweat from Kongqiu's forehead, her voice softly. Today, my mother changed a few more cents for the cloth she spun, and bought some new corn. You can eat some first. Kongqiu respectfully took the pottery bowl with both hands, but did not drink it. Instead, he pointed to the mud tripod on the case and asked seriously, "Mother, why can the doctor's family set up 3 rows of tripod for sacrifice, but we ordinary people can only use 1 tripod? What's the truth in this?" Yin Zhang paused in his hand and gently stroked his son's head, with both love and a bit of helpless bitterness in his eyes. This is the rule set by Zhou Gong back then. With different identities, the rituals that can be used are naturally different. The purpose is to let people keep their duties so that the world will not be chaotic. But now, she sighed, today's nobles have already left the rules behind, and they are not robbing the power of the monarch, and the princes are fighting the battle of the Son of Heaven. There is no such thing as courtesy. Kongqiu looked at the gruel in the bowl, his little hands clenched silently, his nails almost embedded in his palms. Emperor, when Lu Hong held the bamboo slips of the Tao Te Ching, his gaze fell on the bowl of gruel in the sky curtain, and he said to Empress Do. Confucius asked the point. Zhou Gong stipulated that the division of rights was originally for each to do their duty, but when the nobles seized power and the people starved, the ceremony became an empty shell. I pushed to recuperate, just because I was afraid that the Han's military service would be too heavy, so that the people would not even have the mind to keep the ceremony. Empress Do agreed, let the people have enough food first, and then talk about the rules. This is the truth. If you can't even eat enough food, who will abide by this rule? Lu Hong nodded slightly, rubbing the cold bamboo slips with his fingertips, feeling the profound power of nothing but nothing on it. The Han dynasty under his rule removed heavy military service and taxes from the people so that they could cultivate and weave for themselves. This was his own way of inaction. The picture on the sky curtain gradually circulated, and in a blink of an eye, Kongqiu grew into a 15-year-old boy. In the early morning of this day, before the morning mist had dissipated, Kongqiu carried bundles of neatly tied bamboo slips on his back, stepped on the dewy bluestone road, and walked out to his grandfather Yin Xiang's house. Yin Xiang was once a historian of the Tai Shiliu of the Kingdom of Lu. There are some precious classics hidden in his family, which is Kongqiu's most precious source of knowledge. In order to be able to borrow bamboo slips to read, he helped his grandfather chop wood, weave hemp ropes, and sometimes transcribe simple texts every day. But as soon as he walked out of Kaylee Alley where he lived, he was stopped by a few well-dressed children of the Lugong clan. The young man in the lead was wearing a short brown dress made of brocade, with jade ornaments hanging from his waist, pointing to the bamboo slips on Concho's back, with a sarcastic expression on his face. Yo! Isn't this the Concho that was born from the wild? Go to learn those useless rituals again? Are you worthy too? The 4 words born of wild harmony pierced into Concho's heart like a sharp thorn. That he knew that others always talked about his parents, and his father, Uncle Liang, married his young mother when he was in his 70s. Because of the age difference, he was not even allowed to participate in the clan sacrifices, but it was not his fault. The aristocratic children next to him heckled. Last year, at the great festival of Ji-sun's family, he secretly ran to watch it and was driven out by the retainers with sticks. Don't you have a long memory now? I didn't even weigh my identity, and told us a gift, and I laughed to death. Concho's face flushed instantly, the knuckles holding the bamboo slips turned white due to force, and sweat oozes from the joints of his fingers. He wanted to refute, he wanted to shout, courtesy is not exclusive to nobles. Looking at the bronze sword around the opponent's waist, he finally bit his lip, turned sideways silently, and walked past them. When he arrived at his grandfather's house, Yan Xiang saw that he lowered his head and the bamboo slips on his back were still crooked. He immediately knew something was wrong, pulled him to sit down, and asked the reason in a gentle voice. The old man sighed, took out a volume of poems from the bookcase, and handed it to him. The road to study is never easy. In ancient times, Shang Tang was imprisoned in Shatai and was able to create the Shang dynasty. King Wen of Zhou was imprisoned in the palace and was able to compile Jui. They all survived in difficult times. If you really want to learn etiquette, why bother to care about the gossip of those people? Concho took the heavy poem with both hands, and his grandfather's words calmed him down gradually. He looked up at his grandfather, his eyes full of seriousness. Grandfather, is the ceremony just a superficial appearance of setting up a tripod and bowing? If the officials themselves do not observe etiquette, rob the people of corn, and occupy the people's land, how can the people below live in peace? Yan Xiang was taken aback for a moment, then a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. If you can think of this level, it's not a waste of time to read a book. The root of courtesy is the word respect. Respect the heavens and the earth, respect the ancestors, respect the monarch, and even more respect the people. If the official only knows that he enjoys himself, no matter how the people live or die, no matter how beautiful the rituals and neat the rituals are, they are all empty shells and useless. These words caused layers of ripples under the sky curtain. In front of Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang saw Confucius' forbearance because of the irony of Yaha, and heard that the root of courtesy lies in respect for the people, so he couldn't help but snort coldly. Respect? Is it possible to defend against a powerful country? The widow believes that the law is established to widen the sea, and rewards and punishes the soldiers for their lives. Confucianism talks about benevolence in vain, but it is better to have Qin Lu. Li Si moved forward and agreed, Your Majesty Shangming. In troubled times, heavy scriptures must be used, and the rule of the country should rely on laws and decrees. Confucian affection and respect have long been replaced by my great Qin military merit system. In the folk Long Mu, the old farmer shook his head and sighed when he saw Concho's questioning in the sky curtain. This doll has a reasonable question. It is the rule for those noble masters to keep their mouths shut, but when they forcibly occupied the fields, did they ever talk about the rules? It's better to let us stabilize the rice bowl first. Chapter 8. The unsupportable state of Lucien Concho. On the screen of the sky curtain, Concho sighed deeply. My grandfather's teachings, Zhou will remember them in his heart. The sky is flowing, and the years change. The young man who was determined to pursue the true meaning of ceremony gradually grew up in poverty and curiosity. He hungrily studied all the knowledge he could come into contact with, rituals, music, shooting, imperial, books, and counting, all of which were refined. He once managed a warehouse in Ji's mansion, and the accounts he made were clear. He was also responsible for the management of animal husbandry to make cattle and sheep grow well. No matter where he was, he never forgot his grandfather's teaching of courtesy to the people, nor did he erase the pursuit of the ideal order in his heart. The scene made Li Shimen under the sky curtain feel something to Wei Jingdao. I think this Confucius has both the ability to do things and the original intention of respecting the people. If he was born in the view of chastity, he would be a good official. Now that I am waiting for the election of officials, isn't it just to choose such a knowledgeable person? Wei Zhang bowed, Your Majesty is right. Confucius managed the warehouse with clear accounts and prosperous cattle and sheep husbandry, which shows his strong pragmatism. Remembering the teachings of respecting the people and seeking an ideal order shows that he has ambitions. Such a person can do things for the people regardless of whether he uses ceremony or method. Fan Xianling added, "It's just that his idea of recovering Zhou, if it is used in the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid it won't work. My dynasty inherited the Sui dynasty system, and it was innovative, and it needed to be supplemented by the ritual method, not blindly retro." Time has passed, and Kong Xiu, the young man in the sky curtain, has grown into a middle-aged man with profound knowledge and noble virtues. He did not choose to chase the position of power, but did something that seemed extraordinary at the time, that is, to open the door, recruit disciples, and teach knowledge. In the picture, scholars from all sides gathered in front of Confucius' schoolhouse. Among them, there are young people from poor backgrounds and simple clothes, as well as people from respectable families and soldiers with thin gifts, and even some older people with confused faces but sincere eyes. They have different identities and ages, but they all have the same light of curiosity in their eyes. Confucius stood in front of everyone, his gaze gentle and firm. He said clearly, "As long as someone volunteers to bring even a bunch of dried meat as a meeting gift, I will teach everything I know." This sentence is like a clear bell ringing, echoing under the sky curtain, but also echoing in the hearts of all time and space viewers. Lu Hong saw this scene, but there was a look of appreciation in his eyes. Wonderful. Breaking the monopoly of the nobles on knowledge and communicating wisdom to the bottom is a skill of enlightenment, far better than a momentary powered IT. Would be a great thing for the country and the people to be able to select true talents from this. Empress Dou also nodded and said, "Confucius' move is to open a bright window for the world." In the sky curtain, Confucius' teaching scene is displayed in detail. He is not scripted, but gives different guidance to different disciples. With an impulsive temperament, Confucius reminded him to think twice before proceeding. The humble and studious Yan Hui, Confucius praised him for knowing everything. Zigong, who was good at doing business, Confucius discussed with him the relationship between integrity and righteousness and profit. He teaches the 6 arts of ceremony, music, shooting, book, and counting, and pays more attention to cultivating the character and thinking skills of his disciples. But the reality of the dilemma still exists. As soon as the picture turns, it is still the simple residence, and sometimes Confucius and his disciples can even be seen eating simple food and living a simple life. But no matter what the situation, the voice of teaching in Taoism never stopped, and the disciples surrounded the teacher, their eyes full of admiration and enthusiasm for knowledge. It was this persistence that attracted more and more people to follow him, and finally gathered 3,000 disciples under the door, of which 72 were particularly talented. This force, condensed with thought and knowledge, as well as the outstanding reputation and ability of Confucius himself, finally attracted the attention of those in power in Lu. With the assistance of his disciples, Confucius was appointed by Lu Dingdong and successively served as the governor of Zhengdu, Sikong, and finally the chief justice, taking pictures, acting for the state. In the picture, Confucius has a solemn expression and is committed to restoring the order of the ritual system and stabilizing the society. He has taken a series of measures to suppress prices, maintain law and order, and make the social atmosphere a new one. On diplomatic occasions, with his wisdom and temperament, he won the dignity for Lu at the meeting of the valley, forcing Qi to return the encroached land. However, the most central and difficult action in his political career was the fall of the 3 capitals. He tried to demolish the private castles of the Ji Sun clan, the Uncle Sun clan, and the Meng Sun clan, which exceeded the specifications of the courtesy system, in order to strengthen the power of the public office, monarch, and weaken the power of the private department, minister of power. This move directly touched Lu's deep-rooted vested interests. And the subsequent actions, although the actions to destroy Fei and Fei were initially successful, they also aroused a huge undercurrent in the Lu dynasty hall. The opposing forces are secretly gathering and obstructing. At the same time, the neighboring state of Qi, fearing that Confucius' rule would make Lu strong, resorted to a plan of separation. The people of Qi sent beautiful women who could sing and dance, as well as gorgeous carriages and horses, which were displayed outside the south gate of Sufu. Ji Huanzi, who controlled the state government, was attracted by it and was in turmoil. He pretended to be a commoner and went to check it out. After watching it for several days, he finally indulged in the enjoyment of sound and color, and neglected to deal with the imperial government. Under the influence of Ji Huanzi, Lu Dingdong was also taken to enjoy music, so that the government affairs were left unattended. Both the monarch and the minister of power were corroded by beauty, and his political ideals lost the soil for realization in the kingdom of Lu. Immediately afterwards, after the solemn suburban festival ceremony was held in Lu, the sacrificial meat should be given to Guocheng and the doctor according to the ritual system. But Ji Huanzi deliberately did not give the sacrificial meat to Confucius. This last, symbolic insult became the last straw to crush the camel, which made Confucius feel cold. So Confucius took off his official clothes and changed into simple Confucian clothes. His disciples Zilu, Yan Hui, Zigong, and others followed Closely behind, with disappointment and loose politics on their faces. A city guarding official who knew Confucius well came, his face full of regret and puzzlement. Sir, you are a great pirate and you are well known. Even if you are frustrated for a while, why not be patient for the time being and wait for the opportunity? Why bother to be so determined and abandon the official? Confucius looked back at the capital that he tried to change but eventually excluded him. There were regrets in his eyes, but he was more sober and decisive. He said slowly, his voice spreading clearly, he can indulge in Shi Ren's female music, or he cannot give me meat sacrifice. I can ignore these formal rudeness, however. Because of this, he ignored the imperial government, humiliated the monarch, and abandoned state affairs. This is what I cannot tolerate. Since my proposition can no longer be implemented here, the Tao is not good. Take the boat and float in the sea. Staying here is just a vegetarian meal. What good is it for me? What are the benefits to Lu? Zilu put his bag in the car angrily, his voice loud. The teacher is right. In such a country, it doesn't matter if you don't stay. The world is so big, there is always a Mingjun who knows the value of teacher benevolence. Confucius said to Zilu, the road ahead is difficult. We may starve and be in distress. Maybe I will never see the day when my ideals come true in my life, but what a gentleman cares about is whether his ideals can be realized, not whether he is poor or not. As long as we pass on the idea of benevolence, someone will always realize this ideal in the future. In that case, the suffering we are suffering now will be worth it. In the sky curtain, Confucius finished what he said to Zilu, turned and boarded the carriage. The wheels turned slowly, carrying the ideal seeker away from his homeland. Qin, Xianyang Palace. Ing Zhang snorted coldly and said to Li Si, pedantic. Since you are in a high position, you should use thunder to eradicate dissidents. Why should you just leave? Li Si bowed and said, Your Majesty is clear. What is needed to govern the country is law and power, not such a bookish spirit. Zhao Gao agreed, exactly. If everyone gave up as easily as he did, the world would have been in chaos a long time ago. Han, Weiyang Palace. Lu Hong put down the Tao Te Ching in his hand and said to Empress Do, look, this is the other side of what I often call an action doing something or not. Confucius did not want to give up to the snake in the unscrupulous court, it was the promising in the inaction. Empress Do nodded, yes, Your Majesty. He chose to leave, but let his thoughts spread all over the world. Isn't this a kind of great wisdom? Tang, Chang'an Palace. Li Shimen looked at the determined back of Confucius and sighed softly, Wei Zhang, did you see it? This is the attitude of, if the road is not good, take the boat and float in the sea. I would rather wander among the nations than work together. Wei Zhang replied solemnly, Your Majesty Shangning. Confucius' move was to tell future generations of officials that they should take the world as their responsibility and not fold their waists for 5 buckets of rice. Fang Xianling added, what is even more rare is that he knows that the road ahead is difficult, but he still has to move forward. This persistence is admirable. Chapter 9, Teaching at the Academy and the Inheritance of Cultural Heritage. The ruts were deeply carved in the dust, one after another, winding across the borders of the nations, and they were also carved on the sideburns of Confucius. Gradually died frost. 14 years. This carriage that once carried ambition out of Lu is now full of dust and scars. It has experienced the horror of being mistaken for an enemy in Quangdi, escaped the murderous plan of Sima Wan of Songui to cut trees, and even survived the despair of 7 days of food cuts and everyone's illness in the wilderness between Chen Kai. The disciples still followed the left and right, but their eyes were a little less hot when they set off, and a little more shiny after being worn down by reality. Outside the curtain of the car, Zhengguo was ridiculed of, tired like a bereaved dog, once came from him not before the car drove. He also faced Wei Lingong's inquiry about the formation of the march, rather than benevolence and virtue. The wheels ran over the land of Wei, Chao, Song, Zhang, Chen, Kai, and Chu, presenting the ideals of benevolence and restoration over and over again to the era that advocated force and power. But there is as much disappointment as there is hope. At this moment, the carriage slowly stopped. Zilu's low voice choked with an imperceptible choking. Teacher, we have returned to Lu. Confucius slowly opened his slightly closed eyes. The corner of the car curtain was gently opened, and in the distance, the city wall of Xufu, the capital of Lu, showed a familiar outline in the setting sun, but it revealed a kind of strangeness that things are different from people inside and outside the car. They fell into a complicated silence for a while, only the wind whimpered. When he left, he knew how difficult the road ahead was, but what was burning in his chest was the ambition to change the world. When he returned, the political ideal country was still so far away. His deep gaze slowly swept across the weathered but still loyal faces around him. He finally set his sights on the familiar apricot forest in the east of the city, and said softly, if we don't go into the city, we will go to Xingtan. Seeing Kongqiu abandoned for 14 years in the spring and autumn, Ing Zheng directly laughed under the sky curtain. Really pedantic. In troubled times, what is the use of empty talk about benevolence and righteousness? He turned to Li Si and said, how can you rely on these false words when governing the country is a law? But far away in the Han Palace, Lu Hang sighed to Empress Do, knowing that you can't do it, this is the true gentleman. In the sky curtain, the picture turns to the east of the city with the carriage. The apricot forest was already as tall as a cover, and it was full of greenery, as if quietly waiting for the return of the owner. There is no solemnity of the palace, only the tranquility and vitality of nature. Confucius and his disciples cleaned up the site with their own hands and placed simple wooden cases, on which bamboo slips such as poetry, book, ceremony, and were displayed. Soon, the news spread. And scholars arrived in an endless stream. There are Meng Yizi, who was born into the Lu Gong clan, Yan Hui, who was so poor that he lived on a scoop of food and a scoop of drink, Yan Zhuoju, who was a thief, Gong Sun Long, who came from a barbarian land, and even children as young as 10 years old, wearing short brown coarse cloth. Master, the disciples are confused. Zilla stood up with a loud voice. Now that aristocratic children can go to school, but you accept so many commoners and barbarians, are you not afraid of being said to be against etiquette? Confucius smiled and shook his head, pointing his finger to Yan Hui beside him. Hui is not a nobleman, but he knows everything. Zhuoju was once a thief, but now he knows benevolence and righteousness, studying regardless of origin. It only depends on whether you are willing to learn and whether you can learn. This is the true meaning of courtesy. If the ceremony only allows nobles to go to school, then the people can only be fools forever, and troubled times will never subside. As soon as the voice fell, a thin figure wandered outside the Xinglin. It was Niu, the son of a nearby farmer, holding half a piece of dry cake in his hand, his eyes full of longing, but he didn't dare to step forward. When Confucius saw him, he got up and beckoned. Child, come here. And Niu hesitated and walked in, whispering, Master, I want to go to school, but I don't have the money to pay the tuition, and I can't read. There were some whispers among the disciples around. Meng Yizi frowned, as if he felt that Niu was unworthy to be his classmate. Zigong quietly took out a piece of corn cake from his bag and handed it to Niu. Confucius bent over and picked up a volume of poems and handed it to Niu. The buns are just a heart, your half of the cake is more precious than the golden buns. From today on, you will follow your studies and start to recognize the word human from the beginning of human. Niu held the bamboo slips, tears almost fell, and nodded vigorously, I must learn well. When the sun on the screen shines on the Xingtan and falls on the disciples of different origins, the discussion in the discussion forum boils instantly. Western Han Dynasty Dong Zhongshu Xianzi. The masters. There is no class in education is really a groundbreaking move. In the past, the nobles had a monopoly on education, and the people couldn't even write their own names, so they could only be at the mercy of others. Now your majesty has set up Taishua to recruit students from all over the world. It is the ambition of inheriting the master. Shengtang Luzong Yuan Xianzi. Although there are many colleges in China nowadays, there are still children of the people who have been shut out because of their humble origins. Seeing the master accepting a farmer like Niu, and thinking about the rules of those colleges, I really feel ashamed. Fan Zhongyan of the Northern Song Dynasty displayed characters in 8 Worries and Worries. Let's start with teaching the people of the world. The master was in Xingtan back then, and even thieves and barbarians were willing to teach. With this mind, future generations will learn from officials. Daqin Li Si Xianzi. There is no class in education sounds nice, but it is impractical. Nowadays, Daqin unifies the world, and what is needed is talents who can read and rule counties and understand the law, not scholars who can only read poetry. A farmer like Niu, even if he learns to read and write, can he understand the law of Qin? Can you help your majesty manage the granary? At the end of the Ming dynasty, Gu Yanwu retorted, the master's no class focuses on unlocking the wisdom of the people. They idealize in training talents. Kangxi Xianzi. In the Qing dynasty, I ordered all over the world to set up compulsory schools to accept poor children. It is precisely to inherit the master's ambition of teaching without class. However, there need to be rules for enlightenment. The master teaches poetry and books, and attaches great importance to loyalty and filial piety. This is the foundation of enlightenment. The teaching scene on the Xingtan became more and more vivid. Confucius was answering the questions of his disciples one by one, and facing disciples of different personalities, his answers were very different. Zilu asked, Master, if there is a war, should the disciples charge first or plan first? Confucius frowned, you are impatient. You should plan first and then charge. Don't be reckless, you almost got into trouble on impulse in Wei last year. Have you forgotten? Immediately afterwards, Ran Yu asked the same question, but Confucius smiled and said, You do things cautiously, charge first, then plan later, and don't flinch. Dong Shihua on the side was puzzled. Master, why is your answer to the same question different? Confucius touched his beard and said, if the road is so brave, you need to suppress your impatience. If you have insufficient cowardice, you need to be brave. Educating people is like planting trees. Pine and cypress need to be cold resistant, and willows need to be happy with water. It can't be generalized. The picture turned to Yan Hui. He was holding the book of E with his brows tightly locked. Confucius walked over and did not explain directly. Instead, he handed him a branch and asked him to draw a hexagram on the ground. E is changing. You try to reverse the position of the dry hexagram to see if there is any new meaning. Yan Hui's eyes lit up. He took the branch and painted it on the ground, and after a while he shouted, Master. In turn, it is the Koan, dryness is the sky, Kun is the earth, and the birth of heaven and earth is the true meaning of E. Confucius smiled and nodded. Hui has a high understanding, so you don't need to say more, you can get through it a little bit. This scene fell in the discussion forum, which once again sparked a hot discussion. Jushi in the Southern Song Dynasty. Master's individualized education is actually the method of education for all ages. Nowadays, there are many gentlemen in the college who scripted subjects, regardless of whether the students understand or not, they just read bamboo slips. How can this be educating people? Shan Yang of Daqing displayed characters. Troubled times require mass education of talents, not individualized education. Nowadays, Daqing needs millions of farmers to understand farming and millions of soldiers to understand formations. If they are trained one by one according to the master's method, they will not be able to train 10,000 people in 10 years. Zhang Jidong displayed characters in the late Qing dynasty. Although individualized education is good, it is difficult to popularize it. Nowadays, there are 400,000 people in the Qing dynasty, and less than 1 million can enter the school. Most children can't even eat enough food. How can there be a chance for Mr. to teach individualized? It is imperative to run a new type of school, first so that more children can study, and then talk about individualized education. The master's method is only suitable for a few elites, not for the people of the world. Huang Zongxi Xianzi at the end of the Ming dynasty, the master is individualized, but he only teaches the way of a gentleman, not the livelihood of the people. Yan Hui and Zilu learn to rule the country and the world, but farmers like Ainio need to learn how to grow crops and how to weave cloth. If you only teach benevolence and courtesy and don't teach subsistence, even if Nil can read poetry, he will still be hungry. Enlightenment needs to be grounded, not just floating in the sky. In the picture, he came to Confucius' study room. He sat in front of the wooden case, coughing and sorting out the bamboo slips. His disciples, Xia and Zigong, were around him, recording his words and deeds. Zixia held a roll of bamboo slips and said softly, Master, the disciples have compiled all the things you have said in the past few years into a book. There are 20 articles in total. What should you call it? Confucius took the bamboo slips and stroked the handwriting with his fingers. Learn from time to time, don't you just say it? Don't do what you don't want, don't do it to others. 3 people, there must be my teacher. Every sentence carried his lifelong search. He looked up at the apricot tree outside the window, his eyes full of expectation. Let's call it Analects of Confucius. Theory is record, and language is my words. It doesn't need to be regarded as a dogma. I only hope that future generations of students can realize the true meaning of benevolence. That's enough. Zigong asked, Master, what if someone in the future generations misinterprets your words and turns benevolence into loyalty and courtesy into oppression? Confucius was silent for a moment, then said slowly, My Tao is living, not dead. If there are magi in future generations who can combine the current situation and distinguish their authenticity, our Tao will not die. If no one distinguishes it, it is the way of the world, not the fault of my words. Chapter 10, Confucian Loyalty to the People, or Loyalty to the Ruler. Confucius, a middle-aged man in the sky curtain, leaned under the apricot tree, and his disciples sat respectfully around him. Although his beard and hair were all white, his eyes were still clear, just like the young man who was studying rituals seriously in the hut. I have 5 out of 10 in aim to learn, 30 to stand, 40 to be not confused, 50 to know the destiny, 60 to be obedient, and 70 to do whatever I want, without exceeding the moment. Confucius' voice was peaceful and far-reaching, and every word seemed to strike the hearts of all time and space viewers. His student Zigong asked in a choked voice, Teacher, you have been promoting benevolence all your life, but no one has used it when you travel around the country. You were even trapped halfway and almost starved to death. Have you ever regretted it? Confucius smiled and shook his head, looking at the farmers who were working hard in the fields in the distance. A gentleman pursues the avenue, not personal wealth. My truth will not work now. I have known it for a long time, but if the kings of the future generations know how to love the people because of my doctrine, those who are officials can become upright. As a result, ordinary people can understand the truth of don't add to others the suffering you don't want to suffer, then the seed I planted is more valuable than gaining the power of a country. The picture is transformed to show the scene of Confucius sorting out the classics. He carefully patched the bamboo slips of the Book of Poems with his trembling hand, and said to his disciples, the core of the 300 chapters of the Book of Poems is purity of thought. There is beautiful love here, there is a cry of satire on tyranny, and there is also a description of the hard work of the people at a glance. If the ruler can see this and observe the people's feelings, he will truly understand the poem. He suddenly coughed violently, and his disciple Zhigang hurriedly helped him. He took a breath and said the last core teaching to the disciples who surrounded him. My principle is loyalty and forgiveness. Loyalty is to do your best, not to be loyal. Forgiveness is to compare your heart to your heart and know how to be lenient. If you can treat others and govern the country with such a mentality, the world will be peaceful. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the apricot tree outside the window, chanting softly, Taishan is decadent. Liangmu is so bad. The philosopher withered. Then he closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. The disciples wept bitterly, and Zhigang said sadly, the virtue of the master is like the brightness of the sun and the moon, although it will never be extinguished. On the sky curtain, the picture is frozen on the scene where Confucius closed his eyes and his disciples cried bitterly, and it was a little lively under the sky curtain. In the Weiyang Palace of the Western Han Dynasty, Lu Che stared at the sky curtain with a bad expression on his face. This Kongqiu, opening his mouth and closing his mouth, is benevolence, and it must be said that benevolence is the foundation. Let me also ask you, what you played the other day depose hundreds of people. Dominate Confucianism. Is it this kind of thing that needs to be respected, the technique of discerning respect and inferiority and shaking the country's foundation? Dong Zhongshu fell to the ground and trembled. Your Majesty, calm down. This is not the case with the Confucianism I am waiting for. Your Majesty Mingjian. As shown by the sky curtain, it is a theory that Confucius did not modify in his early years, or that later generations misinterpreted it. The Confucianism advocated by the minister is by no means so. He raised his head slightly, and seeing that the emperor's expression was still cold, he hurriedly continued to argue, his tone becoming more sincere. The core of Confucianism, as the minister said, lies in the unification of spring and autumn. He respects the Son of Heaven, suppresses the princes, understands the law, and is upright. Make the monarchy granted by God, the destiny belongs to the people, and all the people surrender. Don't dare not obey. This is the fundamental law to consolidate your Majesty's country and strengthen the authority of the central government. As for some of the anachronistic words, such as disloyalty or unfaithfulness, you can take the essence and remove the dross. He paused for a moment, observed Lu Che's face, and added cautiously. For example, it can emphasize that the monarch is the ruler of the subjects to educate all the people to be loyal to the monarch and love the country. The implementation of benevolence and righteousness can enable the people to guard themselves in peace and reduce chaos. In this way, Confucian doctrine can become a weapon in the hands of your Majesty to educate the world and stabilize the hearts and minds of the people, not a hindrance. After Lu Che listened, his cold face eased slightly, but his eyes were still sharp. He snorted coldly, humph, you better know the benefits. What I want is a technique that can help me expand my territory and strengthen imperial power, not such roundabout talk, let alone shake the country's foundation. If what you have learned cannot be used for this purpose, what good will it do me to keep it? In his words, there was unquestionable majesty and a clear warning. The minister dare not die. Dong Zhongshu touched the ground with his head, his voice trembling but extremely firm. The minister will do his best to make Confucianism the cornerstone of your Majesty's eternal country. Lu Che stopped looking at him, and turned his gaze back to the sky curtain. On the picture, the figure of Confucius gradually faded away, but the apricot tree, which symbolized enlightenment and inheritance, still stood upright above the sky curtain. The way of the sages is upright and enlightened, and they are surrounded by the common people under the sky curtain. The Huanhuang King Dao has been quietly distorted and has become a footnote to authority. Dong Zhongshu was still kneeling on the cold ground, silent. He knew in his heart that from this moment on, the fate of the Confucianism he had pursued all his life had been firmly bound to the imperial power, and it was no longer the pure ideal on the banks of the Su-Si River in the past. Chapter 11 Socrates, the Western philosopher. When the last ray of golden light from the bamboo slips of the Analects of Confucius disappeared into the sky, the pale golden canopy hanging over the four seas fell silent again. In the days when the sky has not yet lit up, the people on the streets of Xianyang have once again returned to their original work and rest. The only difference is that the people in various time and space find that they seem to have gradually become literate because they have watched the sky curtain these few times. Some people pondered Confucius' benevolence, and some talked about the warmth of Xingtan's lectures. In Xianyang Palace, during this period of time, Ing Zhang was always immersed in the bamboo slips of the imperial case. The expression that was originally tense due to the debate between benevolence and rule of law became a bit more complicated. Li Si stood aside, not daring to speak rashly to break the silence. The 10th day passed in a flash, and the morning light had just spread over the apricot trees in Sufu, the city walls of Chang'an, and the west lake in Linen, and the sky curtain that had been silent for a night glowed again. Fine light patterns converged from the edge of the light curtain, like morning dew condensing into a stream, gradually sketching clear handwriting in the center. The third phase of the sky curtain inventory. Today's inventory of people. Socrates. The moment this line of words fell, the people who were still sad in the past were boiling again. Zhang Laosan threw down the firewood he had just picked up in the forest, patted his thighs and cheered. Ing Zhang suddenly stopped thinking and came outside the hall. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he said to Li Si. This inventory is actually a barbarian generation. What's the reason? Can it be listed with the first two? Li Si, who was standing aside, bowed and said, Your Majesty, what the sky curtain shows may be a lesson. The minister heard that there are also sages in the western regions. Although their words are different, they may not be unhelpful. Ing Zhang stared at the sky curtain and sneered, Just look at what he said, if it's useless, immediately ban it. The life of Socrates is slowly unfolding in the sky curtain. Socrates, 469 BC, 399 BC, a citizen of Athens, ancient Greece, and the founder of Western philosophy. The father is the stonemason Sophroniscos, and the mother is the midwife Pheneret. After a lifetime of narration, he used questions and answers to enlighten the people in the Athens market, created a cross-examination method, and put forward propositions such as know yourself and knowledge of ignorance. He was sentenced to death by an Athenian court on charges of blasphemy and corruption of youth, and he was martyred by drinking poison. His thoughts were described by his disciple Plato, who created the Western philosophical tradition and was revered as the Confucius of the West. The text fades away, showing an exotic scene. Vendors gathered in the Athens market, and an old man with a flat nose and white forehead was holding an unfinished stone statue, arguing fiercely with several young people. The sun shone through the olive leaves, sprinkling mottled light and shadow on his coarse cloth robe. Although the old man was dressed simply, his eyes were like torches, making him afraid to look at him. You talk about justice every day. Have you ever thought that if the law is only set by the strong, is it true justice? Socrates' voice came through the sky curtain, with a strange penetrating power, as if directly hitting people's hearts. Then the picture flowed, showing the scene of when he was a teenager amidst the flying stone ships. The old stonemason held the young man's hand and inculcated his teachings. Chiseling stones must follow the lines, and it is your duty to be a man. The texture of this marble is delicate, and it needs to be carved slowly along the texture, so I can't wait. The young Socrates pointed to the stone statue of Apollo that was about to take shape and asked, Father, is the beauty of the stone statue the beauty of the stone itself, or what we think in our hearts? If no one watches, does beauty still exist? The old mason threw his chisel in anger. Nonsense. A stone statue is a stone statue, whereas there's so much perversion. The order for the temple will be delivered tomorrow, don't delay. A criminal from the Qin dynasty dragged his tired body and displayed his words anonymously in the discussion forum. The law is made by the strong? That's right, I was repairing the mausoleum in Lishan, and Qi Lu said if you miss the time, you will be cut off. But the noble master who supervised the work drank and missed the time, so it's okay. This method is the rope around our necks, which is designed to tie honest people. A sharecropper in the Han dynasty squatted on the ridge of the field and recited anonymously while resting. That's right. The landlord collects the rent, but half of the harvest has to be paid in. We were so hungry that we put our chests on our backs, and the food in their warehouse was moldy. But he is justified in the power of the landlord. A market vendor in the Tang dynasty said angrily while cleaning up his stall. Bah! What king's law? Those official children set their horses on the street and broke my stall. Should they be compensated according to the law? But when I went to the government, I said that I collided with a nobleman and hit me on the top 10 boards. This law is to cover their shame. A fellow of a teahouse in the Song dynasty, he took advantage of the gap between adding water to the guests and secretly glanced at the sky curtain to show the characters anonymously. This Western old man set it to my heart, just like our shopkeeper, he always has a reason for the store rules he sets. When we deduct our wages, there are a set of rules. But standing in the ranks of the profiteers, they saw different results. Zhu Yuanzhang's reprimand followed, and his words were fierce. Under my rule, craftsmen, those who dare to speak falsely will be punished. Gensho only has to be ordered, so why should he know the true? In the Song and Yuan dynasties, it was the scholars who talked about misguiding the country. Socrates' remarks are like a strange mirror, reflecting the true demands of different strata under the imperial system. Chapter 12 The Trial in Athens. The picture in the sky curtain changes again, and the picture appears in the court, with 501 jurors sitting in a circle. Among them are merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and veterans, representing all walks of life in Athens. There was a loud noise in the court, and citizens in different costumes exchanged their ears, and the air was filled with a restless atmosphere of prejudice, anger, and uneasiness. Of the plaintiff, Anytus, a prestigious leather merchant, strode into the field, shaking his arms and shouting, his voice hoarse with excitement. Citizens, look at the person in front of us, Socrates. He poisons our youth with his cunning questions in the market and in the gym every day. He taught them to doubt the gods we have believed in for generations and slander the laws made by our ancestors. Today he questioned the ritual of sacrifice, and tomorrow he will question the authority of the archon. Once this culture of questioning everything spreads like a plague, the foundation of faith will collapse, the morals of young people will be corrupted, and our great city-state of Athens will surely collapse from within. This highly inflammatory complaint is like Mars falling into a haystack. When the jurors heard Antinous' complaint, they were immediately furious, and they raised their arms and shouted, "Execute him! Execute him!" However, Socrates, who was at the center of the storm, seemed unusually calm, as if the deafening hustle and bustle around him was isolated from him. He stepped forward calmly and slowly, his eyes were deep, and he slowly swept through the faces distorted by anger. His voice was not high, but it was unusually clear. He stepped forward slowly, his eyes swept through the angry faces, his voice was clear and firm. How can it be said that teaching people to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, is demagoguery? If even asking questions becomes a sin, then what place does truth have? What is the difference between the gods you mentioned, who are angry and cause disasters at every turn, and the thugs in the market? The true God should open up the wisdom of the people just as the sun and the moon shine on the earth. Hearing this blasphemous word, one of the jurors was furious and started shooting the case. Extremely arrogant. Blasphemy. This is downright blasphemy. The Olympus gods enshrined by the city-state are the ultimate source of all our laws, morals, and order. It is they that give us the sacredness of legislation. You, a mortal, where are you qualified to comment on it? By instigating young people to disrespect the gods, you are shaking the very foundation of our city-state's existence. Socrates smiled slightly when he heard the words, as if he had heard some joke. If the gods still need mortals to maintain them, what kind of gods are they? If the truth is afraid of being questioned, what kind of truth is it? These words were like splashing water droplets into a hot oil pan, which immediately caused a larger commotion in the field. After Ing Zheng shot the case, he said sharply, "This Western court actually allows prisoners to quibble. If you are under my rule, you will be the leader of the owl and show it to the public, so why be noisy? In the past, Shang Junyun, if the punishment is used to pass, the rape will not be borne. Such fanatics should be prevented step by step." At this time, in Bianliang City, Bao Zhang was discussing the case with Gongsun Su. Seeing the scene of the sky curtain, Bao Zhang Fushu sighed. Suspected crimes must be dealt with according to innocence. The truth is the same from ancient to modern times, but it is really undesirable for him to openly provoke the majesty of the public hall in this way. Gongsun Su answered and said, "My lord Mingjian. He explores the principles of things and gains true knowledge. If he can remove the arrogant and rebellious part of him and retain the spirit of pursuing the truth, it may not be without merit." However, many literati secretly fell into thinking, if even the pursuit of truth is not allowed, then what is the point of reading? The trial in the sky curtain continues. Socrates faced the death sentence with the same expression, but made a generous statement. I choose death, and you choose to survive. Only the gods know who is good and who is evil. These words shocked countless viewers through the sky curtain. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious at the Nanjing palace and admonished the prince Xu Biao, provoke the public hall, question the law, and incite the hearts and minds of the people everywhere. Did you see it? This kind of fanatic just broke his brain by reading, proclaim my will. It is strictly forbidden to discuss the content of the sky curtain in all colleges in the world, and those who violate the order will be beheaded. However, under the ban, an undercurrent is surging. Many readers secretly record the content of the sky curtain and circulate and discuss it privately. In the Jiangnan area, there has even been a hand-copied Strange Talks on the Sky Curtain, dedicated to recording Socrates' remarks. The most surprising thing is that some craftsmen and merchants also began to think, why can't we craftsmen talk about the truth? Why can't civilians question injustice? These ideas are like seeds, quietly buried in people's hearts. Chapter 13 Martyrdom and Legacy. The image is transferred to the cell. The cold stone wall was full of chill, and the moonlight reflected Socrates' clear face through the iron windows. He sat on a straw mat with a serene expression, as if he was not a prisoner waiting to die, but a wise man who understood life and death. Suddenly, the disciple Crito quietly entered, whispering in a low voice, "Teacher, the jailers have already arranged it, and we can escape tonight. The ship is already waiting in the port of Piraeus and can take us directly to Crete." His voice was full of uncontrollable excitement, and his eyes were full of expectation. Socrates shook his head, his eyes gentle and firm. "I have taught others to abide by morality all my life. How can I violate the law by myself? If you run away because you are afraid of death, wouldn't everything I have said in the past become empty talk?" He stroked the stone wall, as if stroking the truth he had been pursuing all his life, and as if he was feeling the last temperature of this life. Crito wept bitterly. "Athens treats teachers so unfairly. Why do we still have to abide by its laws?" Socrates smiled. "It is precisely because of its injustice that we must stick to morality to prove its mistakes. Although running away can survive, but living has turned its back on justice. What is the difference between living like this and dying?" When he was about to take the poison at the last moment, his disciples gathered in the cell. Socrates looked at the crying students and said calmly, "The flesh will eventually die, but the truth will always exist. You have to remember, an unthinking life is not worth living." He took the poison glass and drank it all. The footsteps gradually slowed down, but his expression became clearer and clearer, and finally he closed his eyes peacefully, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the sky, when looking at this scene, Zhang said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "Pedantic. It's extremely stupid to talk about the truth and take your life lightly." Zhu said in Linen City, in the past, Zhang Ziyan said, "Starvation is a small matter, but disjointed matters are big." The festival that it keeps should be in line with the 3 syllabuses and 5 rules. If you are only stubborn to one's own opinion, do not distinguish the defense of Hui, and do not understand the division of the monarch, the so-called knowing the small and seeking the big is not true knowledge and righteousness. If you can repent and submit to Wanghua, Feng Yi has the hadith of "if you pass, don't be afraid to change." At the same time, in the Chang'an restaurant, Li Bai threw a pen and sang wildly that you must be happy to be proud in life, don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. So pedantic, it's better to drink 300 cups drunk with me. The ink is unrestrained, the wine is full of fragrance, and the poetry is full of romance. The reactions of all dynasties are even more subtle. In the Shaolin Temple, the monks saw this scene and recited the curse of the dead silently. On Wudong Mountain, the Taoists shook their heads and sighed. In Jiangnan College, the students argued endlessly. Some people think that it is respectable to give up one's life for righteousness. Some people think that they don't know how to work around it, and they are extremely stupid. The most moving thing is that some common people secretly set up tablets for Socrates, burned incense, and prayed for them. Socrates was an enlightener. Why can't the people talk about the dynasty, and why can't unreasonable things be questioned? In the past, they could only silently accept all irrationality, but now some people have shown them another way of living, and they can even give up their lives for the truth. The sky curtain shows how Socrates' thoughts spread through his disciples after his death. Plato wrote dialogues and Xenophon wrote memoirs to pass on his words and deeds to future generations. The picture shows that these works were collected in the Library of Alexandria and circulated in the Roman Senate, eventually affecting the entire Western civilization. Upon seeing this, Emperor Taizong of Tang sighed to Fang Xianling, "Although this person is dead, his words still exist." I look at the sages of the past dynasties, like the flow of Wei Zhang, and they are also famous in history because of their outspoken words. Decree, in the future, Yan Guan will admonish him, and he shall not be punished for his words. Zhu Yuanzhang of the Great Ming Dynasty was furious. As one of the most centralized emperors in China, he strictly prohibited all actions that threatened his rule. Show off your reputation. Decree, private engraving of books is strictly prohibited in the world, and violators will be executed by Ling Qi. However, the more it was banned, the more curious people became, and the name of Socrates quietly circulated among the people. Interestingly, some craftsmen began to commemorate this Western peer in their own way. The masons secretly carved Socrates' name in inconspicuous places while carving, and the carpenters made a special curved ruler, which they called the truth-seeking ruler. Chapter 14 Echoes of China. The golden light fell on all dynasties, arousing thousands of waves of thought. In the eastern and western cities of Chang'an, scholars gathered to discuss the Tao, and in the wine shops and tea houses, they all heard the sound of argument. Know yourself? Isn't it my body in the 3 provinces of my day? A scholar in a green shirt sang at the festival, attracting everyone's attention. He continued to speak generously. However, looking at this Western philosopher, he dared to question the gods as a craftsman. His courage is commendable, and his deeds are commendable. Before the voice fell, an old Confucian student immediately started shooting. Ridiculous. The way of the sages, how can Yi Yan ignore it? The controversy quickly spread to the entire city of Chang'an. The prostitutes in Pingkangfang paused their silk bamboo and gathered in front of the window of the embroidery building to listen to the debate on the street. Hu Shang from Shi City also joined the discussion and expressed his admiration for Socrates in blunt Chinese. Even Jin Wei, who was patrolling the city, slowed down and secretly wrote down wonderful arguments. I in the Golanwash in Bianliang City, the storyteller made Jingtangmo tremble. Ranking officials, let's not talk about the three kingdoms today. Just watch the debate of the Western Jisha Palace. He spat and told how Socrates fought alone against the Confucianism, and the wise men of Athens who claimed to be wise were speechless. The audience was mesmerized, and an old man selling cooking cakes couldn't help but sigh. This old man Yang is a man, and he doesn't even want his life to tell the truth. A talented man next to him must agree, although it is Ishi, it also has its own wisdom. His technique of debating difficulties is quite similar to that of my famous masters. This scene was fed back to the dynasties through the sky curtain, sparking broader discussions. In the Shangshu room of the Forbidden City, the voices of the brothers arguing alarmed Emperor Kangxi, who was reviewing the chapter. The fourth elder brother Yin bluntly said, although he is crazy, his heart for truth is commendable. Shen thought that those who are kings should have the amount of tolerance. Brother Ba Yin immediately retorted, if you don't keep your duty, you deserve to die. If everyone can discuss the dynasty in vain, the country will not be a country. Emperor Kangxi remained silent, only ordering Nan to walk in the study room to record the remarks of all parties in detail, and wrote in the imperial approval, the death of the Western debater shows that the road to Kaisai is related to the national games. However, the people's wisdom has not opened up, and if they suddenly open their way to speak or cause chaos, they should step by step. The princes of various dynasties expressed their views in the discussion forum. One after another, Emperor Wanli's pondering words appeared, and the handwriting was hesitant. Zhang Zhuzheng once said, one person is suspicious, and all the people are shaken. However, looking at things in the West, is it forbidden to speak or cause grievances to erupt? I should think deeply. Obviously, the emperor, who had not been in the dynasty for a long time, was also touched by the sky curtain, and even summoned the cabinet ministers on a rare occasion the next day to discuss the opening of the sutra banquet. Yong Zhangzhu's criticism came fiercely, words like knives, crazy. I set up the military machinery department to do things arbitrarily, and there is a prosperous era of Yongzhang. The scourge of Western populism is enough to be a warning. Decree, anyone who has private discussions about the dynasty will not be forgiven. Interestingly, however, shortly after this stern decree was issued, Yongzhang gave instructions in a secret compromise. However, Su's truth-seeking spirit may have something to learn from checking official governance. At this time, it coincided with the period of the rural examination, and the candidates in Jiangnan Gongyuan were answering. Seeing the scene of the sky curtain, someone threw a pen angrily. Strange tricks. Some people meditated secretly. Gu Yenwu's figure appeared in the discussion forum. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Socrates bears the moral responsibility as a man, but the sages of the East and the West are united. These remarks caused a huge response in Shilin. In front of the former site of Donglin College, scholars spontaneously organized a debate to discuss the responsibilities of scholars. The reactions from various places are even more lively. In Suzhou Embroidery Village, the embroidery ladies are talking while flying needles and threads. A Westerner is spineless, so don't be afraid of death to tell the truth. In the Sichuan tea house, the old tea guest sipped a bowl of tea ceremony. This old Su is a bit interesting, but it's too complicated, I don't know how to work around it. Even the family members in Lingnan are discussing on the fishing boat. This old Western gentleman is as tough as our Dr. Chu Yuan. It is particularly worth noting that the leaders of ethnic minorities in some remote areas also participated in the discussion. Southwest Toast ordered, translate Tianmu's words into Yi and let everyone in the stockade listen to them. The Mongolian prince said to his subordinates, this Socrates is like an eagle on the grassland, he would rather die than succumb. The reactions of these alien rulers were fed back to the Central Plains dynasty through the sky curtain, which made many officials realize the importance of education. In response, the Qianlong emperor convened a group of ministers at the summer resort to discuss. Hishan flattered and said, this kind of Edi theory is not enough. Ji Xian said, the minister said that although it is contrary to the holy scriptures, the style of truth-seeking and pragmatism may make up for the lack of knowledge in my dynasty. Qianlong pondered for a long time, and finally ordered the compilation of the Siku Quanshu. The content of the sky curtain was placed in a separate category of Western learning and anecdotes, and specifically explained, choose the good and record it, and delete it if you are not good. The folk reaction was even more unexpected. Some businessmen began to use Seeking Truth as their signboard, flaunting innocence without deceit. The Craftsmen's Guild discussed the establishment of a craftsman's school to teach children to read and understand. Even brothel prostitutes sang truth-seeking songs. What is even more amazing is that some local officials have begun to secretly change their governance methods. A certain prefect county actually allowed the defendant to defend during the trial of the case, and a certain prefect would seek the opinions of the squire before issuing a notice. Although these changes are insignificant, they are like the first crack of spring ice, indicating the possibility of some kind of change. Chapter 15: The Awakening of the Athenian Forum. Above the sky, the image of Socrates dissipated like flowing gold, and the sky curtain flowed again. The golden lines are intertwined into a new chapter, and the texts of various civilizations appear simultaneously. Sky curtain inventory phase. For inventory of characters: Plato, an Athenian of ancient Greece, the founder of the Western philosophical system, was born into a noble family in 427 BC, a disciple of Socrates, and a teacher of Aristotle. Founded the Academe Academy and set a precedent for Western systematic education. He is the author of 35 dialogues, 3 lectures on philosophy, reminiscences, and soul. Advocate the rule of the philosopher king and build an ideal country. Its thought integrates philosophy, politics, ethics, and education as one, and is the cornerstone of Western civilization. He died in 347 BC, and his learning was passed down through the academy, influencing future generations for more than 2,000 years. In Athens Square in 407 BC, the spring sun dyed the marble building golden. 20-year-old Plato was dressed in a purple-trimmed aristocratic robe and an ancestral ivory dagger around his waist, standing under an ancient olive tree. The spots of light falling between the leaves jumped on the manuscript of the poem in his hand. This, The Wrath of Achilles, is his carefully prepared entry for the upcoming drama festival. The temples of the Acropolis in the distance shone brightly in the sun, and the whole of Athens seemed to be bathed in the brilliance of the goddess of wisdom. Just as he was about to go to the Dionysus Theatre, an argument suddenly broke out in the center of the square, attracted his attention. A barefoot old man was surrounded by more than a dozen aristocratic young people. The old man was ragged, but his eyes were like torches. He was the 62-year-old Socrates. "You said you know justice?" Socrates' voice is clear and firm. "Then please tell me, when the Athens court sentenced your political enemy to death, was this justice? When the Spartans plundered our village, was this justice?" The young man who was questioned was the son of a famous Athenian orator, and he stammered and replied, "Justice is. It is to give everyone what they deserve." Wonderful! When Socrates applauded, his rough palms made a crisp sound. "So excuse me, what is deserved?" The doctor deserves to give the patient bitter medicine, and the executioner deserves to hang the prisoner. What do the two have in common? This dialogue spread throughout the land of China in real time through the mysterious sky curtain. In Taishui Middle School in Luoyang in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zheng Xian was explaining the Book of Rites, the Golden Mean. Suddenly, the sky lit up, and the Taishui students rushed to the window one after another, looking at the vision emerging in the sky. Zheng Xuanfu sighed for a long time. This technique of questioning and debating is comparable to Mencius's debate of good nature. Its layers of cross-examination are like peeling off a cocoon and snagging, pointing directly to the heart. He immediately asked the students to take the bamboo slips and record these unprecedented methods of defense. At the same time, Wang Chong, who was writing on balance, put aside his pen and watched the sky curtain intently. He not only admired this rigorous logical reasoning, but also maintained a critical attitude. This Western Confucian method of cross-examination can be compared with the famous dialectics. However, it entangles the concept too much, fearing that it will lose its practical value. He added questioning and debating to the book, specifically discussing this method of debating from the West. In the Warring States period further away, Zhuangzi and Weisher were watching fish on the shore of Hashui. When the sky curtain appeared, the fish in the water seemed to stop for it. Zhuangzi smiled and said, "This monarch's debating technique seems to be in line with Gongsun Long's theory of white horse is not a horse." Weisher shook his head. Otherwise, Gongsun Long argued the truth, but this Western Confucianism was asking about the origin of the concept. The finger theory of things of famous masters focuses on analyzing conceptual relationships, and this monarch refers directly to the essence of concepts. The two debated on the matter for 3 days and 3 nights, which attracted the disciples to record one after another. Plato was deeply shocked by this conversation. He approached the crowd involuntarily and heard Socrates continue, "None of us really know what justice is. But it's not shameful not to know, it's shameful to think that you know." These words shot into Plato's heart like a sharp arrow, and he remembered his gorgeous psalms, how pale he looked in the face of such a sharp question of truth. That night, Plato returned to his luxurious mansion in Koronos. The moonlight filled the courtyard, and he looked at the drama festival crowns hanging on the wall and the full cabinet of poems, and felt a deep emptiness for the first time. He took out all the manuscripts of the poems and lit a bonfire in the center of the courtyard. When the flame rose, the sheepskin curls turned into flying ashes, as if Apollo was driving a sun cart over his heart. Pursue the truth, not weave stories. This voice echoed in his heart. Confucius, who was far away in Huaxia, seemed to sense something. The disciples who were compiling the Analects of Confucius found that the master suddenly added a sentence. Chowen said, "It's enough to die in the evening." When Shushi annotated this sentence hundreds of years later, he cited Plato burned the poem and begged, which is exactly what he meant. The sages of East and West have the same heart. At this moment, the poet died and the philosopher was born. What Plato didn't know was that his inner transformation was being presented in front of the dynasties of Huaxia through the sky curtain. After Emperor Wodi of Han watched in Weiyang Palace, he convened a group of ministers to discuss. When Wang Shiji met with his friend Yaji in Shanin, Zhejiang, he specially wrote the word when Dao. When Li Bai was drunk and composing poems, he did not forget to write the sentence, "There are philosophers in Greece, burning poems for truth." This awakening across time and space not only changed Plato's personal destiny, but also planted the seeds of rational speculation in Huaxia civilization. The thinker Sugan of the Eastern Han Dynasty systematically compared Chinese and Western logical thought for the first time in Chinese theory. Han Yu of the Tang Dynasty quoted Socrates' cross-examination method in Teacher's Talk, and Shang Zhu of the Song Dynasty absorbed his dialectical method. All of this originated from the encounter in the square of Athens in the spring of 407 BC. Chapter 16 The Tragedy of Philosophers and Reflections on Civilization. One dusk in 399 BC, the Athens prison was filled with a tragic and solemn atmosphere. The slanting sun passed through the stone window, casting mottled light and shadow on the cold cell floor. Plato and a group of disciples sat around the teacher, watching the 70-year-old Socrates calmly drink the poisonous cordyarite juice. This great philosopher looked serene, as if he was not going to die, but to participate in a feast. He calmly told his disciples, "It's time to break up. I'm going to die, you guys are going to live. Only God knows who has a good way to go." This sentence spread all over China through the sky curtain, causing layers of ripples in thousands of years of time and space. When the poison began to attack, Socrates' limbs gradually became cold, but he suddenly opened his eyes and used his last strength to say to Cretan, "I still owe Asclepius a rooster, don't forget to help me pay my wish." This sentence became his last words, and its profound meaning caused philosophers in later generations to argue endlessly. Plato wrote when recording this scene in Phaedo, the teacher regards death as the healing of the soul, just as the patient sacrifices to the medical god. This image was transmitted to China through the sky curtain, which triggered profound thinking from thinkers of all dynasties. In the imperial palace of Luoyang in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Bangu was writing Book of Han, and he couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. How magnificent is Suzi's death! It can be described as seeking benevolence and getting benevolence. He specifically established a biography for Socrates in the Table of Ancient and Modern People and listed him as a Homo sapiens. At the same time, Wang Chong wrote in On Balance, Shija's martyrdom proves the value of truth. His death also caused the martyrdom of Yu Boyi and Shu Qi. The death of the teacher allowed Plato to start a 12-year journey of traveling and studying. This journey was fully presented to the dynasties of China through the sky curtain, and it became an event for the exchange of Eastern and Western civilizations. While Makkara was studying geometry with Euclid, Plato stared at the perfect figure on the sand table and suddenly realized the process of mathematical proof is the projection of the world of ideas. Zhang Hong, who was far away in the Eastern Han Dynasty, was observing the sky from the Lingtai, and he screamed when he saw this scene, "I make the celestial instruments, and I also feel that there are numbers in the heavens and the earth." This Western Confucian saying is in line with my Lingxian. He improved the celestial instrument overnight, added the function of geometric calculation, and added to the spiritual constitution. Tian Yuan place, count in it. Plato, the Western philosopher, also understood this. During the journey to Egypt, Plato studied astronomy on the banks of the Nile. Whenever night fell, he looked up at the starry sky and sighed. The law of the movement of the starry sky is the psalm written by God in geometric language. Wu Shoujing of the Yuan dynasty saw this scene in the production of Timing and Duration and felt sorry for his assistant. Plato said that God created the world with geometry, believe it. The essence of the calendar is being calculated. He drew on Greek geometry to improve the accuracy of calendar calculations, and specifically stated in the chronological calendar. Refer to the Western method for actuarial calculations. In southern Italy, Plato came into contact with the Pythagorean school and learned about soul reincarnation. The scholars of Tarentum showed him how to explain everything mathematically, which reminded him of the teacher Socrates' argument about the immortality of the soul. This is of particular interest to Chinese thinkers. When the Eastern Jin dynasty monk Hui Yuan argued with Tao Yuanming and Lu Shan, he pointed out that this is quite similar to the saying of reincarnation, but the Dharma is more profound. He quoted Plato's philosophy to explain the Dharma in The Theory of Shaman Disrespecting the King. Fan Shen criticized in The Theory of God's Destruction the form exists and the God exists, and the form thanks the God for its destruction. Why is it reincarnated? In Sicily, Plato witnessed the extravagant corruption of the Syracuse court. He tried to teach Dionysius to become the king of philosophers, but he was almost sold into slavery. This experience made him understand ideals need to be realized step by step in reality, not forced to ascend to the sky in one step. Su Shi, who was watching this scene through the sky curtain, was in Huangzhou prison, and he wrote down, "Bai's predicament is like my relocation. Ideals and reality are difficult problems through the ages." This manuscript later became an important chapter in Donpa Jilin. 12 years of travel have matured Plato's thought. He gradually understood that the death of the teacher was not the end of philosophy, but the beginning of a new life. On the boat back to Athens, he looked at the starry sky of the Aegean Sea and conceived a grand plan to build an eternal academy so that the fire of philosophy would never go out. At this moment, Du Fu stood in the Chengdu thatched cottage, looking up at the sky curtain, looking back on his displaced life, with mixed feelings in his heart. Just as he was writing articles for the ages, gains and losses are known to the heart. This situation echoed Plato's philosophy and perseverance in his life, and he couldn't help but sigh. When Wang Engshi lectured in Jiangning, he used Plato's travels as an example to warn students. Read 10,000 volumes of books and travel thousands of miles. If Bai hadn't traveled for 12 years, wouldn't Nung create a school and write a classic? He even reformed the Taishues system and increased student study tours. When Zhu Xi lectured at Beiludan College, he also emphasized Plato traveled all over the world and then became everyone. You must not stick to the scriptures. The most touching thing is that ordinary people from all dynasties are also paying attention to this journey. Merchants in the western city of Chang'an raised funds to engrave Plato's travels, and the biography of Western philosophers appeared in the books of Luoyang. Even private school teachers in remote villages would tell Plato's story. Su Dongpa wrote in a letter to a friend recently, "The children of the market can speak the name of Plato, which can be described as the great achievement of education." All this exchange of ideas was realized through a magical sky curtain. When Plato finally returned to Athens and founded the Lyceum and Academe, the dynasties of China seemed to be in the same situation and witnessed this great moment together. After Wang Yangming realized the Tao in Longqiang, he specifically compared the meaning of Socrates' death with Confucius trapped in Chen Kai, writing, "The sages of East and West have the same heart. Su Zi was martyred, and Confucius was distressed, so he knew the way." Chapter 17 Ideals and Disillusionment in Sicily. In 388 BC, Plato, who was 39 years old, set foot on the land of Sicily for the first time. He was shocked by the luxury of the Syracuse court, vines made of gold wrapped around the pillars, purple satin hung above the ivory throne, and 300 slaves served at Dionysius' banquet. But what makes Plato even more distressing is the corruption of politics. The flatterer is favored, the upright is demoted, and the law becomes a dead letter. This collision of Eastern and Western ideas is displayed in real time through the sky curtain. Dionysius asked arrogantly, "You said that philosophers should be kings, but what is needed to rule the country is power and force, not empty talk." Plato replied humbly, "Your Majesty, doctors need medical knowledge to treat diseases, and captains need nautical knowledge to sail. Doesn't the most complex art of governing the country require professional knowledge?" Interesting. The king laughed. "Then tell me, what use is your philosophy for my rule?" Just as a carpenter had the idea of a bed in his heart before he made the bed, the ruler of the country must first know what the idea of justice is. Plato unfolded the sheepskin roll. "Please look at this geometric figure. Justice is to let everyone have their place and do their jobs." Emperor Taizong Tang watched this dialogue in Lingyan Pavilion and sighed to the group of ministers how difficult it is to transform the king with doctrine. However, its spirit is commendable. Wei Zhengjin said, "Your Majesty, although Plato was roundabout, he attaches great importance to education and complements Confucianism. Chen Guan's philosophical theory has a lot in common with the saying of university knowledge of character and things." Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang bluntly said, "Pedantic. What is needed to govern the country is real power, not empty ideas." We read Mencius and still feel that it has moved. Is this Western Confucianism? If a king is bound by doctrine, how can he decide major events? These words spread to the Tang dynasty through the sky curtain. Fang Shenling shook his head and said, "The future generations of this monarch are too pragmatic. The most intense debate took place among Song agents. Zhu Shi explained at Beiludong Academy. Bai's philosophy says can be combined with reason is special. However, it is too heavy on ideas and light on physical objects, and it is afraid of falling into the disadvantages of emptiness. Lu Zhouyuan immediately retorted, Zhu Zi is too bad. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. It can be said that Bai's philosophy can be invented by each other. This debate lasted for several months, and the disciples recorded it as an important case of Zhu Lu's similarities and differences. Plato tried to teach Dionysius I mathematics and geometry, hoping that through these training, the monarch would understand the world of ideas, but the king quickly lost patience. What use are these geometric figures for my rule? What I want is how to increase taxes and expand the army. To make matters worse, Plato criticized the works of the court poets as too far from the truth and offended the powerful literary group. They spread rumors that Plato was trying to subvert the regime. Dionysius I finally put Plato under house arrest in the castle and almost sold him as a slave. Thanks to the help of the Cyrene philosopher Aristophanes, Plato was able to return to Athens. This experience made him deeply reflect ideals need to be realized step by step in reality, not forced to ascend to the sky in one step. He wrote in his later law, the second best country is a country under the rule of law. This shift is obviously influenced by the Sicilian experience. Seeing this scene when Su Shi was demoted to Huangzhou, he wrote in the postscript of Chibi Fubai's predicament is like my relocation. Ideals and reality are difficult problems through the ages. And Zhang Zhuzheng sighed during the reform of the Wanli dynasty, seeing the defeat of the Bai family. I know that reform needs to be gradual, but haste is not up to speed. Sicily's setbacks made Plato understand that it was too risky to directly transform the ruler, and a better way was to train future rulers. This understanding prompted him to start a lyceum immediately after returning to Athens to realize his political ideals through education, and this transformation has shown another possibility to Chinese civilization through the sky curtain, not to directly admonish the king, but to train scholars through college education. Chapter 18 Academy's Eternal Pursuit. In 387 BC, Plato, who had traveled for 12 years, founded the Academy Academy outside Athens. The academy is located in a sacred olive grove, which was once a holy place for the legendary hero Academus. Eye-catching inscriptions are engraved on the lintel. Those who don't understand geometry are not allowed to enter. It shows that this is very different from the traditional school of rhetoric. The early morning sun passes through the leaves of the olive tree. Plato holding a model of a regular dodecahedron. God uses geometry to construct the universe. This dodecahedron represents the perfect form of the universe. Young Aristotle questioned, if the concept of bed is unique, why are there all kinds of beds in the world? Good question. Plato's eyes lit up. The bed made by the carpenter is an imperfect imitation of the concept of bed, and the bed painted by the painter is an imitation of the carpenter's work. Therefore, art is 3 layers away from truth. Ma Rong of the Eastern Han Dynasty saw the sky curtain when he was lecturing in Jiangjing and sighed. There is no class in education, and individualized education is in line with this Western Confucian educational philosophy. He reformed teaching methods, increased difficult questions, and required students not only to recite the scriptures, but also to understand righteousness. Zhu Shi revised the rules of Beiludong Academy overnight. After watching it, we should take the Western learning to emphasize system and debate, and make up for the shortcomings of Confucianism. In particular, the debate day every month has been added to allow students to debate in imitation of the Gakuan. Lu Zhouyuan also carried out similar reforms in Xiangshan Academy, emphasizing the critical spirit of 6 classics. Note me, the most striking thing is the dialectical training in the Lyceum, where Plato guides students to don't be satisfied with the superficial answer, keep asking why. The truth needs to be dug layer by layer. He invented the famous two-way method to explore the essence by constantly dividing concepts. This method spread to China through the sky curtain, and was immediately absorbed and transformed by thinkers of all factions. Wang Enshi used this method when he lectured in Jiangning. Bai's cross-examination method can break the cover of Han Confucianism. He presided over the compilation of the new righteousness of the 3 scriptures, breaking the authority of traditional annotation, but Chang'e criticized, if you over-argue, you are afraid of losing the essence of scripture and righteousness. Zhu Shi made a compromise. When you take the way, you will not only attach importance to righteousness, but also not abolish the difficulty of asking questions. In Donglin Academy in the Ming Dynasty, Gu Xian said to Gao Fanlong, looking at this Gakuan system, knowing that lectures are not only reasonable, but also world-class. They reformed the Donglin lecture system, increased practical discussions, and created a new style of study of family affairs, national affairs, and world affairs, caring about everything. In the early Qing dynasty, Yin Yuan implemented practical education in Zhongnan College. Bai's emphasis on geometry and astronomy is practical. take effect of its system, and add mathematics, surveying, and other subjects. But Daishin questioned, if it is too practical, I am afraid that it will lose the basics of Confucianism. This debate lasted until the period of the foreign affairs movement at the end of the Qing dynasty. All dynasties observed the natural science research of the academy through the sky curtain. When Odoxos proposed the celestial sphere model, Zheng Heng of the Eastern Han dynasty improved the celestial instrument. When Mena Hermos discovered conic curves, Wu Shoujing used it for calendar calculations in the Yuan dynasty. When Taitate studied irrational numbers, Su Guangqi and Matteo Ricci translated Principles of Geometry. In the Ming dynasty, Emperor Kangxi set up a computing school in Changchun Garden. Guanbai's Gakuan knows the origin of Western learning. Geometry and astronomy are all needed to govern the country. Ordered Li Guangdi and others to compile the origin of the calendar of laws to absorb the achievements of Western mathematics. Although the Qianlong emperor implemented a retreat policy, he still allowed the Western building to be preserved in the Yuan Minjuan and continued to study Western science and technology. The teaching methods of the Gakuan are particularly far-reaching. Plato adopted Socrates' question and answer method, but systematized it. Advanced courses such as mathematics and astronomy are held in the morning, debates and philosophical discussions are held in the afternoon, and a symposium is held in the evening for free exchanges. This kind of branch teaching and time arrangement was gradually absorbed by Huaxia College. Yuelu Academy added mathematics. Zhai Beiladong Academy established Gezatang, and even the most conservative Guozijian added Western calendar and arithmetic. Daishin set up a special summary of Western studies in the compilation office of the Siku Quanchu to systematically organize the incoming Western knowledge. The Academy Academy existed for more than 900 years until it was closed by Justinian the Great in 529 AD. When the academy was finally closed, many scholars fled east to Persia, and some of their knowledge was introduced to China through the Silk Road. The Persian Manichaeans who came to Chang'an during the reign of Emperor Wu of the northern Zhou dynasty brought many Greek philosophical works. The scriptures brought by the Jing sect Araban in the Tang dynasty also contain elements of Greek philosophy. In the Yuan dynasty, the followers of Li Qian directly translated some Aristotelian works. Chapter 19: A Dialogue of Ideas Across Time and Space. In the spring of 347 BC, Plato, who was 80 years old, was still teaching the concept of goodness in the academy. On this day, the sky was unusually bright, as if the barriers of time and space had temporarily disappeared, and thinkers from various dynasties in China were able to travel through time and space and start a direct dialogue with him. Xuxi first asked, I said that ideas come first, and things come second. However, if there is no specific thing, what is the concept? Plato responded, just like the idea of roundness, even if there is no perfect circle in the world, the idea of roundness is at ease. Craftsmen make circles according to this concept, and scholars recognize circles according to this concept. Wang Yangming then asked, the idea is in the heart and in the object? Plato replied, ideas can be seen in the heart, but they can be seen in things, but their origin is in the world of ideas. Yang Mingzi smiled and said, in this way, there is nothing outside the heart, and there is no reason outside the heart. To conscience is the foundation of the concept. Zhuangzi interjected and asked, is the world of ideas a big dream? Plato replied, what you see in your dreams is also the shadow of ideas. However, the wise can distinguish the reality of shadows. Zhuangzi stroked his palm, of course. Zhou Mengdi, Dai Meng Zhou, who knows that the idea is not a dream? Only the avenue is true and not false. The most exciting dialogue took place in terms of political ideas. Emperor Taizongtang asked, the words of the philosopher king are excellent, but how can they be realized? Plato sighed, this is my lifelong predicament. You may need to educate philosophers first, and wait for the time to come. Like a farmer sowing seeds, it will be released in spring. Xu Yuanzhang questioned, the people are ignorant, how can they understand ideas? Plato replied, therefore, education is needed. As the metaphor of a cave, those who leave the cave first should return to guide. However, it needs to be gradual, not forced. Confucius finally asked, which is the great road between your Tao and my Tao? Plato replied respectfully, the Tao Tong is one. In the East and the West, the truth is the only one. The forms are different, but the essence is the same. There are still rivers and rivers flowing in different directions, and they belong to the sea together. This dialogue lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and scholars from various dynasties recorded it one after another. Huang Zongxi added a brief introduction to Western studies to the case of Ming Confucianism, and Gu Yanwu added Greek philosophical discussions to the Journal of Confucianism. Emperor Kangxi ordered people to compile the dialogue into the ancient and modern book integration, And during the Qianlong period, it was included in the Siku Quanshu subdepartment. Of particular note is that this dialogue prompted Chinese thinkers to re-examine their traditions. Daijin discovered through comparison, Chengzhu's so-called reason is similar to Bai's philosophy, but it is more important to take care of things. Zhang Xueqing proposed that the six classics are all history, opposed the concept of treating classics as eternal, and emphasized historical changes. Before Plato died, the Sky Curtain showed the evaluation of him by various dynasties in China. Sima Qian said, "His ambition is strong, his actions are resolute." Emperor Taizong of Tang commented, "Although the ideal is high, it is respectable and respectable." Xu Shi's theory, the theory of reason and qi, can be supplemented. Wang Yangming praised, "The psychology is united, and the avenues are connected." At the last moment, Plato looked at the Chinese civilization displayed on the Sky Curtain and smiled. "I thought the truth was only in Greece, but now I know that there is also a clear way in the East. Human civilization is originally one." His figure gradually faded, but the inscription on the lintel of the Academia Academy, "Those who don't understand geometry are not allowed to enter," still shines brightly. The most amazing thing is that when the curtain dialogue took place, there was also resonance between Chinese thinkers of different eras. Confucius seemed to hear Plato's answer, and added, "There are brothers and sisters in all directions." In the Analects of Confucius. Zhu Xi seemed to foresee Daijin's criticism and emphasized reason is in qi in the commentary to the 4 books of chapters and sentences. Wang Yangming seemed to have seen Huang Zongxi's Mingi to be visited and discussed school politics in the biography. This kind of ideological resonance that spans time and space has enabled the Chinese civilization to complete a creative transformation, from science to psychology, from the application of scripture to seeking truth from facts. The rational spirit of Greek philosophy is perfectly combined with the practical rationality of Chinese civilization. Chapter 20. Under the afterglow of the sky, thoughts surged. The golden light of the sky gradually faded, and in the 7 days before finally falling into silence, the dynasties fell into an unusually fiery state. These short 7 days have become a critical moment for the deep integration of Chinese civilization and Greek thought, urging imperceptible changes within the framework of feudal power. As soon as the sky was darkened, the Taishui of Luoyang and the Eastern Han Dynasty immediately discussed behind closed doors. Zhongxian summoned the creatures and solemnly warned, "The art of Western Confucianism can support the righteousness of Scripture, but it cannot take away the righteousness of Scripture." He adapted the Socrates cross-examination method into the Sutra and Righteousness qualitative difficulty method, which is strictly limited to the scope of annotating the 5 classics. At the same time, Taichan Temple sent personnel to Taishui to prevent the growth of dissidents. But the students have quietly used difficult-to-ask skills for research. Wang Can recorded, "When all beings cross-examine each other, they must say, 'Dare to ask for a question.'" Emperor Taizong of Tang convened a group of ministers at Lingyan Pavilion and issued an order. As the Sky Curtain shows, you can govern the Wei, but you can't discuss the dynasty in vain. Wei Zhang immediately transformed Plato's thought of the king of philosophers into the theory of admonishing the minister and assisting the government, and wrote 20 chapters of Admonishing the Garden. In the Wushang restaurant in the western city of Chang'an, Jinwei strengthened inspections, and scholars must first praise Huangtang education when talking about Western studies. In the Song dynasty Bianjing Washer, the storyteller changed the end of The Lost Journey to the people in the cave have to be educated by Mingjun before they can see the sun. Zhu Xi updated the rules of study in Bailu Cave. The debate must be based on the law of heaven, and the more difficult it is to ask the sages, the more difficult it is. However, merchants have been secretly using geometry to improve their accounts. A manuscript of foreign calculation refers to Mongolia appeared in the market, but the title page said practical planning. In the Yuan dynasty Guozijian, when Guo Shoujing revised the chronological calendar, he cleverly used Greek geometric deduction, but emphasized in the preface that participate in the Western Law and Union Middle School. When Su Hong taught, he called logic the method of deduction of personality, and the students' notes showed that Mr. teaches deduction techniques, and it is the logic of Western Confucianism. During the Hangu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Biayan, "The availability of Western studies is not credible." He then ordered the Hanlin Academy to compile the contents of the Sky Curtain into the Records of Western Wonders, which was named Yiren's skill. During Yangla, Zhu Di was smarter, and ordered Jie Jin to disassemble Plato's thoughts into the Yangla ceremony and disperse them among various items to avoid forming a system. Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty established the arithmetic school, and the decree was clear. Western law is available but not trustworthy. Middle school is used for physical education and Western learning. When the integration of ancient and modern books was compiled, the dispersion of Greek thought was included in the categories of miscellaneous studies and skills. Yongzhen even emphasized in the Great Righteousness Jufanlu, although Western learning is clever, it is not the right way in the end. Cross-examination dramas appeared in the markets of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Children enjoyed debating the sun and the fish, and the content did not involve scripture. A woman in the Tang Dynasty listened to the discussion between her father and brother behind the screen, and Yu Xian wrote debating Wei poetry, expressing her thoughts only in hidden words. Merchants in the Song Dynasty created the secret accounting method, which was ostensibly traditional bookkeeping and contained geometric principles. The miscellaneous dramas of the Yuan Dynasty absorbed the elements of tragedy, and Guan Hanqing added the Tianwen scene to Dou Wei to enhance the appeal of Greek tragedy. The craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty used the golden section without knowing it, called the Luban secret method. The Qing Dynasty physician Wang Qingren used logical thinking and medical forest correcting mistakes, but cited the inner scriptures as the basis for the entire article. In the Song Dynasty, colleges generally set up asking difficult questions, but stipulated that asking difficult questions does not violate the scriptures. In the Ming Dynasty, social science introduced foreign calculation, which was limited to measuring acres of land. Although the imperial examinations in the Qing Dynasty still used 8 stocks, the evaluation of the papers began to pay attention to unobstructed reasoning, which was actually a logical requirement. The most significant change is the budding spirit of questioning. Gu Yanwu wrote in the Daily Record, "Scripture righteousness must be qualitative." Huang Zongxi proposed school discussion on politics and Mingyi waiting for a visit, which was obviously influenced by the culture of the academy. Wang Fuji even hinted, "The 6 classics charge me to open my life." The ruling classes of all dynasties reacted quickly. The Han court stipulated, for Taishua debate, there must be a doctor's supervision. The Tang Dynasty issued an edict, people of all colors, etc., must not discuss dynasty politics in vain, pretending to study in the West. The Song Dynasty promulgated the regulations on the prohibition of acting in vash, which required storytellers to record scripts. In the Yuan Dynasty, the all-color household plan was implemented, and Western scholars were included in the management of the skill household. The Ming Dynasty promulgated the regulations on social sciences, stipulating that foreign calculations stop at practicality. In the Qing Dynasty, the forbidden bibliography of Western studies was established to prohibit the circulation of some books. Chapter 21 The Macedonian Boy's Path to Truth. That aftertaste of Plato's inventory has not yet dissipated. While people in various time and space in China are still hotly discussing ideal country and philosophy, the pale golden canopy above the sky suddenly burst into bright golden light again. Unlike the previous warmth, this time the golden light has a bit of rigorous edge, and the grand voice penetrates the barriers of time and space, echoing clearly in every corner. The 5th issue of Sky Curtain Inventory of People. Aristotle. The voice fell, the light pattern spread out like flowing water, and the Chinese characters such as Qin Seal, Hanli, and Tang Kai appeared simultaneously, outlining the initial mark of this sage. Aristotle, born in the city of Stagira, Macedonia in 384 BC, was a great philosopher, scientist, and educator in ancient Greece. He studied with Plato and later became the teacher of Alexander the Great, known as an encyclopedic scholar. In Zhangyan Xianyang Palace was contemplating the record of Plato's ideal country on the case. Hearing the name Aristotle, he looked up at the sky curtain, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Study with Plato? But I don't know how his thinking is different from Plato? Li Si beside him bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Tianmu commented on Plato's emphasis on ideas before, maybe this Aristotle is more practical?" The sky curtain picture flows, and time goes back to Athens in 367 BC, under the olive trees of Academia Academy. A group of students dressed in ancient Greek robes sat together. One of them was a tall boy who was particularly eye-catching. It was the 17-year-old Aristotle. He held a roll of sheepskin rolls in his hand, listening intently to Plato's lectures, and writing dense annotations on the sheepskin rolls from time to time. "Teacher, you think that philosophy is the origin of all things, but are the tables, chairs, and trees we see just shadows of philosophy?" Aristotle got up to ask questions, his voice clear and firm. Plato put down the pottery cup in his hand and replied gently, "My child, everything within the reach of the senses is appearance, and only the idea is eternal. Just like the concept of goodness, it guides all things to be beautiful, but it is not visible to the naked eye." Aristotle frowned slightly. "But if you are separated from specific things, how can ideas exist? For example, this olive tree, we can touch its branches and smell its floral fragrance. Isn't these real existences more important than abstract ideas?" This dialogue caused the Chinese viewers in front of the sky curtain to fall into thinking. Dong Zhongshu of the Western Han Dynasty told his disciples in Taishua, Plato emphasizes virtual and Aristotle emphasizes real. just as in Confucianism, the metaphysical is the way, and the metaphysical is the device. Although the two focus on different things, they can complement each other. Shushi of the Southern Song dynasty displayed characters in the academy. The argument between reason and qi is so similar to the thinking of the ancient Greek sages. Aristotle's focus on specific things is the starting point of knowing by character. The picture continued to advance, and Aristotle stayed in the academic academy for 20 years. Growing up from a sentimental teenager to a knowledgeable scholar, he has always maintained awe and doubt of the truth. Plato once commented on him, "My Gakuin consists of two parts. The rest of the disciples are the body of the Gakuin, and Aristotle is the mind of the Gakuin." But even so, Aristotle still insisted on his own thinking. When Plato proposed number theory of ideas in his later years, he publicly opposed it, arguing that "I love my teacher, and I love the truth more. I love my teacher, I love the truth more." When this sentence was presented in bold Qin seal script on the sky curtain, scholars from various dynasties resonated one after another. Gu Yanwu at the end of the Ming dynasty, this sentence should be regarded as the standard of governance. Our generation studies the classics, and we must not blindly follow the ancients. We need to have our own judgment in order to discover the truth. Daijin of the Qing dynasty also agreed Songru had followed Chengzhu blindly before, but he forgot that doubt is the beginning of thinking. Aristotle's questioning spirit is worthy of learning from future generations of students. On the streets of Xianyang, although Zhang Laosan, who sells corn, doesn't understand the entanglement between concept and truth, he also feels emotional towards the sky curtain. This Aristotle is really a reasonable person, even the teacher's words dare to refute, but this is good, otherwise how can I learn the real thing? The scholar next to him nodded with a smile. Brother Zhang is right. He is afraid of blind obedience in governance. Only by daring to question and think can he achieve anything. The scene of the day is frozen in the scene of Aristotle leaving Academia Academy. After Plato's death, he decided to leave Athens and travel to Asia Minor because he was inconsistent with the ideas of the new leaders of the Academy. At this time, under the sky curtain, people in all time and space in China have already understood that this young man from academia is about to start a journey of thought that will affect thousands of years. He will not only become the master of the emperor, but also use his wisdom to build a temple of knowledge that spans time and space for future generations. Chapter 22 The Enlightenment. The light of Alexander's wisdom. The golden light of the canopy flowed, pulling time from the Academia Academy in Athens to the royal palace in Macedonia. At this time, Aristotle was nearly 40 years old, his youthful sentimentality had faded, and his eyebrows were a bit more calm and wise. Dressed in an elegant robe, he stood in the study of Prince Alexander of Macedonia, holding a sheepskin roll on natural philosophy in his hand, patiently explaining to the 13-year-old boy, what is nature? Alexander opened his curious eyes and asked. Although he was young, he had already shown extraordinary grace, with the edge of a future emperor in his gestures. Aristotle put down the sheepskin roll and pointed to the courtyard outside the window. Nature is the nature and law of all things. Look at the running horse, its nature is to gallop. The law of the growing tree is to be sunny. Everything in the world has its own laws of operation. Emperors who govern the country should also follow the way of nature, conform to the hearts and minds of the people, and respect the laws. Alexander nodded as if he understood, but asked again. But the father said that the emperor must conquer the world by force in order to make the people surrender. Is the way of nature more important than force? Aristotle smiled mildly. Force can conquer the land, but it cannot conquer the heart. Just like you tame a Mustang, you can only make it succumb temporarily by whipping it. If you understand its habits and follow its nature, it can truly be used by you. The same is true for governing the country. The combination of benevolence and rule of law can ensure long-term stability. Emperor Wen of Han in the Western Han Dynasty. What Aristotle said is extremely true. When I promoted recuperation and rest, it was precisely by conforming to the nature of the people's hearts that I was able to obtain the rule of Wenjing. If you blindly rely on force to suppress, how can the people live and work in peace? Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen, also sighed in Chang'an Palace. I once said that water can carry boats, but also cover boats, which coincides with Aristotle's conforming to the hearts of the people, master of the emperor. Take this as a lesson. And Ing Zhang, who knew that his dynasty had died of tyranny, had a complicated expression at this moment. He stared at the four words, conform to the hearts of the people, on the sky curtain, rubbing his fingers unconsciously on the imperial case. Qin unified the 6 kingdoms by force of arms, but lost the hearts and minds of the people due to harsh government, and finally died in the Second World War. If I can follow the way of nature as Aristotle said, can Qin last longer? Li Si didn't dare to answer the words next to him, so he could only hang his head silently. He knew that Ing Zhang's reflection was the most profound change brought about by Tianmu. The picture continues to unfold. and Aristotle formulated a systematic education plan for Alexander. Teach natural philosophy in the early morning, explain the growth laws of animals and plants, and the operation of celestial bodies in the afternoon, study history and literature, learn wisdom from the Epic of Homer, and learn the experience of governing the country from the history of Persia. In the evening, he discussed political science, analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the city-state system, and thought about how to build a strong and stable country. Once, Alexander complained while studying, "This knowledge is too boring, so it's better to learn the art of war and kill the enemy as soon as possible." Aristotle did not scold, but took him to the garden of the palace, pointed to a messy vine and said, "Look at this vine. If you don't prune its branches and leaves, it will only grow crazy and will not produce sweet fruits. If you only pay attention to the results, but do not water and fertilize, the fruits will be sour." The same is true of learning. The art of war is the fruit, while philosophy, history, and literature are the roots. Only if the foundation is solid can the fruit be fruitful. Alexander suddenly realized after listening to it, and since then he has studied all kinds of knowledge more carefully. Many years later, he became Alexander the Great. In the process of conquering Eurasia, he always remembered Aristotle's teachings. Every time a region is conquered, it not only brings force, but also Greek culture and knowledge, and encourages subordinates to respect local customs and beliefs. When the scene of Alexander establishing the city of Alexandria in Egypt and founding a library appeared on the screen, Ban Chao of the Eastern Han dynasty appeared in the western regions. Only by supplementing force with culture can we rule for a long time. I want to operate the western regions. If I can spread the culture of the Central Plains like Alexander, while respecting the customs of all ethnic groups in the western regions, I will be able to make the western regions safe for a long time. Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty also agreed cultural exchange and integration are more powerful than military conquest. Aristotle's education planted the seeds of cultural tolerance for Alexander, which is the most precious legacy. Zhang Laosan on Xianyang Street looked at Alexander's figure on the sky curtain and said to the scholar, "This emperor listened to the teacher's words, unlike some officials, who forgot their teachings as soon as they came to power." The scholar smiled and said, "It is precisely because of a good teacher like Aristotle that there is an emperor like Alexander." It can be seen how important a good education is to those in power. At this time, under the sky curtain, people in all time and space in China have clearly seen that Aristotle is not only a scholar, but also an excellent educator. He used his wisdom to enlighten an emperor, and he also used his own educational philosophy to leave deep thoughts on how to cultivate the ruler of the country for future generations. When the picture gradually turned to Aristotle leaving the palace of Macedonia and preparing to return to Athens, a new academic legend was about to open on the land of Athens. Chapter 23 The transmission of truth by the free and unfettered school. The golden light of the canopy softened, pulling time back to Athens in 335 BC. At this time, Athens gradually regained its vitality after the war, and the return of Aristotle injected new academic vitality into the city. In the picture, next to the temple of Lycaon on the outskirts of Athens, a simple but neat lyceum is under construction. This is the Lycaon founded by Aristotle. In the courtyard of the Gacuan, Aristotle, dressed in robes, was strolling along the boulevard with his disciples. He stopped from time to time and pointed to the plants on the side of the road to explain his biological knowledge. Sometimes discussing political views with his disciples, his voice was calm and gentle. The disciples surrounded him, recording or asking questions, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Because Aristotle often walked and lectured with his disciples on the boulevard of the academy, later generations called his school the Xiaoyao school. "Teacher, what do you think is the best city-state system?" a disciple asked. Aristotle stopped, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "There is no absolutely best city-state system, only the most suitable system. The oligarchy is suitable for a few virtuous city-states that are in power, and the democracy is suitable for city-states with high-quality citizens, while the monarchy requires the monarch to have excellent character and ability. But no matter what kind of system, it is necessary to follow the golden mean, neither too extreme nor too weak, only balance can stabilize." The 4 words "the way of the golden mean" make viewers of all dynasties in China feel very kind. Cheng Hao of the Northern Song dynasty displayed characters in the academy. Aristotle's way of the golden mean coincides with my Confucian thought of holding both hands in the middle. There is a cloud in the golden mean. If the joys, sorrows, and sorrows are not issued, they are said to be in the middle. If they are issued, they are all in the middle, and they are called the sum, which emphasizes balance and moderation. Lu Zhouyuan of the Southern Song dynasty also agreed whether it is governing science or governing the country, the golden mean is the core. If you are too radical, it is easy to cause chaos, and if you are too conservative, it is difficult to make progress. Only by the golden mean can you achieve stability and far-reaching results. In the picture, the teaching content of the Lyceum is extremely rich, both philosophy, political science, ethics, physics, biology, astronomy, and even logic and rhetoric. Aristotle imparted his knowledge system to his disciples unreservedly. He often said knowledge is not private property, but the commonwealth of mankind. Once, the disciples argued endlessly about logical reasoning. Some people believed that the inductive method was more effective, while others insisted that the deductive method was more accurate. Aristotle came up with an example: all people will die, Socrates is a human, so Socrates will die. This is the syllogism, deducing conclusions through big prerequisites and small prerequisites. Induction and deduction are not opposites, but complement each other. Only by combining them can correct conclusions be drawn. The appearance of syllogism made the eyes of scholars in China shine. Su Guangqi at the end of the Ming dynasty. This method of logical reasoning is more rigorous than my traditional analogous reasoning. If it can be used in scientific research, it will definitely promote academic progress. Matteo Ricci and I co-translated The Principles of Geometry, and the reasoning method in it is the same as the syllogism. Wang Fuji of the Qing dynasty also said previously, governance was based on experience, but rigorous logical derivation was lacking. Aristotle's syllogism provided a new method for governance in my generation. In Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang said to Li Si, this Aristotle's knowledge is so comprehensive, from governing the country to nature, it's all-inclusive. If Qin could have such scholars, impart practical knowledge and cultivate useful talents, why worry that the country would not be strong? Li Si bowed quickly. What your majesty said is extremely true. The minister thought that he could learn from the school model of the Lyceum and set up a school in Xianyang to teach not only law, but also agriculture and engineering, so as to train all kinds of talents for Qin. Ing Zhang nodded and said yes. A trace of expectation for the future flashed in his eyes. Perhaps Tianmu brought not only reflection on the past, but also guidance for the future. The sky curtain picture continues to flow, and there are more and more disciples in the Lyceum. They come from all over Greece, and there are even students from Persia and Egypt. Aristotle encouraged his disciples to go out of the academy to observe nature and understand society. The truth is not only in books, but also in nature and life. Only by observing and experiencing in person can we truly master knowledge. One year, Aristotle sent disciples to various parts of Greece to collect animal and plant specimens and record the customs of different regions. The disciples went through hardships and brought back a large number of specimens and materials. Based on this, Aristotle wrote works such as Zoology and Botany, which laid the foundation for future biological research. When the detailed descriptions of various animals in the zoology were displayed on the screen, Shenque of the Northern Song dynasty displayed characters in Mengshi Garden. Aristotle paid attention to on-the-ground observation, which is consistent with my philosophy of writing Mengshi pen talk. Previously, many scholars built their own books behind closed doors, relying only on imagination, and they were often full of fallacies. Only by personal observation and practice can reliable conclusions be drawn. Li Shizhen of the Ming dynasty also agreed. I compiled the Compendium of Materia Medica for 27 years, traveled all over the famous mountains and rivers, and personally tasted all kinds of herbs and medicinal materials. It was inspired by this. Knowledge comes from practice, and this is true. Zhang Laosan on Xianyang Street looked at the scene of the disciples collecting specimens on the sky curtain, smiled and said to the scholar, these students have worked hard, and they have traveled all over the world to find plants and animals, but the knowledge gained in this way is definitely more reliable than sitting in a house and thinking about it. The scholar nodded. Brother Zhang is right, it's shallow to get it on paper, and you have to bow to it. Aristotle and his disciples practiced this sentence. When the curtain gradually darkened, the lights of the Lyceum were still bright. It was not only a temple of knowledge, but also a holy place for the inheritance of truth. Chapter 24. A monument of thought. In a chaotic world, the golden light of the sky curtain suddenly changed, and the original warm tone added a bit of heaviness, pushing time to 323 BC. This time in Athens, due to the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment was rising, and Aristotle, as the representative of the Macedonian faction, was in an increasingly difficult situation. I in the picture, Aristotle stood in the courtyard of Lyceum, looking at the disciples in the garden. His eyes full of despair. He had to leave Athens again and embark on the road of exile. Teacher, we will leave with you. The disciples surrounded Aristotle with a firm tone. Aristotle shook his head gently. The Gakuin cannot be left unattended, and the inheritance of truth cannot be interrupted. After I leave, you must continue to impart knowledge and stick to our philosophy. You remember, no matter what kind of predicament you are in, the pursuit of truth cannot stop. The disciples nodded tearfully and watched Aristotle board the carriage. The carriage slowly drove away from Athens. Aristotle looked back at the direction of Lyceum. his heart was full of concern, but also with a trace of firmness. Even in exile, he had to organize his thoughts into books, leaving a valuable wealth of knowledge for future generations. When the scene of Aristotle's exile on Evia Island appeared on the scene, people from all dynasties in China were moved by it. Sima Qianov. The Western Han Dynasty displayed words in prison. How similar are Aristotle's writings in exile to my experience in compiling historical records. In adversity, but do not forget to inherit the truth in history. This persistence is worthy of the admiration of future generations. When Tianxiang of the Southern Song Dynasty also displayed characters in prison, no one has died in life since ancient times, and he will keep his heart and shine on the sweat. Aristotle used his writings to illuminate future generations, just as I used my temperament to stick to morality. It was all for the faith in my heart. In the picture, Aristotle's exile residence is simple and small, but it is full of sheepskin rolls and pen and ink. He gets up every day before dawn to work, and does not rest until late at night, sometimes for the sake of a philosophical point of view, sometimes for the sake of a scientific conclusion to check the data. Even if the body is getting weaker and weaker, he never stopped the pen in his hand. What is the first philosophy? Aristotle muttered to himself to the blank sheepskin roll, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The sea breeze outside the window roared past, and he rolled up a few drafts on the table, but he was unaware of it, and he was immersed in thinking about the essence of existence. Everything has its cause, the material cause, the form factor, the motivation factor, and the purpose factor are all in one, so that the existence and change of things can be explained. How to define the existence itself that can transcend specific things? He took a pen and wrote down the 4 Greek words "first philosophy" on the sheepskin roll, and then added the study of exploring the nature of things as the ultimate inquiry beyond the physical world. These words appeared on the sky curtain after being translated in Qin seal script, and the scholars in China instantly fell into contemplation. Zhu Shi of the Northern Song Dynasty gathered his disciples in the academy and pointed to the sky curtain and said, how similar is the essence of existence explored by Aristotle to the reason of our generation. Reason is the origin of all things, and first philosophy is an inquiry about the origin. Although the two use different words, they point to the same truth. Wang Fuji at the end of the Ming Dynasty also showed characters. Previously, our generation talked more about the generation of all things from the perspective of qi, but there was less in-depth exploration of the essence. Aristotle's theory of 4 causes provides a new perspective for our generation to understand the operation of all things. In addition to exploring the first philosophy, Aristotle also wrote Nicomachean Ethics during his exile. In the picture, he is holding a pen and writing down the definition of virtue on a sheepskin roll. Virtue is between excessive and insufficient, and it is a golden mean quality. Bravery is the golden mean of cowardice and recklessness, and moderation is the golden mean of indulgence and indifference. This discussion on virtue also resonated with the Chinese people. Zhang Laosan on the street of Xianyang was talking to the sky curtain. That makes sense. Let's talk about farming. If you fertilize too little, the crops will not grow well, and if you fertilize too much, the roots will be burned. The golden mean is the best. The same is true of being a human being. If you are too timid, you will be bullied. If you are too reckless and easy to get into trouble, you have to be sure of your sense of proportion. The scholar next to him smiled and added, Brother Zhang said exactly the golden mean. Aristotle's integration of the golden mean into virtue coincides with my Confucian idea of gentleman harmony but not flow. It can be seen that good truths are interlinked regardless of east and west. In Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang was contemplating the text "Virtue is the golden mean" on the sky curtain. He turned his head to Li Si and said, I used to rule the country with too much emphasis on the rule of law, but I ignored the cultivation of the virtues of officials, which led many officials to abuse their power and oppress the people. If, as Aristotle said, officials could combine the virtues of impartiality and moderation, supplemented by legal constraints, Qin might not die so quickly. Li Si bowed and said, What your majesty said is extremely true. The minister thought that in addition to the law, the moral assessment of officials could be added, and the concepts of golden mean justice could be incorporated into the assessment standards to guide officials to good deeds. As time passed, Aristotle's health became worse and worse. In the picture, he sits at the table coughing, but the pen in his hand is still moving on the sheepskin roll. When the disciples came to visit, they saw that he was revising the manuscript of Political Science. One of the discussions on the rule of law is better than human rule was repeatedly annotated and revised. Human governance is susceptible to emotional influence and is inevitably biased. The rule of law is based on rationality and can maintain stability. Even a wise monarch needs to act within the framework of the law in order to avoid tyranny. This discussion deeply touched the emperors of China. Tang Tai's only Shiman said to Fang Xianling in the Chang'an Palace. Aristotle's "the rule of law is superior to the rule of others" is consistent with my philosophy of that the law is not the law of one person, but the law of the world. If the monarch is above the law, the people will lose their dependence and the country will fall into chaos. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuan Zhang also displayed characters. In my early years, the people suffered because of the abolition of the law at the end of the Yuan dynasty. Therefore, after I ascended the throne, the Daming law was rewritten, but I also know that if the law is too strict, it will lose the hearts and minds of the people. Aristotle's rule of law should be a combination of good law and good governance. In 322 BC, Aristotle died on the island of Evia at the age of 62 due to an aggravated stomach disease. At the end of the picture, the disciples organized his writings into a book and carefully collected them. Those sheepskin rolls full of wisdom exuded a faint light in the twilight, like an immortal monument of thought, crossing time and space, illuminating future generations. On the sky curtain, the picture of Aristotle's writings in exile gradually faded away, and a line of golden text appeared. Although the years of exile have been bitter, they have failed to stop the inheritance of truth. Aristotle's writings have become an important cornerstone of philosophy, science, and political science in future generations, and their influence has spanned thousands of years. In the discussion forum, the voices of various dynasties in China are intertwined into a resonance. Dong Zhongshu of the Western Han Dynasty. Aristotle spent his life practicing "I love my teacher, I love the truth more." This dedication to the truth deserves to be remembered forever by future generations. Lu Yu of the Southern Song Dynasty also said, "It's shallow to get it on paper, and you have to bow to it if you know it." Aristotle paid attention to both theoretical thinking and practical observation. His method of governing science set a model for our generation of students. On the street of Xianyang, Zhang Laosan looked at the gradually disappearing figure of Aristotle on the sky curtain and said with emotion, "It's really not easy for this sage. He has been pursuing the truth all his life, and even if he suffers in exile, he hasn't given up. If everyone in the world can learn from his persistence, life will definitely get better and better." The scholar nodded. "That's it. The thoughts of the sages are like bright lights in the dark night, which can guide us out of confusion, whether it is Confucius and Lao Tzu in the East, or Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle in the West. Their wisdom is the commonwealth of mankind." Chapter 25, An Initial Understanding of the Bitter Truth. Amidst luxury and feasts, the sky curtain lit up in the early morning of the 10th day of the end of the Aristotelian festival, and the light golden light penetrated the time and space of the dynasties, and Qin Xian, Hanli, and Tang Kai appeared simultaneously. The sixth issue of Sky Curtain Inventory of People, Gautama Siddhartha, Buddha. The annotation then unfolded. Gautama Siddhartha, born in 563 BC in the ancient Indian kingdom of Kapilavatthu, prince of the Sakyamuni clan, founder of Buddhism. He enjoyed all his glory at an early age, and when he became an adult, he witnessed the suffering of life, old age, illness, and death. He abandoned the throne and became a monk. He finally became enlightened under the Bodhi tree and became known as the Buddha. Throughout his life, he preached the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, advocated the equality of all beings, and compassion. His words and deeds were compiled by his disciples into the Ahan Sutra, and Buddhism gradually became a religion that influenced Asia. The picture has just appeared, and the Buddhists of all dynasties have resonated. Xiaoyan, the martial emperor of the southern Liang dynasty, put down the beads in the Jiankang palace and said to Su Mian, "I have been reciting the Vajra Sutra for many years, and I have known that the Buddha abandoned the throne for the Tao Te Ching. Today, the sky curtain will repeat it." It is better to look at the details of his first realization of the truth of suffering. In Hongfu Temple in Chang'an, Master Xuanzang was explaining the Ahan Sutra to his disciples. When he saw the sky curtain lit up, teaching was suspended. Let's see, everyone, this is the origin of the Buddha's suffering in his early years, and it is in line with the scriptures. The picture flows to the palace of Kapilo in 548 BC, where the 16-year-old Siddhartha is dressed in gold brocade and playing in the garden with his aristocratic children. In the courtyard of the palace, peacocks opened the screen next to the fountain, and maids shuttled around with gold and silver utensils. The delicacies on the plate came from all over the world. Siddhartha stopped at the corner of the wall, looking at a vine that had been destroyed by the heavy rain yesterday. It was still lush with branches and leaves, but today only withered yellow vines entangled the stone pillars. "Why is life so fragile?" he asked the Taifu beside him. The white-haired Taifu sighed softly. "His Royal Highness, life, old age, illness, and death are the norm in the world, and neither nobles nor commoners are immune. It's just that His Royal Highness is in the palace and has never seen much of him." Siddhartha touched the withered vines with his fingertips and said nothing, but he buried a question in his heart. Outside of the glory of the palace, how much suffering is hidden in the world? This scene fell on all dynasties in Huaxia, and those who knew Buddhism could empathize. During the Yongping period of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhu Feilin, who had already translated the 42 chapters sutra, appeared in the common words column. The Buddha was suspicious when he saw the vines withered, which was just the beginning of the Ahan Sutras saying, view impermanence and disgust. In the past, the Han Ming emperor dreamed of Buddha precisely because the Buddha could penetrate the bitterness of the world. Sun Simiao, the king of medicine in the Tang dynasty, displayed his name in Zhuanan Mountain. The healer can cure physical diseases, but it is difficult to eliminate the suffering of life and death. This is the fundamental problem that the Buddha wants to solve. In the picture, when Siddhartha was 19 years old, his father married the neighboring princess Jethadara for him, and built 3 palaces to avoid the cold and heat, but every night he stood on the terrace and could always hear the cry from outside the palace. The squire informed that it was the commoner who was grieving the death of his mother. If you die of illness, there is no cure? Siddhartha asked. The squire bowed his head. Civilians lack medical care and medicine, and a wind chill can kill them, not to mention serious illness. This night, Siddhartha stayed up all night. On the sky curtain, his figure pacing the corridor of the palace alone made believers of all dynasties feel familiar. The peasant woman next to the White Horse Temple in Luoyang in the Northern Wei dynasty displayed characters in the discussion area. I lost my mother last year, and I had no money to heal. Later, I heard the monks in the temple say life and death have cause and effect, so I relieved my grief a little bit. Although this prince is in the palace, he can cherish the suffering of the common people, and he deserves to be the Buddha of the world. Merchants in the western city of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty displayed characters. I go to Xian Temple to donate incense every month, hoping for the well-being of my family. The Buddha was able to pay attention to the suffering of the people in his early years, so it is no wonder that he became a teacher of salvation. A few days later, Siddhartha, accompanied by his attendants, walked out of the palace garden and went to the capital market. The market was full of people, and the old beggar fell on the side of the road due to hunger, his calf frostbite and festering. The vendors scuffled over a few coins. The pregnant woman fell in the crowd, and no one dared to help her. Siddhartha stood in the middle of the market, moaning in countless pain in his ears. He suddenly understood that the worry-free world built by his father was just an illusion of isolation from suffering. Taifu, why is there so much pain in the world? Siddhartha's voice trembled slightly. Taifu shook his head. Prince, this is the norm in the world. The nobles lived by taxation, and the common people lived by labor, and suffering could not be avoided. Siddhartha did not refute, but decided in the bottom of his heart, we need to find a way to get all beings out of suffering. After Ing Zheng sat on the imperial case, he retracted his gaze from the sky curtain, rubbed the edge of the album with his fingertips, and said to Li Si, who was standing beside him. The newly broadcast Buddha on this scene actually said that all things in the world are suffering. Guan Zhongmin's husband thought that his military service was heavy. If he heard this, he was afraid that he would twist his usual complaints into a force, pass orders quickly and take strict care of them. If the hearts of the people fluctuate, it will be easy to make a big mess. Chapter 26. Leaving the palace at midnight, the search for the middle way. During 6 years of asceticism, the sky curtain changed, and time was pushed to 534 BC. Siddhartha reached the age of 29, and Jyotiraditya had just given birth to his son Rahula. There was a banquet in the palace for 3 days, and the king of pure food hoped that he would be content with the throne. In the middle of the night, Siddhartha stood at the door of the bedroom, looking at his sleeping wife and children. Yasudhara had the pearl hairpin he gave yesterday in his bun, and Rahula was holding the corner of his swaddling clothes in his small hand. He tucked the quilt gently and said to the squire Che Xian, prepare the horses, I want to leave the palace. Che Xian was shocked. The prince just got Aiko, why are you leaving? The king will be furious when he knows it. Siddhartha's tone was firm. If I stay in the palace, although I can protect my wife and children, I cannot save the suffering of all beings in the world. When I find a way out of my suffering, I will definitely return. The night was like ink. Siddhartha changed into a coarse cloth shirt, rode a white horse, and left the Acropolis of Kapiro under the escort of a car. The sound of the city gate closing echoed behind him, and he looked at the starry sky and whispered, abandon the throne today, only to save more people from suffering tomorrow. Che hid in tears, Your Highness, the road to this place is difficult and dangerous. If something happens, Siddhartha interrupted him, if you can seek the way for all beings, you will have no regrets even if you die. This scene spread to China, and believers from all dynasties admired it. Master Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty displayed characters in Chang'an. The Buddha's departure from the palace in the middle of the night is exactly what the Great Nirvana Sutra says, for the sake of all beings, you don't hesitate to sacrifice your life. The poor monk traveled westward to learn the scriptures, and followed suit, abandoning the stability of Chang'an. just to seek the law to save the people. Xiao Ziliang, king of Jingling, Qi, Southern Dynasty, displayed his name in Shidi. I once invited high-ranking monks such as Fa Xian and Sang Ro to preach the scriptures. I had known about the Buddha's abandonment of the throne a long time ago. Today, seeing the reappearance of the sky curtain, I sighed even more for his compassion. The picture continues. Siddhartha first went to Bish to leave the city and visited the hermits Aroldo Garama and Udunga Rama to learn nothing is fixed and must be fixed by thinking, not by thinking. He quickly mastered the practice method, but refused to teach his disciples with Aluo. Although your Sharia can temporarily get rid of troubles, it can't solve the suffering of life and death. I need to continue to beg. After leaving Vishnu, Siddhartha entered the ascetic forest of the kingdom of Magadha and practiced with 5 ascetics. In order to explore the essence of suffering, he followed the ascetic tradition of eclipse 1 hempen 1 meter, relying only on the morning dew in the forest or the river water of the Niranzen river to replenish water. This is the less desire for contentment trip recorded in the Ahan Sutra. It is not extremely harsh, but it is harsh enough day after day. His figure is getting thinner and thinner. His originally upright shoulders and back are slightly collapsed due to muscle loss, his ribs are vaguely bulging under his thin clothes, and the skin of his bare arms is dry and cracked due to long-term exposure and lack of water. With an unhealthy gray-brown color, only his eyes were still on, and he intently observed the withered vegetation in the forest and the eastward flow of the river. While meditating, he repeatedly thought about how suffering is born and how to die. Buddha, the oldest ascetic, said that he couldn't help but persuade you have an eclipse of 1 hempen 1 meter, and you are close to the limit of your body. If you go on like this, you may not even have the strength to meditate. Why do you talk about exploring the true meaning? The rest of the disciples also gathered around, and some handed over half a handful of corn they had saved. At least eat more, so you can save your life. Siddhartha shook his head gently and pushed the corn back into the hands of his disciple. If I give up my trip to eat less because I am afraid of suffering, it will not be considered a real hardship. It's just that this ascetic practice requires controlling desire, not destroying the body. I have my own measure. Having said that, he still needs to hold on to the trunk of the tree when he gets up, and his footsteps are a bit vain. Long-term extremely low-calorie intake has greatly reduced his physical strength, and even simple walking requires energy. This ascetic practice lasted for 6 years. From the beginning, he was able to walk in the woods and visualize, but later he focused on meditation. From being able to clearly speculate on the origin of suffering, to being dizzy due to hypoglycemia in the later stage. It wasn't until early one morning that he remembered to go to the Nilian River to drink water. As soon as he took a few steps, his eyes turned black and he fell straight on the grass by the river. It just so happened that the shepherd girl Sayeda passed by with kine. She would go to the river to graze every day, and she was already familiar with this ascetic monk in the forest. Seeing Siddhartha unconscious, she hurriedly put down the milk bucket, filled the milk with the clay bowl she carried with her, carefully dipped it with her fingers, and touched his lips lightly. Siddhartha slowly opened his eyes in the warm touch of Kyler, and looked at Suyeta weakly. Monk, you must be hungry. Suyeta handed the pottery bowl to him. This is the milk boiled with just squeezed milk. Drink it quickly to replenish your strength. He looked at the milky white milk in the bowl, and remembered the persistence of 6 years of ascetic practice, and suddenly his heart moved. If ascetic practice is only for eating less, but you don't even have the strength to think, how can you find a way to relieve suffering? He took the pottery bowl and took a small sip of chylomycin, a warm liquid that slid across his throat. The long-lost heat gradually warmed up his body, and his chaotic thoughts became clear. Thank you, donor. After drinking the chylomycin, Siddhartha stood up slowly, leaning on the trunk of the tree, looking at the quietly flowing river of the Niranchen River, and suddenly had an epiphany. Excessive enjoyment is suffering, and extreme ascetic practice is also suffering. Only an impartial middle way can we get rid of suffering. The wind swept through the woods, rustling the leaves, as if responding to these words. He walked slowly to the river with the trunk of a tree, bent over and picked up a handful of water, and the cold touch made him more awake. During the 6 years of ascetic practice, he always thought that the more suffering, the closer to the truth, but he forgot that the root of seeking the Tao was relieving suffering, not self-suffering. If even the strength to think is exhausted, no matter how extreme ascetic is, it will be in vain. Begging for Tao is to free all beings from the suffering of life, old age, illness, and death. If you are first dragged down by extreme ascetic practice, and you can't even think about what is ascetic, how can you guide others? The so-called middle way means not falling into pleasure, not falling into ascetic practice, and finding a balance between the two. Only when the body has strength and the mind is clear can the essence of suffering be understood. When this scene circulated on the Sky Curtain, the discussion forums of the Chinese dynasties were already lively. Ying Zhang looked at the various scenes in the Sky Curtain and suddenly said, Li Si, you asked the Taisha Bureau to combine the middle way of Tianmu with the compassionate provisions of Qin Li Lu and compile a convenient people's book for all counties to follow. Remember, it's not to learn the Buddhism in the Sky Curtain, but to learn the method of impartiality. Wat Da Qin wanted was long-term rule and long-term security, not to spend hard with the people. In the morning mist of Baladong Academy in the Southern Song dynasty, Zhu Xu was pointing to the sky to teach to his disciples. The Buddha's middle way is in the same vein as my Confucian dual-use middle. In the past, when I paid attention to the golden mean, I used to say that to achieve neutralization, you need to avoid passing and not being able to. Now I see the Sky Curtain broadcasting the Buddha abandoning extreme asceticism and realizing the middle way, which proves this even more. He raised his hand to take the pen and ink on the case, and hurriedly wrote down his feelings on the paper. Buddhism has been introduced to China for thousands of years, and its middle Tao and Confucianism's golden mean side by side. In the hut of Longchangjai, Wang Yangming had just smoothed out the draft of the biography, and when he saw the word Zhengdao on the Sky Curtain, he suddenly laughed out loud. Isn't this the kung fu of conscience? Buddhism says don't hold on to things, and tells me, desire to go to others and reason to exist in heaven, all of which are to do balance exercises in the heart. In the past, I realized this reason when I was practicing meditation, but now the sky is broadcasting the Buddha's ascetic enlightenment, and I know that the middle way is not in the scriptures, but in daily ethics. Removing the extreme thoughts of greed, anger and madness, conscience will guide the path of the golden mean. Amidst the sound of stone chiseling in the Yungang grottos of the Northern Wei dynasty, the shepherd Agula sat and rested under the Buddha statue. He touched the Buddha statue on the stone wall, picked up half of the charcoal stone on the ground, scribbled on the flat slate, and smiled at his companion while scribbling. The Buddha and Bodhisattva have said don't be too stubborn a long time ago, but now the Buddha in the Sky Curtain speaks more clearly. A few days ago, I asked the nobles to reduce the rent. He said either pay it in full or something else. Tomorrow I will take the truth of Tianmu to him. The Buddha said half of the rent is rent, and each other is at peace. He can't be better than the Buddha statues in the grottos, right? Under the oil lamps of the weaving workshop in Dunhuang in the Tang dynasty, the weavers talked around Grandma Li. The lord of the workshop recites karma every day, and now the Buddha in the Sky Curtain says impartiality, which just reminds him. If we don't ask for prices all over the world, we just say, increase your salary by 10% and weave 2 more cloths. This is not only in line with the Buddha's balance, but also in line with his oft-recited accumulation of goodness and blessing. If he doesn't listen, he will violate the teachings of the scriptures. The fragment of the Diamond Sutra hanging on the wall of the weaving workshop, the words there should be nowhere to live are reflecting the light pattern of the discussion area. The Buddha's thoughts moisten things silently, quietly affecting the people. Chapter 27 The initial transmission of the Four Noble Truths. The germination of thought. The golden light of the Sky Curtain is soft, and it is fixed on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month in 528 BC, under the Bodhi tree on the banks of the Niran River. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Siddhartha's face through the leaves, he opened his eyes and whispered, all sentient beings have Buddha nature, but they cannot be proved because of delusion and persistence. I have realized the Four Noble Truths today, and I wish to spread them to all beings in the world. The Four Noble Truths immediately unfolded in the Sky Curtain. The suffering truth, the world is full of suffering. The gathering truth, suffering comes from greed, anger, and madness. The destruction truth, eliminating greed, anger, and madness can get rid of suffering. And the Tao truth, nirvana can be reached through the Eightfold Path. During the circulation of Guangwen, the translator of the Eastern Han Dynasty Whitehorse Temple pointed to Guangwen to translate with his disciples, and the scholars of the Southern Song Academy held the manuscript of the Ahan Sutra for comparison. Even the old monk of the Northwest Village Temple squinted his eyes and said to Guangwen, it's exactly what Lao Na used to say. It's just that this wisdom that spans thousands of years, when it fell on the people of Huaxia, did not set off a huge wave of resistance, but only turned into a very light pain under the shackles. They dare to use this truth to say that they are suffering, but they dare not say that this suffering shouldn't be there. They dare to ask for a way to live, but they dare not say that this way of living shouldn't be so difficult. Die in the Lishan prisoner camp in the twilight, as soon as the rancid corn porridge was distributed, several prisoners surrounded the word bitter truth that was washed away by rain on the rock wall. It was painted by a bold prisoner with charcoal a few days ago. Although there was only a vague outline left, it became the reason why they dared to say a few words. Lao Zhou, who had a broken arm, was the oldest in the group. He was a soldier of Chu. He was captured during Qin's destruction of Chu and became a prisoner in Lishan. The broken arm was smashed by falling rocks while repairing Afong Palace last year. The government did not give any medical treatment. He only threw a rag for him to wrap himself, Tianmu said. Everything in the world is bitter. We get up every day before dawn to chisel stones and transport wood. It takes 10 hours to dry. The corn porridge is so rancid that it can smell musty. The 3 brothers who starved to death last month are buried on the slope over there. Yu said. In our days, is it the suffering mentioned in the bitter truth? As soon as a juvenile criminal next to him, wanted to answer the call, he was frightened by the shadow of the jailer's whip, who noticed the movement here and shrank his neck in fright. The prisoners quickly dispersed, and Lao Zhou finally glanced at the word bitter on the mud and gently rubbed it off with his feet. The oil lamps in the Jiangnan weaving workshop in the northern Song dynasty stayed on all night. Zhou Fu, the owner of the workshop, cut his salary by another 10% yesterday. Citing the government has increased taxes, the weavers gathered around the loom, and Grandma Li was holding half of the fragment of the Diamond Sutra picked up from the temple, which happened to have the word Zhengfei on it. The owner said tax is heavy, but he bought a new concubine yesterday. The voice of the young weavers, a Chui, was crying. Tianmu said, those who are in the right order are not harsh. We weave from dawn to dark every day, and we dare not stop bleeding from our fingers. The wages we get are not even enough to eat brown rice. Sometimes we have to dig wild vegetables and cook them. Is it a violation of justice that the Zhou Dong family treats us so harshly? No one answered the call. Last year, a weavers mentioned that they were going to increase their wages. They were sentenced by Zhou Fu to deceive the people with evil words and are still imprisoned. In the end, Grandma Li plucked up the courage and took the 3 oldest weavers to find Zhou Fu, but when she said it, she became Dongjia. We only ask for half a liter of rice every day, and we will give you a way to live according to the right destiny. You will accumulate some good karma, and the Buddha will bless you with a prosperous business. Zhou Fu saw that they dared to look for themselves boldly. Thinking of the changes brought about by the sky curtain now, he was afraid that the weavers would really dare to make trouble with the government, so he was finally relieved. Add 2 buckets of rice every month, but if you dare to be lazy, drive away immediately. The weavers did not dare to mention wages, let alone strike. They only dared to kowtow again and again. 2 more buckets of rice were the limit they dared to ask for. The drought in the northwest at the end of the Ming dynasty had lasted for 3 months. The sharecropper king honestly looked at the dead wheat seedlings in the ground, and knelt softly in front of the landlord Luda's door. He carried the cause and effect note written by the monks of the village temple in his arms, but he lingered at the door for half an hour before he dared to knock on the door. Owner, this year's drought is like this, can the rent be slowed down until the autumn harvest? Wang Qinshan's head almost hit the ground. The monk said cause and effect are not empty. If you accumulate some virtue, it might rain next year. With a jade finger in his hand, Luda remembered that a message was coming yesterday saying that there were sharecroppers in a neighboring village who refused to pay their rent and were arrested by the government for more than a dozen. He kicked the king's honest grain bag. It's okay, but you have to increase the profit by 20% during the autumn harvest. If you dare to say no, I will take your house and land now. Wang Chengchen hurriedly responded. He did not dare to mention that rent should be free in a dry year, let alone that the landlord has stocked up on grain. On the way home, he touched the note cause and effect in his arms, and suddenly felt that it was like a stone. It could help him ask for a reprieve, but he couldn't break the rule of rent must be paid. On the sky curtain, Siddhartha's voice continued, speaking the truth of exterminating suffering and the hope of equality of all beings, but the people on the land of China are still begging for life and suffering. They dare to say suffering through the truth of suffering, but they dare not say suffering shouldn't be suffered by me. Dare to rely on righteousness to live, but dare not say you shouldn't live like this. Dare to ask for relief based on cause and effect, but dare not say this rule is wrong. Perhaps they never thought about why they had to suffer, they just wanted to live in this cannibalistic society. In the light pattern of the discussion forum, there is no slogan of resistance, only the word bitter rubbed off by the criminals, the rice sought by the weavers, and the head broken by the sharecroppers. These trivial demands, like stones thrown into a deep pool of oppression for thousands of years, only splashed a little, but it was far from the time to set off a huge wave. This is what it looks like when the mind has just started, not a sudden awakening of resistance, but in the shackles, for the first time, dare to say in a low voice, I'm in a bit of pain. Chapter 28 The Buddha's travels to relieve suffering and the Emperor's path to rule the world. The golden light of the sky curtain flowed, spreading out the Buddha's journey of enlightenment in the 45 years after his enlightenment. The wind on both sides of the Ganges, the Bodhi of the Magadha kingdom, and the rice fields of the Jinsaro kingdom are all alive in the light pattern. He led his disciples to travel all over the 16 kingdoms, not relying on the distant projection of the sky curtain, but standing face to face in front of all beings, listening to them and relieving their confusion. The picture flowed from Guangxi city to Vashli city. Under the banyan tree outside the city, the Buddha was sitting opposite a group of bandits. The leader of the group, Tuchuo, was still holding a bloody short knife in his hand, but he slowly relaxed in the Buddha's gaze. Strength, we were farmers, and we fell into the grass after a locust plague. Tuchuo's voice trembled. If you don't grab it, you will starve to death. If you grab it, you are afraid that the officers and soldiers will catch it. You will not sleep well day and night. How can you solve this suffering? The Buddha did not directly persuade him to put down the knife, but pointed to the rice field not far away. Look at that farmer, who works at sunrise and rests at sunset. Although he earns little, he can get a good night's sleep. If you use the strength of robbing people to cultivate land and change it for a meal, is it a relief? He talked about Jidi again, saying that anger is like a knife, hurt yourself first and then others, until Tuchuo's hand holding the knife slowly dropped, and he knelt down with his hands. Ask the Buddha to show us a way to stay alive, we will never grab it again. Not far away, Mrs. Morley, dressed in Chinese clothes, was standing behind the tree, blushing as she watched the scene. She used to make a living by pleasing the powerful, and she was haunted by the fear of old age and decay all night long. She heard the Buddha saying this morning that she had come with the idea of trying. At this moment, she could look back when she saw the bandits, and finally knelt down. Buddha, I am always afraid of losing my glory and living more tired than bandits. I understand what you said about eliminating corruption. I would like to donate my property to build a fine house to help the poor and seek a sense of peace. The Buddha nodded. To be able to know suffering and to be willing to change is good karma. On the sky curtain, the pictures of Mrs. Morley giving porridge and bandits plowing the land all have the sincerity of face-to-face education, which is very different from the watching the fire from the other side of the Chinese dynasties, and this wisdom that spans time and space, in the eyes of the emperors of the dynasties in Huaxia, eventually turned into trade-off and decision-making based on the needs of rule. They were never influenced, but from the Buddha's logic of governing the world. They found a gripper to stabilize the country. In the Xuanwu Hall of Weiyang Palace, Luce, the emperor of Han, was staring at the picture of the Buddha on the sky curtain, advising King Basara to go to greed, anger, and madness. Spread out on the case is the People's Information Book sent by Hushi County. The border situation is not peaceful. The court has levied a 30% military tax, and some people have fled into the mountains to avoid military service. The great General Wei Qing had just returned from Shuafang, and his armor was still covered with sand and dust. Seeing the emperor contemplating, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, the soldiers of Shuafang need food and salaries, but the people of the mainland are almost unable to bear it. If they force them further, they will be afraid of civil chaos. Luce tapped the surface of the case with his fingertips, his eyes still not leaving the sky curtain. The Buddha said, Those who rule the country go to greed, anger, and madness, and the country will be safe. This is not all false. I believe in Buddhism because I am afraid that the people will really turn against it, and no one will provide food to Shuafang. He paused, picked up a zhu pan and painted in circles on the cliff. It is decreed that the military allowances of the two counties of Hashi and Hadong will be halved this year. If the fleeing people return to their hometown, they will be exempted from military service for half a year. Just say, follow the benevolence of heaven and earth, and live in peace. In the Ming Hall of Ziwei City, Wu Zetian was looking at the picture of Mrs. M. Oli on the sky curtain donating to build a fine house to help the poor. She was rubbing a jade Buddha pendant in her hand. She was a nun in the Seni temple in her early years and was familiar with Buddhist scriptures. At this moment, she attaches more importance to the way of governing the world and the equality of all beings. Prime Minister Di Renjia stood at the foot of the steps, holding the report of Jiangnan Dao in his hand. The scholars of Jiangnan occupy too much land, and the poor have no fields to grow. Although the people are not in chaos, they need to be dealt with early. Wu Zetian chuckled softly and put the jade Buddha on the case. The Buddha said that all beings are equal, not to tear down the fields of the Sher clan, but to keep them from being too greedy. The annual taxes paid by the Jiangnan Sher people are less than 10% of their land area. If the poor are forced to reverse, their fields will not be preserved. She looked at Di Renjia. According to my will, Jiangnan Dao set up a persuasion envoy, ordering the Sher people to donate 30% of their spare land to the poor for farming. The poor are required to serve 2 years of hard labor for the gentry, which is counted as arriving in the fields with labor. Di Renjia bowed and praised, Your Majesty's strategy is both safe for the poor and stable for the people. It is more appropriate than hard pressure. What I want is not the right thing, but no one dares to mess up. Wu Zetian's eyes were sharp. When the scholars believed in Buddhism, they said, donating fields is to accumulate good karma. When the poor look forward to the fields, they said, labor is a way to live. Buddhism is just a beginning, and it is true that the country is stable. In the Changwen courtyard of the Bianjing Palace, Emperor Taizong of Song Zhaoguanyi was turning over the official corruption book sent by the censor desk. frowning recently, Sichuan officials withheld disaster relief food, which has led to the gathering of refugees in many places. Zhao Guangyi put down his orangutan and looked at the sky curtain. The Buddha said greed provokes suffering. The officials are greedy for disaster relief food, the people are suffering, and the chaos is my country. I don't believe in manufacturing industry, but if the displaced people really turn against it, Sichuan will be over. He picked up the shoe pen and circled a few names in the corruption book. It was decreed that corrupt officials in Sichuan were immediately escorted back to Beijing and made a decision. Disaster relief food was redistributed, and then the censor was sent to Sichuan to supervise. In the Fengtian Temple in the forbidden city of Nanjing, Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang was looking at the picture of the Buddha on the sky curtain, persuading the bandits to exchange labor for rations. On the cases, the labor register of Fengyang mentioned the people who built the imperial mausoleum have been exhausted and dozens of people have died. Prime Minister Li Shanchang stood at the foot of the steps and whispered, "Your Majesty, Fengyang is a place of longxing. If the people are in chaos, it may affect the construction period of the imperial mausoleum." Zhu Yuanzhang was born in the grassroots, and he knew the fear and hope of the people best. He knocked on the labor register. "I was also a migrant back then, and I know what it's like to be hungry. The Buddha persuaded the bandits to use labor for food, so I can't let the people use labor for a way to live?" He looked at Li Shanchang. "It is decreed that the people of the imperial mausoleum of Fengyang will reduce their labor for 1 hour a day and take care of 2 meals, then send the medical officer of the Taiyuan hospital to the construction site to treat the sick people. Just say, I recite the suffering of the people and show mercy." Li Shanchang bowed and said, "Your Majesty's strategy can't be better than to reassure the people and guarantee the construction period. What I want is not good, but no one dares to mess up." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were sharp. "What the people want is to eat well and work less. If I give it to them, they won't have other thoughts. Buddhism is for readers to see, and the people only recognize the real benefits." The sky curtain picture was finally frozen under the sorrow tree in the city of Naga, where the corpse was detained. The Buddha said to his disciples, "Take the law as your teacher and the precepts as your boat." On the other hand, the emperors of the Chinese dynasties turned the law and precepts into tools for stable rule in their respective palaces. They have never been influenced by the Buddha, but from the logic of exterminating suffering, they have found the way to Anmin. What the people want is a way to live, and what the emperor wants is the country and the mountains. Buddhism is just a thin line connecting the two. It is unobtrusive, but it is enough to make the rule last longer. I am the light pattern of the discussion forum. There is no emperor's respect for Buddhism, only the documents of the reduction of taxation in the Western Han Dynasty, the deed of land donation in the Tang Dynasty, the announcement of the Northern Song Dynasty to cut corrupt officials, and the will of the Ming Dynasty to reduce labor. The Buddha's 45 years of Yuhua carried the temperature of saving suffering, while the decision-making of the Chinese emperors only carried the pragmatism of governing the world. Two kinds of seeking stability, separated by time and space, but both fell on the background of allowing the people to live, but the decision-making of the Chinese emperors only carried the pragmatism of governing the world. One is for all beings, and the other is for the country. Chapter 29: The Legacy of Nirvana and the Faint Echoes of Chinese Civilization. After the sky curtain faded away in the Buddha's 45-year journey, the golden light suddenly softened, covering time and space like a gauze, and the picture was frozen in the sorrow woods of Naga City. It was 483 BC, and the wind of the twilight spring rolled fine petals and fell on the Buddha's silver-white beard and hair. He was lying on his side under the sarowo tree. His disciples knelt around. Ananda's sobs were so soft that they were afraid of disturbing the Blessed One, while Gay straightened his back and looked at the Buddha with burning eyes, as if to engrave every word of the relic into his heart. All actions are impermanent, all laws have no self, and nirvana is silent. Although the Buddha's voice was weak, it penetrated the forest wind and fell clearly on the sky curtain. After I die, don't mourn. Take the law as your teacher and the precepts as your boat. Don't stick to my appearance, and don't be greedy for the support of the world. If there is a way for all beings to ask, then preach the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. It should be noted that the way to eliminate suffering is not elsewhere, but in the enlightenment of all beings' own hearts. Ananda choked and leaned down. Blessed One, if any disciples dispute the authenticity of the Dharma after your death, how can they tell the difference? The Buddha raised his hand, touched Ananda's head with his fingertips, and glanced at the disciples. Based on the 3 Dharma seals, the impermanence of all actions, the selflessness of all laws, and the silence of nirvana. Anyone who does not conform to these 3 is not my law. Remember, the Dharma is like a boat. After crossing the river, when you leave the boat and land, don't carry the boat. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. It was the civilians of Naga City who were holding the corpse. They heard that the Buddha was about to be destroyed and came holding the freshly cooked rice porridge, but saw sarao petals rustling down on the Buddha, like a golden shroud. An old woman knelt down on the ground, put the rice porridge aside, tears dripping on the petals. The Blessed One, you once said that all beings can become Buddhas, so why do you even want to leave? The Buddha smiled slightly, I never left. If you can do the right thing and speak the right words, you will see me. If all beings can get rid of greed, anger, and madness, I am still spreading the Dharma. When the voice fell, the Buddha's eyes slowly closed, and the petals of the sarao tree suddenly flew all over the sky, like a golden rain, wrapping the entire forest in a low light. The annotations next to the sky curtain appear simultaneously. After the Buddha's nirvana, the disciples cremated his body, and the relic was distributed to the 8 kingdoms to build towers for support. Gay led 500 disciples to gather Buddhist scriptures in Wanshi city and organize the Buddha's words and deeds into the Ahan Sutra, from which Buddhism began to spread systematically. When the light pattern of the sky curtain penetrated into China, there was no vigorous shaking of the world. Only people of different identities used this nirvana heritage to find a little bit of support for their lives. Scholars confirmed what they had learned by comparing scripture and righteousness, and the people used the legacy education to find a way to survive, while the emperors found a new way to stabilize their rule from the law as a teacher. In Daming Temple in Yangzhou in the Tang Dynasty, Master Jianjin was facing his disciples and unfolded the manuscript of the 4-point law. He saw the Buddha on the sky curtain saying, take the precepts as the boat. He pointed his finger at the words quit greed, quit anger, quit madness in the scriptures, and his voice was soft. The Venerable's legacy of taking precepts as a boat is in the same vein as my original intention to preach precepts and spread the Dharma. He paused and looked at the picture of sarao flowers falling on the sky curtain. Now that there are displaced people in Yangzhou gathered due to the famine, you can take porridge and food to give food, and at the same time preach the teaching of righteousness. Tell them that although they are suffering from disasters, they must not steal them. They rely on their hands to work in exchange for food. To eat is to follow the inheritance of the Blessed One. The disciples bowed in response, and when they went out with the porridge bucket, they met several refugees squatting outside the temple. When a young drifter saw them coming, he quickly clenched the broken bowl in his arms, but did not dare to step forward. Last year, he was beaten by the government for stealing half of the cake. Disciple Jianjin put down the porridge bucket and handed over a bowl of hot porridge. The Blessed One said, all beings are equal, this bowl of porridge is for you. If you want to eat in the future, you can come to the temple to help sweep the floor, carry water, and change the porridge, okay? The young man was taken aback. When he took the porridge, his fingers were still trembling, and he whispered, really, can you really change your meal? Not beaten? The disciple nodded and pointed to the word Izhengya on the sky curtain. The Blessed One said, don't lie to you. In the bamboo forest of Xiangshan Academy in the southern Song dynasty, Lu Jiuyuan was sitting around with his disciples discussing studies, with the Ahan Sutra and Analects of Confucius spread out on the table. Seeing the Buddha on the sky curtain saying the Dharma is awakening from his heart, he suddenly started shooting, with a bit of passion in his voice. The Blessed One said, self-awareness. How similar is it to the Master who said, it's up to yourself to be benevolent? In the past, when I said the heart is reason, it meant that the truth of suffering is not in the scriptures, but in everyone's heart, just like the old woman on the sky curtain. If she could understand that doing the right thing is to see the Blessed One foot, she would not mourn for the destruction of the Blessed One. On the sky curtain, the picture of the Buddha's nirvana gradually faded away, leaving only the petals of sorrow flowing in the golden light. Scholars are still confirming the scriptures, emperors are still stabilizing the country through the legacy, and the people are still struggling to survive. The Buddha's self-awareness fell on the land of Huaxia, but it was just a vague sentence. But the half-grain, an acre of land, and a bowl of porridge that were borrowed from the relic education made the people feel for the first time that suffering might be a little less, and living might be a little better. Just like the bowl of rice porridge under the sarao tree, although it failed to keep the Buddha, it warmed the civilians who came to see him. Although the nirvana relic on the sky curtain failed to subvert the shackles of thousands of years, it gave the Chinese people a reason to say in a low voice, I want to live a better life. This is the echo at this time, not thunder, but a breeze, but it is enough for the shimmer to stay in the dark for a while. Chapter 30. The light of doubt. In young Descartes, the golden light of the sky curtain flowed, and a new round of inventory objects appeared. The seventh phase of the sky curtain inventory person, René Descartes. Before the light pattern dissipates, the annotations unfold like scrolls, and the ink-colored handwriting reveals the weight of history. René Descartes, born in La, France, now Descartes town, in 1596, is a master of modern Western philosophy and mathematics, and the founder of rationalist philosophy. Born into an aristocratic family, his father was a senator of the Parliament of Brittany. He received a good education since childhood. He entered the Jesuit school of La Flèche at the age of 8 and systematically studied classical literature, logic, and natural sciences. After that, because of doubts about the traditional knowledge system, he abandoned his studies and joined the army. He traveled to European countries, traversing the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and other places to observe different cultures and academic trends of thought. In her later years, she was invited by Queen Christina of Sweden to teach philosophy in Sweden. Unfortunately, she fell ill and died in Stockholm in 1650. Its core idea subverts tradition, put forward the philosophical proposition of I think, so I am, and establish reason as the only foundation of knowledge. Founded analytical geometry, realizing the unity of algebra and geometry for the first time. He is the author of Talking About Methods, later translated as Methodology, the first collection of philosophical meditations, principles of philosophy, etc. opened the door to modern philosophy with a thorough spirit of doubt, and is known as the father of modern philosophy. Its ideological influence runs through many fields such as science, philosophy, and mathematics, and it is still one of the core topics of Western scholarship. When the annotation disappeared, the sky curtain picture had been traced back to La, France, in 1606. The 10-year-old Descartes was dressed in a dark brown Jesuit robe with a low-key cross pattern embroidered on the neckline, sitting in a wooden classroom of the Jesuit school in La Flèche. The classroom is not large. More than 20 desks are arranged along the wall. The desktop is covered with rough parchment paper. On the paper, a fragment of Aristotle's theory of tools is written with a goosefeather pen, and the ink still has an uncleared luster. On the podium, the gray-haired Father Pierre was holding a brass pointer, pointing to the manuscript of instrumental theory hanging on the wall, and explaining the logic of syllogism in a loud voice. Look at it, everyone will die. Socrates is a human being, so Socrates will die. This is a perfect reasoning paradigm. If the premise is true, the conclusion must be true. This is the key to truth that Aristotle left to the world. The priest's pointer paused on the word everyone, and his gaze swept across the audience. Aristotle should take this as the criterion, and anyone who does not conform to the syllogism is not credible. Sir, a crisp but firm voice suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the classroom. Descartes got up from his seat. Although he was short, he straightened his back. He pointed to the definition of person on the paper, frowning slightly. If the premise itself is suspicious, how can the conclusion be established? You said, everyone will die, but the definition of person is inherently vague. Tool theory says that man is a rational animal, but what is reason? Is a baby irrational? Is it considered a human? If the definition of human is not clear, the premise of everyone will die is not rigorous. Isn't the follow-up reasoning a pavilion in the air? Father Pierre was stunned in place, his pointer hanging in the air, speechless for a while. He has taught for 30 years, and no student has ever dared to question Aristotle's syllogism in the Jesuit school. Aristotle's writings are academic authority, and no one dares to easily comment. There was a whispering in the audience, and Jean de la Roche, the aristocratic child sitting next to Descartes, couldn't help but pull at the corner of his clothes and whispered, "Are you crazy? Questioning Aristotle will be punished." Descartes ignored him, but looked at the priest with burning eyes, waiting for a reasonable explanation. After a while, Father Pierre barely recovered and cleared his throat. Descartes, the definition of human is set by the sages, there is no doubt about it. Although babies are irrational, they have the potential to be rational, so they still belong to the category of people. The premise of syllogism is based on universal experience. Everyone in the world has seen that people will die, so everyone will die is true and there is no need to argue. But general experience may not be reliable. Descartes asked, with a low voice but clear words. If someone has never seen death, such as an isolated tribe, would he believe that people will die? Experience is limited by what you have seen and heard. If this is the premise, doesn't the truth only exist in the things you have seen? Is there no truth in things that have not been seen and heard? These words completely quieted down the classroom, and even Father Pierre fell into contemplation. He never thought about the limitations of experience, let alone a 10-year-old child would ask such a profound question. In the end, the priest could only wave his hand. This question is too esoteric for Fair and others to understand. Think again after class, and continue to explain tool theory today. Although Descartes stopped asking, he quietly took out a roll of blank paper from his arms and wrote a few lines of fine print on the edge with a goosefeather pen. Where does the truth come from? Senses? The senses will deceive just as a wooden stick in the water seems to be bent, but it is actually straight. Authority? Authority can go wrong. For example, the priest cannot answer the question of definition of man. Or is there another way? An unshakable foundation stone needs to be found before the truth can be constructed. The handwriting is tender but neat, and every stroke is serious, as if in dialogue with your future self after class. Descartes did not go to the playground to play like other students, but strolled alone to the oak forest in the mountains behind the school. It was late autumn at this time, and the oak leaves were golden yellow, falling with the wind, spreading on the ground like a soft carpet. He found a stout old oak tree to sit down, leaned his back against the trunk, and raised his head to look at the starry sky above his head. In the azure sky, white clouds floated slowly, and several pigeons spread their wings and flew over, leaving a faint shadow. But he stretched out his hand to pick up an oak leaf, and rubbed his fingertips against the veins of the leaf veins. The veins crisscrossed, like a complex net, and suddenly reminded him of the syllogism in class. The veins have trunks and branches, just as reasoning has prerequisites and conclusions, but if the trunk itself is not strong, no matter how fine the branches are, they will break. If you want to establish an unshakable knowledge system, you must start from the most fundamental point of doubt. He meditated softly, his gaze fell on the ant nest on the ground. A group of ants were busy carrying food. They followed a fixed path to and from, never deviating. Descartes suddenly thought, would ants doubt the correctness of the path? They just follow instinct, but humans rely on their senses and authority. How similar are the two? I should doubt all suspicious things, doubt the deception of the senses, doubt the right or wrong of authority, doubt the truth of books, until I find the foundation stone that cannot be doubted. He sandwiched the oak leaves into the parchment, and when he got up, the setting sun was shining obliquely in the oak forest, pulling his shadow very long, as if foreshadowing the long road of doubt. The scene fell on the sky curtain, and scholars from all dynasties in China displayed their characters in the discussion forum one after another, and the light patterns flowed with admiration and resonance. In Chang'e College in Luoyang in the northern Song dynasty, Chang'e was projection with his disciples around the sky curtain, and saw Descartes questioning Aristotle at the age of 10. I can't help but sigh, this son is only 10 years old, and he can doubt the fundamentals of logic. He is really a genius. When we talk about knowing character in things, we also need such a spirit of doubt. Descartes' doubt is interlinked with the law of my personality. If all students have this heart, why worry that the truth is unknown? In the Longhuji Buddhist temple in Makang in the Ming dynasty, Li Jigang finished writing a fragment of Tongxin said and looked up to see the figure of Descartes on the sky curtain. Immediately took the brush and scribbled on the paper, Descartes' doubt, as I said, the child's heart says the child's heart has no opinion, so it can question authority. The adult's heart is bound by the truth heard and seen, so he dare not cross the mind pond to escape. Aristotle is the authority of the West, like Confucius in Confucianism, Descartes dared to doubt it, just as I dared to criticize the hypocrisy of Confucianism. If the world has this childlike heart and all have this suspicion, why are you afraid of being imprisoned in your thoughts? In the Zhuxi Academy of the Southern Song dynasty, although Zhuxi did not directly display his words, he said to his disciples, Descartes' doubt everything is not to deny the truth, but to find the truth. When I annotated the 4 books, I also doubted the Chengxi's words. After repeated research, I dared to make a conclusion: doubt is not rebellion, but truth-seeking. This point is connected with Descartes. The disciples nodded one after another, took out the manuscript of the Golden Mean, and wrote Descartes' doubt, that is, the beginning of interrogation and discernment, next to erudition, interrogation, careful thinking, discernment, and practice. In the streets and alleys of the city, the people looked up at the sky curtain, and their voices gradually became louder. An old man selling cooking cakes pointed to the sky and said to the people next to him, this doll has a good question. The official always said, the words of the saints cannot be violated, but the canals they build collapse every year, and the taxes they collect rise every year. Why are they right? The female worker in the embroidery workshop next to her put down her sewing, her eyes gleaming. That's right. They all say that a woman's lack of talent is virtue, but after I secretly read and keep accounts, the business of the embroidery workshop is obviously better. Why is it wrong for our women to be sensible in reading? A woodcutter carrying firewood on his back interjected, my father often says, old rules can't be broken, but the village on the other side of the mountain has changed its irrigation method and doubled its harvest. If you want me to say, you have to change what should be changed. However, these discussions quickly attracted the scolding of the old Confucian students. In Jinling Academy, an old gentleman with white beard and hair paused on his crutches and said to his disciples, ridiculous. It is disrespectful for a young child of Huangko to dare to doubt the sages. The way of saints has been passed down for thousands of years. How can it be easily questioned? If everyone is so cranky, would Suna Mesa ethics want it? In the tea house, an old showman wearing an old Confucian shirt started the case even more. The Book of Shang requires knowledge of character in things, but it also requires thinking and discerning. What is the difference between such arrogant questioning and defying the scriptures? It is the duty of a woman to be a husband and a son. What book do you read? Such Western heresies cannot be broken for a long time. On the sky curtain, the figure of the child Descartes gradually faded away, but the sunset in the oak forest was still warm. He may not have expected that the seeds of doubt planted when he was 10 years old would not only change the trajectory of Western scholarship, but also span time and space, arousing ripples of truth-seeking in the hearts of scholars from all dynasties in Huaxia. This is the power of thought. It has nothing to do with the region or the era. Only an original heart that dares to question can illuminate the path of knowledge. Chapter 31 Awakening by the Fireplace, The Birth of I Think, Therefore I Am. The sky curtain retraces like a river of time, and the picture jumps from the oak forest of La in 1606 to the vicinity of Ulm, Germany, in the winter of 1619. This time, Descartes was 23 years old, faded from the immaturity of a teenager, dressed in a simple woolen coat. His face was thin but his eyes were sharp. He had just retired from the Morris Army in Nassau, the Netherlands. He was tired of the boredom of his military career and wanted to avoid religious disputes in France. In the name of traveling, he temporarily lived in a farmhouse on the outskirts of Ulm. The farmhouse is not large, with only one bedroom and a simple living room. There is an earthen stove in the center of the living room. Pine wood is burning in the stove, and the flame crackles, sprinkling warm light on the house. The wind and snow whistled outside the window, and the goosefeather snow continued to fall on the window lattice, and soon a thick layer accumulated, isolating the farmhouse from the outside world into two worlds. Descartes was wrapped in a gray blanket and sat at a wooden table by the stove, which was covered with various manuscripts and books. On the left is a mathematical manuscript with various geometric figures and algebraic formulas painted on it. The ink is densely covered, which shows his thinking for days. On the right is a travel note, recording what he saw and heard when he traveled to Europe, the windmill machinery he saw in the Netherlands, the astronomical instruments he observed in Germany, and the Galileo telescope he heard of in Italy. His questions are written next to each record, such as why is the ratio of windmill gears optimal? How to avoid errors in astronomical observations? Is the imaging principle of the telescope reliable? He picked up his travel notes, flicked his fingertips across the record of Galileo was judged by the church for supporting heliocentric theory, frowning. Even the observed facts can be denied by authority. How much truth does the traditional knowledge system have at all? Putting down his notes, he picked up the mathematical manuscript again and looked at the geometric problem above. Euclidean geometry in ancient Greece was based on axioms, but why is the axiom itself true? No one can prove it, and it can only be accepted by intuition. Although algebraic equations can calculate numerical values, they cannot intuitively express geometric figures. Why should numbers and shapes belong to two ways? These questions were like a mess, swirling in his mind for months, from the army to the farmhouse, never stopping. Days of closed-door contemplation made him a little tired. He rubbed his temples, got up and walked to the stove, and added a few pine trees. The flame suddenly rose, illuminating the confusion in his eyes. He had tried to find answers from traditional philosophy, and had read the works of Plato, Aristotle, and genuine philosophy. But they found that their theories either relied on sensory experience or resorted to God's authority, neither of which could provide an unshakable foundation. He also tried to break through from mathematics, but suffered from the division of geometry and algebra, unable to establish a unified knowledge system. Is there really no truth that is absolutely reliable and without doubt? He murmured to himself, his voice drowned by the sound of wind and snow outside the window. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the wall reflected by the stove. The shadow of the flame shook on the wall, sometimes like a straight line, sometimes like a curve, sometimes scattered, sometimes aggregated. If I doubt the existence of this shadow, it may be an illusion of flame, or it may be my illusion, but I am wondering whether the behavior of shadow exists is real? He turned around abruptly, returned to the wooden table, picked up a quill, and wrote on the blank parchment. If I doubt everything, doubt the senses, the stove I see may be an illusion, doubt the body, my hands, my legs may just be an illusion in a dream, doubt the world, farmhouses, wind, and snow, books may not exist, doubt knowledge, mathematics, philosophy, and science may all be fallacies. I even doubt God. Is there an evil spirit who is tricking me into believing in all this? The handwriting is getting faster and faster, the ink fades on the paper, but when I doubt all this, one thing is absolutely impossible to doubt: I am doubting myself. Doubt is a kind of ideological activity. If I don't exist, I can't carry out ideological activities. Since I am thinking, doubting, then my existence is inevitable. Writing here, Descartes' hands trembled slightly, and the light in his eyes suddenly lit up, like a torch suddenly ignited in the dark. He slammed his pen and got up, pacing in the small living room, too excited to restrain himself. Cogito, ergo sum. I think so, I am here. This is the first principle of knowledge, the unshakable foundation stone. Starting from this point on, I can rebuild the entire edifice of truth using I think as the starting point to prove the existence of God, and then using God as the guarantee to prove the reliability of the senses and reason, and finally establish a unified knowledge system of science, philosophy, and mathematics. He picked up the quill again and wrote next to "I think so I'm here." I think does not refer to specific thinking content, such as thinking about mathematical problems or philosophical problems, but refers to the consciousness activity itself. Doubt, affirmation, denial, will, imagination, all belong to the category of thinking. But as long as I realize that I am carrying out these activities, the existence of I is beyond doubt. This principle does not require any prerequisites or any proof. It is a self-evident truth, just like the axioms in geometry, but it is more reliable than axioms because it does not rely on senses and experience, but only on rational intuition. At this time, the wind and snow outside the window were getting smaller, and the first ray of morning light shone on the paper through the window lattice. The 6 Latin letters "I think so I am" shone brightly in the morning light, as if foreshadowing the arrival of a new era. Descartes looked at this line of words with a long-lost smile. He had been pursuing the foundation of knowledge for months, and finally broke ground in the early morning by the stove. In the council hall of Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang was sitting behind the imperial case, his gaze retracted from the sky curtain, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the bamboo slips of Qin Lu on the case, his face slightly solemn. He said to Li Si, who was standing beside him, "What Descartes said, I think, so I am, actually said doubt everything. If everyone can doubt authority and question the law, the people will be delusional and no longer work peacefully. How can the law be implemented? Why was Qin's rule stable?" In the Zichen Hall of the Daming Palace in Chang'an, Tang Taizong Li Shimen was discussing the contents of the sky curtain with Wei Zhang. Seeing Descartes' suggestion that "I think so I am," Li Shimen couldn't help laughing. As I often say, if you listen to both, you will be clear, and if you are partial to faith, you will be dark. Descartes' skeptical spirit fits this way. If the monarch does not doubt his decision-making, he will close his eyes and listen, making a big mistake. If those who are subjects do not doubt the shortcomings of the policy, they will flatter and misunderstand the country and the people. In the Taishui of Linen Mansion in the southern Song dynasty, Lu Zhouyuan was discussing with his disciples the relationship between mind science and "I think so I am." Lu Zhouyuan said, Descartes said, "I think, so I am," emphasizing that the existence of I depends on thinking. I said that thought is reason, emphasizing that reason is in the thought. Both value thought and thought. How similar is it? Descartes proved existence with thinking, and I proved Tinley with thinking, but he valued rational reasoning, and I valued my own intuition. The paths are different, but the goals are the same. They are all the roots of finding the truth. The disciples took out the complete works of Mr. Shangshan one after another, and wrote Descartes "I think so I am" next to "The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe," which is in line with what my heart says. Fan Xiaoru was explaining the Analects of Confucius to the students at the Nanjing State Zijian in the Ming Dynasty. Seeing the discussion on the sky curtain, he couldn't help but sigh. Descartes' doubt is not to deny authority, but to perfect authority. The Confucian Confucius, if he were born today, would also admire Descartes' doubts. When he saw his doubts, Confucius said, "Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing." This is the embodiment of the spirit of doubt. Students should study Descartes, respect the sages, but not blindly follow the sages, take reason as the ruler, and measure all truths. Regarding doubts, the people of the people have different views, and the comments in the discussion forums are surging like a bomb. Songbianjing, Mipu buddy, that's right. Our owner also said yesterday that the price of rice in the official warehouse is obviously 30% lower than the market price, but the people just can't buy it, and they are all resold privately by the officials. Ning Hangzhou, Xionyang, I secretly learned to settle accounts. After my mother-in-law found out, she had to serve the family law. But if I hadn't checked the accounts secretly, the shop would have been ruined by the shopkeeper. Xing Guangzhou, general translation. Foreign merchants say that our customs officials are insatiable, but their superiors always say, this is the rule set by the emperor. Yuan Dadu, Dr. Guozijian, it's the other way around. It's all reversed. Sunoshida's ethics are the righteousness of heaven and earth. How can it be doubted? Ming Nanjing, edited by Hanlon, the way of saints has been passed down for thousands of years. Is it possible for you young people who have risen to the top to discuss it in vain? Qing Dynasty ** Beijing, 8 Flags teaching, the father and son of the monarch are the right path of heaven and earth. Do you dare to discuss the court in vain? However, the rebuttal was quickly drowned out by more doubts. Song Linen, selling oil Wang, if the way of a saint is so good, why are our people still unable to eat enough? Ming ** Suzhou, weavers, those old masters who read the books of sages, which one is not Tian Lianqianmo, Genie Yushir, Yangzhou, Qing Dynasty, salt workers, they are full of benevolence, righteousness and morals, secretly corrupt and wrong the law. Why can't we doubt such a Tao? On the other hand, craftsmen from different time and space focused their attention on windmills, astronomical instruments, telescopes, and other things. When they understood the usefulness, they were amazed and began to explore the production of these tools. Chapter 32 Analytic Geometry, the Unity of Number and Shape. In Amsterdam, the Netherlands, in 1637, Descartes was 42 years old at this time. Tired of religious persecution and political strife in France, he chose to live in seclusion in the Netherlands, the most liberal-minded country in Europe at that time. His retreat is a small study room facing the river. Outside the window is the Amsterdam Canal. From time to time, small boats carrying goods pass by on the river. The sound of oars is intertwined with the sound of church bells in the distance, forming a peaceful picture of the market. In the study room, the bookshelves are full of works on philosophy, mathematics, and astronomy. From Euclid's Principles of Geometry to Ptolemy's The Great Achievement of Astronomy, the edges of each book are full of Descartes annotations. On the desk, in addition to quills, ink, and paper, there is also a pair of brass compasses and a wooden ruler. The tip of the compasses has been somewhat worn out, which shows its high frequency of use. Descartes was sitting down on the case, frowning slightly. His gaze fell on the two manuscripts on the table. On the left is a geometric manuscript with a complex ellipse painted, next to which is marked how to determine the position of any point on the ellipse. On the right is the algebraic manuscript, which says a binary quadratic equation x2 plus 2xy plus y2 equals 4, with a question mark painted next to it. This is his confusion for days. Ancient Greek geometricians could use compasses and rulers to draw various figures, but they could not use precise numbers to describe the position of the points on the figure. Algebraists can solve complex equations, but cannot associate equations with intuitive graphics. Number and shape, one is an abstract symbol and the other is an intuitive image. Why should they belong to two ways? He muttered to himself, picked up the compass, drew a circle on the paper, and wrote down the circumference formula of the circle. C equals 2nr next to it. The circumference can be calculated by numbers, but the position of any point on the circle can only be described by on the circle. Why is it inconvenient? He put down his compass, got up and walked to the window, looking at the boat on the canal. The boat moved on the river, and the position of the bow changed over time. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind like lightning. If you take the two sides of the canal as a reference, for example, the left bank of the river as a straight line, and the initial position of the bow as a point, can you use numbers to describe the position of the bow? He hurriedly returned to his desk, took a blank piece of paper, drew a horizontal straight line with a ruler, marked X on the straight line, and drew a straight line perpendicular to the x-axis, marked Y, and the two straight lines were marked as Y at the intersection. Origin, this is the coordinate system, he wrote excitedly. The x-axis and the y-axis intersect vertically, dividing the plane into four parts, quadrants. Any point on the plane can be described by its distance, coordinates, from the x-axis to the y-axis. For example, a point with 3 units on the right and 2 units above the origin can be denoted as 3, 2. He picked up the compass, took the origin as the center of the circle, drew a circle with a radius of 5 units, and then took a point on the circle. After measuring that the distance from the point to the x-axis is 3 and the distance to the y-axis is 4, write the point 3, 4 is on the circle next to it. Then, he began to derive. The definition of a circle is the distance from the plane to a fixed point. The center of the circle is equal to the collection of all points of a fixed length. Radius, if the center of the circle is at the origin and the radius is r, the distance from the point, x, y, to the origin can be calculated by Pythagorean theorem. Square root, x2 plus y2, equals r. The squares on both sides get x2 plus y2 equals r2. This is the equation of the circle. He wrote the equation below the circle, looking at the perfect correspondence between shape, circle, and number, equation. His eyes were radiant. This was the breakthrough he had dreamed of for many years. In the next few days, Descartes was immersed in the world of coordinate systems and equations. Like a treasure. He drew a parabola on paper and derived its equation from the coordinate system as y equals x2 plus bx plus c. Draw a hyperbola and derive its equation as x2/a2 y2/b2 equals 1. Drawn ellipse and derive its equation as x2/a2 plus y2/b2 equals 1. For every graph, you can find the corresponding equation. For every equation, you can draw an intuitive graph. Number and shape. These two concepts that have been divided by ancient Greek scholars for thousands of years have finally been unified in his coordinate system. Unified, since ancient Greece, geometry and arithmetic have been separated. He wrote in Geometry, the appendix to methodology. Geometry studies the nature of graphics, but it cannot be accurately described by numbers. Arithmetic studies the operation of numbers, but it cannot visually present graphics. Today, I take the coordinate system as the bridge, express the shape with numbers, and interpret the number with shapes. Points can be expressed as coordinates, lines can be turned into equations, and faces can be written as formulas. From then on, numbers and shapes will no longer be separated, and the door to mathematics will be opened for one. He spread out the manuscript on his desk, and the sunlight from the window shone through the glass on the equations and graphics, as if it had been gilded with gold for this great discovery. One day, his friend, the Dutch mathematician Van Schouten, visited and saw the manuscript on Descartes' desk and couldn't help exclaiming, "Descartes, you actually combine geometry and algebra. This is incredible. Use equations to describe circles and coordinates to locate points. From then on, you only need to solve geometric problems by solving equations, and you no longer need to use compasses and rulers to draw pictures repeatedly." Descartes smiled and handed over the manuscript. Number and form are one, but the predecessors failed to discover the bridge connecting them. Today, this analytical geometry can not only simplify mathematical research, but also be applied to reality. For example, calculating the trajectory of a cannonball can be turned into a parabola equation, and the drop point can be predicted through the equation. Design the vault of the building and turn it into an elliptical equation to ensure the stability of the structure. Van Schouten took the manuscript and studied it carefully. The more he read it, the more excited he became. This is a revolution in the history of mathematics. I would like to translate your manuscript into Latin and publish it for the benefit of mathematicians all over Europe. On the canopy, the picture of Descartes deducing equations and drawing graphics is meticulous, and the correspondence between the coordinate system and the equation is clearly visible. Chapter 33: The fusion of number and shape. The Cartesian coordinate system shakes China when the extremely concise Arabic numerals 0, 1, 2, 3. When the crisscrossing and clear Cartesian coordinate system was presented unreservedly in the Chinese sky through the sky curtain, the entire field of arithmetic on the land of China experienced a silent but violent brainstorming. First there was a moment of silence. It was a short vacuum before cognition was completely subverted. Immediately, from the palace to the people, all people dealing with numbers fell into an unprecedented, almost crazy excitement and fanaticism. Next to Xianyang Palace, in the stargazing platform, several Taishiling, who were in charge of the calendar and deducing the sky, were originally thinking intently about the complicated star charts and calculations, when the concise circle equation x2 plus y2 equals r2 and the 3.14159 representing pi. When he appeared, this calmness was shattered. The old lady Shirling, who was the leader, trembled, and Yugui in her hand could hardly hold it. He stared at the lines and symbols that seemed to contain the wisdom of heaven and earth, his voice hoarse and intermittent due to extreme excitement. God bless China. The heavenly standard. What a subtle method this is. We calculate the circumference of the round field, follow the ancient method of 3 paths and 1 path per week, use calculations to arrange them, and deduce them step by step. It is extremely complicated, and the results are still biased, like watching flowers in the mist, and finally separated by one layer. But this coordinate system, can actually bind all the ethereal and invisible states of radius to these vertical and horizontal axes and turn them into equations at a glance. This is no longer a technique, it's almost Tao. His gaze locked on the number 3.14 after the decimal point again, and then compared the densely packed and extremely inconvenient writing on the bamboo slips next to him. 3 and 1, 4, 5, 9, 2, 6, his chest ups and downs violently, as if he has seen a priceless treasure in this exotic number. So easy. So clear, the writing is fast and the position is clear, especially the concept of 0, expressed in numbers, is unprecedented. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! He suddenly turned to the direction of the palace and shouted excitedly, although the emperor might not be able to hear it. If this digital and coordinate algorithm can be popularized in the world, the earthwork calculation of water control and canal repair, the precise division of measuring acres, and the calculation and coordination of national treasury warehouses will be used. Even celestial deduction and rhythm formulation, their efficiency will surely be doubled. No, it will be increased tenfold. This is the artifact of a powerful country and a rich people. Chang'an City, in the Guozijian Arithmetic Academy, this was supposed to be a solemn place to study the 9 chapters of the Book of Zhou, but at this moment it is churning like boiling water. The doctors and the students had already pushed aside the calculations on the case, and no one had the intention to fiddle with those cumbersome sticks. A highly qualified doctor of arithmetic, with a flushed face and shortness of breath, he slammed the case a few times, causing the ink in the inkstone to splash out. Take the pen and paper. Fast. Take the best paper and the toughest pen. With this coordinate method, we will immediately reinterpret the damn engineering problem that has plagued me for 3 years in the ancient calculation book. His gaze stayed away from the sky for a moment, Watching how Descartes gracefully used equations to describe the trajectory of the parabola, muttering to himself, his eyes feverish. Transform the shape into a number, solve the shape by number. Wonderful, wonderful. If you use this method to calculate the trajectory of our army stone throwing machine, consider the wind and heavy objects, set the coordinates, and substitute them into the equation, the trajectory can be accurately predicted. Besiege the city and pull out the walled city. Where do you mean to fight? Why not worry about it? The affairs of the military family will be revolutionized by this law. The young students in the museum were even more excited. A talented young apprentice, staring intently at the Arabic numerals written smoothly on the sky curtain, excitedly grabbed the arm of his companion beside him, his voice trembling. Brother, look. There is no need to spend half a day to arrange the positions, and there will no longer be a failure due to an error in the placement of the calculations. These numbers are so convenient to write, and the calculation speed is more than several times faster, and that coordinate system, geometric problems can be turned into equations to solve. This simply opens the door to a new world. Dianjing in the Northern Song Dynasty, in an elegant shuozhe, several scholars discussed Chen Kui's Mengshi Pen talks with Mingming, and talked about the many exquisite techniques and mathematical ideas recorded in it, but when the complete form and application examples of the Cartesian coordinate system were revealed, the seats were full of horror, and the tea was cold without realizing it. A scholar who was particularly proficient in astronomical calendar calculations stood up abruptly, and he overturned the teacup and ignored it. He pointed to the sky curtain, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Wonderful! Wonderful! If the Hundian star map is relabeled with this coordinate system and the position of the stars is positioned in coordinates, the trajectory of the celestial bodies can be tried into equations for speculative calculations. This is far more accurate and systematic than the traditional stock volume sky method. Revise the calendar, the accuracy may be improved to an unprecedented level. Another official in charge of water conservancy has even more eyes shining. This method is used to measure the topography of river channels, calculate water flow velocity, and earthworks. Its convenience and accuracy far exceed the current method of step measuring. If it is implemented, it may be possible to control the flooding of the Yellow River by 30%. They immediately realized that this was not a simple algorithm improvement, but a completely new set of powerful tools that could reshape the research paradigm of many disciplines. Above the canopy, the picture is meticulous. How Descartes abstract mathematical relationships from practical problems, how to set coordinates, and how to derive equations. How to feed the solution of the equation back to the geometry. All this is like the best tutor giving a lecture that spans time and space. The concise Arabic numerals are no longer just symbols, but the embodiment of efficiency and precision. The crisscrossing Cartesian coordinate system is no longer a simple grid, but a powerful framework that can include the spatial and quantitative relationships of all things in the universe. At this moment, in the entire land of China, countless top mathematical brains were ignited at the same time after being stunned. It was a hungry absorption, a wake-up epiphany, and a frenzy of eagerness to try. They are clearly aware that the history of arithmetic will be divided into two parts at this moment, and they are the first witnesses and participants of this great change. A mathematical revolution originating in the East has planted the most critical seeds at this moment. Chapter 34 Methodology in the Light of Reason. In a printing workshop in Leiden, the Netherlands, in 1637, the manuscript of Descartes' methodology was placed on the printer's case. The edges of the paper have been somewhat worn out, but the handwriting on it is still clear. This is a work that took him 5 years to complete. It was originally used as the preface to the 3 books Geometry, Refraction, and Meteorology. Later, because of its profound content and unique ideas, it was published separately, called Talking About Methods, later translated as Methodology. At this time, Descartes was standing in the workshop, watching the printer arrange the movable type neatly, his eyes full of expectation. He knew that the rational method conveyed in this book was more important than his analytical geometry. It is not only a tool for mathematical research, but also a general law for mankind to explore the truth. Going back a few months ago, when Descartes was writing methodology in his study in Amsterdam, the tulips outside the window were quietly blooming. He sat at his desk with a goosefeather pen in his hand, and his thoughts for many years echoed in his mind, from suspecting Aristotle when he was a teenager, to the epiphany by the stove, I think so I am, to the creation of analytical geometry. He has always followed a unique set of thinking methods, which have allowed him to break through the shackles of traditional knowledge and find the cornerstone of truth. If this method can be summed up and passed on to the world, it may be possible for more people to get rid of ignorance and illuminate the path of knowledge with the light of reason. He wrote down the title on the paper, talk about the correct use of his reason to seek the truth in various disciplines, and then began to sort out his own thinking criteria one by one. The first principle, he repeatedly revised it 3 times. It was originally written as all suspicious people abandon it, but later felt that the degree of suspicious was too subjective, so it was changed to all those who have not been tested by reason abandon it. The final draft is anyone who does not clearly recognize it as true will never accept it, that is, carefully avoid rash judgments and preconceptions, except for things that are clearly presented in my heart and make me unable to doubt, don't put more other things into my judgment. He annotated next to him, reason is the only standard for testing the truth. The senses will deceive and authority will make mistakes. Only clear and clear rational intuition can be used as the basis for accepting the truth, such as, I think so I am, which is a clear and unquestionable truth. The second principle, he combines the research experience of analytical geometry. Divide each difficult problem I have reviewed into several parts according to the extent possible and necessary, so that they can be properly solved one by one. He gave an example. Studying the difficult problem of how to determine the area of a circle can be divided into 3 steps. The first step is to define the concept of circle, the second step is to establish the equation of circle, the third step is to calculate the area through integration. There was no concept of integration at the time, expressed as infinite division. Breaking down complex problems into simple parts and solving them one by one is the core of scientific research. The third principle, he emphasizes the order of logical deduction. Carry out my thinking in order, starting with the simplest and easiest objects to recognize, gradually rise little by little until you know the most complex objects, even those things that are not related in order, set in order for them. He took philosophical research as an example. To study whether God exists, you need to start from I think so I am, the simplest truth. Prove the inconclusiveness of I, and then introduce the existence of a complete God, and then use God as the basis to prove the existence of the external world. This is the sequence of deduction from simple to complex. The fourth principle, he pays attention to comprehensiveness and rigor. In any case, it is necessary to investigate as comprehensively as possible and review as generally as possible to be sure that there are no omissions. He wrote in the annotation, after solving the problem, you need to review every step of reasoning to ensure that there are no logical loopholes. At the same time, it is investigated whether the conclusion is applicable to other similar problems to verify its universality. For example, the equations of analytical geometry need to verify the correctness of different coordinates to ensure that there are no omissions and no errors. After writing the 4 principles, Descartes added 3 more moral codes to balance the rigor of reason. 1. Obey the laws and customs of my country, abide by the religion that I have accepted since I was a child blessed by God, and follow the example of the wisest people around me in all other things. 2. Be as firm and decisive as possible in your actions. Once you choose a certain view, even if it is very suspicious, you will follow it unwaveringly and resolutely. 3. Always only seek to overcome oneself, not to overcome destiny, only to change one's own wishes, not to change the order of the world. He explained, the rational method is used to explore the truth, and the moral code is used to guide life. The exploration of truth requires doubt, the practice of life requires firmness, and the two cannot be abandoned. After the manuscript was completed, Descartes handed it to his friend Van Schouten and asked him to help print it. After Van Schouten finished reading, he excitedly said to Descartes, your methodology is not only used in mathematics, but also in the theory of everything, whether it is philosophy, science, or daily life. You can follow these 4 principles. I believe that this book will change the way the world thinks. Descartes smiled and said, I don't ask the world to agree with my point of view, I just ask them to examine their own thoughts in the light of reason and get rid of ignorance and prejudice. That's enough. In 1637, Methodology was published in Leiden, the Netherlands, and it quickly spread throughout Europe. Scholars rushed to read it and praised it as a declaration of the age of reason. Chapter 35 The spread of rational thought. The golden light of the sky gradually softened, enveloping time and space like twilight, and the picture slowly switched to Stockholm, Sweden, in 1649. At this time, Descartes was 53 years old. Due to the gracious invitation of Queen Christina of Sweden, he came to Sweden from the Netherlands not far away to serve as the Queen's philosophy teacher. However, the severe cold in Sweden far exceeded his expectations. In Stockholm in December, the temperature was as low as -20 degrees, the cold wind blew through the streets like a knife, and the snow covered the entire city. Descartes' residence is a small rented apartment near the royal palace. Although there is a fireplace in the house, it is always difficult to withstand the severe cold due to insufficient fuel. He is sitting at his desk, wrapped in a thick blanket, holding a goosefeather pen in his hand, and is revising the last chapter of Principles of Philosophy on the relationship between matter and spirit. There was a gap in the window next to the desk, and the cold wind blew in from time to time, making him cough a few times, his face pale due to the cold and fatigue for days. "Is your Majesty going to teach again today?" The maid walked in and added a piece of pine wood to him. Looking at his weak appearance, she couldn't help but persuade him. "Sir, you have been coughing badly recently. Why don't you ask the Queen for a few days off and have a good rest?" Descartes shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "The Queen is eager for knowledge. If I ask for leave, it will delay her studies. What's more, the Principles of Philosophy is nearly completed and needs to be revised as soon as possible to avoid leaving regrets." He looked down at the manuscript, which said, "The essence of matter is Guanyan, and the essence of spirit is thinking. Although the two are independent of each other, they are unified through God. This is the final conclusion of my philosophical system." However, the severe cold finally defeated his body. On February 11, 1650, Descartes was seriously ill in bed due to pneumonia. On his deathbed, he was still holding a quill and trying to revise a sentence in the manuscript about the relationship between reason and faith. Queen Christina came to visit in person, and seeing his weak appearance, she couldn't help crying. "Sir, you have brought the light of reason to Sweden, but I have caused you to suffer from this severe cold." "It is my experience." Descartes smiled slightly, his voice weak but firm. "Her Majesty, the light of reason will not be extinguished by my departure. If you can continue to promote reason and encourage freedom of thought, it will be the best memorial to me." In the afternoon of that day, Descartes died suddenly in his sleep, and the snow outside the window was still falling silently, as if to mourn the pioneer of rationalism. The annotations next to the sky curtain appear simultaneously. After Descartes died of illness, his works were banned by the Catholic Church, but they spread widely in European thought circles, influencing later philosophers such as Spinoza, Leibniz, and Kant. Its analytical geometry has become the basic discipline of mathematics, which provided the premise for Newton and Leibniz to create calculus. Its rational method promoted the development of modern science and became the source of thought of the Enlightenment. In 1819, the French government moved Descartes' ashes back to the Pantheon in Paris in recognition of his great contribution to human thought. The spread of the sky curtain has allowed the light of reason to illuminate all time and space in China, and scholars have learned to abandon the previous set of doing things by feeling alone. Qin Shi Huangqing stood solemnly on a high platform and faced hundreds of civil and military officials. As my observation of the sky curtain shows, the subtlety of Western arithmetic can make a strong soldier richer. From now on, the Great Qin Computing Academy will be established in all counties, and those who pass the assessment will be awarded official positions. As soon as the edict came out, the whole country was shocked. The children of the farmers took up arithmetic one after another, and the wealthy family invited arithmetic teachers. Arithmetic, which was originally regarded as a miraculous skill, became an entry-level overnight. Emperor Wudi of Han stood in front of Weiyang Palace and faced thousands of Taishue students. "The heavenly curtain reveals that arithmetic is the foundation of a powerful country." I decided, the addition of Ming computing to Taishue is as important as filial piety. All counties and counties need to build computer schools, and civilian children can enroll in them. The chief priest, Sang Hongyang, reported, "Your Majesty, the minister has remeasured the acres of the world according to the coordinates method and made a precise fish scale atlas. The collection of field endowments will be more fair, and the burden on poor farmers can be reduced by 30%. The news spread to the countryside, and the old farmer filled his eyes with tears. "The court has used the new method to clear the land, and those thin fields in our family will no longer be overstated by the number of acres." Wu Zetian arrived at the newly completed Women's Arithmetic College and personally taught the first arithmetic class to the first batch of 300 female students. "I think the queen of the Western world can still study arithmetic. How can my Datong woman fall behind?" From now on, all prefectures, and counties will set up women's arithmetic schools, and outstanding people can enter the dynasty as officials. The people responded enthusiastically. In the western city of Chang'an, the owner of Wangji Satin Village was the first to hire a master of arithmetic. Sisters, after learning this new style of arithmetic, I'm no longer afraid of those profiteers playing tricks on the accounts. Som Huizong issued the persuasion and calculation order. As shown by the sky curtain, arithmetic can be used in astronomy, water conservancy, commerce, and other aspects. From now on, all states and counties will set up popularization institutes of arithmetic to teach new algorithms for free. Ming Dynasty, Ing Tianfu, Emperor Wanli issued an order. Su Guangqi led the establishment of the Daming Department of Accounting and Politics to use the new style of accounting to clear land, reform the tax system, and govern river workers. All prefectural and county offices must be equipped with masters who are proficient in new arithmetic. At the same time, the emperor issued a special order. Women are allowed to take the arithmetic examination. Those who are outstanding can enter the palace as female officials or teach in female schools everywhere. When the news spread to Jiangnan, the talented women walked out of the boudoir one after another. In Suzhou City, Miss Shen's family opened the first private school for girls in arithmetic. Sisters, after we have learned arithmetic well, we can also learn to live like the Queen of Sweden. In Hangzhou, Bianjing, a group of craftsmen are using geometric principles to measure the curvature of the bridge arch. With this new method, building a bridge is fast and stable, so you don't have to worry about being overwhelmed by the flood. In front of the Yingtianfu Yamen, a new style fish scale atlas was posted, and the farmers were surprised by the onlookers. That's great, the number of acres of land is clear, and corrupt officials can no longer collect more taxes. When the idea of science shines on the feudal dynasty, where will the ancients who have learned to think about ideals and establish a preliminary view of science go? The Qin Dynasty Computing Academy trained a large number of technocrats. Accurate engineering calculations saved time and effort for projects such as the Great Wall and the Straight Road, and greatly reduced the burden on the people. In the Han Dynasty and Ming dynasties, arithmetic became an important subject in the imperial examinations. Accurate field measurement made taxation fairer and farmers' lives improved. Women's education in the Tang Dynasty flourished, and a large number of female scholars, businesswomen, and even female officials emerged. The Song Dynasty's commercial prosperity was unprecedented. The new bookkeeping method in commercial mathematics made trade more efficient, and the taxation of municipal shipping companies greatly increased. In the Ming Dynasty, Western learning and Eastward learning gradually accelerated, and the integration and innovation of Chinese and Western arithmetic became a standard textbook. The New Law Calculation Book compiled by Su Guangqi became a standard textbook. Most importantly, rational thinking is deeply rooted in people's hearts. People began to look at the world with a rational eye, questioning unreasonable traditions, and thinking about their own rights. The rulers of various dynasties also had to pay more attention to people's livelihood, because the people who know how to settle accounts are no longer so easy to fool. Descartes is gone, but the fire of reason he ignited not only started a prairie fire in the West, but also burned violently in various time and space in the East, completely changing the development trajectory of Chinese civilization. Chapter 36 Locke's Path to Enlightenment. In the early morning, when the Descartes 10-day suspension period ended, the sky finally burst into clear golden light again. Light golden light patterns spread across the sky of all dynasties like flowing water, weaving a line of solemn text in the void. Sky curtain inventory issue 8 inventory of characters. John Locke. The light pattern has not dissipated, the annotations have been stretched out like scrolls, and the ink-colored handwriting carries the weight of time and space. John Locke, born in Somerset County, England in 1632, is a representative of modern British empiricist philosophy and an important founder of Enlightenment thought. In his early years, he studied at Oxford University, studying medicine and philosophy. He went into exile in the Netherlands due to resistance to the monarchy, and returned to the UK in his later years to write government theory and human understanding theory. Core idea: whiteboard talk means that the mind is like white paper at the beginning, and experience shapes its cognition. Natural human rights means that life, freedom, and property are rights that are born with them. The separation of powers advocates the checks and balances of legislative, administrative, and diplomatic powers. Its learning lays the foundation for the modern democratic system and has a deeper influence on the thought of civil rights in future generations. The picture flows, and time goes back to Oxford University in 1652. 20-year-old Locke, dressed in a dark blue robe, stood in front of the bookshelf of the Bodley Library, gently brushing Bacon's New Instrumental Theory with his fingertips. This book brought him into contact with the concept of experience as the source of knowledge for the first time. In the United Kingdom at that time, the conflict between the kingship and the parliament was intensifying. On the Oxford campus, students often debated about the source of the monarch's power, but Locke was more concerned about how people obtain reliable knowledge. If the mind has the concept of talent, why don't children know good and evil, and fools don't understand logic? Locke wrote down questions in his notebook and looked up at the lawn outside the window. The students observed insects in the sun and recorded their habits. This scene made him flash of inspiration. Knowledge is not innate. It is the result of observation and experience. Just like the grass on this lawn, it needs sunlight, rain, and dew to grow. This scene fell on the dynasties of Huaxia, and scholars took the lead in resonating. Liu Zhouyuan of the Southern Song Dynasty said in Xiangshan Academy, Locke said that the mind is like a whiteboard, which seems to contradict my thought is reason, but it is actually the same. My saying that reason is in the heart needs to be polished by experience. Locke's saying that experience shapes cognition is also the truth of reason is in the middle. In the Ming Dynasty, Wang Yang clearly said, the unity of knowledge and action is the combination of experience and cognition. If the mind is a whiteboard, line is a pen for writing on the board, and if there is no line, it is unreasonable. The picture advances to 1683, when Locke was forced into exile in the Netherlands for participating in political activities against Charles I. In a small attic in Amsterdam, he used the shimmer of an oil lamp to write the theory of human understanding. Outside the window was a petition march by Dutch citizens for the right to municipal elections. Locke put down his pen and muttered to himself, "People are born with the rights to freedom and property. If the government deprives them of these, they will lose the meaning of existence." He wrote in the book, "At the beginning of the mind, it is like a blank piece of paper, without all marks, without all concepts, and all knowledge comes from experience." The scene outside the window is the most vivid footnote to this experience. People recognize their rights through experience and strive for guarantees in a peaceful manner. Under the sky curtain, all time and space in China were silent, and there was an uproar immediately. The people in the market can gather in a crowd and march straight to the government? And the official government actually condones his confession? The first thing that many soldiers and doctors who were deeply influenced by the concept of the people can make it up to them, but they can't make it known, felt was an incredible and strong impact. They can't imagine how civilians can speak to power in such a way under the ethical framework of sovereign power granted by God and official authority is heaven in Huaxia. But the deeper shock came from Locke's shocking assertion, "People are born with the rights to freedom and property. If the government deprives them of these, they will lose the meaning of existence." In the time and space of the Ming Dynasty, the forbidden city Zhu Yuanzhang's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out. What he saw was not a petition, but a sign of committing a crime. Ridiculous. Under the universal sky, could it be the king's land, the coast of the land, could it be the king's minister? What I gave is theirs. If I don't give it, how can they come and ask for it? Dare to say that I am meaningless? This is the theory of punishment, the source of chaos in the country. According to the decree, Genie Wei kept an eye on me, but there are scholars and people who dare to talk about this talent human right and imitate this gathering of people. Those who seek to defy the law and kill them regardless. However, in the town of Jiangnan, which was beyond the reach of his majestic gaze, a mechanic craftsman who had just been exploited by tax collectors, looking at the Dutch citizens with their heads held high on the sky curtain, and then touching their empty pockets, a strange light ignited in their eyes for the first time. So, those things were born to be ours? Is it wrong for the government to grab it? In the time and space of the Song dynasty, Bianjing tea was rampant. Wonderful. Wonderful. A young scholar started filming the case excitedly, and was immediately pulled by his companion in a hurry. Brother is silent. This is a big reversal. The scholar lowered his voice, but the light in his eyes remained unabated. Why is there a big rebellion? There is a cloud in Mencius. The people are noble, the state is second, and the monarch is like. Isn't what this Western sage said about human rights of talent in line with the ancient meaning of Mencius? Isn't his petition an extension of the ancient picking the wind and admonishing? If the government's taxation and conscription all need to take into account the rights of our own generation, how can the world not be cured? Another slightly older businessman stroked his beard and pondered, his eyes shrewd. If private property is really a talent, it is inalienable. Then in the future, the government will be able to make a name for the harsh collection of taxes. Can I wait for it to be justified? Datong time and space, west of Chang'an, the female emperor Wu Zetian lived high in the Ming Tang, overlooking the world, but her reaction was very different from that of the male emperors of the past. What she saw was a brand new ruling wisdom. Di Chang, what do you think? She asked Di Renjie beside her. Di Renjie replied cautiously, Your Majesty, gathering in a crowd and marching, for fear of disaster, must be prevented. Wu Zetian smiled slightly. Defense, naturally we must guard against it. But its core may not be completely worthless. Water can carry boats and cover boats. Instead of letting the undercurrents of the people's grievances surging and eventually collapsing, it is better to imitate its shape, take its god, set up a bronze statue, and speak widely, so that people in the world have the opportunity to use the experience to gain the recognition and the rights they seek to reach the heavens. Listen. In this way, wouldn't it be better to not only gain insight into the hearts and minds of the people, but also to incorporate the fight for power into a controllable track? She thought secretly in her heart. Locke said that experience shapes cognition. My presence as a woman is also one of the experiences of people in the world. Over time, they will get used to it. A woman can also be the emperor and the supreme power. Daqin time and space, outside Xianyang Palace. A exhausted criminal who had just finished his military service looked up at the Gentiles walking for their own rights on the sky curtain. Recalling his experience of being forced to leave the land and build the Great Wall for the government free of charge, an unprecedented thought hit him like lightning. Forehead, drops of life, forehead drops of strength, forehead drops of freedom, was Born with forehead drops, didn't the emperor and the officials reward it? Then why do they let you work like an animal and don't pay for it? This thought made him feel a burst of fear, but it brought an unprecedented sobriety out. He looked around and found that the eyes of many of his companions were shining with the same complicated light. A silent cognition based on common experience is silently passing between these chinsho. The sky curtain will appear in time, adding the last fire to this ideological impact that spans time and space. Locke's thought is not to encourage disorder and chaos, but to build a new order based on reason and contract. Government power stems from the recognition of the people, and its existence is to protect rather than deprive people of their natural rights. This concept later became the cornerstone of the modern democratic and republican system. The emperors and generals of all dynasties, when they saw the phrase government power comes from the approval of the people, all their colors changed, and they felt the biting chill of the shaking of the foundation of imperial power, and countless Chinese civilians, in this sentence, vaguely caught a glimpse of a possible new world, a world where their rights can be recognized and respected, and the power of the government has its boundaries. Locke's empirical philosophy and concept of rights, through the sky curtain, are like a boulder thrown into the quiet pool of Huaxia for thousands of years, and the ripples caused by it are spreading layer by layer. It has profoundly changed people's experience and cognition of power, rights, and their own status in various time and space. The fission of thought is irreversible. Chapter 37. Power comes from the people, not from heaven. Locke had just returned to England from the Netherlands in 1689, at the end of the Glorious Revolution, and Parliament promulgated the Bill of Rights. In his study room in London, he revised the next chapter of government theory, and the tip of his pen fell on life, freedom, and property are inalienable natural human rights. Outside the window was a parade of London citizens celebrating the acquisition of rights. The government is not the private property of the monarch, but exists to protect the natural human rights of the people. Locke wrote in the book, if the monarch deprives the people of their lives, restricts their freedom, or encroaches on property at will, the people have the right to resist. At the end of the Middle and Late Qin dynasty, the suffering of the Lishan convicts from excessive military service and rancid corn, Guanzong Minfu's panic of fleeing into the mountains to avoid military service, had accumulated into dry wood to be burned. The impetus of the Six Kingdoms and the old races, coupled with the thunder of the sky curtain, the monarchy is not determined by heaven, finally plunged Qin into an earth-shaking uprising. Xiang Liang of the Xiang clan of Chu, who had been hiding in Wuzhong for many years, had already secretly accumulated strength. Locke's words, power comes from the people's commission, not from heaven, on this scene became his best call. With his nephew Xiang Yu, he walked into the broken temple where the criminals gathered in Lishan, raised a wooden sign engraved with talent and human rights, and shouted to Lao Zhou and other criminals. Do you still remember the Daohua flowers of Chu? Qin called us barbarians, taking our fields and conquering our lives, saying that this is a destiny, but Mr. Tianmu said, Tianding is fake. Mr. Locke said, life, freedom, and property are natural talents. Qin Lu robbed us of food and surpassed us in military service. This is taking away our human rights, so we should do the opposite. Xiang Liang also took out the old flag of Chu and pointed to the word Chu on it. Back when Qin destroyed Chu, he said, destiny is in Qin, but now the sky curtain has been exposed. Destiny is not in Yingzheng, but in our people. We want to restore the state of Chu, but also according to what Mr. Locke said, let everyone have fields and food to eat, and no longer be the animals of the Qin people. Tian Dan of the Tian clan of Qi summoned the old ministry in Linzi, and also used Descartes to doubt everything to encourage. We used to believe that Qin's destruction of Qi is a punishment from heaven, but Mr. Descartes said, be suspicious of suspicious things. How many Qi people died when Yingzheng built the city and built the Afang Palace? This is not a heavenly punishment, it is Yingzheng's tyranny. We want to retake Qi, but also let Yingzheng know that the human rights of the people are not something he can just take away. The old ethnic groups of the Six Kingdoms had the intention of restoring the country. Now they use the concept of Tianmu to tie restoration of the country to fighting for human rights. It is no longer a simple feeling of the old country. Instead, he fought for the right to live for the people, which made more people in the Qin dynasty willing to follow. Lao Zhou is no longer the cowardly criminal who rubbed off the word bitter with his feet. Holding the iron sword given by Xiang Liang, he shouted to the thousands of prisoners gathered. In the past, we were afraid of jailers in Qin Lu. We believed that we were born to suffer, but Mr. Tianmu said, there is no innate suffering, only the tyranny of Yingzheng. Mr. Descartes made us doubt, and Mr. Locke made us fight for power. We are against Qin today, not against Qin, but against this cannibalistic Tianding lie, and we want our human rights back. Assure held a piece of charcoal and wrote, I think so. I am on Qin Lu's bamboo slips. We have brains and can think, we have hands and can work. It's not what Ing Zhang said about the untouchables, Mr. Locke said. The property belongs to us, why do we give him all the food we grow? Today we will go to Xianyang and let Ing Zhang see that he can't take away the human rights of the people. The rebels went all the way eastward, and wherever they passed, people joined one after another. Some of them were farmers who cultivated straight roads, some were forced by Qin Lu to sell their children to the poor, and others were the old people of the Six Kingdoms. They no longer said accept your fate, this is the destiny of heaven, but shouted, Tianmu said, human rights are a gift, and we have to fight for it back. The hidden danger of Qin's heavy military service and deep grievances among the people completely broke out at this moment. Ing Zheng of Xianyang Palace watched the report and couldn't hold Yugui with shaking hands. He never thought that a few words of doubt and human rights on the sky curtain could actually make the people dare to overthrow his Tianding imperial power. Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty led 100 officials to patrol the Jiangdu, and the people on both sides of the canal were conscripted before they got up. The three conquests of Goryeo and the overhaul of dragon boats made the end of the Sui dynasty, the eve of the great chaos in the world. The Tianmu's words that the monarchy is not determined by heaven, coupled with the impetus of the old families such as the Song and Shao dynasties in the southern dynasty, the resistance of the displaced people became a frenzy that swept the world. Chen Shuda, the younger brother of the late emperor of the southern dynasty, summoned the old ministry in Jiangnan, pointed to Locke's words on the sky curtain, tyrants can rebel if they lose the people, and said to the people. Yang Guang said that it is a gift from heaven to unify the world, but he conscripted millions of people to open a canal. How many children of Jiangnan have died? He built a dragon boat to travel the river capital. How many people's rations did he consume? Mr. Tianmu said, Tianwan is fake, and the human rights of the people are true. We Chen people used to be afraid of him because we believed in the Tianding Sui Xing, but now we want to reverse it, to take back the garden, and let Yang Guang know that he can't just make the lives of the people. The people kneeling on both sides of the canal stood up at this moment. Lianio, a craftsman who had been conscripted to repair a dragon boat, held a chisel and shouted to the refugees in the same village. In the past, we were afraid of Yang Guang because we thought he is the emperor, it is determined by heaven, but Mr. Tianmu said, there is no emperor appointed by heaven, only the emperor for the people. Yang Guang doesn't care if we live or die, let's do the opposite. Mr. Locke said life is a gift. If we want to live, we must fight for human rights. In Limi's Wagon village, there are more and more refugees. Some are the families of starving children at the end of the Sui dynasty, and some are the brothers of the strong men who were conscripted to Goryeo. They no longer said Yang Guang is a natural emperor, we can only recognize it instead. They followed Limi and shouted overthrow Yang Guang and fight for human rights. The foreshadowing of the great chaos in the world at the end of the Sui dynasty. At this moment, due to the concept of Tianmu and the impetus of the old clan, it has completely become a torrent of anti-fainting tyrants and seeking human rights. Xiao Miao, an old clan of Xiao Liang, erected the banner of Fu Liang fights for power in Jingzhou, using Descartes' doubt of authority to encourage. In the past, we believed that Yang Guang is the son of destiny. He increased taxes and conscripted military service, regardless of the life or death of the people. Is this worthy of being the son of destiny? Such a picture began to unfold in many time and space. When the people had been suffering from the court for a long time, when the people who were originally illiterate were literate, sensible, and understood the source of power because of the sky curtain, resistance became the theme of various eras. Chapter 38, Power Retreat and the People's Understanding of Rights. Earth-shattering events are happening in various time and space, and Locke continues to be played in the sky curtain. In 1690, Locke made it clear in his theory of government that state power should be divided into legislative power, executive power, and diplomatic power. The three check and balance each other. The legislative power belongs to the parliament, representing the people, and the executive power and diplomatic power belong to the monarch to avoid the concentration of power leading to authoritarianism. In the picture, Locke holds the Bill of Rights promulgated by the British Parliament and tells his friends the legislative power is fundamental, and the executive power of the monarch must be subject to the legislative power, so as to prevent the monarch from abusing his power. The light pattern of Locke's separation of powers on the sky curtain is intertwined with the words of the dynasties in the discussion forum: harsh politics and suffering, chaos at the end of the dynasty. Let the emperors, scholars, and common people of all time and space give birth to linkage reactions in the context of their respective eras. The emperor was afraid of repeating the same mistakes and fine-tuning the system. The scholars used the unity of ideas to force the surrender of power, and the people held the sky curtain and had the courage to resist the harsh government. The three have never been separated, but in the dark line of anti-authoritarianism and survival, they have formed a resonance that spans time and space. Every place is rooted in the documented suffering and awakening. The old Qin people were once the pillars of Qin unity, but now there are their fathers and brothers among the people, recruited by Afang Palace, and their children in the pile of bones of the Great Wall. Even Guanzhong's fields have been barren for most of the time due to the quartermaster recruitment. When Zheng dispatched the Guanzhong Qin army to suppress the uprising, the army that had swept the Six Kingdoms had already dispersed from its roots. Zheng San, an old Qin soldier from the forward battalion, and his three younger brothers were all criminals in Lishan. Two of them starved to death last winter. He held the spear and listened to the fellow soldiers muttering privately. Tianmu said that we are also people, so why kill our own people? He deliberately slowed down during the charge. Lic, the forage officer in the rear, looked at the corn in the grain cart and remembered that his daughter-in-law had handed in the only remaining half of the grain in order to collect military rations last year, but now it was going to be shipped to suppress people who are as hungry as themselves. He simply made excuses to get the grain cart stuck in the mud and delayed for 3 days. The Qin army was defeated again and again. When attacking the Lishan rebels, most of the soldiers let out empty arrows. When encircling the refugees in Bashu, the generals deliberately left a breakthrough gap. Zheng smashed the Qin law on the case at Xianyang Palace, but he couldn't stop the old Qin Zi from unwilling to beat his own family. The tyranny of Yang Guang's 3 conquests of Goryeo and the building of dragon boats to empty the treasury had long made the Sui army a strong man. In the Yulin army, 9 out of 10 were conscripted refugees. Some had just escaped from the Goryeo battlefield, and some of their families were still starving to death on the canal construction site. When Yang Guang transferred the Yulin army from Jiangdu to destroy Wagong, before the army arrived in Xinjiang, some soldiers fled the camp at night. The censor in charge of the battle wanted to kill the deserters, but was pressed to the ground by more than a dozen soldiers, and the leading soldier Wang Er roared, "It's enough to go to Goryeo to die. Do you want to kill people like us?" Zhao Lu, the official in charge of grain transportation, looked at the corn in the grain cart and remembered the refugees who starved to death by the canal last year. He secretly sold half of the grain to Dojienda's people, only to report that the grain was robbed by the rebels. The more the Sui army destroyed, the more chaotic it became. When fighting the Hebei rebel army, the main general deliberately took a detour, which is called inducing the enemy to go deep. When guarding Luoyang, the city gate officer watched the rebel army approaching and simply opened the city gate. The tragedy of the drought in March at the end of the Ming dynasty and the Chongzhen increase in the 3rd year had already made Guan Ningjuan a team of grievances. Most of the soldiers were sharecroppers in the northwest. Some of their families starved to death in the drought, and some were forced to sell their daughters by cool officials. Even their military salaries were deducted layer by layer, and they did not pay a complete amount of food for a year. When Chongzhen transferred the Guan Ning army to destroy Li Zichang, the army mutinied as soon as it arrived in Shaanxi. The commander-in-chief wanted to press the pressure, and the soldiers directly surrounded him in the camp, and the veteran Chen Wu shouted, "We are guarding the border to survive, not to help." Chongzhen add 3 soldiers to kill fellow countrymen. The Ming army was defeated in a mess. When attacking Li Zichang, the soldiers deliberately missed their arrows. The generals guarding Datong, seeing that the rebels were coming, directly opened the city and surrendered. In the Tianmu discussion area, the tragedies of the rebellion of the criminals at the end of the Qin dynasty and the chaos of the people at the end of the Sui dynasty made Emperor Wodi of Han sleepless all night in Weiyang Palace. Guanzhong's military service has only expired for 10 days, and although the citizens have complained, they have not yet reached the point of lifting the pole. Emperor Wu didn't move the imperial power at all in the end, only made adjustments in the shell of Confucianism. Set up a Yilong Academy, select Confucian students from Taishui as representatives, and let them draft political decrees. Most of these Yilong were his cronies, and the written provisions had to be reviewed by Shangshudai Idong Zhongshu. And Taishua seized the opportunity. Together with dozens of doctors, he knelt outside Weiyang Palace to petition, holding the transcribed Tianmu words. Don't say "ask for power," just say "Guanzhong's military service has expired. I'm afraid it will violate heaven and man's induction." Emperor Wu couldn't resist God's will, and finally relented and reduced his military service in March. When the remarks of Qin Sui and others who died due to official coercion and people's rebellion repeatedly appeared in the discussion forum on the scene, the strings of the Chaotang tightened. The 2 prefectures and 3 divisions that Emperor Taizong perfected in his early years came in handy at this moment. The Central Book Province is in charge of administration, the Privy Council is in charge of the military, and the 3-division financial administration, and the provincial review decree has also been added. When Zhu Xi lectured at Beiladong College, he rubbed the 3 powers into science. To know the character in things is to know the suffering of the people. Set up a Hyangyi cook and let the people talk about whether the taxes are heavy or not. This quickly spread to Chaotang. Su Shi and other civil servants jointly issued a request to select the gentry and old farmers as representatives of the township council. They did not say separation of powers, but only mentioned preventing officials from collecting money indiscriminately. Renzong was originally afraid of chaos, so he really approved several pilot counties. Kangxi of the Qing dynasty adjusted the decrees with the characteristics of the Qing dynasty. Outside the Council of Ministers of the King, a southern study room was set up, and Manchu and Han scholars were selected as consultants and asked them to make decrees and suggestions. Su Qianshui and other Hanshins seized the opportunity. Together with the gentry of Jiangnan, they requested the establishment of a People's Livelihood Department to be in charge of tax verification, on the grounds that Jiangnan has heavy taxes and is afraid of the disaster of the end of the Ming dynasty. Not to mention separation of powers, but only help your majesty investigate corrupt officials, Kangxi really approved. In the discussion forums on the sky screen, various discussions lingered and swiped the screen, and some people even learned to post pictures, taking pictures of the contributions of the rebels and the scale of the various rebel armies. The emperor was afraid of repeating the same mistakes, so the scholars took advantage of the opportunity to decentralize power. Everything grows naturally in the background of their respective eras. There is no deliberate design, only the true reaction of seeing troubled times and thinking about governance. The Chinese translation of Locke's works was widely circulated between Shilin and Xijing, sparking unprecedented ideological discussions. A large number of political societies and Goji associations have also quietly emerged in the private sector. Scholars and common people discuss talent and human rights, social contracts, and checks and balances of power. Confucianism itself was also reborn in this impact. Some enlightened Confucians reinterpreted the ancient admonition that the people are noble, the state is second, and the monarch is light, and combined it with Locke's government theory. It puts forward the idea of new people-oriented, demonstrates that power comes from the authorization of the people, and that the purpose of the government is to guarantee the legitimacy of civil rights, and provides a solid local theoretical support for change. Of course, the old-fashioned forces have not stopped. Above the court and in the countryside, the debate about etiquette and rights, centralization and decentralization has never stopped, but it was in this fierce collision of ideas that Locke's thoughts were no longer floating exotic theories, but truly integrated into the ideological blood of China. Chapter 39. The Saddler's family's enlightenment. As the light pattern flowed, it spread like flowing water over the broken pillars of Xianyang Palace, and finally condensed into Tianmu Inventory No. 9. Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant, born in Königsberg, Prussia in 1724, is the master of modern Western rationalist philosophy and the founder of critical philosophy. In his early years, he studied at the University of Königsberg, majoring in philosophy and natural sciences. He studied with Martin Knudsen and was exposed to Leibniz's rational thought and Newton's empirical theory. Due to the death of his father, saddle craftsman, and the loss of his family's financial resources, he dropped out of school to work as a governess. He devoted himself to academics in his 9-year teaching career, and then returned to campus to obtain a doctorate. He taught at the University of Königsberg for life, and became a local living clock with regular work and rest and rigorous governance, core ideas and achievements, constructing a critical philosophical system with 3 major judgments. Pure rational criticism proposes a Copernican revolution, advocates that objects conform to cognitive forms, and argues that humans use innate spacetime forms and categories to organize experience and delineate rational boundaries. It can be seen that the realm of phenomena is impossible. Know the thing itself. Practical rational criticism establishes moral self-discipline, proposes absolute command. The code of conduct should be able to become a universal legislative principle, and emphasizes that man is an end, not a means. Criticism of judgment reconciles phenomenon and ontology, proposes aesthetic non-profit and natural fit for purpose, and bridges the bridge between science and morality. Combining Cartesian rationalism and Bacon empiricism, it proposes innate comprehensive judgment to solve the fundamental problem of how is knowledge possible. Scientifically, in 1755, he proposed the gravitational repulsion evolution hypothesis that the solar system originated from primitive nebulae, nearly 50 years earlier than Laplace, and also explored natural laws such as the slowing of the Earth's rotation and tidal friction. Ethically and politically, he opposes utilitarianism and advocates that morality is based on pure practical rationality. In 1795, he wrote Theory of Permanent Peace and proposed the idea of Republican Alliance and International Organization. Break the academic monopoly in academic education, and implement civilian teaching based on the standard of students with moderate qualifications can understand. The writings of the pre-critical period challenge the Leibniz-Wolff school and reconstruct logic and metaphysics. His studies laid the foundation for German classical philosophy and directly influenced philosophers such as Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. The nebula hypothesis was verified by modern cosmology. The spacetime form inspired Einstein's theory of relativity. Man as purpose was integrated into the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The theory of permanent peace influenced the concept of global governance and far-reaching promotion of modernity, the development of philosophy, science, ethics, and civil rights thought. The light golden canopy suddenly condensed and turned into the morning mist of Königsberg in 1724. As soon as the sunlight from the Emmanuel Festival of the Old Prussian calendar passed through the wooden window of the saddle workshop, the cry of the baby was mixed with the sound of planing wood. Mother Francisca wrapped her newborn in a coarse cloth and looked at her husband John Kant's calloused hands. Just call it Emmanuel, may God bless this child. A line of small print appeared in the corner of the sky curtain. This name means God is with us. Francisca gently stroked the child's cheek, smiled and nodded. Okay, my name is Emmanuel. I hope he can be a reasonable person in the future. At this time, the streets of Chang'an were full of people in front of the temporary light curtain built by the storytellers. Zhang Dalong bit the cake and frowned. He has a regular work and rest every day and is rigorous in his studies, so he is called a living clock. How can you live such a regular life while teaching so many students? Auntie Wang, who sells needlework next to her, leaned in. By the way, what kind of object is this clock? What kind of popularization teaching does this sage promote? Does it mean that everyone can learn? People, when you say a word to me, your eyes are full of surprise, and you even forget to take care of the livelihood in your hands. When Kant was 4 years old, he became the little sidekick in his father's workshop. One early morning in the spring of 1728, John Kant was squatting in front of the wooden case to plan oak. Xiao Kanda clutched the corners of his father's clothes and stared at the lines on the wood and asked curiously, Father, why do you always plan along the wood grain? Isn't it faster to plan in reverse? John put down the planer, put his son on his lap, pointed to the wood grain and said, Emmanuel, look, the wood grain is like a path. Only by walking along it can you walk steadily and flatly. If you walk in the opposite direction, you will stumble. It's the same for being a man and doing things. You have to be reasonable and not brute force. Otherwise, if you don't do things well, you will hurt yourself. Xiao Kanda touched the wood grain as if he understood it or not, and asked again, Is the path of all wood the same? John smiled and shook his head. It's different. The texture of oak is dense, which is suitable for the base of the saddle. The texture of pine wood is sparse and suitable for making shelves. Each kind of wood has its own temper, and we have to work along its temper. In front of Hangguan, Lao Tzu wrote on the bamboo slips with a pen. Goodness is like water, take advantage of the situation. The father of Kant used wood grain as a metaphor for reasonableness, which is a brief explanation of Taoism and nature. The world asks for fast, but forgets that shun can last for a long time. Governing the water needs to be along the river. Governing the world needs to be along the hearts of the people, and governing science also needs to be along the understanding of cognition. Zhuangzi said clearly in the Tianmu discussion forum, it's like Pao Ding Jianyo, with no thickness, there is room, not fast, but in accordance with its texture. The father of Kant understood this way. The small vegetable garden behind the house is the classroom of her mother Francisca. In 1730, when dandelions were in full bloom, Francisca picked a fluffy dandelion and handed it to Xiao Kanda. Try blowing your breath at it. Xiao Kanda blew hard, and the white fluff floated into the distance with the wind. He clapped his hands and smiled. Mother, the little umbrella has flown away. Where are they going? Francisca sat by the vegetable stand, took her son's hand and said they are going to find new land. The wind is their guide, and the land is their home. This is the rule of nature. Just like people, you have to keep your own heart in order to find your own land. Xiao Kanda tilted his head and asked, what is the heart? Is it like my father said, follow the wood grain? Francisca nodded, yes, the original intention is not to violate the law, not to do wrong, just like the dandelion does not violate the guidance of the wind, does not live up to the upbringing of the land. In Songmingli school, Zhu Shi pointed to the light curtain and said only when children start from the grid of everyday things can they gradually realize the Tianli. Wang Yangming answered, the heart is the reason. Kant asked whether the heart is smooth and wood grain. It is the budding of seeking reason in the heart. If the heart is clear, the reason for nature and the reason for being human are both clear. At the age of 8, Kant was sent to Friedrich Higher Liberal Arts Middle School. On the first day of class, the pastor and teacher took the Bible and told the students, the ancestor of mankind, Adam, sinned, so we were born with original sin, and we have to rely on pious prayer to atone for our sins. As soon as the voice fell, Kant raised his hand. Teacher, the little baby in my neighbor's house will reach out and pull me when he sees me fall. Does he also have original sin? If original sin is innate, why would he do good deeds? The teacher's face sank and he said sharply, Immanuel Kant. How dare you question the doctrine? the baby's kindness is a gift from God, not something you can talk about casually. Kant lowered his head, but quietly wrote down in his notebook, if good is a gift from God, what is evil? An old Han Dynasty farmer dressed in coarse cloth and linen clothes was squatting on the ridge of the field. Hearing the pastor's admonition, he couldn't help but mutter to the partner beside him, listen to what this Western monk means, a person is born a sinner. Isn't this telling us that, at the beginning of man, nature is good, according to what he said? Wouldn't it be like the law of tyrannical chain, as long as a person is born, he carries a sin? I looked at the fat doll next door, smiled when I saw someone, and rushed to help AMU pick up the ears. This is not a sin, it is clearly a blessing. A scholar dressed in Song-Ru's deep clothes and elegant temperament was discussing with his friends in the college. Hearing this question, his eyes shone with brilliance, and he couldn't help but scream, "Wonderful! Ordinary people have been bound by dogma since they were young, and they are only obedient to promises, but this son can go straight to the core of the distinction between sexual goodness and external goodness by the kindness of a baby at the age of 8 years old. The logic of his question is strict, and it points directly to the point. There is no such talent for speculation. I have known how to ask the origin in this way since I was a child. It is not a loss to the later sages. It is really extraordinary. If he were born in my dynasty, he would be a Junjie who could sit and talk with Chang Zhu." In the late middle school, Principal Schultz discovered Kant's difference. After class one day, Schultz called Kant to the office, handed him a copy of Leibniz's list theory, and asked the relationship between the laws of nature and God. You asked before may have the answer in this book. What are your thoughts after reading it? Kant held the book, his eyes lit up. Mr. Principal, Leibniz said that lists are the basic units that make up the world, but the stones, flowers, and plants I see are all things that can be touched. The list can't be seen and can't be touched. How can it prove its existence? Schultz smiled and said, this is the charm of philosophy. We have to use reason to ask questions, not blindly believe. A faith should not be a yoke that binds thought, but should go hand in hand with reason. You have to remember this. In the Tang Dynasty, in the Chang'an wine restaurant, Xian Libai was drinking heavily with his friends when he heard of the shooting. What kind of list that can't be seen and touched is not as good as what is in my cup? However, the strength of this young man questioning authority fits my spleen and stomach. This wonder of the universe should have been thought of boldly. That principal is also a wonderful person. He doesn't preach, but only guides. These teachers are comparable to teacher Zhao Rui, who solves my confusion, and they are very white. The bartender next to him talked while wiping the table. What the guest official said is that it is a blessing for a baby to meet someone who understands. It is indeed rare for the head principal of Nayangshuatang to be willing to do so. In the tea house, several resting footmen discussed. It seems that all schools are the same everywhere, and it is important to have a good principal in charge of academic affairs. If you can become a talent, thank you for such a gentleman. Chapter 40 University Exploration and a Turning Point in Fate. In the sky, on September 24, 1740, the 16-year-old Kant stood at the gate of the University of Königsberg, holding the 3 thalers given by his father. Sweating nervously when his father took him to the school gate, he patted him on the shoulder and said, Emmanuel, my father has never been to university, and I don't know how deep his knowledge is, but you have to remember that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you have to follow the rules like planing wood and don't give up. Kant nodded vigorously. Father, I will definitely study hard and let you and your mother live a good life in the future. After entering the university, Kant studied under Professor Martin Knudsen. For the first time in Knudsen's natural philosophy class, Knudsen asked the students, Leibniz believes that the world is composed of orders, and Newton believes that the world is governed by gravity. Do you think these two statements contradict each other? Kant immediately raised his hand. Professor, I don't think it's contradictory. The list may be the essence of the world, just like the texture of wood. Gravity is the mode of operation of the world. Just like the technique of planing wood, we need to know both the texture of the wood and how to plan it in order to make a good saddle. Knudsen's eyes lit up. That's right. Emmanuel, you have a lot of ideas. Philosophy is about finding a balance between different points of view, not either. After class, Kant often stayed in the laboratory to help Knudsen organize the observation data. One night, the two of them observed the moon together, and Kant asked Professor, everyone says that the lack of roundness of the moon is God's will, but we have observed that when the moon is short, the Earth is just in the middle of the sun and the moon. Does this mean that the changes in the moon are the law of nature, not arranged by God? Knudsen looked at Kant and said seriously, Emmanuel, your observation is very meticulous. The natural answer is often hidden in observable laws, not in the text of doctrine, but you have to remember, don't easily deny faith. Reason and faith are not enemies, but friends. In the Tang dynasty, young officials in the division Heavenly Prison excitedly pointed to the celestial instrument supervisor, "Please look at it." According to the newly revised Dayan calendar of a group of Zen masters, the timing and food content of this lunar eclipse are exactly in line with the actual measurement. This saying of "the shadow of the earth covers the moon" really makes sense. The old supervisor looked displeased and interrupted sharply. Ridiculous. The Book of Rites Fainting Righteousness clearly states, "After the eclipse of the moon, you will take the post of cultivating the 6 palaces." This is God's warning to the harem to lose virtue. In the Northern Song dynasty, Xinqua's protege in the study room of the mansion held the manuscript of Menshi Pen Talk and suddenly realized, "Sir, your book says, the moon has no light, but the sun is the heir of light. Students are watching the lunar eclipse tonight and see the arc of shadows, which is indeed like the projection of the earth. It turns out that this is natural and common sense, not about good or bad." Xinqua nodded in relief, but lowered his voice, "Of course. But you and I can know this, so don't talk nonsense outside." In the Ming dynasty, young astronomical students on duty as officials of the Qingtian prison were calculated according to the new law. My lord. According to the Chongjian Almanac co-translated by Lord Su Guanqi and Mr. Li, the lunar eclipse forecast is much more accurate than the Great Unified Calendar. The reason for the shadow of the earth mentioned by the Western law seems to be, the old-fashioned official started the case, "Shut up." Edie said, "How can I mess with the right path of Huaxia? A lunar eclipse is an image of Yin flourishes and the sun declines." Scholars in the Tianmu discussion forum are arguing endlessly, but they don't know if they dare to accept new knowledge. It's still a blow to the fact that what I have learned for a lifetime is actually wrong at this moment. In the winter of 1746, Kant received a letter from his family and learned that his father was seriously ill. He rushed home overnight and saw his father lying on the bed, tears streaming uncontrollably. John Kant took his son's hand and said weakly, "Emmanuel, my father is leaving. You have to take care of your sisters. Don't give up your studies because of your father. You are the most knowledgeable person in our family. You have to rely on your brain to eat. Don't rely on your strength like your father." Kant choked and said, "Father, don't worry, I will take good care of my sisters and I will not give up my studies. I will write the best book to make you proud of me." After the death of his father, Kant had to drop out of school to be a governess. In the spring of 1747, he came to the pastor's house in Juchen village and taught 3 children for the first time. Hans, the youngest child, asked, "Mr. Kant, why does 1 plus 1 equal 2? Can it be equal to 3? Kant smiled and took out 2 apples and put them in Hans's hand. "Look, this is 1 apple, and I'll give you 1 more, isn't it 2? If you want it to become 3, you have to take another one. Mathematics is like an apple, with its own rules, and you can't change it casually." Hans nodded as if he didn't understand, and Kant said again, "Not only are there rules for mathematics, but there are also rules for nature and life. Shall we learn these rules together this semester?" In 1750, when Kant was teaching at the house of the landlord of Ostrad, William asked, "Mr. Kant, you said that the river can round the stone. Was the stone square in the first place?" Kant took William to the river, picked up a round stone and an angular stone, and said, "You see, this stone with edges and corners, the river rushes at it and grinds it every day. After a long time, the edges and corners are gone, and it becomes a rounded stone. Just like people, there will be many edges and corners when they are young, such as willful and naughty. After the polishing of life, they will become sensible and disciplined people." William suddenly realized, it turns out that life is like a river, and it can grind us into better people. During the Northern Song dynasty, the theorist Cheng Hao was discussing with his disciples. Hearing this metaphor, he gladly said to his disciples, "This metaphor of kindness. The way of university is in Mingda, in Xinmin, and in perfection. At the beginning of man, his nature is good, but like a jade, it is inevitable that his temperament is restrained and his desires are concealed. Only by experiencing the sharpening of the world and self-denial and resuming courtesy can we be like the millstone of the river, peeling off impurities and regaining the goodness of our heart. This skill of polishing is the study of self-cultivation. How kind it is to say." In the Qing dynasty, an old jade craftsman was polishing a piece of jade in his workshop and played tricks on the apprentices around him. "Child, do you hear me? The truth of this scholar is the same as that of our craft. Look at this stone, with distinct edges and corners, knocking on your hands. You have to use a grinding wheel and water to grind it over and over again, and it will slowly become warm and translucent. People, the same is true. Who didn't have a temper when he was young? After something, I have suffered a loss, and I know how to be considerate. The edges and corners are smoothed out, and it becomes a treasure. This is called jade is not made, it is not a device. Chapter 41 Academic Start in the Development of a Living Clock. In the spring of 1754, Kant's 3 younger sisters were all married, and he stood in front of the University of Königsberg again with 2 boxes of manuscripts on his back. In 1755, he submitted his doctoral thesis on fire. When defending, the judges asked Immanuel Kant, "What do you think is the nature of fire? What does it have to do with light?" Kant replied, "Fire is a form of movement of matter. Just like when wood burns, the energy in the wood grain is released and becomes fire and light. Light is not fire itself, but the signal released by fire. Just like when we see the fluff of a dandelion, we know that the wind is coming. Light allows us to see the existence of fire, but it is not all of fire." At the end of the Ming Dynasty, after Fang Yizhi heard the phrase energy in wood grain, he put down the manuscript of Little Knowledge of Physics in his hand and said to his disciples, "This is very new. Although the word energy has not been seen in my hometown paper, its meaning is quite similar to what Zhu Zi said, that reason resides in qi. What is the origin of it, or is it like a flint strike? The inherent fire can be stimulated." This theory of form of movement breaks away from the old saying of the 5 elements of life and refers directly to the causes of change. It is worth delving into. An old blacksmith in the Qing dynasty taught his apprentices by the fire. After hearing this, he understood simply. This young Jinsher is right. We have been working in iron all our lives, and we know that this good firewood is different from wet firewood. The energy held in the good firewood burned vigorously, and the flames lit up. It seems that this scholar has really pondered the doorway in our fire. The judges in the Sky Curtain nodded one after another and unanimously approved his defense. After becoming an extra editorial lecturer, Kant's natural geography class was very popular with students. In one class, the student Anna asked, "Sir, you have never left Königsberg. How do you know the mountains and rivers in the distance?" Kant smiled and took out a stack of travel notes, saying, "These travel notes are the eyes of travelers. Through them, I saw the snow in the Alps and the water of the Nile. Just as we see history through books, books are the eyes of our predecessors, and they can help us see places we haven't been before in times we haven't experienced." Anna asked again, "Is the content in the book true? Will anyone lie to us?" Kant said, "This requires us to judge rationally, just like looking at wood grain. The real wood grain grows naturally, and the fake wood grain is painted. We have to learn to distinguish." In the middle of the Qing dynasty, Chen Daxin said to a friend after hearing about Kant's method of understanding the world with the help of travel notes, "This method is the same as the no evidence or no faith advocated by my Qianjia school. From exegesis to clear righteousness, it is really the same thing. Travel notes are like notes from wild history. Although the sources are not uniform, they are knowledgeable and can be reviewed by each other. You can also get a glimpse of the greatness of the world. The key is that, as Kant said, it is necessary to use rational judgment to falsify and preserve the truth. You must not trust the book, nor waste food because it is unworthy. Only by reading more books and hearing more widely can we broaden our horizons and not be a frog at the bottom of the well." A market citizen who has been listening to books in a tea house all the year round said to others with deep feelings about this, "This gentleman is right. Just like we can't travel far, we need road guides. We can only get news from other places from merchants, so we can broaden our horizons by listening and reading more." The Sky Curtain also shows that in order to attract more students, Kant has developed a regular schedule. Every day at 1 p.m., he would take a walk along the Philosopher's Trail. On time, Miller, a baker in Königsberg, watched Kant pass by every day and then adjusted his oven time. "My wife always says that I have a poor memory, but as long as I see Mr. Kant walking by, I know it's time to put the bread in the oven. He is more accurate than the church bell." One day, Miller stopped Kant and said with a smile, "Mr. Kant, you walk the same way and at the same time every day. Don't you find it boring?" Kant said, "Mr. Miller, a regular life is like planing wood along the grain of wood, which allows me to spend more time and energy on learning. Boredom is not because of repetition, but because there is no goal. My goal is to write a book that can help people understand the world, so repeated walks are the best rest for me." When a Hureng cake vendor in West Chang'an City closed his stall, he smiled at the shopkeeper of the Rouge shop next door. A certain family finally figured it out. It turned out that the living clock Mr. Yang mentioned in the Sky Curtain meant that, just like Uncle Feng who was playing more here, as soon as his clapper rings, we will know what time it is, whether it is time to close the stall or go to the night incense. That's right. This Mr. Kant is the human form is better in the city of Königsberg. The man selling cooking cakes on the streets of Bienliang had just finished the morning market and was resting for tea. Hearing the discussion of others, he couldn't help but patted his thigh and said to the owner of the tea stall, "Hey, Dare to believe that this Yang Jinsher is a humanoid sundial. It's more convenient than watching shadows. If we had such a punctual old man at the entrance of the alley, why would I bother to look at the sun? You'll know the time when you see him go out for a walk. It's interesting, it's really interesting. In a small town in the south of the Yangtze River in the Ming Dynasty, several women who were clothed by the river chatted vigorously. A young daughter-in-law said with a smile, "I thought the living clock was a rare baby, but it turned out to be a gentleman who was more punctual than a rooster. The baker in front of his house is really clever. Isn't it just like Li Shotsai in the east of our town? He must go to the bridge to watch fish every evening. When we see him, we know it's time to light a fire and cook dinner." All time and space under the sky curtain smiled when they saw this place. The picture in the sky curtain was transferred to 1755. After Kant published General History of Nature and the Theory of Celestial Bodies, a scholar named Hermann found him and ridiculed him. "Mr. Kant, you haven't even seen the starry sky outside of Königsberg. How dare you say that the solar system originated in nebulae? Isn't this a crazy dream?" Kant said calmly, "Mr. Hermann, although I have never seen the starry sky in the distance, I have come to this conclusion through observation data and mathematical calculations. Just like Newton had never seen gravity outside the Earth, but could calculate the law of gravity. Science does not rely on the eyes to see, but on rational thought." Hermann was stunned, and Kant said again, "If you think my conclusion is wrong, you can refute me with data instead of denying me with never seen it." Hermann opened his mouth and finally said nothing, shaking his hand and walking away. The sky curtain then showed the magnificent scene of the vast rotation of nebulae and the condensation of planets, as well as Kant's model of the formation of the solar system based on mathematical deduction. This unprecedented picture of the universe caused great shock and thought in various time and space. In Huaxia, the senior astronomy student in Qin Tianjian stared intently at the evolution of the nebula, his voice trembling with excitement. It's incredible. This nebula said actually thinks that the sun, moon, and stars are naturally condensed from a cloud of chaotic gas. Where is this talk of opening up and clearing away the separation of the Emperor of Heaven? However, the sequence of its evolution is interlocking, and it seems to imply the beauty of creation. Zhenzhang, although this method is very different from the Huntian and Xuanya theories that we have learned, the essence of its deduction and the grand conception are really shameful. Excited. A scholar who has read a lot of books has been pondering the words Newton and science repeatedly. Kant's theory is shocking. In other words, it must be called Newton. This person can calculate the law of gravity without seeing gravity. It sounds quite like everyone in my China who is good at pushing and calculating, such as Guo Shoujing and Zhu Chong. However, the data and computing used in it seem to be another system, called science. Could this scientific person be Taixi's study of character and substance? Its pursuit of universal axioms and its spirit of not blindly obeying authorities seem to have something in common with the character spirit of my Confucian. I don't know anything, I'm ashamed of it. In the tea house, Mr. Storyteller patted Xingmu, trying to explain this novel concept to the audience. Have you guys seen it? The Western scholars feel that our sun, moon, and starry sky are the earliest, and they are a vague and glowing big smoke and fire nebula. This massive big smoke and fire turned by itself, throwing out some slag, and slowly gathered into the land where we live and other stars. This is called, Xingyun said. That foreigner named Newton is even more amazing. He calculated that there is an invisible pull between all things. Oh, you ask me what is science? In my opinion, it is a particularly serious and calculable knowledge on their side. Everything has to be proved and understood. The old farmer who was resting in the field looked at the rotating spots of light on the sky curtain, both confused and with a trace of simple understanding. Obediently. It turns out that God didn't become like this all at once, but slowly grew out. It's like noodles. At first, it was a big ball of paste, nebula. After kneading it, it separated into dough pieces, planets. Can the one called Newton, calculate the invisible force? Then he must be a good farmer and knows the spleen of crops best. Is this science the doorway for them to figure out why everything is like this and what it will become? Watching this General History of Nature and the Theory of Celestial Bodies, ordinary people have a deep understanding that the land under our feet is a spherical shape, called the Earth. Scholars began to reflect on whether this is really correct in the Tianyuan place, and what is science? Chapter 42: The Birth of Critical Philosophy. The sky changed again in 1770. At the age of 46, Kant became a professor of logic and metaphysics at the University of Königsberg. For the first time, he gave students a class on pure rational criticism. He asked a question: how do we know that the world we see is real? For example, the table we see is brown, but the blind can't see the color. What is the real color of the table? Student Carl raised his hand. Sir, the color of the table exists objectively. The blind can't see it because he has no eyes, not that the table has no color. Kant shook his head. Carl, you are wrong. The color we see is the feeling formed after light enters the brain through the eyes. Without the cognitive tool of the eyes, we would not be able to see the color. Similarly, our cognition of the world must pass through the cognitive tools of spacetime, form and category. So the world we see is a world that has been tooled, not the essence of the world. This is what I call the phenomenon world and the self-body of things. After the publication of Criticism of Pure Reason, Kant's friend and mathematician Lambert asked him, Kant, the innate category in your book is too abstract, and ordinary people can't understand it at all. Can't you explain it in simple words? Kant picked up the teacup on the table and said, Lambert, look at this teacup. We will say it is a cup, entity category, it is white, qualitative category, it is on the table, relational category. These judgments are not what we learn from experience. It's the cognitive framework that we are born with, just like we are born to see things with our eyes. Without these frames, the teacup we see is just a pile of chaotic feelings, not a cup. Lambert suddenly realized, that's it. You said that a long time ago, didn't I understand? In the market during the Warring States period, a cloth merchant saw this scene and chatted to his customers. Look at my piece of satin. You can see it's stone blue under the sun. When you get it by the candle, it turns purple. What color is it? I'm afraid that after leaving our eyes, it really can't tell what its true color is. It seems that everything has to go through our own eyes and hearts to become what we think it is. The sky curtain appeared immediately, and Kant and the students discussed the topic of morality. The student Friedrich asked, Sir, if you lie to save people, is it immoral? For example, someone wants to kill an innocent person and asks us where that person is. Do we want to lie? Kant was silent for a while and said, Friedrich, this is a difficult question, but my absolute command tells us the law of morality is universal. If lying to save others becomes a universal law, then people will no longer believe what others say, and in the end it will harm more people. So even if it is to save people, lying is immoral. We should think of other ways, such as persuading murderers or helping innocent people escape. Friedrich asked again, then people are an end, not a means. Does it mean that we cannot use others? Kant nodded, yes. For example, if you ask a friend to help, you can't just use him as a tool to help, but also consider his feelings and needs. This is the true morality. After seeing Mencius, what this Western great Confucian said, moral laws must be universal, is a bit close to what I said. Clinging to principles but not understanding adaptability is actually stubbornness. However, he insisted that even in order to save people, he could not violate the fundamental principle of honesty, which was stronger and more determined than our Confucianism. Our Confucianism focuses on the combination of principles and adaptability. However, Kant's doctrine seems to put the principle of not deceiving in a higher position. He would rather use other methods to save people directly than open the hole of lying. This kind of persistence in moral purity is really admirable. Guan Ning, who was doing farm work, sighed to his neighbor after hearing this. The Golden Mean says, without sincerity, there is nothing. Mr. Kant's words deeply understood the importance of sincerity. Once deception is allowed as an excuse to save people, then everyone will find a reason to lie, and the embankment of integrity will collapse because of a small ant nest saving a person, but damaging the trust of the whole society. Which is lighter and which is heavier? His theory of absolute command is like setting an absolutely insurmountable boundary stone for morality. It may seem unkind, but it is actually the cornerstone of guarding the right path in the world. The phrase people are the purpose is even more alarming. When we interact with others, we must always reflect on ourselves, whether we have the intention of using others. This is contrary to the Confucian way of loyalty and forgiveness. Don't do what you don't want, don't do it to others. Mr. Storyteller patted Wakewood and explained to the tea guests, everyone, what this foreigner, Mr. Kant, means is that the word integrity is the most important rule in the world, and there must be no exception. Just like we do business, today you can lie to the bad guys to save your friends, and tomorrow others can lie to you for a small profit. After a long time, who would dare to believe isn't this world in chaos? So his choice was that he would rather find a way to deal with the bad guys then let go of this whole. This is called using dead rules to protect the right path of the living on earth. The latter sentence is even more powerful. It means that we treat others with respect. We have to compare our hearts. We can't just think about letting others do things for us. We have to think about the situation and feelings of others. This is the true benevolence. An old shopkeeper in Mingyong took this opportunity to educate the guys in the store. Do you understand? Why can our shop operate for 100 years, relying on the golden signboard of integrity? It can't be smashed. Mr. Kant's words make sense. Rules are rules. Today you make an exception for a little thing, and tomorrow he will be able to lie for a huge benefit. As soon as the signboard falls down, it will be difficult to stand it up again. Chapter 43. Later years and the passing down of ideas. In the picture, in the autumn of 1794, the wind in Königsberg had already brought coolness, passing through the window of Kant's study, and rolling up the corners of the manuscripts scattered on the desk. The first edition of Criticism of Pure Reason on the bookshelf has faded, and the Bible that has been repeatedly flipped through is sandwiched with a dry dandelion, a specimen left by his mother when she taught him to identify plants. The door was knocked softly, and an official from the Prussian royal family came in. The copper buttons on the dark blue uniform shone coldly under the dim oil lamp. He stood in front of his desk, his gaze swept across the philosophical manuscripts on the table, his tone as serious as ice. Mr. Kant, His Majesty the King believes that your religious views violate orthodox beliefs and asks you not to teach or speak about religion anymore. Can you do it? Kant raised his head from a pile of revised manuscripts of Criticism of Practical Reason. His hair was already a little gray, but he was neatly combed, and his fingers were still stained with ink. He did not answer immediately, but stretched out his hand to gently smooth a curled manuscript that said, "The boundary between reason and faith." "My lord," his voice is as calm as the Elbe River outside the window, "I just use reason to discuss faith. For example, the existence of God cannot be proved by reason, nor can it be denied by reason. This does not violate faith. On the contrary, it allows people not to blindly follow the doctrine and treat the awe in their hearts more rationally." The official frowned and took a half step forward. "Your Majesty wants your promise, not an excuse." "I respect His Majesty the King's order." Kant nodded slightly. His gaze fell on the Bible with dandelions in it. "I can promise not to publish religious-related works again, but I can't give up my point of view. Reason is a gift from God to mankind, just like sunlight gives plants the power to grow, and we can't waste it." His fingertips gently crossed the word God, without the slightest compromise, but without the sharpness of offense, just a firmness that has been precipitated over the years. The official stared at him for a long time, and finally could only sigh. "I hope you remember what you said today, Mr. Kant." When he turned to leave, his boot stepped on the shredded paper on the floor, but Kant bent over to pick up the pieces of paper and carefully sandwiched them into the manuscript. It was his draft of moral self-discipline, and there was still the edge of his youth between the lines. In the late autumn of 1795, Kant's walking path was covered with the yellow leaves of linden trees. He is leaning on a walnut cane. His pace is slower than in previous years, but he is still stepping on a precise rhythm. The citizens of Königsberg will still look at his figure and watch the clock, but now, there is an extra figure behind him. Diplomat Schmidt. Schmidt was wearing a ramrod suit and holding a book of Permanent Peace Theory in his hand, the cover of which was still stained with the dust of the journey. "Mr. Kant." He took 2 quick steps to follow, with the diplomat's unique doubts in his tone. "You said in your book that all countries want to establish a Republican alliance to achieve permanent peace, but all countries have their own interests. Prussia wants to expand its territory, France wants to revolution, and Russia wants to go south. How can it be possible to truly cooperate?" Kant stopped, bent over and picked up a complete yellow leaf, the veins of which were as clear as a river on a map in the setting sun. "Mr. Schmidt, look at this leaf." He handed the leaf over. "It's not a matter of a day from budding to yellowing. Permanent peace is not achieved overnight. Just like a seed grows into a big tree, it takes time and patience." Schmidt took the leaf and rubbed the veins with his fingertips. "But the seeds at least know to grow in the sun, but they don't even understand what sunshine is. Let's start with no war." Kant continued to walk forward, knocking on the stone road with his crutches, making a regular tuck sound, just like between neighbors. "First agree not to quarrel, then borrow a handful of salt from each other and help harvest once, and slowly there will be a common interest." Last winter, Miller, the baker next to me, also distributed hot bread to frozen Russian merchants. The benefits were not only territory and gold, but also the simple desire to not starve and not bleed. He looked up at the church spire in the distance, and the setting sun stretched its shadow very long. "Human beings are rational, just like migratory birds who know that they want to fly south. They will eventually understand that war brings only ruins, and peace can ferment bread and turn the manuscripts and the study into illuminating light." Schmidt looked at Kant's side face, and the setting sun cast a warm light on his gray sideburns, and suddenly felt that those ideas about the alliance were no longer empty talk on paper. On the winter night of 1800, the snow in Königsberg fell very lightly and fell on the windowsill of Kant's study, accumulating a thin layer. Kant was sitting in an armchair by the window, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, holding an old astronomical telescope in his hand. He bought it for half a month's lecture fee when he was young, and the copper rust on the barrel had turned black. Hans walked in with a glass of hot milk and saw Kant laboriously pointing his telescope at the night sky. shaking his hand so much that the lenses staggered the stars several times. Sir, Hans put the milk in his hand, with a distressed voice in his voice. You can't even see the stars clearly, so why do you have to look at them every day? It's so cold outside, your cough hasn't healed yet. Kant did not put down his binoculars, but squinted his eyes, trying to find Orion in the blurred field of vision. It was his favorite constellation to observe when he was young. Hans, his voice is very light, but very clear. The star is a symbol of reason. When I looked at them, I remembered my days at the University Observatory when I was 20 years old. At that time, I thought that reason could unlock all the secrets of the universe. He paused, coughed twice, but smiled. I learned later that reason is not the key, it is the torch, which can illuminate the way we can go, and it can also make us admit that there are places we can't go. He finally put down the binoculars and gently touched the frost flowers on the window glass with his fingertips. I'm old and I can't see the stars clearly in my eyes, but the starlight in my heart is still there, illuminating human cognition with reason. This dream, I have been carrying it since I was young, and I haven't put it down now. Hans looked at Kant's eyes. Those eyes that were once as sharp as an eagle are now muddy but still bright, like starlight in the snow. He couldn't help but turn his face away and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. Sir, don't worry, your book will continue to be passed down, and someone will realize your dream. Kant picked up the hot milk, took a sip, and looked back at the starry sky outside the window. The snow was still falling, and the starlight passed through the snow curtain, weak but firm, like the reason he had insisted on all his life. In the early morning of February 12, 1804, Königsberg was still immersed in the night, but an oil lamp was already on in front of Kant's sickbed. The light of the oil lamp was very weak, reflecting his pale face. His breathing was as light as a feather, and every ups and downs were difficult. Hans knelt by the bed, holding Kant's cold hand, choking and asking, Sir, do you have anything else to say? Kant's eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze crossed Hans's shoulder and fell outside the window. It was almost dawn, and there were still a few bright stars left in the ink-blue night sky. He opened his mouth. His voice was so soft that he could hardly hear, but every word seemed to knock on his heart. There are two things. The deeper and longer I think about them, the more the surprise and awe they arouse in my heart will change with each passing day and continue to grow. His breathing paused, and his gaze stayed in the starry sky for a long time, as if he was saying goodbye to his young self, and as if he was paying tribute to eternal reason. This is the starry sky on my head, and the moral law in my heart. The moment the voice fell, his hand fell gently, and his eyes were still looking at the starry sky. Outside the window, the light of the oil lamp flickered, and finally stabilized, illuminating the calm expression on his face. There was no pain, only a kind of relief after years of baptism, as if he had just completed a long thought, and finally he could take a break. Rest. The news of Kant's death spread all over Königsberg like the wind. On the day of the funeral, the winter sun was unusually warm, and the streets were full of people on both sides. There was no noise, only silent respect. Student Karl stood in the front row of the crowd, holding a yellowed criticism of Pure Reason in his arms, with Kant's autograph on the cover. He watched Kant's coffin slowly pass by, tears falling on the pages of the book. Mr. S-Class changed my life. He said, people are an end, not a means. I will pass this sentence on to my students to let more people know that everyone should be respected and should not be used as a tool. In the crowd, some people were holding Kant's writings, some were holding the notes of his lectures, and some children were holding paper with starry sky painted. That was what they heard from adults, that Kant liked the stars and painted them specially. There was no sorrow or joy, only the sound of the wind blowing through the linden tree, as if repeating the last proverb. Many years later, Hegel stood on the land of Königsberg, looking at the path where Kant once walked, and wrote these words: Kant is the watershed of modern philosophy. Before him, philosophy was the inheritance of the past. After him, philosophy is the development of the future. His thoughts, like the starry sky above his head, will always illuminate the path of mankind. Under that starry sky, the bread of Königsberg is still fermented, the manuscripts in the study are still being read, and the fire of reason and morality has never been extinguished. Chapter 44. Humans are the goal. From awakening to thunder at the end of the Qin dynasty, the light of reason of Kant and Locke's right to resist in the Lishan criminal camp converged here. Lao Zhou, a former cowardly criminal, is now a leader of Xiangliang's rebel army. He stood on a high place and shouted to the black criminals and drifters holding rudimentary tools below. Mr. Locke said, the tyrant is the opposite. Mr. Kant said, we are not tools. Ing Zheng used us as a tool for repairing graves and as a tool for fighting. When we ran out, we threw it away. It's not even as good as a dog. When we die, today, we will tell him that we are human beings. It's the one who came to ask him to pay his debts. The fire of the uprising was no longer just for the restoration of Chu or survival, but also given the lofty meaning of destroying the instrumental system. When they attacked the official office, their goal was clear: to burn the household registration and criminal roster, the file system that defined them as talking animals. Ashur took a team of people and rushed into the county government warehouse, not to grab food first, but to pile piles of bamboo slips into the square and ignite them, burn these cannibal rules. The firelight reflected their liberated faces. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the canal construction site supervisors were still wielding whips, urging the people to carry boulders. Liania, the craftsman who had resisted with a chisel, had already contacted the messenger of the Wagong army. At this moment, when Kant's words came, he slammed the stone on his shoulder at the overwatch and roared, "We are not tools for repairing canals. This river is Yangguang's amusement road, and it is our fate talisman. Quit, it's the other way around." The riot broke out instantly. The people used poles and hose to fight against the officers and soldiers, opened the granary, and converged with the pioneers sent by Limi. Their goal is to point to the dragon boat and the Canal Management Agency, to completely paralyze this life-devouring machine. The slogan has also changed from seeking life to punish tyrants, be a man, not a slave. At the end of the Ming dynasty, Zhao Wu's resistance in the Datong mining area was no longer to block the mine road, but to cooperate with the rebels outside the city to capture the mining area. He shouted to the miners, "The mine owners use us as a tool for digging coal, and Chongjin uses us as a tool for paying taxes. Mr. Kant is right, we are not tools. Today, this mine is ours. Use the coal here to cast weapons, and use the food here to support the righteous army. We must build ourselves a world where we can be human beings." The miners became the toughest force in the rebel army. They knew the underground tunnels well and introduced the battle into the roadways, making it difficult for the official army to move. Their demands directly shook the military and economic lifeblood of the Ming dynasty. In the Eastern Han dynasty, Wang Chong no longer just wrote books and said that some of his disciples sneaked directly into the people and contacted the contacts of the Yellow Turban Army. They simplified the idea of man is the purpose into ballads and prophecies. The sky is dead, Huang Tian should stand was infused with a new solution. The old heaven regards the people as grass and mustard, and the new heaven regards the people as its purpose. It provided a deeper spiritual weapon for the peasant uprising. At the end of the Ming dynasty, Huang Zongxi's manuscript of Ming to be visited was secretly sent to the desks of generals Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong. Among them, the combination of the world is the Lord, the monarch is the guest, and people are the purpose has provided these uprising leaders with a political blueprint that transcends the traditional change of dynasties, although the ultimate path may be different. Building a new order in which one person is no longer a tool has become an inspiring common goal. Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang was no longer facing the restoration of the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, but the full-scale rebellion of the entire underlying tools system. When he heard the report that the rebels shouted, "Don't make tools, be a man," and systematically destroyed the administrative foundation of the Qin dynasty, he felt an unprecedented fear. This is more terrifying than a simple military failure, which means that the entire legalist logic on which he rules is being fundamentally rejected. The burning book pit has been unable to extinguish the fire that has ignited from the hearts of the people. The Sui Emperor Yang Guang and the Ming Chongjin Emperor Zhu Yujian also fell into despair. The army defected, and the people not only did not obey orders, but instead used new ideological weapons to judge the legitimacy of imperial power. Any simple military suppression looks pale and weak, because thoughts have penetrated into the suppressor. Kant's thought became the last and deadliest straw to crush these eschatological dynasties. Chapter 45. When purpose awakens in a prosperous age, the light of the sky curtain illuminates not only the beacon of the end times, but also the depths of the texture of the rule of chastity, the prosperity of the new era, and the prosperity of Kangon, under the joint watering of the wisdom of many sages such as Confucius, Buddha, Locke, Kant, etc. The speed and power of awakening of literate and sensible people far exceed the imagination of the emperor. The so-called stability has become fragile in the face of the ultimate torture of man is the purpose. In the western city of Chang'an during the Jingguan period, only one day had passed since Kant's inventory of people are the purpose. As soon as the morning light flooded the wooden window of the weaving workshop, the carpenter Li San was holding a piece of ink-dried contract, blocking the door of the owner Wang Lao San. The deed said, "Because the Daming Palace is in a hurry to work, the craftsman will work 2 extra hours a day from now on, and the wages will be the same as usual." It was just drawn up by Wang Lao San in the account room this morning. "Lao San Wang, you are using us as a tool to rush to work." Li San's bronze hammer slammed to the ground, causing the dust on the lintel to rustle off. Yesterday, Tianmu said that Mr. Kant said that people are the purpose, not an object at the mercy of others. When taking stock of Descartes a few days ago, Atsue Gung taught us to calculate the working time account. According to the horizontal and vertical line measurement method, simple coordinate system, we made 12 accessories every day. It was just right. 2 extra hours would only make the work rough, and we would not add money. This is not possible. The craftsmen who surrounded them all listened to Kant's inventory yesterday. Lao Zhou, the bronze maker, quickly took out the piece of paper that Achui helped calculate this morning. It was marked with Arabic numerals produced every day at 8 o'clock. You see, this is calculated according to Mr. Descartes' method. It's not good to work for 2 more hours. It also violates what Mr. Kant said. We don't rely on it. Wang Laosan still wanted to use the official urge to work to pressure people, but Li Zhang walked over from behind the crowd. He also watched the inventory yesterday, and just received an order from Jingzhou Mansion not to force craftsmen this morning. It was temporarily ordered by Emperor Taizong of Tang after listening to the inventory. Li Zhang was holding the temporary regulations for craftsmanship in Shishir just issued by the Ministry of Household a few days ago, referring to the basic working hours set by Cartesian arithmetic, and said coldly to Wang Laosan. Yesterday Tianmu said that people are the purpose. When do you want to impose it today? Either give the craftsmen a salary increase or cancel overtime. Nowadays, the craftsmen understand the truth and can settle accounts, but you can't fool them. Wang Laosan looked at the working time account in the hands of the craftsman. I caught a glimpse of the inspector of Jingzhou Mansion behind Li Zhang again. It was Li San who hurriedly reported the letter after hearing about overtime this morning. I had to breathe a sigh of relief. In overtime, each person will add 10 texts a day. When the craftsmen dispersed, Achui squatted beside the loom, still pondering the man is the purpose he learned yesterday. I didn't dare to talk to the owner of the shop yesterday, but today I dared to help everyone settle the accounts. The inventory of the scene came quickly, and we woke up quickly. Li Zhang also sighed. It's only been 1 day since the inventory was completed, and the craftsmen dared to fight for working hours. The speed of awakening was not even expected by the government. In the countryside of Jinhua in the Kaiyuan period, only 20 days have passed since Locke's Human Rights of Talent inventory. The sharecropper Chen took Jialu and Xianwu from the neighboring village. Squatting on the ridge and fiddling with the scale wooden ruler. This was just made according to the Cartesian coordinate system yesterday. With newly cut wood stubble, the three of them held in their hands a copy of the fish scale atlas copied by the scholars of the township a few days ago, which was marked with the 300 mu tian reported by the Lord Wang Yuan, but according to the newly made wooden ruler. The field at the east end has 6 acres, which is 4 times more than the 2 acres recorded on the booklet. Old Chen, is this number correct? Zhao Lu's hand holding the wooden ruler was still shaking. The day before yesterday, he still felt that the landlord said as much as it is. I learned Cartesian arithmetic yesterday, but I found it wrong when I measured it today. Only then did we learn to settle accounts, and we dare to doubt the landlord's accounts. Is it too urgent? Lao Chen touched the piece of Locke's property talent paper copied yesterday. Only a few days ago, the curtain said that rights are born, and Mr. Kant also said that people are the end. Our sharecroppers are not a tool for rent payment. The number of acres in this field is wrong, so the rent shouldn't be overpaid. Let's go to Li Zheng now. When the 3 of them were looking for Li Zheng with the measuring account, Li Zhengzhou and Lao Xuan had just finished reading the Tianmu inventory summary transferred from the county government. Li Zheng took the account book and calculated it for himself. Not long after the sky curtain appeared, the sharecropper learned to measure the field and dare to question it, much faster than he expected. You go back first, and I will go to Wan Yuany's house to verify. As Li Zhang said, he walked to the ridge of the field, and when he reached the ground, it was 6 acres. The facts and evidence are in front of you. The people are not illiterate, and they can't hide from Tian and evade taxes. Wang Yuan can't help it, so he has to admit it. When Lao Chen walked back, Zhao Lu was still feeling with emotion. How long has it taken? We have learned so many things and learned about ourselves. This scene is really refreshing. In the Lingyan Pavilion of Chang'an, Emperor Taizong Tang flipped through the report of the craftsman refuses to go to overtime and sighed to Feng Shenling. Only 1 day after the inventory was completed, the craftsman dared to fight for working hours. The speed of learning was much faster than I expected. I thought that the people would have an acceptable time buffer after the inventory was completed in 10 days, but I didn't expect it to be used in just a few days. Feng Shenling bowed and said, Your Majesty, all dynasties rely on fools to maintain their rule because the people are ignorant, but there is no hope. Now that the sky curtain has spread the truth and taught the ability, the people are, if you have knowledge, you have a desire, and the stability that depends on the fools is naturally broken. In the Daming Palace, Tang Xuanzong looked at the manuscript of sharecropper's nuclear grant and rubbed his fingers on the words Kant. Only a few days ago, sharecroppers dared to doubt the landlord and look for Li Zheng. This people's wisdom woke up too quickly, and even the government was not prepared. The rhythm of Tianmu's 10-day inventory has not stopped, but the foundation of the rule maintained by the fools of each dynasty has been loosened in just a few decades. Qin's prohibition of discussion, Sui's monopoly, Ming and Qing dynasties' restriction of learning, these methods that once made the people ignorant and hopeless, in the end, it failed in the face of Confucius' benevolence, Locke's power, and Kant's purpose. It turned out that the so-called prosperity and stability was just a phantom of fools. Now that the people are sensible and knowledgeable, the awakened questioning is like a tide, rushing towards the stability built by the fools. It can no longer hold on. Chapter 46. Youthful quest and the budding of truth. Time flowed slowly, and in a blink of an eye it came to the early morning 10 days later. I in the countryside of Genoa in the Kaiyuan period, the sharecropper Chen Jingnian murmured, "This scene is good, let us understand knowledge and teach us the truth of being human." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the canopy hanging in the sky, and found that the golden light was slowly blooming. Hey, this is another new sage to take stock of, and I don't know what kind of knowledge and truth this will bring us. I saw the golden light pattern in the sky curtain slowly flowing out of the content, the 10th issue of the Sky Curtain Inventory. Today's inventory of people, Karl Marx. The annotations that follow are like monuments in the long history, solemnly presented. Karl Marx, born in Trier, Prussia in 1818, was a mentor of the modern proletarian revolution, thinker, philosopher, economist, and founder of Marxism. Born into a family of lawyers, he studied at the University of Bonn and the University of Berlin in his early years and received a doctorate in philosophy. He was expelled for criticizing the government. In exile in Paris, Brussels, and London, he co-authored the Communist Manifesto with Engels, wrote Capital Theory, and put forward core ideas such as residual value theory and historical materialism, which profoundly influenced the course of world history. The golden light of the canopy flows, accurately anchoring time in the early summer of Trier, Prussia, in 1835. 17-year-old Karl Marx was dressed in a black student uniform, and the white collar scarf at the neckline was washed straight by his mother Francisca. Holding the graduation certificate issued by Trier Middle School in his hand. The student is extremely talented and especially good at speculation. Engraved in Latin, it is not only a recognition of his studies, but also hides the Enlightenment expectations of the Principal. Wittenbach, the old principal, who was dismissed for opposing Prussian autocracy, once held Marx's hand during a private lecture and said, "Freedom of thought is the most precious right of mankind, more precious than the crown." This sentence, at this moment, is being written in neat German on the title page of Marx's notebook. The ink has faded slightly, but it is engraved into his soul like a brand. On the banks of the Rhine River in Trier, Marx stood still and stared at the sparkling light of the river. In the study room of his father Heinrich Marx, on a walnut table stood the acceptance letter from the law department of the University of Bonn, a Jewish lawyer who was forced to convert to Christianity due to religious discrimination. He rubbed the word law repeatedly with his fingertips, his tone full of expectation for decency. Karl, a lawyer is a job that can make a living. He can earn $2,000 a year, enough for you to buy a house with a garden in Cologne. You don't have to struggle under the label of Jewish for the rest of your life like me. He opened Marx's graduation composition, Young People's Considerations when Choosing a Career, casually, and his gaze stopped in the sentence, "Working for the happiness of mankind." His brows frowned unconsciously. Child, human happiness is too far away. First take care of your own livelihood before talking about those unrealistic ideals. Marx turned around and pulled out a yellowed copy of the Moselle River newsletter from the bookshelf. This was a local newspaper report on the predicament of farmers. He pointed to one of the paragraphs circled with a red pen. "Father, look at it. Farmers on the Moselle River can harvest 200 pounds of grapes for an acre of grapes, and they can only sell 2 pfennigs per pound. In conversion, the income per acre is only 400 pfennigs, which is 4 thaler, but the government has to impose a wine tax, charging $3 per barrel of grapes, and the landlord has to withdraw 50% of the rent. After a year of hard work by the farmers, the money they finally got is not enough to buy 50 caddies of black bread. Last winter, Uncle Weber in the neighboring village couldn't afford to pay taxes. All the grapes were confiscated by the government. His wife starved to death in the dilapidated house. If I were a lawyer and only helped nobles deal with property disputes, who would these farmers speak for them?" He opened the text and added a line of annotations next to "Working for the happiness of mankind." "What I am looking for is not a decent occupation, but the truth that can make farmers and workers no longer starve." Heinrich looked at the firmness in his son's eyes, remembering that he had been passionate about fairness when he was young, but in the end he compromised with reality. He sighed, took out a worn-out copy of Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit from the drawer, and handed it to Marx. "Since you insist on exploring fairness, read this book first." Hegel said that everything that is realistic is reasonable, which may help you see this complicated world clearly. He never expected that this book would become Marx's ideological weapon for criticizing Prussian authoritarianism. Young Marx did not blindly follow the superficial interpretation of realistic rationality, but read out the revolutionary meaning of reasonable reality will eventually be replaced by a more reasonable reality from the core of dialectics, negation of negation. This also foreshadowed his later argument in Capital Theory that capitalism must be replaced by communism. In the autumn of 1836, in a class in the law department of the University of Bonn, the professor was holding the manuscript of Roman law and loudly explained the clause of the sacrosanct nature of property rights. In the drawer of Marx's desk, there is an open copy of Hegel's Principles of Law and Philosophy hidden. When the professor read the noble's ownership of land is forever protected by law, Marx suddenly raised his hand, his voice clear but with unquestionable power. Professor, if the land of the nobles is occupied through violent circles, can this ownership still be considered sacrosanct? Last year, the nobles of Trier forcibly occupied 50 acres of farmers' vineyards along the Moselle River. Not only did the government not stop them, but instead issued them with legal property rights certificates. Is this also the justice protected by the law? The class fell into silence for an instant, and the professor's face turned from red to blue, and he scolded sharply. Marx, the law is the law, and you are not allowed to question it at will. Marx did not budge, took out the Moselle River newsletter from his arms, and read out the report verbatim. Farmer Weber was arrested by the government for disturbing public order for resisting the aristocratic enclosure and serving hard labor. His wife starved to death in the haystack of the dilapidated house because she had no food. Is this the result of what you call legal protection? William Bruning at the next table couldn't help applauding. The young man who later became Marx's best friend took him to argue in the campus cafe after class. The law was supposed to be the ruler of fairness, but now it has become a tool of nobles. Marx nodded in response. What we have to do is not to blindly follow the provisions of the law, but to ask the essence behind the law: who does it serve? At the University of Bonn at that time, aristocratic children accounted for more than 70%. They rode horses, drank alcohol, and attended dances every day. They used law classes as a basis for socializing. Marx took several workers' children out of the campus and went deep into the slums to investigate. In the weavers' settlement on the edge of Trier, they recorded shocking details. Weavers work 14 hours a day and earn a daily salary of only 3 finny, but they have to pay a craftsman tax of 2 finny. The 6-year-old child laborer was locked in the loom by the boss and was responsible for breaking the yarn. The speed of the machine was adjusted to the fastest speed. If he was careless, his fingers would be broken. The compensation given by the boss was only 5 finny at most. Weaving a fine cotton cloth can sell for 2 francs. The boss takes 1.4 francs as the profit, the government takes 0.4 francs as the fabric consumption tax, and the weavers get 0.2 francs, not even enough to buy 1 caddy of good bread. These research data were later compiled by Marx into notes on the law of forest theft and the situation of farmers in the Moselle region. Among them, the description of capitalists squeezing profits and the government participating in the division of spoils is the original material of the theory of absolute residual value exploitation in the first volume of Capital. He wrote in his notebook, Prussian law is essentially a tool of the ruling class. Nobles use it to plunder land, capitalists use it to squeeze wages, and the government uses it to suppress resistance. This is the so-called rule of law truth. In 1837, dissatisfied with the academic atmosphere of the University of Bonn, Marx transferred to the University of Berlin, an institution famous for Hegel's philosophy, which became the key place for his ideological transformation. As soon as he enrolled in school, he joined the doctoral club of the young Hegelites. Here, he met like-minded scholars such as Bruno Powell and Edgar Powell. It was also the first time that Hegel's dialectics and philosophy of history were systematically studied. In a late-night discussion, when Powell and others hotly discussed that absolute spirit is the essence of the world, Marx suddenly knocked on the table and refuted. If the absolute spirit can really dominate the development of the world, then why are the farmers of the Moselle still hungry? Why do workers still have to work 16 hours a day? I believe that it is not the spirit that determines the material, but the material that determines the spirit. Farmers question the sacredness of the law because they don't have land or food. Only when workers are squeezed so hard that they cannot survive will they resist the reasonable reality. These words caused the club to fall into a long silence, and Powell later wrote in a letter to a friend, Marx turned Hegel's dialectics upside down. He no longer talked about spirit freedom, but emphasized that to transform the world, you must first recognize the material reality, which is more powerful than our speculation. In order to verify his point of view, Marx soaked in the library of the University of Berlin and read through classic works such as Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and David Ricardo's Political Economy and the Principles of Taxation. But he compared the classical British economic theory with the actual social situation in Prussia and found a key contradiction. Smith said that labor is the only source of wealth, but in Prussia, most of the fruits of workers' labor were taken away by capitalists and the government. He wrote down the early definition of residual value in his notebook: the total value created by workers in the labor process, minus the wages paid by the capitalists. The remaining part is the residual value, which is occupied by the capitalists free of charge. The taxes levied by the government are essentially a secondary distribution of residual value, and eventually flow into the pockets of the ruling class. In 1841, Marx completed his doctoral thesis on the title The Difference Between the Natural Philosophy of Democritus and the Natural Philosophy of Epicurus. When defending, he said firmly in front of the reviewing professor, philosophy is not an empty talk in the study, not to explain the world, but to transform the world. If philosophy cannot help workers get rid of suffering and allow farmers to obtain food and clothing, then it has no meaning. These words shocked everyone present, and it also marked the formal shift of young Marx from philosophical speculation to realistic criticism. The path he wants to take is no longer the path of lawyers that his father expected, but the path of revolution to find the truth of liberation for the proletariat. Under the Sky Curtain, the discussion forums of the Chinese dynasties were instantly filled with resonance, and the sufferings of each era echoed Marx's concern about the predicament of the Moselle River. Lao Zhou Xianzi, a criminal in Lishan at the end of the Qin dynasty. What Marx said about nobles robbing land and government accomplices is simply a portrayal of our great Qin. We can get one stone millet, about 120 kilograms, for an acre of land, which is worth 30 yuan. The landlord must first collect 7 buckets, 84 kilograms, as rent, and the government must draw 2 buckets, 24 kilograms, as mouth payment and field rent. In the end, there was only 1 bucket, 12 kilograms, left in my hand. How many days is 12 caddies of millet enough to eat? Last year, the old king of our village was burned down by the soldiers because he didn't pay enough food. 3 of his wives and children starved to death, but Ing Zhang ate dozens of dishes a day in Xianyang Palace, and some dishes were thrown away with just 1 bite. The food he wasted on a meal was worth 200 yuan, enough for our family of 5 to eat for half a month. They are all human beings. Why can he enjoy his happiness if he doesn't work, but we have to starve to death if we break our waists? This is what Marx said: the ruler takes away the residual value. Li Chui, a weavers at the end of the Ming dynasty, also displayed characters. I've been working so hard all day, my eyes are almost blind, and I can only weave complex patterns that are less than half a foot long. A yunjin is 5 feet long, and I have to weave it for several months. The owner said that a yunjin was sent to the palace at a price of 12 taels of silver, but we couldn't even see the money. The square mainly deducted 9 taels, which were said to be material money, fire consumption, and profit money. The father-in-law of the tax supervisor would draw 2 taels of material donation, which is called enshrining the inner court. The salary that finally fell into my hands was less than 1 tael of silver a month. With this tael of silver, you can only buy more than a bucket, about 15 kilograms, of chenmi mixed with sand when you take it to the market, which is just enough for me to hang my life alone. But for a dragon robe in the palace, the dragon master must use more than 20 yunjin like me. The material alone is worth 200 to 300 taels, enough for 100 weavers like me to work for several years. The government also forced us to detain and sign the voluntary contract of employment, which said willing to work and be diligent every day, and if we don't detain, we will be arrested and punished. This is not voluntary, this is terrible. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen, was in the Zichen Hall of Daming Palace, staring at the Sky Curtain, and sighing to Fang Xianling that Xianling, look at what this person said. It can be said that it hit the nail on the head. The reason why I exercise Juntian is that it stipulates that each ding is granted 100 mu of land, of which 80 mu is divided into oral fields and 20 mu is Yangye field. He also established the method of rent mediocrity and adjustment. Each ding pays 2 stones of millet per year, 2 feet of silk or 2 feet of cloth and 5 feet, and folds 3 feet of silk on the 20th day of service or every day. It is precisely because he is deeply afraid that the government itself will evolve into a second landlord, competing with the people for profit and taking advantage of the people. This secondary distribution of surplus value in capital theory is the root cause of the demise of the former Sui dynasty. Fang Xianling bowed and handed over a volume of books. Your Majesty Shengming. The minister checked that during the great cause of the Sui dynasty, the price of rice was extremely expensive due to Emperor Yang's abuse of people's power and endless conquests. In ordinary years and years, 1 stone of millet was worth hundreds of dollars, but at the end of the great cause, 1 stone of millet soared to $3,000. Emperor Yang spent more than 10,000 yuan on a royal meal. which was enough to cover the rations of dozens of households for a year. As Marx said, the state apparatus serves the exploited class. In the Sui dynasty, it was the official government that went on a rampage and gathered together with the powerful Shandong and Guangzhong warlords to share the food and ointment of the people, which eventually caused the world to sway. The minister requested that the essence of this theory be included in the Jingguan dignitaries to warn future generations that the government must be the servant of the people, not the servant of the people. Chapter 47 The Rheinische Zeitung Practice, exposing the truth of double exploitation. In the spring of 1842, in the editorial department of the Rhineland in Cologne, Marx took over the appointment letter and officially became the editor-in-chief. On his first day in office, he walked into the typesetting workshop with the debate on forest theft law. This article originated from his research on farmers on the Moselle River. Farmers picking up dead branches to keep warm was designated as theft of trees, but nobles cutting down trees to sell for money were specially protected by law. He pointed out sharply in the article, Prussian law has never been to maintain fairness and justice, but to serve the nobles and capitalists as a tool. It allows nobles to plunder farmers' land with violence, but does not allow farmers to pick up a dead branch to survive. It protects capitalists from squeezing the blood and sweat of workers, but turns a blind eye to the hunger of workers. This is the truth of the so-called country under the rule of law. The day after the article was published, the sales volume of Rhineland skyrocketed from 800 copies to 3,000 copies. Letters from the Saxon weavers Hans Miller filled the editorial office, and the edges of the letter paper were stained with cotton wool. Dear Mr. Marx, I am a weaver's in a textile factory in Saxon. The machines in the factory are ringing from morning to night. I have to take care of the machines to weave tens of meters of fine cotton cloth a day. The owner said that these fabrics are shipped to other places, and one can sell for $3, but I work from dawn to dark, and the daily salary I get is only 12 finny. The owner also deducted money at every turn, saying that the cloth was defective and the machine was worn out. This doesn't count. I'm most afraid of tax collectors coming to the door. They hold official documents and have to collect the textile tax. Our weavers have to pay a fixed poll tax of 5 finny every month, and if they can't pay it, they have to use military service to offset it. 12 finny. She was sweating in the palm of her hand, so she could buy 2 or 3 pounds of the most expensive rye bread, just enough for the family to plug their teeth, and she couldn't even afford a little butter. But go and see, the owner has built a magnificent Western-style building in Dresden, and there are several thoroughbreds tied to the stables. Those tax collectors, their boots are shiny, and the silver snuff boxes hanging around their waists are worth $20 or $30, enough for my family to chew for several years. One of them presses wages and the other forces taxes. Isn't this the double exploitation that you wrote in your article and stripped us of 2 layers of skin alive? Marx organized the letter into the defense of the Moselle Reporter, which clearly exposed the chain of exploitation of the complicity of the landlord and the government. Farmers on the Moselle grow grapes and work hard for a year, and the harvest of an acre of vineyard can sell for about $15. However, the landlord must first forcibly take away 50% as the ground rent immediately afterwards. Tax collectors from the government will come to the door and collect a large number of land tax and wine tax, and take away another 20%. In the end, only 30% of the farmers fell into the hands of the farmers. This money is used to pay for the cost of agricultural tools and seedlings, as well as to feed a large family. Even maintaining basic livelihoods is stretched. Once there is a disaster year, it will immediately fall into the abyss of debt. Similarly, in a textile factory in Saxe, weavers work day and night, and a fine cotton cloth woven is worth 4 marks on the market. However, in the name of investment and management, capitalists took 65% of them as profits. The government takes another 10% in the form of excise tax. In the end, the weavers who were the creators had only 25% of their hands, these 1 mark, in the bakery, can't even get back enough rye bread for a family to eat for a day. Gentlemen, can this be called reasonable tax and profit? No. This is an open fire robbery. It was a cold and systematic brutal plundering of workers by landlords, capitalists, and the government. After the serialization of the defense of the Moselle Reporter, the influence of Rhineland expanded to all of Prussia. Letter from Silesian textile workers. In order to overpower the British cloth in the market, the factory owner adjusted the speed of the new steam loom to a point where the human eye can't keep up. I used to work for 14 hours a day, but now the machine keeps going, and people have to work for more than 16 hours. Last month, worker Hans' right hand was rolled into the machine, and 3 fingers were gone. The ruthless factory owner only threw down 3 finny, saying it was a benevolent pension, and the next day he recruited a cheaper child laborer to take his place. That's not all. In the factory regulations issued by the government, it is written in black and white that employees need to work hard voluntarily, and work at 16 o'clock in the day as usual voluntary, there are two paths in front of us: sign this deed, or the whole family waits to starve to death. Marx compiled these accusations soaked in blood and tears into the selected letters from readers of Rhineland, allowing the cruel truth of double exploitation to be systematically presented to the public for the first time. The Prussian government quickly seized the Rhineland Zeitung on the grounds of inciting class hatred, desecrating state authority and the sacredness of private property. Marx stood at the door of the newspaper and watched as the police threw the lead version printed with the words, "The law is the embodiment of the will of the ruling class," into the carriage, and said to the editors and typesetters who surrounded him, "Not what they fear is not ink and paper, but the truth itself. They are afraid that every worker will see clearly that their suffering is not destined by birth, but the result of the ruthless plundering of the fruits of their labor by the entire system. They can seize an editorial office, but they can't stop tens of millions of hearts pursuing light." On the day they left Cologne, grape farmers in Trier, unemployed apprentices in Bonn, and shoemakers in Cologne spontaneously gathered at the station. The old farmer on the Moselle River held a small jar of home-brewed, dark red wine, his hands trembling. "Mr. Marx, we have all understood the truth you wrote, we have pondered it all night, and we all understand it. But we only have hoes and grape shears in our hands. How can we deal with the government's guns and the capitalists' contract?" Marx solemnly accepted the can of wine, carrying expectations, his voice firm and clear. "Uncle, please believe that once the fire of truth is sown, it will not go out. I will go to a new place and continue to write and shout, so that workers all over Europe can see the chains of exploitation clearly. When countless straws are united, they can also break the backbone of the camel." In the Northern Song dynasty, Chen Liang displayed his characters, and his discussions were vertical and horizontal, and he was in the right time. The accumulated fraud of this dynasty lies in officials, and the people fight for profit, and scholars and merchants conspire together. The master book of a county has an annual salary of nearly 100 guan, while the tenants have worked hard all their lives and earned only 10 guan. Officials sit and enjoy their wealth, but they are still insufficient. They often associate with poor households in the countryside, hide taxes for their hidden fields, and pass on their taxes to poor households. In my hometown in the past few years, there were tenants who paid far more taxes than their landlords. Why is this not the official help to divide the profits? Marx's theory points directly to the root, and it is more thunderbolt than the Confucian, benevolent government rhetoric. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang was in the Fengtian temple in Nanjing, staring at the sky curtain, and said to Lu Ji in a deep voice, "Although this son's words seem to be disobedient, he shows the opportunity for the rise and fall of the past. The root cause of the chaos in the Yung period was the collusion of officials and gentry. Tax collectors were like tigers, the people's estates were taken away, and the military service was like a mountain. In the end, the world was eroded. Since I became the emperor, I have severely punished the law, made the Dahao with hundreds of police officers, and set the low tax of 5 liters and 3 spoons of mu tax on official fields, and 3 liters and 3 spoons of Mendian, which is to make this two exploitation absolutely impossible in Daming." Lu Ji bowed and replied, "Your Majesty's holy consideration is far-reaching. The death of Yuan was the result of the official coercion of the people to rebel. Today, His Majesty pays lightly and lightly, so that the people can have constant production, and then rules the officials with heavy discipline, so that they dare not deceive the people. In this way, the foundation of what Marx said was the united resistance of the people will disappear, and the country will be solid." Chapter 48: Paris Exile. The debate on labor exploitation in the working class in Paris in the late autumn of 1844. In the sky curtain, as soon as the gas lamps in the Saint Antoine district were lit up, cotton wool floated all over the streets with the hum of the spinning mills machines. When Marx opened the wooden door of the Anvil Tavern, he happened to run into the 12-year-old sweeping engineer Louis shrinking in the corner, his cuff still stained with dry blood that was the trace of being beaten by the foreman with a belt this morning. The workers in the tavern raised their heads when they heard the sound, and Pierre, the spinning man in a coarse cloth apron, patted the bookkeeping book on the table, his hoarse voice full of anger. "I deducted my 30th birthday again. It is said that the yarn I weave is uneven, but the speed of the machine is 20% faster than last month. Who can weave evenly?" Marx sat down opposite Pierre and took out a yellowed notebook from his canvas bag. The cover said, "Manuscript of Paris," that is, Manuscript of Economics and Philosophy of 1844. Sandwiched inside is a letter from Engels from Manchester. He spread the letter paper on the table and scratched the handwriting with his fingertips. Engels said that in the steam loom factory in Manchester, each machine weaves 40 yards of cotton cloth a day, worth 8 shillings, but the daily salary of the workers is only 2p. And the profit of the capitalists is 160 times the salary. You see, this is not the machine is fast, it's that they want to grab more of your labor. The fruits of labor? Andre, the old typesetter, frowned, his knuckles turned white as he clenched the wine glass. We do a day's work and take a day's money. How do we call it a grab? The weavers in Lyon went on strike last year, didn't they fight for nothing? Marx did not refute it directly, but turned to the fragment of alienated labor in his notebook and drew a simple picture on the wooden table in the tavern with chalk. Look, this is your labor. Pierre weaves for 15 hours a day, producing 3 cotton cloths. Jacques knits 10 farm tools a day. This is the salary you get. Pierre 1.2 thaler, Jacques 1.5 thaler. But the money for cotton cloth and agricultural tools is much more than your wages, and the extra part is secretly taken away by the capitalists. This is the alienation of labor. What you create, in turn, becomes a tool to squeeze you. He paused, remembering the forest theft law that he paid attention to when he was in the Rhineland, and added, just like the nobles of Prussia, they prevented farmers from picking up dead branches to keep warm, saying that it was theft of trees, but the forest belonged to everyone. The same is true of current capitalists, who regard machines and factories as their property, but forget that these things are all made by you with your hands. Jacques, the blacksmith, suddenly patted the table, causing a few drops of beer in the glass to splash out. I get it. Last year, the owner of the blacksmith shop said, if the price of iron rises, we will reduce our salary. We all believed it, but later we learned that he had increased the price of iron by 30%. If we had known the reason for this alienation, we would not have been deceived by him. Louis also leaned in a low voice, holding half a piece of rye bread in his hand. I have to take care of 20 spinning machines every day. The machines turn too fast, and I can't connect the broken yarn. The foreman draws me with a belt. Why did the things I created become a reason to beat me? Mark squatted down and looked straight into Louis's eyes in action that caused his expensive but frayed coat to rub against the soot on the ground, because capitalists regard you as talking tools, not people. He pointed to the sentence in the notebook, as it says, the more wealth a worker produces, the greater the influence and scale of his production, and the poorer he will be. The more commodities a worker creates, the more he becomes a cheap commodity. The more cloth you weave and the more iron you make, the richer the capitalists, but the easier it is for you to be replaced. At this moment, the tavern owner hurriedly came in with an official notice, his face ugly. The workshop tax is going to be increased again, saying it is to support the army. In fact, it is not to add a new carriage to the noble lord. Marx took the notice, scanned the words each household pays 5 francs a month, and sneered. This is how the government helps the capitalists divide the spoils. The capitalists take away most of the fruits of alienation, and the government takes a piece of the action in the name of tax. In the end, it is you who suffer. He rubbed the notice into a ball and said to everyone, we have to set up a worker bookkeeping meeting and get together once a week. You write down your daily working hours, output, and wages and make them into a clear account. Let me help you analyze the truth of alienation behind these accounts, and when more people understand it, we will be able to speak to capitalists with one voice. It's not a single worker fighting with them, it's all workers fighting with this cannibalistic system together. Pierre was the first to push the bookkeeping book in front of Marx. The ink on the page hadn't dried yet. I will sort out last month's account tomorrow. My cousin is in the spinning mill next door, so I asked him to come too. Louis also whispered, I can help you copy it. I know a few words. It was taught by an old carpenter in the factory. André folded Engel's letter paper and put it in his arms. I have been working in a typesetting factory for 20 years. I can help print flyers and pass on these truths to more people. That night, the St. Antoine Workers' Bookkeeping Association was established in the back room of the tavern. Marx used chalk to write on the wall for manifestations of alienated labor. Workers are alienated from labor products, alienated from labor processes, alienated from human nature, and alienated from people. Louis lay on the corner of the table, copying the appeal of working hours shall not exceed 12 o'clock every day with a charcoal pen. The handwriting was crooked, but he was serious like never before. He remembered what his father said on his deathbed, if you work hard, you can get enough to eat. Now he knows that it's not that he didn't do it well, it's that the world is inherently unfair. The wooden windows of the tavern were not tightly closed, and the cold wind rolled in a few pieces of cotton wool and fell on Marx's Paris manuscript. He looked at the discussion among the workers and remembered what he wrote in the German and French yearbook at the beginning of the year. Philosophy regards the proletariat as its own material weapon, and similarly, the proletariat regards philosophy as its own spiritual weapon. At this moment, he understands better that this spiritual weapon must first be turned into a bookkeeping book and leaflet that workers can understand before it can truly penetrate into their hearts. Outside the sky curtain, the discussion forums of the Chinese dynasties had long been filled with the voices of the peasants in the beacon of the uprising, their hoarse voices wrapped in smoke, tumbling in the light patterned eye in the Lishan torture camp at the end of the Qin dynasty. Lao Zhou Gang followed Xiang Liang's rebels to smash open the grain depot. Still holding half a bag of freshly snatched corn in his arms, he showed his face to the sky. At the end of the Qin dynasty, in the Lishan torture camp, Lao Zhougang followed Xiang Liang's rebel army and smashed the Qin army's grain road. Still holding half of the sack stained with rice bran in his hand, he gasped at the sky curtain to show his words. It turns out that this is alienated labor. We are criminals in Lishan, moving stones and digging earthwork every day, and doing 7 hours of work. The corn porridge we eat is so rancid that we can smell musty. Ing Zheng used the palace we repaired to hold a banquet in Xianyang Palace, and even the meat we fed the dogs was better than the food we ate. Now that we have reversed, we followed General Xiang to grab the food of the Qin army before we had a full meal. What kind of taxation and military service? We burned the military service book a long time ago, and Qin Lu didn't recognize it. Anyway, they were all dead. It's better to take back what should belong to us instead. In the Suzhou weaving workshop at the end of the Ming dynasty, Lia Chui sat next to the loom, her fingertips shuttling quickly, but her eyes stared at Yun Jin on the machine. Taking advantage of the owner's absence, she leaned into the ear of a Xiao, who was in the loom next door, and whispered to the sky curtain. The alienation mentioned in this scene, I can figure out what it means. You heard from the outside that many places in the northwest and Jiangnan have reversed. Isn't it because of the pressure of taxation that people can't live? The officials and grandfathers in Beijing have meat, and the wine they drink can buy our rations for half a year. But what about our weavers? Every day from the crowing of chickens to midnight, his fingers were bleeding from silk threads, and he only had a little salary at the end of the month to support himself and his family. The people who are really stressed by this alienated labor can't breathe. At the end of the Ming dynasty, on the dry plateau in the northwest, Wang Qinshan was squatting in his own withered wheat field. Behind him, he could still hear the slogan Juntian exemption from taxation shouted by the rebel army in the distance. He was facing the sky with a trembling voice. It's been a drought for 3 months, and the grass doesn't even grow in the ground. The government has to increase the sand rate. We sold cattle and became daughters to get enough tax money, but Chongjin is building a stage in the palace. This is the poorer we are, the richer he is, right? Now that the rebel army that broke into the king is here, saying kill corrupt officials and exempt from taxes, we all want to follow. Why should we give them most of the land we grow and the food we collect? Why can they eat white noodles every day, but we have to chew the bark? In the council hall of Xianyang Palace, Ing Zhang stared at the cry of the rebels on the sky curtain. The bamboo slips of Qin law on the case were slammed to the ground by him. Outside, there was an urgent report that Xiang Liangjun is blackmailing the defectors and approaching Hangguan. He roared at Li Si, these rebels. I will give them a way to live and save them from being criminals for capital crimes. It's good for them to dare to take people against me. Pass the decree, let Zheng Han suppress it at all costs. Arrest all the families of the defectors and see if they dare to make trouble with Xiang Liang, strengthen the defense of Hango Pass again, and never let this group of chaotic people enter the pass. When Li Si bowed, he could see Ing Zhang's face livid. The defection of the criminal army had already cut off the main replenishment of the Qin army, but now he was still being blackmailed by the rebel army, and the crisis of Duqin's death was already at hand. In the Zichen Hall of the Daming Palace, Emperor Taizong of Tang tapped his finger on the Juantin made book on the case, and his gaze fell on the Zhu batch of 30% reduction in the civil tax of Guanzhong, and he sighed to Fang Shanling. With the death of the previous Sui dynasty, Emperor Yang's conscription was endless, and the people were displaced, which eventually led to chaos in the world. He paused, picked up the imperial pen and added to the edge of the book, the Ministry of Household Affairs compiles the tax and taxation system, and publicizes the number of food for disaster relief and border defense every quarter. He said again, there is no need to set up a new department. Just borrow the officials who checked Juntian before and show the accounts clearly to the people, not to let them bargain, but to let them know that the food collected by the court did not go into their private pockets, so that no one would follow the chaos party to heckle. Fang Shanling bowed and responded, Your Majesty Shang Ming, this move is not only reassuring to the people, but also in line with Tianmu's reason. In the Fengtian Temple in Nanjing, Zhu Yuanzhang was holding the Fengyang Mansion's People's Revolution report. His knuckles were blanched by force, and the handwriting on the report, some farmers are due to additional levies by local officials, gathering people to make trouble, and burning down official warehouses. The handwriting is particularly dazzling. He said solemnly to Lu Ji, I have been a commoner since I was a commoner, and I have experienced the tragedy of heavy taxation at the end of the Yuan dynasty and the people's boredom. After ascending the throne, it was decided that Guantianmu taxes 5 liters and 3 and 5 spoons, and Mindian 3 liters and 3 and 5 spoons, which is nearly half less than at the end of the Yuan dynasty. He also compiled the Yellow Book of Military Service to approve the acres of land, just to give the people a bite to eat, but there are always local officials who are bold, using taxation and private donations to force the farmers to make trouble. I am recuperating for fear that the chaos of official coercion and popular rebellion at the end of the Yuan dynasty will repeat itself and overturn my country. He remembered that Tianmu had taken stock of Lot before and said talent is human rights, so he let go and asked the Ministry of Household to reduce the rent of sharecroppers by another 10%. Now, his face is even darker because of the corruption and chaos of officials. Pass the decree. First, send the censor to Fengyang to investigate corrupt officials, and those who investigate will skin the real grass to make an example. Then let the Ministry of Household Affairs bold the official and civilian field tax rules and border defense and disaster relief food in the Fiangming Mingshu with Xu Pen, and post them in the temples of the prefectures and counties, so that the people can see clearly the tax I set is not heavy, and the chaos is caused by corrupt officials. As he said, he picked up the Xu Pen and approved in the newspaper that the first evil one is punished according to the great law, threatened the followers to return home from the crime, and ordered local officials to replant the destroyed crops of farmers. He said sharply to the outside of the hall. Pass on my words again. In the future, if the people encounter harsh levies by officials, they can go to Beijing with the great how to sue the imperial government, but if they dare to refuse to pay the proper taxes and gather people to make trouble, I will never condone it. On the sky curtain, the cries of the peasants' uprising, the voices of the workers, and the calculations of the emperor's rule were intertwined. The light in the back room of the Parisian tavern was still on. Marx didn't know the seeds of thought he was sowing at this moment in the dynasties of Huaxia. The emperor was not allowed to truly compromise, but the peasants and workers who revolted in the uprising were allowed to see the essence of home world more clearly. Even if the emperor absorbed the thoughts of the sages and changed his methods to stabilize the hearts and minds of the people, the world was theirs after all, and the people's labor was for the enjoyment of the royal family and the large landholders after all. Chapter 49. The Paris Meeting, an intellectual alliance and the embryo of the workers' movement. The golden light of the canopy flowed, accurately anchoring time in Paris on August 28, 1844. In the Café Régans in the Saint-Antoine district, the light of gas lamps passed through the glass windows, casting warm yellow spots on the streets. When Marx opened the wooden door of the café, Engels was already sitting by the window, with a stack of factory investigation reports from Manchester spread out in front of him. The pages were still stained with cotton wool from the Lancashire textile factory, and the temperature of the workers' blood and tears was hidden in the ink. Friedrich, what you wrote in The State of the British Working Class is the daily salary of textile women workers is 2 pennies, and the daily profit of capitalists is 16 shillings. Marx put the canvas bag on the table, took out an excerpt from the Paris manuscript, and scratched the passage alienated labor with his fingertips. In the Saint-Antoine district of Paris, the situation is equally bad. Louis, a 12-year-old child laborer, who takes care of 20 spinning machines every day, is beaten by the foreman with a belt and his arms bleed. His daily salary is only 5 finny, and he can't even afford half a piece of rye bread. Engels leaned over and pointed to the record in the report that steam looms replace manual looms, and workers become beggars after losing their jobs. In order to suppress prices, the factory owner in Manchester even tripled the speed of the loom, causing accidents where workers' fingers were broken every week. This is not technical progress, it is turning workers into vassals of machines. Just like you said, workers are alienated from the labor process, they don't even have the right to choose how to work and how long to work. Marx nodded and took out the register of the Saint-Antoine Workers' Bookkeeping Association from his bag. The working hours, output, and salary of each worker are memorized with a crooked charcoal pen on it. I ask workers to record this data every week so that they can see how the fruits of their labor are divided up. Last week Jacques made 10 farm tools worth 30 francs, the capitalist took 22 francs, and the government drew 5 francs. He only got 3 francs. The difference of 27 francs is the residual value that was ruthlessly plundered. As soon as the conversation between the two fell, the door of the café was pushed open again, and Pierre walked in with Louis and several workers. Louis was holding half a piece of hard rye bread in his hand. Seeing the investigation report on the Engels case, he asked in a low voice, "Sir, are the workers in Manchester as bitter as we are?" Engels squatted down and looked straight into Louis's eyes, his voice gentle but heavy. "More bitter than you. The factory there has no heating equipment in winter, and the workers have stiff fingers from freezing, so they have to continue to operate the machines. Some female workers are pregnant and can only work until the day before childbirth, otherwise they will be fired and will not even get the last bit of salary." "Then, did they resist?" Pierre asked eagerly, holding the register tighter in his hand. He remembered the workers who were fired last week for negative work cuts, with a trace of uneasiness in his heart, and a trace of expectation. Marx took the conversation, spread out the register in front of everyone, and drew a simple workers' union model on the table with chalk. The workers in Manchester established the Weavers' Association. they agreed to strike one place, strike everywhere, forcing the factory owners to increase their wages by 10%. We can do the same in Paris. Unite the weavers, blacksmiths, and carpenters in the Saint Antoine district to form a Paris Workers' Federation. Use collective power to negotiate with capitalists, rather than individual workers fighting alone. Louis's eyes lit up, and he reached out and touched the unhealed whip mark on his arm. If we unite, won't the foreman dare to hit us casually? Don't capitalists dare to deduct our wages casually? Not only that, Engels smiled and nodded, and took out a comparison chart of working hours drawn by Manchester workers from the report, marking reasonable working hours and actual working hours with simple horizontal lines. We also need to let more workers understand that their suffering is not bad fate, but the plundering of the fruits of their labor. As Marx said, the liberation of the working class can only depend on the working class itself. The scene of the day is frozen in the scene of the first meeting of the Paris Workers' Federation. More than 20 workers sat around in the back room of the café, and Marx used chalk to write on the wall the slogan, "Unite for an 8-hour work system and reasonable wages." Engels explained the calculation method of residual value on the side. The experiencers from all dynasties in China seemed to be in person at this ideological meeting that spanned time and space. In the dialogue between Marx and Engels, they touched the initial pulse of the workers' movement. Beside the bonfire in Chuying, Lao Zhou clutched a piece of blackened charcoal and wrote down the word "united" on the flat stone slab. Sitting around were not only the same group of criminals who had escaped from Lishan, but also the refugees who had just defected to the Chu army and the old Chu soldiers who had returned to Chu after unloading their armor. Everyone was either holding weapons or holding half a piece of corn cake in their hands, and their eyes were focused on the two powerful Chu seals on the slate. "Brothers, let's talk about it. When we weren't united before, what was our life like?" Lao Zhou's voice first asked the prisoners questions in Lishan. "We moved 12 baskets of stones every day. Ing Zhang used our strength to build the Afang Palace and the Great Wall. We were hungry and whipped. When we died, we didn't even have a place to bury our bones. Why? Because we are scattered. I dare not help you if you are beaten. You can't save me if I am hungry. A single person is not even as good as an ant in the face of Ing Jing's tyranny." A migrant man next to him slapped his thigh abruptly, his hoarse voice full of bitterness. "That's right. I used to be in Chen County. When the government requisitioned food, my family had 3 stones of millet. They wanted to take 2 stones. If I refused, they killed my father. I want to take revenge, but I'm alone, and I can't even get close to the county official's door. How can a scattered person fight the government? But it's different now." Lao Zhou suddenly raised his voice and pointed to the old Chu soldiers beside him. "We are united with the brothers of old Chu. They can fight. Our criminals know how to build defenses. The brothers of the refugees are familiar with the terrain. If we hold them in a group, they will not be scattered sand." In the previous chapter, Han sent 1,000 Qin troops to search for food. How did we win? Brother Old Chu was in the front. Our criminals set up an ambush on both sides, and the exiled brothers led the Qin army into the valley. If we had still fought our own battles, the Qin army would have been dispersed a long time ago. As soon as this fell, Ashur said, "Lao Zhou is right. Mr. Marx said in the Sky Curtain, only when you unite, you have power." There are many people and great power. The old man looked at the brothers in front of him, and suddenly remembered what Marx said in the Sky Curtain, "The liberation of the working class depends on yourself." For them, the liberation of overthrowing the tyrant Qin had to be united by themselves. In the past, they were talking tools, but now, together, they are knives that can pierce the chest of violent Qi and I. In front of the wheat pile in Luokukang at the end of the Sui dynasty, Limi stood on the soil platform and shouted to more than 30,000 refugees. In the past, we ran away when we saw the Sui army because we were scattered. Now that we have more than 30,000 people standing together, isn't Zhang Shuchua's 20,000 Sui army also beaten back by us? Jairan took out a burlap bag from his arms and poured out corn. "I said it when I opened the warehouse to distribute the grain. Whether it is a farmer or a craftsman, whether it is an old man or a child, they all have a part. Now that the surrounding refugees are all coming to us, the more we have and the tighter the union, the more afraid Yang Guang will be." Cheers suddenly came from outside the tent, and Tanma came to report, "Su Shirmao has brought the Jian rebel army and defected. They said they want to join forces with us to break the Sui dynasty." On the dragon boat in Jiangdu, Yang Guang threw the report of Wagong unites to break the Sui army on the brocade, and the gilt jug rolled onto the boatboard. Decree Wang Shichong. 50,000 more troops. Break up this group of Diao People's Union for me. If you let them gather again, my country will be over. Yushernan lowered his head to pick up the newspaper, and knew in his heart the people in Wagong were like weeds, gathering more and more. Yang Guang's suppression was just a few steps, and it couldn't take root at all. As soon as the sky curtain finished reflecting the truth of United for Profit, Lia Chui clutched the working time account and shouted to the people who were working with him, "I want the deducted money back." As soon as more than 30 weavers surrounded Zhou Fu's house, Li Zhang's footsteps came from the alley, not knowing in advance. It was the movement of the weavers that alarmed the soap officials patrolling the street. The soap officials ran back to the government office to report the news, and Li Zhang rushed over. When Li Zhang arrived in front of him, he first raised his hand to the weavers to suppress the commotion. All be quiet first. If you have something to say, don't block the door and make trouble. It's really delayed. The government will be held accountable, and none of you will be able to get it. When he turned to Zhou Fu again, his tone sank a bit. "Master Zhou, the weavers said you deduct your wages, is it true? If you really deduct it, hurry up and make it up. Don't wait for the weavers to make a big noise and delay the tribute. The prefect will ask the crime. Can you bear it?" Zhou Fu also wanted to justify the heavy tax contribution, but Li Zhang interrupted. "Tax donations are the business of the government, and it is your business to deduct the blood and sweat of the weavers. Today, I will either make up the money, or I will go back to the government office and report to the prefect, and let the prefect decide. You choose for yourself." The weight of these words made Zhou Fu shrink his neck, and Li Jing turned to the weavers again. "Listen, too, if you want the money to come back, work hard, and stop gathering people to block the door. In the future, if there is a dispute, please contact me first. The government will not favor the owner of the shop, nor will it condone chaos. It only guarantees the rules that should be guaranteed." In the 42nd year of Kangxi in the Qing dynasty, as soon as the rice fields of Changzhou Prefecture in the south of the Yangtze River turned golden, the officials brought soap officials to urge the autumn grain consumption by example. 2 liters of grain per stone were levied, but this year they insisted on 5 liters. Chen Shui, an old farmer in Shitsuan, clutched his grain bag and refused to let go. He was pushed down on the ridge of the field by the soap scribe. The farmers next to him dared not speak in anger, and could only mutter privately, "I haven't been so cruel in previous years." Until nightfall, the Tianmu discussion forum reflected the words craftsmen jointly asked for wages at the end of the Ming dynasty and threatened to successfully get the wages they deserved. Chen Shi suddenly patted his thigh and got up. "The weavers in the city can ask for wages together, so why can't we talk together?" Carrying his own food booklet, he first found Zhou Lao Xiucai, the most prestigious young talent in Dongsuan, and then ran to Nanhuan and Beigang villages. The candlelight burned from dusk to late at night. The farmers from the 4 villages finally sat together, and you and I put together a joint petition: only pay the full amount and refuse to pay the additional expenses. If the officials force them, they will go to the mansion together to hand in the petition. The news spread quickly. Within 3 days, 3 more villages in the surrounding area took the initiative to join. The farmers in the 7 villages agreed that no one will pay any donations separately, and no one will hide food privately. When the officials came again, they saw that the ridge of the field was full of farmers with agricultural tools. Even the most timid tenants in the past dared to step forward and say, "Follow the rules." The officials did not dare to break in again, and returned to the county government dingily. After the prefecture heard about it, he didn't dare to send an official to suppress it. During the Kangxi period, agricultural mulberry was being heavily cultivated. If the farmers were really forced to file a joint complaint to Fuqing, their black gauze hats would be difficult to protect. He personally went to the countryside to mediate, and finally decided that the 2-liter levy will still be increased to punish the officials who are more demanding. He also erected a wooden monument in front of the farmers in the 7 villages, engraved with the words, "The autumn grain levy shall not exceed the law." Chen Shi touched the words on the tablet and smiled at the farmers around him. "I used to be afraid of officials alone, but now the 7 villages are hugged together, and even the prefectures have to listen to us. This scene is right. As long as you have the same heart, you are not afraid of injustice." Since then, every time the food is requisitioned, the 7 villages will send people to stare together. There has never been a private donation by the officials. When the words of the curtain discussion forum spread across the land of China like a tide, the dialogue between Lao Zhou and the criminal army at the end of the Qin dynasty hugging the group against Qin was sonorous. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the weavers' excitement of uniting for pay and success jumped to the top. There are also the exhilarating words of the old farmers who jointly refused to donate harshly and officials bow their heads, and even if there is no image, every word is like fire, falling on the land of the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, igniting the light of awakening in the hearts of workers and peasants. In the Jiangnan village during the Tang Jingguan period, Farmers who had been overcharged by tax officials for miscellaneous food and only dared to sigh secretly gathered in the grain drying field holding hemp paper transcribing the text of the sky curtain. First, the farmers in one village agreed to close the door if they receive more than they receive again, and then invited neighboring villages to form a mutual assistance agreement. When Lianli was going to the countryside to call for payment, they agreed to close the door if they receive more than they receive. Seeing farmers in various villages standing neatly at the entrance of the village, holding signs saying accept food according to the law, refuse to pay harsh donations, they can only temporarily return it to the county government. In the Bianjing workshop area during the reign of Songrendzong, craftsmen who had been arbitrarily deducted room and board money by the workshop owner in the past. See the words weavers get paid for holding a group in the discussion forum. They took the streets and alleys as the boundary, and made up the money to carve a working hours and wages sign and hang it outside the workshop. If the owner deducts it again, the craftsman in the whole alley will stop work. Even during the Bianjing general negotiation and investigation, the owner had to let the owner perform the contract according to the sign. In the Suzhou weaving workshop during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, the weavers followed the method of the discussion forum and followed the rule of 1 workshop to 10 workshops. When the owner of the workshop defaulted on their wages, they stopped the shuttle. Even the prefect of Suzhou can only issue an order. The owner of the workshop must pay monthly salary and must not default. In the rural areas of Shandong in the Kangxi dynasty of the Qing dynasty, the old farmers learned the way of multi-village union from the discussion forum. When the tax collector collected more land and silver, they were led by the prestigious township elders. Farmers from more than a dozen villages sent Chenqing posts to the county government, and even the prefectures had to go to the countryside to check, promising to collect taxes according to the book and never take more. In the past, when they were squeezed, they were mostly workers and peasants who complained sporadically, but now they use the words of the Tianmu discussion forum to gather strength. The farmers are based on villages and connected to villages, and the craftsmen are bounded by streets and alleys and formed alliances. The grievances that they had originally tolerated gradually condensed into a consensus of defending rights according to the law, holding groups, and resisting pressure. Although officials in the official office can see the text of the Tianmu discussion forum, they still need to check the facts reported by the place over and over again. After all, in the past, the norm of the people did not dare to fight with the officials, and the workers did not dare to resist the Lord, was actually broken in a short period of time. Under the calm appearance of the stable dynasties, the consciousness of struggle of the industrial and agricultural classes is gradually becoming a prairie fire with the combination of time and time again, from scattered sparks. Chapter 50 The Communist Manifesto and the Awakening of Class Struggle. The golden light of the sky suddenly condensed, pulling time back to London in November 1847. In the Church of St. Martin, the aura of cotton wool and ink floated in the halo of the gas lamp, and the representatives of the Second Congress of the Communist League sat in a circle. Marx was holding a stack of manuscripts, his fingertips stained with ink due to repeated revisions. It was the first draft of the Communist Manifesto. The words supplement the inevitability of the demise of the bourgeoisie annotated by Engels are still left on the edge of the page. The productivity created by the bourgeoisie in its less than 100 years of class rule is more and greater than the total productivity created by all past generations. Marx's voice penetrated the whispers in the hall. He pointed to the paragraph, the contradiction between productivity and production in the manuscript, and glanced at workers' representatives from Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. But this progress in productivity has reduced workers to vassals of machines. Weavers in Manchester work 16 hours a day. Child labor in London was abandoned by factory owners for breaking their fingers. This is the truth of capitalism: it creates wealth, but it impoverishes those who create it. Engels got up to supplement and launched the Manchester Factory Investigation Report he carried with him, with a salary and profit comparison chart drawn by the workers attached to it. In 1846, the total profit of the British cotton textile industry reached £12 million, but the average annual salary of workers was less than £50. Capitalists accumulate wealth by squeezing surplus value, and when this squeezing exceeds the limit of workers, the revolution will come, just like the Lyons Weavers' Uprising in 1831 and the Silesian Weavers' Uprising in 1844. This is not an accidental riot, it is an inevitable class struggle. The discussion among the representatives became more and more enthusiastic. Joseph, a German worker, held up his left hand that had been run over by the machine, his hoarse voice full of sorrow and anger. I worked in a factory in Cologne for 10 years, from 12 hours a day to 16 hours, but my salary fell from 30 shillings to 22 shillings last year. I was fired for resisting a salary cut and had to rely on begging to support my family. This is what capitalists call free employment. Marx stretched out his hand and pressed his shoulder and wrote, "Proletarians of the world, unite," on the blackboard. The sound of chalk across the board was like thunder. The resistance of individual workers is isolated, and only by uniting can the shackles of capitalism be broken. In February 1848, the Communist Manifesto came out in a small printing house on Liverpool Street in London. Marx personally sent the first edition of the sample issue to the workers' settlement area. The weavers and blacksmiths in the alley surrounded him. He read out verbatim, "The demise of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. A child laborer named Thomas clutched a flyer with a summary of the declaration and said to Max, "Sir, I finally know why I can't eat enough for 14 hours a day. It's not that I don't work hard enough, it's that this world is inherently unfair." When the curtain picture was frozen at the scene where the workers circulated the Communist Manifesto, the discussion forums of the Chinese dynasties were instantly filled with the voices of workers and peasants, and the consciousness of class struggle was like a spark. At the campfire in Chu camp at the end of the Qin dynasty, Lao Zhou translated "The proletarians of the world get together" into Chu local language and read it to the prisoners sitting around. A drifter who had just defected to the Chu army, clutched half of his spear and slammed it to the ground. "Isn't this what we are doing now? In the past, we were bullied by the Qin army scattered, but now we can join forces to grab the Qin army's footing is the bourgeoisie, we are the proletarians, and our victory is inevitable." Xiang Liang happened to be passing by, and when he heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked the clerk to change the slogan of "United Against Qin" to "Chu Di Workers and Peasants Unite to Overthrow the Tyrannical Qin." He also changed the class struggle in the Communist Manifesto to eliminate violence and protect the people and wrote it on the military flag. Before the morning mist in Suzhou weaving workshop dissipated, Lia Chui held a ledger with full working hours and summoned more than 30 weavers to gather under the working hours sign when they were asking for wages before. The red fingerprints of complete deduction of wages on the ledger have not yet been dried, and there is still a fragment of Workers' Union copied from the sky curtain next to it, and the edges of the paper are wrinkled by the weavers. "In the past, we didn't have a name when we got together. Now that the owner of Zhou Feng has made up the money, the neighboring county weaving workshop has come to ask us how to get a salary. We have to have a decent name." Lia Chui's fingertips crossed the word peer on the ledger. This was what she learned from the peer book of the shopkeeper's bookkeeping. "We are all weavers, and we rely on the same industry to eat. How about the Suzhou Weavers Association? Make another rule: no matter which weaving workshop deducts wages in the future, our industry association will have to help." Lao Wu, the oldest among the weavers, raised his hand that was cracked by the silk thread. "This child is good. Peers are a family. Yesterday I went to a neighboring county to deliver cloth. The weavers there said that the workshop owner also wanted to deduct it. If we had a peer meeting, we could reason with them together." Everyone immediately clapped and asked Xiao, who could write, to copy the Articles of Association of the Industry Association on the linen cloth. 1. All Suzhou weavers can join the membership. 2. In case of deduction by the owner of the workshop, all the weavers who join the workshop will stop work. 3. Wages are calculated according to the working hours account, and there must be no less than one article. Zhou Fu heard that the weavers had named and established a charter, and secretly sent the account room to inquire, and came back to report that the weavers all took the charter and read it to each other. He suddenly lost the arrogance of the past. A few days ago, the government issued an order saying the Union of Weavers has become a trend, and it cannot be pressed hard. Now that the weavers have a guild of industry, and then deduct their wages, they are afraid that they will make trouble to the prefect, so they can only silently admit it in front of the land temple in the countryside of Shandong province. The morning dew was still on the grass mat used for sacrifice. Chen Shi held the complete Tianmu text that had just been transcribed a few days ago and summoned the farmers of the 7 villages who had refused to pay the additional loss of autumn grain together. Outside the temple stands the stone stele of the autumn grain levy shall not exceed the law written by the prefecture's relatives, and at the foot of the stele are piles of wooden houses built by various villages with money. This is the last time after the joint refusal of donations. Everyone specially bought it, just to have a serious place for future discussions. Last time, our 7 villages together forced back the indiscriminately levied Su officials. Now the surrounding Jiangsuan and Wangsuan have all come to ask, and they want to follow us to deal with the harsh donations. As soon as Chen Shi's voice fell, Lao Zhou from Shitsuan took the conversation, still holding his own food book in his hand. In the past, we used to get together temporarily when we encountered something, and we didn't have a serious name. When we talked to the officials, they always said, "A group of scattered people are messing around." Now that there are so many people, I have to have a name to let the government know that we are serious about holding a group, not making trouble. Everyone gathered around the wooden table, staring at the word united in the sky curtain text. Some farmers said it was called the anti-donation team, But Chen Shu shook his head. We are not just resisting donations. In the future, when we encounter overcharges from tax collectors and difficulties from officials, we have to come out together. It is too narrow to call the team. Some people said it was called the Rural Farmers Gang, but Zhao Laohan from Dongsuan waved his hand. The gang sounds like a gang of rivers and lakes. We are serious farmers and we have to show our identity. Chen Shu's fingertips swiped repeatedly on the words rural farmers and united, and suddenly his eyes lit up. We are rural farmers in Shandong, and the core is united. Why don't we just call it Shandong Rural Farmers Association? The word she sounds stable. The government didn't dare to casually say that we were a chaos party. In the future, we will have a serious name for discussing and negotiating with the government. As soon as this was said, it was immediately echoed. Lao Zhou hurriedly took out a charcoal pen and wrote down the 7 words Shandong Rural Farmers Association on the linen cloth. He also discussed a few social rules in accordance with the previous rules of refusing donations. 1. Each of the 7 villages elects a representative and meets at the land temple on the first day of each month. 2. In the event of a chaotic increase in taxation by tax collectors, first let the representative go to the county government to make a statement. If the government ignores it, then go to the mansion together. 3. Farmers in various villages have difficulties, and the United Society has to help them. Within a few days, the Sioux officials really came to the test again, trying to collect more money on the grounds of replenishing last year's losses. Chen Shi took the representative of the United Society, holding a linen cloth with the words Shandong Rural Farmers Association, and went directly to the county government. Seeing that their names were regular and larger, the prefecture remembered the posture of the 7 villages last time, and quickly waved their hands to let the officials stand down. He also promised that in the future, the collection of food will follow the rules of the stone tablet, and he will never charge more than 1 article. He quickly calculated in his heart. If you really make trouble in Fuching and say that this group of farmers is a chaotic party, it means that you are not strict under your own rule and provoke a civil revolution. If you are light, you will lose your official position, and if you are heavy, you may be held accountable and implicated. Saying that they are in compliance, but they can't cover up the mistakes of the officials' indiscriminate recruitment. Both left and right are troublesome. On the sky curtain, Marx stood on the streets of London, watching the workers march with the Communist Manifesto, looking into the distance. His thoughts are crossing time and space and becoming a weapon for the awakening of workers and peasants in all dynasties in China. The criminals at the end of the Qin dynasty used unity to fight against the tyrant Qin. Weavers at the end of the Ming dynasty used surplus value to fight for salary. The old farmers of the Qing dynasty used the class struggle to resist harsh donations. Chapter 51 Qin's earth-changing transformation. The bronze beast lamp oil in Xianyang Palace has been added 3 times, but Ying Zhang has never closed his eyes. The hall was full of urgent reports from the front line, and the top roll of sealing wax was still warm. On the bamboo slips, the Qin seal of Chu Di Gong Nonglian breaks through the Letter Valley Pass, and the striker is only 50 miles away from Xianyang. It was like a red-hot soldering iron, which made his fingertips numb. Where's Zhang Han? What about the criminal legion he led? Ying Zhang's voice was hoarse, and his gaze swept across the hundreds of civil and military officials bowing in the hall, and finally fell on Li Si. Clutched the wooden sign he had searched from the Lishan camp. That was the logo of the Chu Di Federation of Industry and Agriculture. On the back, with a charcoal pen, was written the joint regulations originally set by Lao Zhou and everyone: equal distribution of food, exemption from military service, and common resistance to Qin. The edge of the wooden sign was rubbed by countless people to shine, and even the wood grain was embedded with corn crumbs. Your Majesty, General Zhang Han's criminal legion has defected. Li Si's voice trembled. The Lishan convicts have long had grievances because of their heavy military service and rancid food and rice. When the Workers' and Peasants' Union marched all the way west, the rebels led people to shout those who join the union are exempt from military service and store food. 70% of the criminals in the legion defected to each other holding wooden signs. Zhang Han now has only 30,000 remnant soldiers left, retreating to play in the water. I am afraid that he will not be able to hold it. Ying Zhang got up abruptly. The jade belt around his waist hit the imperial case, and the jade belt dangled to the ground. He remembered that when Marx first started taking stock yesterday, he still had the idea of reducing military service and increasing corn. Let Li Si draw up the edict to appease the prisoners, but as soon as the edict was passed down, there was news that the Lishan prisoners had smashed the jailers and mutinied with wooden signs of the Workers' and Peasants' Union. Only then did he understand that what the Workers' and Peasants' Union wanted was not 2 hours less military service, but to overturn the great Qin country he had built with severe punishment. Pass the decree. All the clan guards of Xianyang were conscripted, and all the weapons hidden in the palace were distributed to the defenders. Ing Zheng's voice suddenly rose, with desperate madness. I want to personally go to the city to supervise the battle, but I want to see how these rebels can break through my Xianyang. But before the wool came out of the temple gate, the captain of the gatekeeper broke in, still stained with blood on his armor. Your Majesty. The north gate was opened by the people. They held the linen cloth of welcoming the workers and peasants' union and destroying the violent Qin, and surrendered all the weapons of the defending army. Ing Zheng staggered and held on to the pillars of the hall, his eyes turned black in front of him, but he remembered the scene where the people of Xianyang cheered when the six kingdoms were destroyed, but now they are the ones who opened the city gates and greeted the rebels. There was a faint cry outside the hall, getting closer and closer. It was the Chu Di Workers and Peasants Union, shouted by the soldiers of the Workers and Peasants Union, and it was Lao Zhou who led the prisoners to shout equal distribution of food and exemption from military service. Every sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart. Lic hurriedly helped him. Your Majesty, why don't you avoid Bashu for a while and make a comeback? Avoid? Ing Zheng laughed miserably and looked outside the palace in the morning light. A wooden sign of the Chu Di Workers and Peasants Union had appeared in the distance of the palace wall. Under the wooden sign are densely packed figures, including criminals, refugees, and people from Xianyang. Back then, I relied on the criminals to build the city and build a fong. I thought they were at the mercy of others, but I forgot that they would dare to resist. It's too late to compromise now. The cry finally penetrated the palace wall and poured into the courtyard of Xianyang Palace. Ing Zheng stood on the steps of the hall and watched as Lao Zhou walked in with soldiers from the Workers and Peasants Union. The hoes and sickles in their hands were sharpened, and the 5 words Chu Di Workers and Peasants Union on the wooden sign were dazzling in the morning light. He couldn't open his eyes. This was the first time he had seen so clearly that the Qianqiu he despised had really become the power to overthrow his great Qin, and all this started with them having the name of unity and the charter of struggle. When the wooden sign of the Chu Di Industrial and Agricultural Union was inserted into the courtyard of Xianyang Palace, Qinshi truly ushered in the moment of changing heaven and earth. Ing Zheng's achievements have always been clear. He swept the Liuhot and set the 4 Cs, so that the books are the same text, the cars are the same track, and the weights and measures are unified. From the idea of the princes during the dispute, it has become a real sense engraved in the bronze measuring instrument and Qin Jian's law. Qinji Road runs through the north and south, and the traces of the wheels have become the foundation of Yilu and later generations. The Great Wall stretches for thousands of miles. It once blocked the iron cavalry of the Xiongnu and protected the smoke of the Central Plains. This foundation of merit in Qianqiu really gave China the bones and blood of great unity for the first time, but on the back of this great cause is the sufferings of the Qianqiu people who can't breathe. He always thought about the eternal foundation, but he forgot that it was the people who wanted to eat and return home who supported this foundation. The Lishan convicts were carrying stones heavier than others, and the corn mixed with sand in the grain bag was so rancid that it stank, and he had not seen his wife and children for 3 years. Qin Lu was so strict that 3 days after the expiration of the period, there will be no one after the end of the year. Even children know that Qin people are guilty at birth. After Fujiho, they either go to repair the straight road or guard the Great Wall. Few can have a good ending. The most painful thing is the betrayal of the old Qin people. When the 6 kingdoms were destroyed that year, it was the cry of go to the old Qin and go to the national difficulties together that supported the Qin army to sweep the world, but the world was settled. The old Qin people have become the most bitter people. The Liangtian area in Guangzhou was deserted due to the quartermaster conscription, and his children were conscripted to repair Afong Palace and Lishan Tomb. When they died, they didn't even have a wooden tablet with lettering. When the people of Xianyang opened the north gate and shouted welcome to the Workers and Peasants Union, Ing Zheng should understand that he held the territory of great unity, but lost the hearts of the people who once loved Qin the most, and the hearts of the people were lost. No matter how strong the Great Wall and the wide straight roads were, they could not stop the momentum of the collapse of the country. Chapter 52 Canopy Upgrade, Folk Dynamics. The Panlong pillar of Xianyang Palace was still stained with the blood of the criminal army. Ing Zheng leaned back on the imperial throne, and the cold light of the long sword in his hand pierced the silence in the hall. Qianqiu's cry outside the palace was getting closer and closer. He looked at the bamboo slips of Qin Lu spread out on the imperial case, and his fingertips crossed Juquan, who said, "The life of Qianqiu belongs to me." Suddenly, he crossed the blade of the sword between his neck. I swept the Liuha, settled the 4 seas, swept the 6 kingdoms, and built the Great Wall as the foundation of the great Qin dynasty for all ages, but I lost the hearts of the people and did not apply benevolence. Qin's history, I hope future generations will take this as a lesson. The moment the sword fell, blood spurted out and it was extremely dazzling in the sun. The inventory of the sky curtain has come to an end, and there is only dead silence left over Xianyang Palace, which is more panic-stricken than any drums of war and shouts. However, before the cheers of the Workers' and Peasants' Union reached the hall, an unprecedented blazing golden light suddenly burst from the sky curtain, as if tearing the sky apart. I and the Ambilight, new words came with an indifferent voice. Major historical changes have been detected. Qinzhuo was interrupted and the Emperor's star fell. The sky curtain is upgraded to unlock 3 powers: private chat, lock your mind, and you can speak in secret. Even with thousands of eyes and ears, it is difficult to see the words. Group chat, you can build an exclusive area to invite the public with a trigger symbol. Consultation and exchange, only within the group. Library, the collection has taken stock of the classics of the sages, and translations are available, so you can read them as you like. The light pattern had not fallen, and the exclamations of various time and space had exploded like thunder. Next to the ruins of Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou's mind instinctively locked in Ashur, who was rummaging for food bags in the same criminal army and a few steps away, almost as soon as he understood the meaning of the words. A line of Qin Zhuan appeared before his eyes. Send a private chat invitation to Ashur? His mind moved quickly. Yes. Not far away, Ashur suddenly raised his head, and the light blue frame of light flickered silently in front of him. Lao Zhou invites you to have a private chat, do you agree? Yoon. Ashur did not hesitate. An invisible channel penetrated in an instant. Lao Zhou's news has arrived. 3 carts of salt hidden by the Qin army have just been found in the west corner of the palace granary. If the salt is leaked during the distribution of food, the brothers will be prone to blight if they eat rancid rice. Ashur replied immediately, understand. This is really God helping me too. The two looked at each other across the air, and there was an undisguised shock in each other's eyes. The news that used to require venturing through half of the camp and avoiding countless patrols to deliver was actually completed in a moment of thought, but the remnants of the Qin army close at hand were unaware of it. At almost the same time, in Suzhou City at the end of the Ming Dynasty, the morning mist still entangled the window lattice of Zhou Ji weaving workshop. As soon as Li Chui's fingertips left the cold loom, the blue light of the sky curtain flowed before her eyes. The option of create a group chat is like the only Mars in the dark, burning brightly. She glanced at the cold abacus on the desk of the accountant in the accounting room, and an idea ignited like wildfire. Suzhou Weavers Guild. With her mindset, she began to meditate on the names of her sisters. In the next moment, prompts appeared one after another. Ashou joins the group chat, Lao Wu joins the group chat, sister-in-law Zhang joins the group chat. The backbone that used to need to travel all over the 8 weaving workshops and spend most of the day gathering, actually gathered here between breaths. As soon as the people were all together, the news of Ashou's anger exploded. Chui. Wang Pipi deducted sister-in-law Zhang's salary again, saying that she was weaving half an inch slower, and sister-in-law Zhang couldn't be happy anymore. Lao Wu's news followed closely, like a torch thrown into dry wood. The sisters in Dongjie all know. I'm so angry. In the past, this kind of news spread slowly, and we could only suffer from it. Now it depends on how he hides it. A burst of blood in Li Chui's chest rushed straight to the top of her head. She knew that something was completely different. Her mind moved quickly, and the news spread all over the group. Listen. Notify all weavers who can be contacted immediately. From today on, we will decide the standard of salary by ourselves. If Master Wang Fong doesn't spit out the deducted wages a lot, he won't want to open his weaving workshop tomorrow. Good. It should have been so long ago. We all have backers. The response in the group was rave. Li Chui looked at the words that jumped out quickly, as if he saw countless scattered Martian being gathered, about to become a prairie fire. This curtain group chat is better than any sword. It pierced the iron curtain that used to collude with Japanese officials and merchants to block news. In the countryside of Shandong, the wheat wind is wrapped in the smell of soil. Chen Shu was facing the group chat panel of the Shandong Rural Farmers Association and looked at the group rules that had just been agreed by everyone, and an unprecedented sense of down-to-earth surged in his heart. He speaks in his heart, and his words are displayed in the blue panel in front of the representatives of each village. When the rules are set, you have to abide by them. Each village elects 2 representatives, one for registration and one for contact. The new townsfolk who have joined the group have to nod their heads together with the representatives of the village and the neighboring village. Lao Zhou responded immediately, sending the mutual assistance clause he had just agreed with Zhao Laohan. I have discussed with Zhao Laohan. Whoever is busy with farmers is short of people. As soon as the group shouts, the nearby village will send 3 strong men to help. If anyone's cattle are sick, the news will be spread in the herd first, and there will be folks who can be veterinarians, and they will go immediately. We plow the same land and use the same well. You can't watch who has missed the farm time. Zhao Laohan followed to make up the article. His words were simple, but his strength was heavy. When something has to be decided, such as the selection of a new grain register for safekeeping, the representatives of our villages vote in the group, and more than half of them will be counted. The news should be divided into urgent and slow, so I shouted in the group in advance, and waited for the 11th meeting to discuss the matter. We, the United Society, have to have a law, and we can no longer get together and quarrel like before, without a clear head. Chen Shui looked at the invisible panel. For the first time, the folks in Chitsuan were organized so tightly and humanely. In the past, it relied on the strength of the throat and feet, but now it relies on the mind and common rules. In this land that has been silent for thousands of years, a brand new force that is enough to change the sky and the earth is quietly breeding and surging in silent group chats. Chapter 53: Undercurrents in the Imperial Court and New Trends in Academia. Tang Taizong Li Shimen was the first emperor to use group chats for government affairs. In Chang'an in the 7th year of Jingguan, as soon as the Chaowui of the Tai Chi temple was over, he held his breath, his mind moved, and the pale blue pattern of creating a group chat appeared in front of him, secretly in his heart. The name of the Jingguan Government Affairs Group took shape in an instant, and then the names of 6 officials such as Fang Xianling, Du Ruwei, and Wei Zheng appeared in the invitation list one by one. Your Majesty, can this group chat really be transmitted in real time? As soon as Fang Xianling passed the invitation, she couldn't wait to send a message of her thoughts. The text was beating on the panel in front of Li Shimen. In the past, the report needs to be reviewed by the subordinate provinces and transmitted by the Shangshu province. It will take 3 days at the earliest. If there is an emergency military situation, I am afraid that it will be a big event. Li Shimen smiled slightly and sent the summary of the drought situation report that Long Yudao had just sent to the group. Xing, look, this is an urgent report from Long Yudao half an hour ago. In the past, it would not be delivered to Yuqian until tomorrow. Now everyone in the group can view it in real time. Du Ruhui's news followed closely, with amazement. The minister just asked the official department to check the disaster relief food reserves of Longyu Road. If you follow the old rules, you need to send someone to Sinong Temple to adjust the stalls, at least half a day. Now I asked Si Nongqing in the group, but she had to reply with a stick of incense, and her efficiency was more than 10 times higher. The most excited is Wei Zhang. He has always been worried about concealment by officials. At this moment, he is sending evidence of local officials' embezzlement of disaster relief food from the unannounced visit of the censor station into the group, and transcribed accounts are attached to the text. In the past, the minister had to organize it into a transcript and hand it over to His Majesty before the case, and then His Majesty handed it over to the Criminal Justice Department for verification. One after another for at least 10 days, during which the officials might have already destroyed the evidence. Now that the evidence is directly presented in the group, officials from the Ministry of Criminal Justice and Dali Temple can check it simultaneously, and the case can be filed today. There is no chance of concealment and delay. Li Shimen watched the rapid flow of news in the group, and wrote down the new rules in the group announcement column with his fingertips. In the future, all emergency government affairs will be notified in the group first, and all ministries will deal with them simultaneously. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, local reports are aggregated in the group to prevent missed or concealed reports. He suddenly remembered Marx's discussion of class struggle in the Sky Curtain yesterday, and sighed in his heart. Tianmu group chat is not only a tool for efficiency, but also a weapon for preventing every step of the way. If officials want to privately teach and accept and conceal people's feelings, the real-time records in the group are hard evidence, and there is no place to hide. The scholars in the Palace of Learning are in a carnival for the Tianmu Library. At Hongfu Temple in Chang'an, Master Xuanzang led his disciples around the light curtain. As soon as they moved their minds, an exclusive light blue panel appeared in front of them, and the icon of library appeared in their minds. The shadows of the classics of the Tao Te Ching, the Analects of Confucius, and the Communist Manifesto instantly unfolded on the blue screen, and the translations of Qin Seal, Han script, and regular script appeared simultaneously. The ink was so clear that it seemed to be written by hand. Even if others were close at hand, they couldn't see half of it. Previously, it was necessary to look around for lonely books for the translation of the scriptures, but now the Tianmu Library actually houses so many classics of the sages. Xuanzang's voice trembled, his fingertips crossed the original Sanskrit version of the Vajra Sutra on his blue screen, and the Chinese translation next to it was precise and smooth. With this classic book, I don't need to worry about errors or omissions when I wait for the translation of the scriptures. I can compare the annotations of each dynasty in their respective blue screens and explore the true meaning of Dharma. The disciple debating the opportunity stared at his blue screen and was transcribing the Analects of Confucius on paper, his eyes full of excitement. The master's idea of benevolent love has something in common with Marx's idea of working for the happiness of mankind. The truth that used to take a lot of hard work to realize is now studied in the library, and you can get something new in half a day. Not only Buddhist disciples, but Confucian scholars also fell into fanaticism. I am the Guozijian. Kong Ingda is organizing doctors to transcribe the 4 books, chapters, and sentences annotated on their respective blue screens. The version in the Tianmu library not only has Zhuxi's annotations, but also has Zhuxi's annotations. It is also accompanied by interpretations by scholars from various dynasties, and even a comparative analysis with Plato's theory of ideas. Each content only appears on the blue screen in front of the user without interfering with each other. In the past, studying the classics relied on personal understanding, and it was inevitable that they would be biased. Kongingda stroked the bamboo slips transcribed according to the contents of the blue screen on the case. Now in the blue screen library, you can check the annotations of various scholars, combined with the thoughts of the sages of Tianmu inventory, in order to truly knowledge of character and comprehend the scriptures. Heaven and earth are the most rational. The new function of the sky curtain, like a key, opened a new bureau of each dynasty. Emperors use group chats to control government affairs, officials connect parties in private groups, and scholars use the library and the exclusive blue screen to deepen the cultivation of classics. Behind all this is the ideological awakening brought about by the sky curtain. Qianshou began to use private chats to communicate with each other, and there was no way for others to spy on the conversations in their respective blue screens. The craftsmen used group chats to jointly defend their rights, and important decisions were secretly discussed in an exclusive panel. More ordinary people cheered even more, and the existence of a library broke the monopoly of academic hours of large families. With the existence of a library, everyone can read classics, and everyone can achieve class leapfrogging. Chapter 54: The rebellious spark in the pastor's family. In the lively daily life of all dynasties and generations, time flashed to 10 days later, and the golden light of the sky flowed like flowing water across the sky of all dynasties, weaving a line of solemn words in the void. Sky curtain inventory, issue 11, inventory of people, Friedrich Nietzsche. Immediately afterwards, the introduction of Nikai's life was revealed. Friedrich Nietzsche, born in 1844 in the family of a priest in the Prussian village of Loken, was a 19th-century German philosopher, poet, linguist, and one of the founders of modern Western philosophy. In his early years, he was educated in classical philology and served as a professor at the University of Basel. He later resigned due to health problems and suffered mental disorders in his later years. The core ideas subvert tradition, put forward God is dead to declare the collapse of traditional values, explain the nature of life with strong will, use superhuman philosophy to call on mankind to surpass themselves, criticize slave morality and advocate master morality. He is the author of The Birth of Tragedy, What Zarathustra Said, The Will of Power, etc. His thoughts have a profound influence on existentialism and postmodernism. It is not only a deconstruction of traditional Western philosophy, but also a re-questioning of the meaning of human existence. The picture came to the village of Laeken, in the Prussian state of Saxe, who was born on October 15, 1844. Franziska was holding the newborn baby, gently brushing his soft lanugo hair with his fingertips. Her husband Karl Nietzsche was wearing a black robe and holding the 1830 edition of the Luther Bible in his hand. Between the pages of the book was a manuscript he had prepared for the sermon the next day. Just call it Friedrich. Karl put the Bible next to the cradle, his voice so soft that he was afraid of disturbing the child. May God bless him with a smooth life. In the future, he may be able to inherit my career and continue to spread the gospel in Laeken village. He leaned over and kissed the baby's forehead, but did not notice that the child's eyes were staring straight at the apple tree outside the window. Feeling curious about everything in this world, Franziska laughed and looked down at Nietzsche in his arms. Look at him, he refuses to even leave the apple tree with his eyes. How can he listen to the scriptures at all? She patted the child lightly on the back. This child is like a curious little philosopher. Maybe he will ask you, a pastor father, in the future. Karl smiled and shook his head, his fingertips across the gilded cross on the title page of the Bible. God's wisdom is infinite, and he will understand one day that God is everything. But Nietzsche, who was in his infancy, suddenly kicked his calf, as if refuting this premature conclusion. Time came in July 1847. Karl died of a brain tumor at the age of 36.1. Dusk this autumn, the 6-year-old Nietzsche squatted under the apple tree to pick up the fallen fruit, his small hands covered with juice. Grandmother Maria walked over on walnut crutches, holding the rosary of the cross handed down in the 18th century in her hand. The metal beads collided with a crisp but suppressed sound. Friedrich, it's time for Vespers. Your mother is already waiting for us in the church. The priest will blame her for being late. Nietzsche raised his head, the apple juice was still on the corner of his mouth, holding half of the gnawed apple in his hand. Grandma, Why did God let Dad leave us? He was still praying for the villagers in the church last Sunday. He was so pious. Why did he get sick? Grandma's crutches paused on the ground, her withered fingers clenched the rosary beads, her knuckles turned white. God has his arrangements, mortals should not speculate. Your father went to the kingdom of heaven, or being a servant of God is happier than being on earth. She tried to take Nietzsche's hand, but the child gently shook it away. But Job is also very pious. Nietzsche took out the 1845 edition of the Children's Bible picture book from his pocket, turned to the color insert of the flooded village, and pointed to the crying women and children in the picture. God still let him lose all his cattle and sheep, and he was covered with poison sores. These people did nothing wrong. Why should they be drowned in the flood with the wicked? Shouldn't God distinguish between good and evil? Grandma suddenly covered his mouth, her voice trembling. Don't say anymore. God is not allowed to be questioned, otherwise he will be sent to hell. She forcibly led Nietzsche to the church, but the boy's footsteps were slow and suspicious, and she frequently looked back at the apple tree. Time came in September 1858, 14-year-old Nietzsche was admitted to Schulpforta Middle School, Schulpforta, a prestigious school that originated in a monastery in the 12th century and was converted into a prestigious school in the 16th century. It is known for its strict classical education and religious management. During his time in school, Nietzsche's Latin and Greek grades were always among the best, but he showed heresy many times in theology classes. I in the picture, in a theology class in March 1861, sunlight shone on the textbook through the stained glass, dyeing the word original sin a weird red color. Teacher John Schneider held a pointer and pointed to the scriptures on the blackboard. Human beings were born with sins because Adam stole the forbidden fruit. Only by repenting and obeying God for life can they enter the kingdom of heaven after death. Wrong. The 15-year-old Nietzsche stood up abruptly, and the desk was hit with a bang sound, which even startled the teacher. The newborn has just arrived in the world, and he can't even distinguish between good and evil. Why should he bear Adam's sin? If God is merciful, how can he punish innocent people? This is not kindness, it is cruelty. The class calmed down instantly, and the silent atmosphere felt that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Schneider's face turned black in an instant, the blue veins of the hand holding the pointer bulged, and the pointer slammed heavily on the podium with a pop, and sawdust splattered. Nonsense. This is heresy. Are you confused by the devil? Dare to question the teachings of the Bible? Go out, I don't welcome your class. After school, Nietzsche hid in the school library, his fingers crossed aimlessly on the bookshelf, and suddenly stopped on a brown-covered book. The 1819 edition of Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Appearance. He was sitting on an oak chair by the window, the sun fell on the pages of the book, and Schopenhauer's words split the mist in his heart like a flash of lightning. The essence of the world is will, and the pain of life stems from the conflict of will. Nietzsche read these words softly, took out his craft notebook, wrote quickly with the tip of his pen, and suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Librarian Heinrich Miller, a former seminary teacher who was demoted for opposing Prussian religious policies. Friedrich, why haven't you left yet? Miller handed over a glass of warm water. I just heard you arguing with Mr. Schneider at the door. Do you have your own thoughts on the issue of original sin? Nietzsche took the cup of water and stared into Miller's eyes and asked Mr. Miller, do you believe in God? If God really exists, why is there so much suffering? Schopenhauer said that suffering is the inevitability of will, not God's arrangement. Do you think he is right? Miller squatted down, patted him on the shoulder and said to Nietzsche, everyone has the right to find their own truth, child. The Bible is not the only answer. It is important that you dare to think and question. Miller pointed to the book. Schopenhauer's thoughts are very profound, but you also need to judge for yourself. Don't blindly trust anyone, including me. Nietzsche nodded vigorously, and then jotted down these words on the title page of his notebook. Miller's teaching to Eniki strengthened Eniki's will. Philosophy is not an empty talk in the study, but a true inquiry about life. Chapter 55 Speculation in the Academy. The picture came in the late autumn of 1864, in the Classical Philology Teaching and Research Department of the University of Basel. The oak bookshelf reached the dome from the ground. The 15th century sheepskin volume, the Epic of Homer, is glowing with the yellowish brown of the years, and the gilded spine of the 19th century printed edition of The Complete Works of Plato shines in the sun. Sandwiched between the two is an 1860 edition of Darwin's The Origin of Species, with a worn cover. This is a rare book sent by Nietzsche's British friends. The dense pencil annotations on the edges of the pages of the book record his repeated pondering on the theory of natural selection. The 20-year-old Nietzsche was dressed in a dark blue scholar's robe with the silver school badge of the University of Basel pinned to his neckline. Holding the first draft of The Birth of Tragedy in his hand, thoughts stayed for a long time on the passage, "The spirit of Bacchus is the primordial power of life, and the autumn breeze outside the window swept past the stained glass with falling leaves." The religious pattern of the Virgin and Child is projected on the manuscript paper, which contrasts sharply with the text of his "The fate of mankind is not determined by God." The myth of Theseus and the tragic spirit of ancient Greece, which combines etymological research and philosophical speculation so thoroughly, proposes that tragedy is the conflict of life's will, which is indeed groundbreaking in the field of classical studies. Linguistics professor Otto Riebeck pushed his glasses, his gaze moved from the manuscript to Nietzsche's face, the admiration in his tone could not be hidden, but he was a little worried. "But you quoted Darwin's theory of evolution in your commentary, saying that the ancient Greeks were not superstitious about theocracy, but believed in the instinct of life, and refuted the statement that tragedy is a warning from God, which has already touched their bottom line." He took out an envelope with the school badge hot stamping from the drawer. The letter paper was yellowed, and the handwriting was scribbled but sharp. "The dean of the seminary anonymously reported you to the principal for spreading heretical ideas and recommended that you be disqualified from the evaluation of lecturer qualifications." At the meeting of the president's office, most people believe that if you don't give up these deviant views, I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the University of Basel. Nietzsche did not answer the envelope, but spread The Origin of Species on the table, turned to the page marked Natural Selection, and pointed to the case of the evolution of the beak shape of finches in the Galapagos Islands. Professor Darwin used observation data from 5 years of voyages around the world to prove that species adapt to the environment and evolve gradually in natural competition, rather than being created by God according to subjective will. Just like these birds, their beak shape varies due to different foods. It is the instinctive result of natural selection of life and has nothing to do with theocracy. Oedipus in the ancient Greek tragedy, his fate of killing his father and marrying his mother was not the forced result of Apollo's prophecy, but the instinctive impulse of life that mankind could not get rid of. The theological seminary claims that tragedy is a warning from God, but it is nothing more than packaging human powerlessness towards destiny into a tool of theocracy, which is essentially disrespect for life. These remarks quickly caused an uproar on the campus of the University of Basel. Heinrich Fangs, who majored in classical literature, was born into a family of Prussian craftsmen. Since childhood, he has been confused by the pastors preaching that God creates all things. He secretly transcribed Nietzsche's manuscripts in a craft notebook and organized secret book clubs in the dormitory every night. Mr. Nietzsche pointed out that the ancient Greeks dared to face the truth of life. Look at Achilles in the Iliad. Knowing that he died in battle, he still insisted on avenging his best friend Patroclus. How can this kind of persistence in dignity and affection be influenced by the power of God? The professors of the seminary will only hold the Bible and talk about original sin, and they dare not admit that mankind has the power to resist destiny. Karl Zeiss, a law major, also excitedly added, "My father is a Prussian magistrate. He always said, the law comes from theocracy and must be absolutely obeyed by the king. But Mr. Nietzsche made me realize that true law should come from empathy for human suffering, just like the ancient Greek Solon reforms. The abolition of debt slavery and the division of citizenship by property are not based on God's will, but on a deep understanding of the survival of civilians. If there is agreement, some people oppose it." John Cohen, a theology major, was born into a pastor family and has received strict religious education since he was a child. He jointly wrote a petition with more than 20 theology students and submitted it to the principal's office. Nietzsche openly spread Darwin's theory of evolution in the classroom, questioned the sacredness of the teachings of the Bible, and guided students to interpret classical literature with heretical philosophy. This is destroying the foundation of students' faith. If the school does not expel him, the University of Basel will eventually become a hotbed for spreading heresy and betray the trust of the Prussian Church. In the early morning of the day after the petition was submitted, Cohen took theology students to sit in protest in front of the teaching building holding a wooden sign, "Defend the truth of the Bible and expel heresy." Nietzsche. After Nietzsche finished the interpretation class of Homer's epic, he was surrounded by protesting crowds. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, looking at the circle of people with bad faces in front of him, he looked calm and said, "Have any of you read Odyssey in its entirety? Do you remember that Odyssey spent 10 years fighting against the obstruction of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and insisted on returning to his hometown of Ithaca? The Bible declares that God is in charge of everything, but Homer's epic tells us that the greatness of mankind lies precisely in facing suffering and resisting injustice. You keep saying defend the truth, but you don't even dare to face up to the core spirit of a classical epic. This is not firm faith, but cowardly blind obedience." Cohen blushed and pointed to Nietzsche's nose and roared, "The Bible is the eternal truth. If you spread heresy, you will eventually be thrown into hell by God. Hell? Nietzsche sneered and took out a 16th century Latin version of Homer's epic from his arms. If you pursue the truth, you will go to hell. I am willing to sink with the philosophers of ancient Greece. When the two sides were in a stalemate, Professor Riebeck hurried with the principal's final decision. After consultation with the School Affairs Committee, Nietzsche is allowed to continue to serve as a lecturer in classical philology, subject to two regulations. First, Darwin's theory of evolution and Schopenhauer's philosophy must not be mentioned in classroom teaching. The second is that at the end of the semester, a research report that conforms to orthodox academic norms needs to be submitted, and the content needs to avoid involving heretical ideas. Nietzsche looked at the president's compromised attitude, and it was already clear in his heart that ivory tower of the University of Basel had long been bound by the shackles of theocracy and kingship, and could not tolerate free academic exploration. In 1879, Nietzsche was forced to submit an application for resignation to the University of Basel due to severe migraine and eye diseases. In the early morning of the day he left, Fangxi and other students spontaneously gathered at the entrance of the campus to see him off. Nietzsche presented Fangxi with the manuscript of The Birth of Tragedy that he had annotated and wrote on the title page. A true scholar should not be a servant of theology, but a believer in the truth, even if the light of the truth stings his eyes. The image of Ni Kai leaving the academy in a carriage appeared in the sky curtain, and there was a lot of discussion in various eras of China under the sky curtain. Chapter 56: The clash between old norms and new ideas. The Panlong pillar of Xianyang Palace was still stained with undyed blood, and Ing Zheng's sword, which had killed himself, was inserted diagonally in front of the imperial seat. Lao Zhou had just followed Xiang Liang's ministry to clean up the Qinlu bamboo slips scattered in the hall, and was checking the strict rules of military service piece by piece, when suddenly there was a fierce dispute outside the account. Xiang Liang's nephew Xiang Yu pressed the saber around his waist, his scarlet eyes swept across the surrounded old nobles and generals of Chu, and the unique rebelliousness of the noble's surname Mi surged in his tone. Ing Zhang is dead, there is no master in the world. My Xiang family is a family of generals in Chu. The ancestor Xiang Yan died in battle as the protector of the Hui king. Now the Qin thief is awarded the head. He will restore the state of Chu and inherit the bloodline of Zhu Rong to the throne as king, so that the children of Jingchu can regain the glory of the Zongmiao. It's just that after the words are over, it's not a hot discussion, but the error in the account instantly solidifies. Lao Zhou took the Qinlu bamboo slips that he had just checked and walked out of the tent quickly. His rough fingers squeezed the bamboo slips hard, showing blue veins. He looked at several old Chu nobles who nodded in agreement behind Xiangyu. The Zhao clan, who had been in charge of the sacrifices of the Chu royal family, still had the broken Zongmiao pattern embroidered on the corners of their robes. The Jing clan, who had managed the forage of Yingdu, still had the thick cocoon of withholding sharecroppers' grain and rice on their knuckles. The general is wrong. Lao Zhou's hoarse voice penetrated the noise of the crowd. We overthrew Ing Zheng, not to establish another emperor. It is to make the Lishan criminals and Guangzhou farmers no longer be that slaved. Mr. Locke said, life, freedom, and property are gifts. When King Hui was there, Zhao had to pay 40% of the rent, and even the seeds had to be robbed in a barren year. Jing's family slaves killed sharecroppers and only lost a lean cow. If you ascend to the throne, do you want to learn from Ing Zheng so that we can carry on the military service and eat corn mixed with sand? And now Mr. Nietzsche also said that everything adapts to changes, so why let the cannibal emperor stand on the heads of the people again? Xiang Yu turned his head abruptly, and the saber scabbard hit the tent pole with a loud bang, his eyes full of anger. Lao Zhou, you are just a general born as a criminal in Lishan. What do you know about social standing? Back then, the Qin general Wang Jian broke through Yingdu, burned my Zongmiao, and moved my people. My Xiang clan led Jiangdong's children to resist Qin for the restoration of Chu, not for their own personal gain. Do you know that the monarch is different? If there is no king, there is no order, and if there is no order, the world is in chaos. Do you want the people to suffer from the melee of the princes again? It's not the kingless who is in chaos, it's the king who colludes with the nobles. Lao Zhou took a step forward and quickly took out the notebook in the palace and spread it out on the temporary wooden case, which was densely marked with the demands of the soldiers of each battalion and the surrounding farmers. The displaced people in Chu are asking for rent reduction, and the farmers in Guangzhou are looking forward to rent exemption. A closer look at all the voices in the past is just a better way to live. You see, this is the appeal of the people around Xianyang. Which of the tribulations was not caused by the cannibal king or the emperor? When we were criminals in Lishan, which king regarded us as human beings? Qin Lu is cruel, Chu Lu is also poisonous. As Mr. Nietzsche said, traditional values are shackles, and your monarch Sunishage is just a cover for oppressing the people. Among the soldiers who surrounded them, half of them were criminals who had escaped from Lishan, and many of them were farmers in exile in Chu. Hearing the nobles and king's law, they suddenly exploded. Ashur clutched a half-polished spear and pointed to the Zhao nobleman behind Xiangyu. That's it. Back then, your family occupied 100 acres of good fields in Ing, but let our sharecroppers serve you. Now you want to restore the old king and continue to ride on our heads, Mr. Locke said. If the world belongs to the people, you shouldn't let the words of the family determine everything. Why do you say that being king is being king? If you want to be king, first ask us, the oppressed soldiers and the people, if they agree. Xiang Liang was standing behind the curtain at the moment, listening to the dispute outside, his brows locked tightly. Fan Zhang, the counselor next to him, twisted his beard and persuaded in a low voice, "General, although Xiangyu bravely crowned the three armies, he didn't understand that the hearts of the people are destiny. In the past, when King Chushuang won Zhongyuan, he still had to ask about the suffering of the people. Now that the people of Xianyang have just gotten rid of the harsh government of Qin, they want to establish a king, fearing that they will repeat the mistakes of Yingzhang. Now that the princes are rising and the world is undecided, it is better to use the method in the sky curtain to set up a council, choose the virtuous people in the palace to take charge of the common ceremony and political affairs, and secretly further control the army. It is not too late to wait for the world to make a decision before becoming king." But Xianyu couldn't listen to the persuasion at all. He suddenly pulled out his saber and pointed it at Lao Zhou. "If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. My Xiang family is a descendant of the surname Mi, inheriting the inheritance of my ancestors, and restoring Chu to the title of King of Heaven and Earth. Who dares to stop me? It's not me who stopped you, it's the people of the world." Lao Zhou was not afraid, and took out 2 rolls of linen manuscripts from his arms. One volume is a fragment of the Communist Manifesto, and the other is a fragment of Nietzsche's Origin of Species, just recorded from the sky curtain. Mr. Marx said that the demise of the bourgeoisie is inevitable. Those nobles and princes suck the blood of the people. Isn't it the biggest bourgeoisie? What Mr. Nietzsche said about the fate of mankind is not determined by God is not to indicate that we ordinary people should be in charge of ourselves. When Qin destroyed Chu, those nobles fled Jiangdong with gold and silver, but let our people be slaughtered by Qin soldiers. Now that Yingzhang is dead, it's time to abolish the term king and let the people choose their own capable people to take charge as. The ancient Greek sages said, only if you are qualified can you rule, and if you are unqualified, you will come down. How can there be the truth of inheriting the throne from generation to generation? The movement outside the tent soon attracted more workers, agricultural union soldiers and Xianyang people, some carrying hoes and some holding shuttles, densely surrounded in front of the tent. The soldiers who supported Lao Zhou raised their weapons one after another, shouting the slogans of "No king and the people are in charge." The old nobles who supported Xiangyu quietly retreated. The Zhao nobles looked at the glaring eyes in the crowd, remembering Nietzsche's words of criticizing the shackles of tradition, and caught a glimpse of the manuscript in Lao Zhou's hand, for fear that his harsh politics would be turned out. His eyes were full of fear upon seeing this. Xiang Liang knew that continuing the stalemate would only intensify the conflict, so he could only walk out of the tent quickly and raise his hand to suppress the commotion. Everyone be quiet. Yingzhang had just fallen, and the world was undecided, so it was not appropriate to rush to be king. Starting today, the Jingchu Industrial and Agricultural Council will be established. You, Lao Zhou, are familiar with the suffering of the people and can take the lead in convening farmers in various villages to elect representatives to the council. Xiangyu, you are brave and good at fighting, temporarily commanding the military affairs, and resisting the remnants of the Qin army that may be attacking. As for whether to establish a king, a decision will be made after the world is stable and the opinions of the people are consulted. This proposal temporarily calmed the dispute. But the undercurrent was still surging. That night, Xiangyu returned to his tent, broke the bronze jug on the table, and said angrily, "Uncle is just too weak." In the past, the ancestor Xiang Yin died in battle because of his kindness and soft hands. Those exiles know what deliberation is. When I take control of all military power, I will definitely ascend to the throne and be king. Let them know that the monarch's rule cannot be violated, and learn from Nietzsche's subversion of tradition perversion. On the other hand, Lao Zhou quietly summoned Ashur and several other generals from the criminal background, and looked through the ancient Greek deliberation system transcribed from the Tianmu library by the glimmer of an oil lamp in the tent. Xiangyu's old nobles never pretended to be people in their eyes. You see, he muttered together with Zhao and Jing, and he didn't know when he would dare to mention the kingship. We must prepare early and never let Yingzhang go the old way again. Ashur said, Brother Zhou is right. When we were criminals in Lishan, when didn't the nobles swallow food first and the government force us to eat first? But now that there is heavenly enlightenment, the Brothers in the camp, keep in mind what Mr. Locke said about natural human rights and Mr. Nietzsche said about shabby shackles. It's just that we have fewer people, and we have to find more like-minded generals. There are outstanding people all over the world who are looking forward to the reform of the dynasty and the system. There is also a group chat function newly given by Tianmu. Even if there are mountains and mountains, you can exchange news and discuss countermeasures with a guide talisman. This is a good time for us to unite as one. You and I are both farmers and criminals. We know how much sweat it takes to plant an acre of land, and we know that we will be hungry after the expiration of our service. Back then, Ing Zheng said, "The world belongs to me." He used us as cattle. Now we have to let everyone know that this world belongs not to the emperor, not to the nobles, but to the millions of people who plow the fields and carry hoes. To resist the old system, the people are in charge of the new system. Lao Zhou touched the Communist Manifesto in his arms and said, Chapter 57, Mental Tempering and the Struggle Against Illness. During the quarrels and actions of Lao Zhou and others, the content broadcast on the skyscreen was never interrupted. On the carriage leaving the University of Basel, Nietzsche put his face on the cold car window and watched the bell tower that had witnessed him teaching the Epic of Homer and debating the spirit of tragedy gradually disappear on the corner of the street. After all, this top European university cannot tolerate his sharp questioning of traditional theology. The migraine suddenly attacked like acupuncture, and he hurriedly took out the linen-wrapped opium tincture from his arms. According to true records, Nietzsche often relied on opiate drugs to relieve symptoms due to severe neuralgia and eye diseases in his later years. Trembling, he poured out a few drops, took a few sips and swallowed them. The severe cough made his thin chest hurt, and his knuckles turned white as he clenched the car door. "Sir, do you want to go to Rockken village to worship first?" The coachman strangled the reins and turned his head and asked. Nietzsche shook his head slowly, his voice hoarse from pain. "Go to Naumburg, Elizabeth is there." He remembered a letter from his sister last year, which said, "The room has been sorted out for you, and there is still your collection of the 18th century Latin edition of Horace's poems on the bookshelf." A trace of warmth appeared in my heart, but it was quickly replaced by uneasiness. He knew better than anyone that Elizabeth had always been a devout religious believer. He had written many times to dissuade him from not talking nonsense about Christian doctrine, and he could not understand the profound call for human autonomy behind "God is dead." Well, when I arrived at Naumburg, it was getting dark. Elizabeth, wearing a long dark dress, stood at the door of the old house to greet her, holding the rye bread she had just bought from the monastery bakery, with a cross pattern symbolizing religion on the surface of the bread. "Friedrich, your eye disease has worsened again, and even your pupils are a little cloudy." She took Nietzsche's suitcase, her gaze unconsciously swept across the thick manuscript of Zarathustra said so in his arms and asked, "Are you still writing those words that offend God? Before my mother died, she specifically told you to study the Luther Bible more." Nietzsche sat on the oak chair by the fireplace, took the bread but had no appetite to eat, just staring at the beating flame in a daze. Above the fireplace hangs a portrait of Pastor Karl, the father, wearing a black robe and holding a gilded Bible in his hand. When he was a child, he taught him to recite Bible chapters, but he never thought that his son would become a rebel in the future. "Elizabeth, have you ever seen a child laborer in a Manchester textile factory?" He suddenly said, "Last year I saw a 12-year-old boy in Geneva, Switzerland. His finger was twisted by a loom, but the factory owner said he was careless and delayed the factory's production." Where is God? If God really exists, why not stop this naked exploitation? Elizabeth put down the porcelain cup in her hand, and the cup made a dull noise on the table. "That's because human beings are burdened with the original sin left by Adam, and suffering is God's trial." She took down a compendium of Christian doctrine from the bookshelf and handed it over. "You always use these extreme cases to deny faith, just like questioning the original sin theory in Pulta Middle School back then. It's too extreme. A theology is not a simple moral preaching, but a beacon that guides mankind towards salvation." Nietzsche raised his hand and pushed the book away, but the manuscript fell out of his arms and spread out on the paragraph. "God is dead, annotated with traditional morality, is the shackles of slaves, and it is a tool used by theocracy and kingship to imprison human will." Salvation? He sneered, pointed to the words on the paper, and said angrily in his voice, "Those priests used original sin to make the peasants endure the high land rents of the nobles, and obedience to make the workers accept the low-paid squeeze of the capitalists. This is not salvation, it is ignorance. What we should pursue is strength-will, which is to control our destiny by ourselves, rather than looking for the comfort of nothingness in the Bible." See this scene. Lao Zhou, a criminal and Lishan at the end of the Qin dynasty, clutched the fragment of strong-will that he had just transcribed, and said to Ashur beside him, "That's right, isn't this what Mr. Nietzsche said? Control your destiny by yourself, is what we are doing now? Qin oppressed us and we overthrew this damn tyranny." Ashur quickly agreed, Brother Zhou is right. The old nobles of Chu still wanted to restore the country to be the supreme slave owner. We decided that we couldn't agree. The world is the world of our people. In the Suzhou weaving workshop at the end of the Ming dynasty, Lia Chui stopped the shuttle in his hand and said to the other busy weavers, Mr. Ni Kai said that traditional morality is a yoke. Isn't it traditional morality for husbands and wives to follow in the 3 syllabus and 5 rules? Whoever says that women are virtuous if they are not talented, the industry association we organized can also make great use of us workers and fight for us. In the countryside of Shandong in the Qing dynasty, Chen Shi squatted on the ridge of the field, watching the dispute between Nietzsche and Elizabeth on the sky curtain, and said to the farmer beside him, It's this reason, we have to change this damn destiny on our own. Now that our 7 villages are united, this landlord is still the county magistrate, who would dare to oppress us at will. The dispute between the brothers and sisters alarmed the neighbor Heinrich Brenner, the old man who had participated in the compilation of the Prussian religious code. After hearing Nietzsche's remarks, deliberately brought a 16th century Latin version of the Bible to the door to exhort. He sat on the sofa opposite Nietzsche, spreading the Bible on his knees, with unquestionable authority in his tone. Mr. Nietzsche, you were a professor of classical philology at the University of Basel. You should have shouldered the mission of spreading the truth, but you publicly declared that God is dead. This is misleading the world. Without God's restraint, mankind will fall into moral chaos, just like in the late Roman Empire, and eventually perish. Nietzsche looked at the silver cross hanging on the professor's chest, suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp as a knife. Professor, what exactly is the moral chaos you are talking about? He pointed to the street outside the window, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Last year, the nobles of Naumburg forcibly occupied 30 acres of cultivated land of farmers on the outskirts of the city, but the government ruled that the nobles have the legal right to inherit the land. The textile factories in the east of the city have pressed the daily wages of workers to 12 pfennigs. How many families have to sell their children to factories as child laborers because they can't eat enough? Is the morality in your mouth acquiescing to these injustices? True morality is not a dogma in the Bible, but respect for every life. God is dead is not to deny everything, but to let mankind break free from the shackles of theocracy and become its own master. The professor's face flushed when he was refuted, and his blue veins bulged in the hand holding the Bible. He closed the book abruptly and got up to scold angrily. You are a typical heretical thought. One day I will be beaten into hell by God. After speaking, he left angrily. Elizabeth looked at Nietzsche's excited expression with worry in her eyes. You will offend all believers in this way, and you will even be regarded as a lunatic. Nietzsche didn't care, picked up the manuscript again, and wrote down the sentence on the title page that was later quoted by countless people. Those who can't kill me will make me stronger. In the picture, Nietzsche began a wandering life. He moved successively to Turin, Italy, Sils Maria, Switzerland, and other places, while fighting increasingly severe neuralgia and eye diseases. While persisting in writing, time came in the winter of 1888, and he completed part of the manuscript of The Will of Power in a small hotel in Turin. In the early morning, he opened the window and looked at the empty street and suddenly shouted, I am the sun. I want to sprinkle the light of truth on mankind. The innkeeper thought he was out of his mind and quietly called the local police. Nietzsche didn't know it, and he was still excitedly preaching the Superman philosophy to passers-by. People should be surpassed. You must break free from the shackles of the flock like lions, and do not be slaves to theology, let alone puppets of secular rules. The police tried to take him back to the police station for questioning, but Nietzsche broke free with force. He stumbled into the street and ran into a groom who was beating an old horse with a whip. The horse was emaciated, with heavy cargo on his back, and groaned every time he received a whip. Nietzsche suddenly rushed forward, threw his arms around the old horse's neck with open arms, and shouted in tears, Don't hit it. Life is equal, and no one is qualified to trample on it at will. The groom pushed him away impatiently and cursed, Madman. Get out of here, don't delay my delivery. Nietzsche collapsed on the ground, looking at the groom's back, and suddenly began to laugh wildly. The laughter was so stern that the surrounding pedestrians avoided one after another. At the end of the laugh, tears rolled down his cheeks and dripped on the cold snow, instantly condensing into ice. He took out the notebook he was carrying from his arms, trembling and writing down the last few clear lines. Kalatustra has gone down the mountain, and he wants to pass on the truth to the world, even if the world stoned him and spat on him. The picture of this scene shocked the people under the sky curtain. In the Shangliang army at the end of the Qin dynasty, Lao Zhou looked at the picture of Nietzsche holding a horse and crying bitterly, and said to his colleague, Ing Jing treats us as animals. The old nobles want to be kings, but we are also human beings, and we should have a strength will to resist those who bully us. The others nodded quickly. The general is right. We overthrew Ing Zhang, not to establish another emperor, but to make the people human. On the streets of the capital at the end of the Ming dynasty, a scholar showed his face to the sky. Mr. Nietzsche dared to break the dogma and say bluntly, God is dead. This courage is worth learning from my generation. The businessman next to him also said, yes. We used to say that we accepted our fate, but now that we have listened to this gentleman's words, we know that fate should be controlled by ourselves. When her gaze returned to the sky curtain, Elizabeth, who was far away in Naumburg, Germany, received an urgent telegram from the innkeeper, with only a short sentence on the telegram. Your brother is mentally disturbed and needs to come to Turin to deal with it immediately. She hurriedly packed her bags and took the fastest train to Italy. When she saw Nietzsche at the Turin police station, the once spirited philosopher was curled up in the corner, chanting Zarathustra and Stromwell repeatedly in her mouth, her eyes empty like two pools of stagnant water. Elizabeth couldn't help crying, and stepped forward to gently help him up. Friedrich, let's go home and go back to Naumburg. Nietzsche slowly raised his head, his eyes stayed on her face for a long time, as if he recognized his sister. He suddenly grabbed Elizabeth's hand in a very serious tone. Sister, you have to remember that God is dead is not to deny morality, but to let mankind create morality by itself. Superman is not a natural hero, but every ordinary person who dares to surpass himself and resist slavery. His voice became lighter and lighter, and finally fell silent. Chapter 58 Truth in the Years of Madness. The sky curtain changes. Elizabeth pushes the wooden-wheeled cart carrying Nietzsche and steps on the stone road of the old house in Naumburg. The south-facing window of the bedroom is pasted with newly replaced linen paper, and the stained glass refracts the light. Nietzsche put the 1872 edition of The Birth of Tragedy on his pillow, and when he looked closely, there were dried flowers from the students of the University of Basel sandwiched between the pages of the book. It was specially given by the students to thank him for breaking the theological interpretation when he taught the Epic of Homer in 1870. Nietzsche lay quietly on the bed most of the time, looking at the oak lines on the ceiling with hollow eyes. Only when he heard the words "Will and Superman" did his hollow eyes glow with fine light. Once Elizabeth read the notes he wrote in his early years in Perda Middle School: human beings should be like eagles, break free from the cage. He suddenly stretched out his thin hand and grasped his sister's cuffs tightly. His fingertips turned white with force, and his voice was hoarse as if he had been sandpaper. The cage is the Bible, the kingship, and everything that makes people bend their knees. Do you remember when my father taught us to recite? I asked why did God starve the widow, and he said I was blasphemous? But before his voice fell, the severe migraine made him curl up, the cold sweat soaked the gray hair on his forehead, and even his breathing trembled, as if every time he inhaled, he was tearing his nerves. The neighbor Professor Brenner would bring the 16th century Latin version of the Luther Bible to his door every week, trying to awaken him with the rhetoric of original sin redemption, but every time he was blocked by Nietzsche's vague but firm God is dead. Once the professor excitedly patted the Bible on the table, the oak desktop made a dull noise, and angrily cursed, "You will go to hell and endure the fire forever." Nietzsche suddenly laughed, so much that the sparrow outside the window was startled by the laughter. He pointed to the orphan begging in the cold wind outside the window. Hell? He is hungry every day and can only pick up rotten bread on the ground. Isn't he in hell, your God? Why don't you give him a piece of hot bread? On the first sunny day after the start of spring, Nietzsche suddenly asked to go out. Elizabeth pushed a wheelchair and accompanied him through the cobblestone streets of Naumburg. In the ding of the blacksmith shop, the weavers sat on the threshold to organize the cotton thread. Their fingertips were frozen red. By the fountain in the square, the children were chasing butterflies and running. One of the boys in a short brown corsecloth insisted on climbing the tall oak tree despite his mother's resistance. The bark was rough and the branches were steep, but the boy gritted his teeth and climbed up with his hands and feet. His mother stomped on the tree in a hurry, but he turned and shouted, "I want to pick the highest acorn." Nietzsche suddenly pointed at the boy, the corners of his mouth took a long-lost arc, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes. Superman, on him. Not afraid of heights, not afraid of falling, just thinking about what you want. Elizabeth followed his gaze, and the sun shone on the boy's stubborn little face. The movements of breaking free from his mother's hands really looked a bit beyond self. She suddenly remembered Nietzsche's "man should be surpassed" in what Zarathustra said, and her eyes couldn't help but heat up. After returning to the old house, Nietzsche's mental state rarely improved. He sat at his desk, trembling, picked up the quill pen, the ink fainted on the parchment, and wrote crooked words. Children are unspoiled will. They are not afraid of heights or the unknown. Let them grow freely and don't tie their wings with obedient and sensible. Just like that oak tree, if you are always afraid that it will be blown down by the wind, it will never grow tall. Elizabeth stood aside, watching the ink dripping from her brother's fingertips, fainting in a dark circle next to the 4 words free growth, and suddenly understood even if he was crazy, the desire for life as it is in his heart has never been extinguished. Those thoughts that are regarded as heresy by the world are just his persistent cry that mankind should not be bound. This scene fell on all dynasties in Huaxia, like a stone thrown into a quiet pool, arousing layers of resonance. In the Shangliang army at the end of the Qing dynasty, Lao Zhou saw Nietzsche writing. He suddenly raised his voice and said to the soldiers sitting around, "Look at Mr. Ni Kai, even if he is not awake, he is still fighting for his children's freedom. We overthrew Ying Zheng so that our baby would no longer have to be a criminal." Xiang Yu said, "The monarch is different," but Mr. Nietzsche said, "Beyond ourselves, we should go a different way." The soldiers clenched their weapons one after another, and the sound of the collision of armor was full of firm determination. Assur took out the fragment transcribed from the sky curtain from his arms and read it aloud. "Those who can't kill me will make me stronger. The suffering we suffered in Lishan is to sharpen us stronger, and we must never let the old nobles ride on our heads again." In the morning mist of the Suzhou weaving workshop at the end of the Ming dynasty, Liu Cuigung organized the weavers to complete a new round of salary increase negotiations, and Zhou Fu and other workshop owners were forced to agree to give 10 more articles a day. Seeing the picture of the boy climbing an oak tree on the sky curtain, she immediately said to the industry association members sitting around the loom, "Mr. Nietzsche said, children must grow up freely. Shouldn't we weavers also break free from the shackles of the workshop owner? In the past, we were afraid that we would not be able to find a job if we left the owner of the shop, and we didn't even dare to ask for an extra salary. Now that there is a peer association and the truth of Tianmu teaching, you should dare to fight for your own rights and interests like that child." Master Zhou Fong still wanted to oppress us, and he panicked as soon as we stopped work. This is the power of Superman. If you don't fight for it, no one will take the initiative to give it to you. A Xiao immediately agreed, raising the cocoon ground out by the shuttle in his hand. Sister Cui is right. There is a squeeze. Let's resist together. On the ridge of the countryside in Shandong in the Qing dynasty, Chen Shi was taking the farmers of the United Society to measure the land. The sun shone on the newly budded wheat seedlings, glowing with tender green light. Seeing Nietzsche embracing the old horse on the streets of Turin, he squatted down and said to the child holding the ear of wheat beside him, "Look at that gentleman, even the animals can't bear to be bullied, so we farmers should hold a group. We must dare to fight, we must dare to fight, we must surpass ourselves, and we must stand up and say no." The child nodded as if he understood or not, and his thoughts began to be further inherited. Man is not a tool or a slave. The world is the world of the people and must be contended. Chapter 59. The inheritance of Nietzsche's thought in the sky curtain picture. In the old house of Naumburg on August 25, 1900, the 66-year-old Nietzsche was curled up in a linen sheet, his thin hand gently resting on the pillow of the book. What Zarathustra said. The bronzing of the word Superman on the cover has long been worn out, but it is still rubbed by him with a jade luster. Elizabeth sat in front of the bed, reading softly the verses he wrote in his early years. "My soul is a song, a song that transcends the stars." Nietzsche's eyelids trembled slightly, and a trace of clarity flashed in his muddy eyes. He slowly turned his head, looked out the window and said, "Sunflowers are facing the sun, and people should be facing freedom." He opened his mouth. His voice was so weak that he could hardly hear, but the words were clear. "The sun, my son." The moment the voice fell, his hand fell gently, and his eyes closed forever. The sunflowers outside the window swayed gently in the wind, as if to see off this warrior who was committed to breaking through ignorance and advancing for the freedom of mankind. In accordance with Nietzsche's last wish, Elizabeth buried his ashes with his parents in the churchyard of the village of Lacan. There is no ornate inscription on the tombstone, only 2 lines are engraved. Friedrich Nietzsche and Superman is the meaning of the earth. These are the condensation of his life's thoughts and the last proverbs he left to the world. Above the sky curtain, Nietzsche's classic quotations appeared one by one like golden light patterns. Each sentence penetrated time and space, fell on the land of the dynasties of Huaxia, and resonated strongly with those who had been oppressed and bound. God is dead. Those who can't kill me will make me stronger. People should be surpassed. Traditional morality is the shackles of slaves. Strong will is the essence of life. You might as well be bold in your treatment of life, because you will eventually lose it. People who fight monsters should be careful not to become monsters. When you stare at the abyss from a distance, the abyss is also staring at you. You have to figure out the script of your life, not the sequel of your parents, not the prequel of your children, let alone your friend's outer story. In the Shangliang army at the end of the Qin dynasty, Lao Zhougang followed the rest of the stewards to finalize the new rules for the distribution of forage, his fingertips still stained with ink for drafting the Articles of Association. Seeing the words on the sky curtain, he immediately raised his hand and shouted to the surrounding prisoners and farmers. Brothers, Mr. Nietzsche's words are exactly what we are going to do now. The old nobles of the Jing and Zhao families still want to enjoy, and they want to eat and drink well without any effort. This is what they call respect and inferiority in an orderly manner, but now we can't get used to them. We are not the rough people who didn't understand anything in the first place. The nobles are what they say. Now divide the food according to the output, regardless of whether it is noble or lowly. This is the system we have to exchange for life and death, surpassing the hierarchical rules of the old nobles, and surpassing our previous cowardice of disobedience. Who will dare to mention restoring the old system, dividing respect and inferiority in the future? We also have so many comrades with the same ambitions. It's a big deal to part ways, and never let the blood and sweat we left behind become the cornerstone of our enslavement by the nobles again. Ashur held the freshly sharpened sickle and accepted the conversation excitedly. Brother Joe is right. Let's set the rules together and guard the rights and interests together. Ordinary people can also control their own destiny, take care of their own food, and be their own masters. In the Suzhou weaving workshop at the end of the Ming dynasty, Liachui led the sisters of the Suzhou Weavers Guild to engrave the clause "equal pay for men and women weavers for equal work" on a wooden sign. Seeing the words "traditional morality is the shackles of slaves" on the sky curtain, he immediately pointed to the wooden sign and said to the weavers sitting around, "Look, everyone. Mr. Nietzsche has already broken the lies that bullied us. Those old masters used to say that a woman's lack of talent is virtue, and even if she does the same job, the female weavers weave yunjin, and the salary is 20% less than that of the male workers. This is the slave's yoke. This is wrong. We should have equal pay for equal work. Many of our powerful female workers cannot be deducted by Master Joe and the others. Women can also rely on their own craftsmanship to live with peace and dignity. We should stand up against everything that is unfair. As Mr. Nietzsche said, this is our own life script and we are responsible for ourselves." After speaking, he led the members of the Suzhou Weavers Guild to start a new round of protests. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the troubled times with a large number of rebel armies occupied the right time and place for their protests. The government did not have enough power to suppress them. Instead, the suffering people silently supported their resistance. Chen Shui and the farmers of the United Society had just finished their day's work and gathered on the threshing floor to rest. Proverbs such as "man should be surpassed" and "strong will is the essence of life" and "the sky curtain" are like sparks in the sunset, burning everyone's heart. Chen Shui grabbed a handful of wheat grains that had just been laid down and were still warm, and let the golden grains flow down from his fingers. In a loud voice, he said to the surrounding villagers, "The big guys have seen it. Mr. Nietzsche on the canopy speaks clearly. People can't abide by stereotypes. Our ancestors have been facing the yellow earth and turning their backs to the sky for generations. It depends on the will of God and the government whether we can eat enough food from the ground or not." How many years have these words been tied up? The landlord thinks that we should be born to pay the rent, and the government thinks that we deserve to receive food, and even we sometimes believe it. But what is this united society? It's our own confidence. It is difficult for us to be helped, and the official oppresses and resists. This is what Mr. Nietzsche said about the strong will. As long as we have the confidence to unite, who would dare to oppress us at will? Even the government would not dare to collect taxes indiscriminately. This is the step we take to be the master of ourselves. Next to him, an old farmer who had almost sold his children and women because of his debts wiped the corners of his eyes and choked. She is right. I used to feel that being poor is fate, and being cheap is fate, and now I understand. Those are all chains that bind people. We have to learn from what Mr. Nietzsche said. Be bold. In the future, we must not only grow good land, but also let the babies read and write and understand the law. Our strong will must be passed down from generation to generation, and we must never let the children go back to the days when we used to live on our knees. There was a warm echo in the crowd, and the weathered faces were shining with hope and determination. Nietzsche's powerful words, like stones thrown into a quiet lake, stirred up layers of ripples in the hearts of people of different strata and circumstances. Nietzsche is gone, but he left the torch of thought to all mankind. He told us that God is dead, which means that the old, unquestionable authority and superstition have collapsed. Superman is the meaning of the earth, telling us that the value of man does not depend on the emperor of the gods, nor on the respect and inferiority of blood. It is on the land under our feet, relying on our own hands, wisdom, and will to create. The old Zhou at the end of the Qing dynasty, the weavers at the end of the Ming dynasty, and the farmers in the Qing dynasty were all doing the same thing, breaking the shackles and becoming their own Superman. They no longer believe in Ying Zhang's destiny. They no longer believe in the gentry's everything is inferior, and they no longer believe in the nonsense that women are vassals of men. What they want is to build a new world where everyone dares to think, fight, and surpass. Nietzsche's ashes in the sky curtain belong to the chapel in Laeken, but his thoughts have had a profound impact on all time and space in Huaxia. Chapter 60 The changes brought about by Rousseau on the way for Lao Zhou and the others to settle down in the world. The 10 days of darkness passed away in a flash die in the early morning. As she was driving on the march, looking at the sky and turning his head to the other soldiers, he said, "We have been in a hurry for a few more days. Calculate the time. Today should be the day for the sky curtain to take stock." When Ah heard this, he nodded and replied, "Yes, the calculation of time will start again soon." As soon as the voice fell, there was movement in the sky curtain, and the light golden light pattern in the sky curtain began to float, gradually condensing into a few lines of large characters. The 12th issue of the Sky Curtain Inventory of the person, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, followed closely by the life of this thinker, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, born in 1712 in a family of watchmakers in Geneva, Switzerland, was a core thinker, philosopher, educator and writer of the French Enlightenment in the 18th century, and a pioneer of Romantic thought. He lost his mother at an early age, and his father went into exile due to disputes. His upbringing under the fence made him well versed in the suffering at the bottom. As an adult, he moved to Paris, Venice, and other places, and shocked the European ideological world with works such as On the Origin and Foundation of Human Inequality, Social Contract Theory, and Emile. The core idea subverts the tradition of the divine grant of monarchy. It proposes natural human rights and advocates that human nature is free and equal, and private ownership is the root cause of inequality. Reconstruct the legitimacy of state power with a social contract, emphasizing that sovereignty lies with the people and that the government must obey the will of the people. The educational concept advocates natural education and opposes the suppression of children's nature by feudal rituals and religions. Its ideas provided theoretical weapons for the French Revolution, profoundly influenced the American Declaration of Independence and the construction of a modern democratic system, and became the spiritual banner of mankind's pursuit of freedom and equality. Seeing this introduction by Rousseau, the people of the stable dynasties in China suddenly felt a strong sense of surprise. Old man Zhang on the streets of the Western Han Dynasty read that the government needs to obey the will of the people and turned his head to this later generation of Western sages actually put forward such an incredible point of view. It is an anti-emperor statement to advocate the freedom and equality of human nature. This private ownership? Could it be that the emperor was referring to? In the imperial study room of the Forbidden City of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang had just reviewed a manuscript when the life and thoughts of Rousseau appeared. The founding emperor, who emphasized the dominance of imperial power and discipline, his face became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ridiculous, is sovereignty in the people? The government needs to obey the will of the people? It's simply that there is no monarch father, and disaster is always in order. What do these Liming people know? I started from the very beginning, and I know the suffering of the people, so I severely punish corrupt officials and suppress arrogance, so that the people of the world can have fields and food to eat. But this world is the world of the Zhu family, and it was our old Zhu who shot it down with one shot. Governing the world depends on the law, and it is soon immune if the people can decide everything. What do they want the emperor and the court to do? Could it be that the world is in chaos? His chest heaved and fell, obviously very angry, and this private ownership is the source of all evil, even more asshole. If there is no perseverance, how can there be perseverance? If the land and property are not private, and everyone is idle, who will do their best? This is a word that encourages the people to be troublesome and harms the foundation of my great Ming dynasty. His heart is punishable. His heart is punishable. He paced back and forth, and gave a stern order, pass the decree. Order Jin Yui to inspect the world and strictly prevent such perverted and heresy from cholera. I am very clear about the hearts of the people. In the Tai Chi Palace during the Jingwan period of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin and a group of confidants were discussing the imperial examinations and military service exemptions for this year. Compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's anger, Li Shimin's expression was much more complicated. He carefully read all the introductions about Rousseau, especially the words social contract and sovereignty over the people, and remained silent for a long time. Below, Fang Xianling, Duruvui, Wei Zhang and others also looked solemn and contemplative for a long time. Wei Zhang was the first to speak, with a solemn tone. Your Majesty, the words of this person are indeed shocking to the world, pointing directly to the root of theocracy granted by the gods. According to it, the foundation of the emperor's existence is to make a covenant with the people and be entrusted by the people to rule the world. This is really a theory that has never been heard of before. Fang Xianling replied, however, he pointed out that private ownership is the source of injustice. After careful consideration, it is not unreasonable. The home of the poor, sitting on a vast expanse of land, where the poor have no place to stand, is indeed the cause of social turmoil. I want to promote Juntian and suppress mergers. To some extent, it is also to regulate the disadvantages of this private ownership. Du Ruhuwei paid more attention to the actual situation. Although his words are dangerous, they can be the theoretical weapon of the revolution in other states. It can be seen that his incitement and appeal are strong. As far as governing the country is concerned, these thoughts are like a flood, and blocking is better than dredging. If the people need to live a rich life and feel the moral government of the court, it is difficult for external evil to invade. Li Shimin finally spoke slowly, his voice steady but with unquestionable majesty. The words of Rousseau are indeed like a sharp sword, which can break the ice and hurt oneself. Its theory of sovereignty over the people shakes the country's foundation and cannot be emulated, let alone promoted. However, its warning, I must not fail to observe it. He glanced at the group of ministers and continued, there is a cloud in Xuanzi, the monarch, the boat is also, the commoner, the water is also. Water carries the boat, and water covers the boat. How can I not know the power of this people? Although sovereignty over the people is not feasible, if a monarch regards the people as grass mustard, it is not far from Fuzhou. My Datong's desire for long-term stability lies first and foremost in calming and filling this water. The Juntian system needs to be adhered to, the imperial examinations need to be fair, and the military service needs to be reduced, so that the Han men can rise to the next level, so that the people can live and work in peace. In this way, even with the theory of Rousseau outside, the inside of my Datong can be as solid as a rock. He paused, and his tone turned stern. However, core rebellious words such as the social contract and the government obeys the people must be strictly forbidden. It is ordered that the state Zijian and the officials of the prefectures and counties need to emphasize more on the ethics of loyalty to the monarch and love of the country, respect and inferiority, and order. The emperor's decision echoed in the palace. On the other side, Lao Zhou, Ashur, Lia Chui, Chen Shui and others looked at the sky curtain of Rousseau's thoughts that echoed Nietzsche and were even more radical and direct, and their eyes lit up with a hotter light. Chen Shui murmured to himself, the social contract. Sovereignty is in the people. It turns out that we are now setting rules together in fighting for rights and interests. In the Western sages, there has long been such a profound truth: this world should not be the private property of a certain family with a certain surname, but should be the common home of everyone living in this land. A clearer and firmer belief flourished in his heart. Under the sky curtain, the seeds of thought have been sown, and the defenders of the old order and the callers of the new era are accumulating strength for the upcoming greater changes. Chapter 61, Questioning Order in the Sky Curtain. I came to Geneva in 1715. The cold wind on a winter night rolled the snow grains and beat against the thin wooden windows of the Isaac Rousseau watch workshop. Jean-Jacques, who was only 3 years old, writhed uncomfortably in the arms of his father Isaac. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Isaac was intently adjusting a small screw in a pocket watch with tweezers. Of brass gears and enamel dials were scattered on the table, and the air was filled with metal and motor oil. Little Rousseau stretched out his hand to grab the shiny gear, and was gently held by his father. Jacques, don't worry. Isaac's voice was gentle and tired. These little guys are very delicate. He put down his tools and picked up a book from beside him. It was not a map of the watchmaker, but a copy of Plutarch's biography of Greco-Roman celebrities. Come on, let's read the stories of these ancient heroes. Although Isaac is a craftsman, he loves reading and owns a small collection of books. After the untimely death of Rousseau's mother Susanna, father and son often used this to spend long nights. Isaac read aloud to his son the deeds of the heroes of the Roman Republic such as Brutus and Thoron and the legislators of Sparta. When Isaac read that Brutus personally sentenced the son who participated in the conspiracy to restore the king to death in order to defend the Republic. Father, why did Brutus oppose the king? Little Rousseau raised his face, a curious light gleaming in his eyes. Isaac pondered for a moment, stroking the pages of the book with his fingers, because he believes that people should fight for their own freedom. Isaac often pointed to passages in the book and felt sorry for his son. Look, this is the real citizen. They were born for the law and the public good, not to please the monarch. This time of night reading was later regarded by Rousseau as the most precious memory of childhood, and his initial understanding of freedom, virtue, and civic responsibility was buried in his heart. At that time, Geneva was ostensibly a republican state governed by a citizens' council and a 200-member council, but its actual power was controlled by a small council composed of a few aristocratic families. Although watchmakers and other handicrafts belong to the citizen class, life is still difficult, and there is an invisible but profound gap between them and the ruling oligarchy. The picture turned to 1722. After a conflict with an officer, Isaac believed that he had been treated unfairly in the lawsuit. In order to protect his reputation, he chose to leave Geneva and go into exile in Nyon. The 10-year-old Rousseau stood at the door of the Morning Mist, Watching his father's figure disappear at the end of the stone road, holding the long-ruined biography of Greco-Roman celebrities tightly in his arms, little Rousseau was then sent to the village of Passy to live with his uncle Gabriel Bernard, and later studied with Pastor Lambercier. Pastor Lambercier taught him knowledge and asked him to recite scriptures and learn the mainstream social concepts of the time. However, the inner sensitivity cultivated by reading the biographies of ancient heroes, and the contrast with real life, has made Rousseau start to question. In the village of Passy and the subsequent study in life, Rousseau absorbed knowledge hungrily, but also became more sensitive to the world around him. He observes the differences between people and feels the gap between rules and true feelings, the books left by his father, as well as the contrast between the ancient ideal country depicted in the book and the reality of Geneva and even European society, stirred in his heart. One evening in late autumn, Rousseau walked alone on the ridge of the field after harvest. The setting sun dyed the wheat stubble golden, and the song of farmers celebrating the harvest came from a distance. He stopped suddenly and took out the pocket watch left by his father from his arms. The gears were still moving accurately, but the star key badge on the case was worn out. The young man's fingers stroked the mottled patterns, as if touching the cracks under the appearance of the city. That night he wrote in his diary, "If even clocks and watches have to break free from the shackles of clockwork, how can people be willing to be imprisoned by fate?" Outside the window, the sound of flowing water from the Rhone River continued all night, like a call from the distant future. Outside the sky curtain, Lao Zhou was on the march on a horse, looking at the figures of Rousseau and his son on the sky curtain and the street view of Geneva, feeling empathetic. Master Isaac has a point. If the rules are only for the service of the dignitaries, they are not good rules. Laws are made to serve the public interest and the people, not just the monarch. The emperor and we are both human beings. Why is the law under the king? According to our opinion, the emperor breaking the law and committing the same crime as us is really for the good of the people. This is the world we pursue. Not far away, several old Qin Minfu who had just defected also leaned in. One of them held the story of Brutus transcribed from the sky curtain and said excitedly, "This Brutus killed his son for the Republic, although he was a little cruel, but he protected the freedom of everyone. If we could have such a person leading the way, why would we be afraid that the world would be bad for the people?" In the Suzhou weaving workshop at the end of the Ming dynasty, Lia Chui stopped the loom, looked at the confused eyes of little Rousseau on the sky curtain, and said, "There is so much injustice in the world, but I only know that I rely on others and pin my hopes on others. I always think that Master Qing Tian can be the master. But how many things are wrong in this world, and how many masters of Qing Tian? As long as you break free from the shackles, you can only find out that you can only be true by yourself. If we all recognize that we rely on others, how can we have today's industry meeting? How can we have this day of wage increases? And how can we have the courage to fight for equal pay for equal work?" In the Fengtian Temple in Nanjing, Zhu Yuanzhang shot De Hao and said angrily to Lu Ji. "The law of the Yuan court is that it can't control the Mongolian nobles, so the Han people suffer. My De Hao is to delay corrupt officials and make the rule clear." Lu Ji bowed in response, with a bit of cautious approval in his tone. "Now I have set up a genie guard to inspect the world, and I am responsible for supervising hundreds of officials in Beijing, from small state and county officials to members of the 6 ministries. Anyone who commits corruption and favoritism for personal gain can directly report to His Majesty and be severely punished in accordance with the law. This is the foundation of governing the country according to the law, and it is also the fundamental difference between Daming and Yuan Ting." Zhao Si, who was selling firewood in the market, saw this scene in the sky curtain and sighed, "Your Majesty is strictly investigating corrupt officials today, but who dares to control the imperial relatives? A few days ago, we saw in Jabaoman that the family members of the Wei State Mansion killed the old man selling vegetables on the street. In the end, didn't they just lose a few taels of silver, and even the government didn't dare to ask one more question? After all, this world is still the world of the Zhu family. No matter how strict the law is, it only protects the rule of the Zhu family. How can the lives of our small people really compare with those of the emperor's relatives? Now this law can't control the monarch, it's just tied to us flat-headed people." After whispering, Zhao Si turned his head and looked around, and found that no one heard his true words, so he began to run around and shout for a living again. Chapter 62 Rousseau's Reflections on Imperial Power in Geneva. In March 1728, the morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the stone road under the city wall was glowing with cold and wet light. Rousseau was carrying a dilapidated embroidered bag, repeatedly rubbing his fingers against the rough edges of the corners of the bag. Wrapped in it is the biography of Greco-Roman celebrities collected by his father Isaac, and there is also a half-yellowed sheet of music sandwiched between the pages of the book. It is a personal belongings he secretly brought out of the carving workshop the night before. He had just turned 16 years old at this time, and he decided to flee because he couldn't bear the harsh discipline of his master Dukongman. This master not only required him to work 14 hours a day, but also often punished him with a wooden ruler fork, questioning traditional carving techniques. Shock, how dare you be lazy? The workshop door was pushed open with a squeak, and Dukongman's wooden ruler smashed over with the sound of the wind. Rousseau hurriedly dodged sideways, and the wooden ruler hit his shoulder heavily, causing a large redness and swelling. Originally, he had proposed to the master to sharpen the angle of the carving knife more obliquely to save effort, but he was reprimanded as "I don't know the height of the sky," and knelt for half an hour. Now he once again scolded Rousseau angrily. Apprentices should have the duty of apprentices. Where is so much questioned nonsense? Dukongman's spitting star sprayed on his face. If you can't finish this group of icon carvings today, don't think about eating. Rousseau looked down at his calloused hand, with blood marks on his palm that had been pierced by a wooden thorn yesterday. From the early hours of the morning to the present, he was so hungry that he was cooing, but he didn't even get a mouthful of coarse wheat bread. So while Dukongman turned around to pick up the wood, Rousseau suddenly grabbed the embroidery bag he was carrying with him, opened the back door of the workshop and ran out. He is going to Unsee, a place where his father had said before he went into exile that maybe he can find a place to live. After running along Lake Geneva for about an hour or two, the rain suddenly drifted down obliquely. Rousseau shrank his neck and hid in the porch of the Saint-Germain monastery. The statue of the Virgin on the porch was wet by rain, and small drops of water accumulated between the folds of his clothes. He squatted beside the statue with his knees on his knees, his teeth trembling uncontrollably, and his thin coat couldn't stop the chill of early spring. "Child, why are you staying here? It's so thin to wear." A gentle female voice came. Rousseau looked up and saw a woman in a plain nun's uniform. She was Françoise Louise de Warren, who was 28 years old and had just converted to Catholicism and temporarily lived in a monastery. There is no aristocratic arrogance in the woman's eyebrows, some are just reassuringly soft, and the food basket in her hand contains bread and hot soup for the orphans of the monastery. "I escaped from Geneva. The master is too harsh and I can't stay anymore." Rousseau's voice was a little hoarse, and he subconsciously held the embroidered bag tighter. The biography of Greco-Roman celebrities carried in the bag was his only thought. Mrs. Warren squatted down, stretched out her hand and touched his forehead, her fingertips warm. "Come in with me and have a bowl of hot soup. The fireplace will always be burning for those who are lost." Her hand was very light, without the slightest contempt, like the gentle touch of a dead mother. This was the first time he had tasted the taste of being cherished as a human being since his mother's untimely death. Following Mrs. Warren into the side room of the monastery, the firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the aroma of barley and vegetables wafted from the copper pot. She filled a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Rousseau, and the temperature of the thick porcelain bowl reached her heart through her fingertips. "My name is François, you can call me Mrs. Warren. Your eyes are very bright, there is light in them that is unwilling to be bound, and you shouldn't be trapped in the workshop." Rousseau paused in his movements, and tears suddenly poured up. In Geneva, everyone only regarded him as a low-level apprentice, and only Mrs. Warren saw what was in his eyes. He wiped his face, swallowed the soup and whispered, "My name is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I want to study and want to know why nobles can bully people casually, but we can only be angry." Mrs. Warren smiled and took out a leather-bound book from the bookshelf, Descartes Methodology, which she brought from Paris in a private collection. "Maybe this book can help you find the answer." The sun shone on the pages of the book through the window, and Rousseau's fingers gently brushed the typeface, as if something in his heart was slowly being lit up. In the picture, 2 years passed in a flash. With the support of Mrs. Warren, Rousseau studied Latin with Father Lemaitre in the monastery, but what fascinated him most was the methodology, until one afternoon in 1730, he sat under the apple tree in the monastery and read a book. When he read "Suspicious of Everything Suspicious," suddenly I remembered the scene on the streets of Geneva. The nobleman Baron de Luz smashed the hawker's fruit basket on his horse, but the family dragged the victim away and blamed him. The scenes in his mind began his initial questioning of the hierarchical system. He took out a charcoal pen and wrote in his notebook, "Why can satin surpass coarse cloth? Is birth the weight of the balance?" Time passed, and under the arrangement of Mrs. Warren, Rousseau went to Turin to study at the seminary of St. Louis. During this period, he briefly served as Count Caraccioli's manservant, but was fired for refusing to forge the Count's letter to his mistress. Let him say the classic sentence, "Even if you are a servant, you should have dignity and not lie." Until 1736, Rousseau returned to Chabris and rented an attic near Mrs. Warren's house, transcribing music scores for a living. Every evening, he would help Mrs. Warren take care of the garden. During this time, he felt happy, as he said, "I am happy to wake up in the sun, and I am happy to walk through the woods." Seeing her smiling and handing over the picked strawberries, I trembled with happiness. Of course, it was also in this year that he witnessed the Lord's family robbing the farmer's wheat. The reason was that everything in the Lord belonged to the Lord. This made him deeply experience that private ownership is an excuse for the strong to plunder the weak. Zhao Si, who was standing in the middle of the damning market under the sky curtain, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene of Mrs. Warren. Then Mrs. Warren, as a nobleman, was willing to fund an apprentice who had fled. At that time, she was broad-minded. What she liked was not the origin of Rousseau, but that unwilling to be bound by the light in his eyes, not bound. But how many people in this world live happily without being bound? The sage is worthy of being a sage, and his size is different from what ordinary people consider. He paused, and he didn't dare to really say it. He could only say it in the Tianmu discussion area: private ownership and servant dignity under the universal sky. Could it be the land of kings? Everything in this world is the private property of the king, and the lives of the Liming people depend on the previous person. What is private? What kind of dignity do you talk about? That flying fish suit and embroidered spring sword even spied on the whispers of the people. Didn't the word servant include the people of the world? This passage of text appeared in the Sky Curtain discussion forum, just like a boulder entering the water, instantly arousing Melaleuca waves. It instantly aroused the approval of all time and space, and the characters appeared under it one after another. At the end of the Qin dynasty, a dusty criminal showed his face. The law says that those who steal a piece of money have their faces shaved, but the emperor conscripted hundreds of thousands of people to repair the mausoleum. But isn't this the private property of Yingjiang? We don't even deserve to have a name. We can only be commensurate with Qianshou. What about dignity? In Guanzhong village in the Han dynasty, an old country Confucian slowly carved on bamboo slips Zhongshu said, "Bend the people and stretch the monarch." Have you ever thought that the people will break when they bend to the extreme? The forcible levying of taxes fed the palaces of Chang'an City, and the forcible levying of farmhouses laid a large territory for the emperor, but the people could not even preserve the fields reclaimed by their ancestors under this emperor, who is not a servant of the Son of Heaven. In Jiangnan Academy in the Song dynasty, a great Confucian who lectured couldn't help showing his words during the lecture. Taizu made an oath to not kill scholars, but Su Zizhan was still convicted of poetry. How ridiculous is this oath of sharing the world with the scholars? After all, we are just slaves of the Zhao family. A certain Jiji official in the Ming dynasty said in the study room, reading history so far, "I can't help but sigh. The monarch regards the people as grass mustard, and the people regard the monarch as kochio. But if you can't return the fields to the people and the dignity to the people, the world is public is just an empty word after all." In the Song dynasty, a local official secretly displayed his name in the mansion. "I have been an official for 20 years, and I have been deeply immersed in power. After thinking about it carefully, I know that I am just a servant of the imperial power. If we want to truly practice the ancient motto of the people are noble, perhaps we should start by restricting imperial power. The imperial power is supreme, and the imperial power is high, under the universal sky. Could it be the king's land, the coast of the land? Could it be the king's ministers? This world is the emperor's world, and the entire dynasty is the emperor's private property. All beings under the imperial power are servants, and a new round of thinking about the imperial power began under this curtain. Chapter 63 The desire for democracy sparked by social contract theory. In the spring of 1756, the 44-year-old Rousseau accepted the invitation of Mrs. Debinet, left the hustle and bustle of Paris, and moved to Inlu by the forest of Montmorency. This residence is located deep in the forest, where Rousseau began the creation of social contract theory. Every day at dawn, when the rising sun had just dyed the eastern sky red, Rousseau took pen and paper to his favorite clearing in the forest. Life is free, but nothing is in shackles. When this shocking opening sentence fell on the paper, the tip of Rousseau's pen trembled slightly in the morning light. At the same time, there were countless illiberal people under the curtain that shook. Life is free. Countless people silently and subconsciously murmured this sentence. The old farmer in the sharecropper village of Guanzhong in the Han dynasty held the handle of the plow and muttered to himself on the ridge of the field, "Freedom? We are not even free." For spring plowing and autumn harvest, they all work for the landlord. If you can freely choose what to grow and how much to charge. He shook his head with a wry smile, and continued to drive the cattle with his whip. A craftsman in Daming City is also talking freedom? As a craftsman for my ancestors, I can only be a craftsman, and even my descendants can only be a craftsman. I have loved ironmaking since I was a child, but I can only be trapped in this craftsman's book. This freedom, if a person is born free, how can he obtain this freedom? A daughter of the Letu family may cry secretly in the middle of the night, I am proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but because of this word music book, it is just a plaything in the eyes of dignitaries. The word freedom, to me, is more illusory than the words in the play. In this imperial dynasty, everything has rules. The dragon begets the dragon, the phoenix begets the phoenix, and the son of the mouse can make holes under the sky curtain, crying in tears and crying about not being free. And in the sky curtain, Rousseau's thoughts also floated back to the distant past. The expression of his father's concentration in debugging the movement of his pocket watch in the Geneva watch workshop, the figure of the fishermen on the canals of Venice who are struggling due to the salt monopoly system, the contemptuous gaze of the nobles at their servants in the Parisian salons when they talked about it. All of this is accusing of not being free. In the next few months, Rousseau systematically constructed his theoretical system. He wrote in the manuscript, human beings originally lived in a state of nature, and everyone was equal and free. But the emergence of private ownership has led to inequality, and nobles rely on power and wealth to oppress civilians. Seeing these contents, the people under the sky curtain are even more sad. Everyone is equal and free, but they don't even have the right to choose. The scenes of French farmers working hard on the land of the Lord, but handing over most of the harvest to the nobles, appeared in front of the pen of Rousseau. These scenes made his brushstrokes firmer and firmer. The core theory of social contract gradually took shape under his pen. To get out of trouble, people need to voluntarily unite into a community, and everyone transfers all their rights to the entire collective. The public will thus formed is the sovereign, and the government is only a tool for the implementation of public will. Under the sky curtain, in the Guangzhou village of the Han Dynasty, an old country Confucian sighed, and then anonymously displayed the words in the sky curtain. What this Shija said is that public opinion is the main, and government is the servant. It sounds reasonable, however. At the root of it, it finally returned to the question of how to deal with this imperial power, or this seat that holds the power of the world should be dealt with. Then there were other anonymous words. My Confucianism talks about people-oriented, which is to warn the monarch to put the people first and implement benevolent government. This is a top-down principle and responsibility. The king is still the one in power, just as the father is the head of the family, and he needs to be loving to his children. And what Mr. Rousseau said is the authorization and construction from the bottom up. He stated that the supreme sovereignty belongs to all the people, and the government is just a hired steward. If it is not done well, the master can withdraw his authority and ask for another high-level person. He took a deep breath, as if what he was about to say carried 1,000 pounds of weight. This is no longer people-oriented, but democracy. The position of the monarch was completely reversed. If this is the case, this world is not the private property of a family with one surname, but the public property of people in the world. The king is not a pastoralist, but a servant of all nations. The people under the canopy looked excited and asked anonymously, if this is the case, isn't it the rule of the Holy King? Lao Ru smiled bitterly and then returned, although the ideal is good, the road is difficult, not to mention how to bring thousands of people together to form that public will without chaos. This servant alone is the theory that those who live high above the temple and are used to life and death to seize power, who would consider themselves servants. This is not the way of governing the country, but the theory of revolution. The implication is that if the servant does not listen to the master's words and turns against the guest as the master can gather in groups and evict him, or even set up a new master. Lao Ru looked out the window at the dark night. His tone was full of complicated emotions and he continued to show his words. If this theory is implemented, it may create a foundation for peace in the world, and it may also cause disasters such as billowing heads and turbulent rivers. Its power is extremely strong, and its danger is extremely severe. This Shija prescribes a powerful medicine to the world. I just don't know, will this medicine eventually be able to cure the serious illness, or will it become a poison? His handwriting fell, and everyone who watched his remarks in the discussion forum fell into a long silence. And the muddy eyes of the people, it seemed that a spark had been ignited. They exchanged their ears, with hesitation and excitement in their voices. We serve on rations, support these layers of government, and serve the ninefold palace. But when I think about it, why is this government only for the emperor? Then why can the dragon chair be passed down from father to son and from son to grandson, so that we can be cattle and horses for generations? Another person said, they all say, the county magistrate who broke the house, the governor who destroyed the house, we have to kowtow when we meet the county master. But when I think about it, which of their palanquins, official robes, and salaries is not our hard-earned money? If, as Mr. Tian Mushang said, we pay for food to support them, shouldn't they be the shopkeeper and buddy who do things for us? Why now, the buddy has become a master, but the one who pays has become a grandson? Under the sky curtain, the people's hearts are full of passion, and the ideological confinement that the people have been afraid of officials for a long time seems to have been opened. The vocal discussion became louder and louder, and the people of all dynasties began to boil. With the loud discussion, the people spontaneously gathered together outside the sky curtain. The discussion forums of the Chinese dynasties were instantly filled with resonance. Watching the people begin to gather spontaneously, the reaction of the emperors was even more sharp and intense. In the Fengtian Hall of the Ming Forbidden City in Nanjing, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the bamboo slips of the great Ming law on the imperial case to the ground, and let out a deep roar in his throat. Immediately, the communication canopy roared in the blue panel. Daming Government Affairs Group, the left and right governors of the 5 army governors' mansion will enter the hall. Immediately, Jinyui commanded Jiang Yan and led all the staff of Fuzi in Nanbei Town to evacuate and close all the bookshops and teahouses in Yingtianfu that discussed Rousseau's remarks. 13 political envoys, such as Shuntian Mansion and Suzhou Mansion, were ordered to command the envoys to mobilize guards to patrol the market, and those who dare to gather in a crowd to talk about sovereignty and the people and the king as a servant do not need to report it and use punishment on the spot. My country was shot down by swords and guns. The will was passed down through the group, and the decree was instantly communicated in place, and Nanjing City was immediately placed under martial law. The lieutenant of the genie guard, dressed in a flying fish suit and wearing a spring knife embroidered on his waist, led people from house to search the bookstore. Wherever paper with the words Rousseau and social contract was found, it was burned on the spot. The governor's mansion of the 5 armies dispatched left-behind guards and divine strategy guards to set up guards in lively areas such as the Qinhuai River and Jibaomen to directly disperse the people gathered to discuss the sky curtain. If there is a little resistance, they will be dealt with according to the preparation for rebellion. Decrees similar to Zhu Yuanzhang's in all time and space of China abound. They may be able to tolerate their previous thoughts and remarks a little bit, but just a little concession to some interests can make these fools return to peace, but this time it's no longer the same. If you don't suppress it, you will acquiesce to Rousseau. If power comes from the people, not destiny, then the dragon chair that the emperor has passed down from generation to generation will become a source of water and a wood without foundation. This is overturning the jurisprudence of their rule, and it is about to break the root of family world. Concessions in the past can be exchanged for peace, but in the face of the idea of root digging, the emperors have no room for compromise. Concessions are just throwing out a little leftovers, and to tolerate this idea is to give up the country. However, in stark contrast to the high pressure of the emperor and the boiling of the people, it is the general silence of the aristocratic class. Many Confucian students closed the door and faced the classics of Confucius and Mencius in the study room, falling into unprecedented pain and speculation. A Taishu student of the Eastern Han dynasty carefully displayed his words anonymously. Isn't what Rousseau said about public opinion? The people are noble, the state is second, and the monarch is light. In Mencius, what it advocates is that the government is a servant. Isn't it just that Tangwu revolution is in line with heaven and should be in line with man? A gentleman of science in the Song dynasty wrote in his diary, save the reason of heaven, destroy the desire of others. If the king is tyrannical and treats the people like grass and mustard, this is the greatest human desire. Has it already rebelled against heaven and reason, so that people withdraw their authorization based on Tianli? Is it also Tianli? When he wrote this, he didn't dare to think about it anymore, and hurriedly burned the pages of the paper. A member of the Donglin party in the Ming dynasty sighed during a small gathering of close friends. My generation fights for the foundation of the country all day long, fighting against the castration party, and fighting for imperial power. Why are you here? Isn't it precisely to enable the imperial court to represent the public opinion of the world? As I know today, the theory of a system has long been established in the Western world. But this theory of democracy is too terrifying. Once implemented, where will the entire gentry class where you and I are located be placed? This kind of worry about their own class status has plunged them into a deeper contradiction. They knew in their hearts that what Rousseau said was to some extent the ultimate form of the Confucian ideal of benevolence. A government whose power is truly accountable to the people, but this set of theories must completely overturn the monarch as a subject that supports their own status and the entire social order. This caused them to fall into a huge tear between ideals and reality, morality and interests, and they could only choose temporary silence. Under the sky curtain, the people, the emperors, and the scholars are in this wave of public opinion and the suppression of the emperors. The originally stable dynastic societies in China began to be full of violent contradictions and conflicts, like a powder keg about to explode, and only one Mars set off changes in the world. Chapter 64, the thought section. Under the sky curtain, the smell of gunpowder is full, and in the sky curtain, Rousseau is still poring over these words repeatedly, sometimes meditating on an expression for a whole day, knowing that these thoughts will challenge the foundation of the entire old order. Time passed quietly on the tip of the pen, and it was 1762 in a blink of an eye. In Amsterdam in April, in the Marc Michel Ray publishing house, the newly printed social contract theory still exudes the fragrance of ink. These books are about to start their journey, spreading the idea of sovereignty over the people all over Europe. At the same time, another important work of Rousseau, Amiel, was also published at the same time. These two works are like two stones thrown into a calm lake, which will surely arouse Melaleuca waves. Sure enough, the storm came soon. In Paris in June, the judges of the High Court of Justice were furious in the face of these two rebellious works. The warrant was heavily stamped, and the judgment accused these works of subverting the foundations of religion and government. When the news reached Montmorency with the hot summer wind, Rousseau was revising the subsequent chapters of Amiel. The afterglow of the setting sun passed through the window lattice, plating the manuscript on his desk with a layer of gold, and also reflecting his solemn and determined face. "Sir, you must leave immediately." The rapid footsteps of a friend broke the tranquility of the study. "The soldiers of the court are already on their way." As the twilight thickened, Rousseau took one last look at the study room that had been with him for 6 years, and gently closed the door. In the years since, Rousseau has traveled all over the world. He first fled to Yverdon, Switzerland, and sojourned in a friend's house. The lakes and mountains there gave him temporary comfort, but pressure from the local church quickly followed. Later, he took refuge on St. Peter's Island in Lake Biel. On this isolated island, he wandered by the lake every day, observing the growth of plants and thinking about the nature of human nature. Even in such a difficult exile, he still insisted on writing and completed important works such as Confession. When in Neuchâtel under Prussian rule, Rousseau once found temporary peace in the village of Mortier. He lives in a simple farmhouse, walking every morning, collecting plant specimens, and continuing to write in the afternoon. The local farmers were initially wary of this outsider, but Rousseau's simple clothes and cordial attitude quickly won their trust. He will explain his philosophy to the villagers in popular language, and these simple listeners can often give him new inspiration. Time came one night in September 1765, when local residents, instigated by a priest, threw stones at Rousseau's house, and the broken glass almost injured him and his wife, Daisy. With the help of their friends, they had to flee overnight and set foot on the road of exile again. The destination this time was England, and the philosopher David Hume extended a helping hand to him. In his residence in Wootton, England, Rousseau continued his thinking and writing. The scenery of the British countryside reminded him of his hometown of Geneva, but his inner uneasiness and growing delusions of being killed prevented him from calming down. In the end, because of a series of misunderstandings, his friendship with Hume broke down, which brought him deeper mental trauma. As time came, in May 1767, with longing for his native land, Rousseau sneaked back to France under the pseudonym Renaud. During his 3 years in France, he took refuge in various places, sojourning successively in the castle of Prince Conti and the manor of the Marquis of Girardin. Although these turbulent years were arduous, they made his thoughts deeper. Despite his ill-fated personal fate, Rousseau's ideas spread quietly all over Europe. In the underground salons of Paris, intellectuals secretly circulated the manuscript of the social contract theory, fiercely discussing the concept of the sovereignty over the people. In the cafes of Geneva, citizens enthusiastically discussed the theory of social contract. It was not until 1770 that the French authorities finally acquiesced to Rousseau's return to Paris. He lives in a humble apartment on Platelier Street and makes a living by copying music scores. "Did I go too far?" Once, he confided in the young scholar Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, who accompanied him. "No, humans have been enslaved for too long, and they need to be awakened." In May 1778, at the invitation of the Marquis of Girardin, Rousseau moved to the manor of Elmenonville, northeast of Paris. On the morning of July 2, Rousseau walked slowly along the path by the lake as usual, recording the plants along the way with the notebook he carried with him. After returning, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell on the floor of the bedroom. When the doctor arrived, the thinker who had pursued truth all his life had passed away at the age of 66, before he died. Rousseau looked at the sun outside the window and said softly, "Although I have not seen a free and equal society, I believe that one day, my thoughts will illuminate the world and allow more people to get rid of their shackles and gain true freedom." This last sentence was engraved on his tombstone and inspired countless scholars. The figure of Rousseau and the sky curtain gradually dissipated, and in the past, the sky curtain would be silent at this time until it would light up again next time. But this time it seemed a bit abnormal, and the sky was shining brightly instead. A voice similar to mechanical friction remembered, "The inventory of the thoughts of human wisdom is over, and from today on, the inventory will be temporarily suspended." After half a year, Tianmu will restart a new chapter, focusing on the greatest mathematician of mankind and counting the numbers and formulas that build the order of the universe. The words on the sky curtain gradually disappeared, but the conflict under the sky curtain began. Chapter 65, A coup under the Emperor's command, the covenant of shared governance. The wind roared, slapped on the banner of Chu, and the Chu land workers and peasants' coalition forces were advancing westward along the divide. It has only been more than a month since Xing Zheng killed himself and the main body of the Qin army was destroyed like a snowball. This team swallowed the remnants of Han and Wei, incorporated Qilu's displaced forces, and even the Shitian family in Dongjun obediently offered food and surrendered. The power has expanded extremely quickly, but now the atmosphere in the Chinese army tent is so depressing that people can't breathe. Xiang Liangao took the lead, his hand on the hilt of the sword all the time, his face darkened. Beside him, Xiang Yu stood on his armor, with the dark red blood spots left by the bloodshed in Jiaodong not long ago on Ishuanjia. Those tiger eyes swept under his account. His eyes were as sharp as if he could cut out the flesh of a human heart. At the end of the right side of the tent, Lao Zhou took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. He had 2 rolls of linen spread on his lap, one full of shocking words from the sky curtain. The world should be a democracy and the king is the servant of all nations. The other volume is full of the most simple wishes of countless ragged people along the way. He knew that what he would say next might offend the 2 above, but he had to say it. General Xiang. He handed over his hand with a loud voice. Qin is gone, the world has returned to its heart, and the unification of the country is in front of you. But we can't go the old way, and we must never have another emperor riding on the heads of all the people. A new rule must be established so that the people can be in charge and the true talents can be in power. As soon as his voice fell, Tian Dan, who was sitting opposite, stroked his beard and stood up with a smooth tone. What Brother Zhou said is extremely true. My Tian family has suffered greatly from the disadvantages of violent Qin. And it's just, if there is no monarch in this world, who will order the quartet? If all places go their own way, wouldn't they have to go back to the troubled times of the Warring States period and end in disaster? Ha! A cold sneer suddenly exploded. Like thunder, Xiang Yuhuoran got up and slapped his palm on the heavy wooden case in front of him. Boom! The case shook violently, and the bronze wine bottle above jumped up abruptly, splattering the wine. He looked around the account, his voice like a cold iron. Co-governance? Decentralization? What a big joke. In this world, it was my Xiang family's children who used their lives and blood to fight it down. When will it be the turn of the refugees and generals to tell what to do? The power of the military and the government is naturally determined by my Xiang family. What kind of assessment? It's all nonsense and nonsense. Xiang Yu's murderous aura almost condensed into substance, and everyone in the tent couldn't breathe. At this moment of dead silence, Chen Yuyue held the bamboo slips and took a steady step forward. He first gave Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu a deep sigh, with a sincere tone. General Xiang Shenwu, the Major General is brave and brave, unparalleled in the world. How dare I not believe it when I wait? If it weren't for the leadership of the 2 generals and their strategizing, how could I stand on the ruins of the tyrannical Qin and discuss major events in the world today? He first affirmed the merits of Xiang's uncle and nephew with a very high attitude, then the conversation turned cleverly, and his voice sank. However, fighting the world depends on martial arts tactics, but governing the world requires literary governance and systems. The 2 generals are heavenly wizards, and they can naturally control the quartet. But can the general guarantee that the future generations of the Xiang family will have such literary and political martial arts skills as the 2 from generation to generation, and they all know how to cherish the strength of the people and gain insight into the hearts and minds of the people? He glanced at the generals in the account, and finally returned to Xiang Liang's face. His words were sincere, but his words were like a hammer. If the successors of future generations do not have this talent, but they are in power because of their origin, they do not understand the people's livelihood and make arbitrary judgments about the dynasty. At that time, the officials will force the people to rebel, and the smoke will rise again. I am waiting for the foundation created by throwing my head and spilling my blood today. Could it be that I will die in the future and repeat the mistakes of Ingzhen? Therefore he held up the roll of bamboo slips that merged the thoughts of Zhou Guan and Tianmu in his hand. It's not that you don't believe in the general. It's really for the sake of Xiang's family. For the livelihood of the people in the world, you must set up a set of universal laws that can make the sages go up and the mediocre go down, and enable the government to truly serve the people. As soon as Chen Yuyue's voice fell, there was a dead silence in the tent. Xiang Liang's expression was gloomy, Xiang Yu's hand had been pressed on the hilt of the sword, and murderous intent was pervasive. At this critical moment, Lao Zhou slowly got up, but instead of looking at Xiang Liang, he turned to the generals from Han, Wei, and Qi in the account, as well as the leaders of the exiled people's army who had been incorporated along the way. Generals. Lao Zhou's voice was like a hongzhong, waking everyone up. What Mr. Qin said, every sentence is for the life of my family, so that the world will not repeat the mistakes of the tyrant Qin again. General Xiang has a great talent and strategy, and I will wait for you to be loyal, and I will have nothing to say. But because of this, we can't let General Xiang bear the eternal infamy of a lonely man, let alone let me wait for the country in exchange for blood, and die for the second time. He glanced at the generals with complicated expressions and embarrassing identities, every word of which was cruel. If General Xiang insists on being king hereditary today, he will be rewarded for his achievements every day. Do you think it is Xiang's cronies who are in a high position, or are you waiting for these outsiders to take real power? If the young master will ascend to the throne in the future, he will be jealous of waiting for him, and who can protect himself when the birds are all hidden? These words were like a sharp sword, piercing the deepest uneasiness in the hearts of all non-Xiang generals. Don't you see that Bai Qi claimed that Wu Enjun was invincible in battle, but didn't he also die because of his ability to rebel? There was a suppressed commotion in the tent. Lao Zhou hit the iron while it was hot, suddenly took out the roll of linen full of appeals from his arms, and held it high. Today, my old Zhou boldly petitioned the general for the people of the world, and also for the future of all the brothers here. Before his voice fell, heavy and neat footsteps suddenly came from outside the tent, headed by Zhang Long, the former general of the Han dynasty, and Chen Mo, the weighty military academy. Dozens of middle and lower level officers lined up outside the tent in silence, wearing armor and sharp swords. Although they said nothing, the killing aura was already on their faces. The last time Xiang Yu wanted to be a hero, Lao Zhou and his brothers began to plan in secret. Although they didn't know much strategy, they couldn't stand up to the world. There are many people with lofty ideals. They often discuss countermeasures through Tianmu group chats, secretly connect forces, and gather the public opinion that cannot be ignored in the army. Lao Zhou looked around at the shocked people in the tent, with a grand voice and a loud voice. First, go to imperial power and abolish hereditary. The lord of the world is not the private property of a family with one surname. The successors of future generations should imitate the imperial examinations of future generations. Only talents are selected, and the talents of the world will be selected together. Second, set up a parliament to discuss state affairs. All military affairs need to be discussed and confirmed by the officials of the parliament, and the rights belong to the parliament. 3. Establish a workers' and peasants' council to supervise hundreds of officials. Those who are officials should seek the well-being of the people. A workers' and peasants' council is set up, and the people from all over the country elect the people's prestige to serve as a full-time supervisor of local officials. For those who are dishonest and oppress the people, the parliament can directly impeach them to curb official malpractice. He finally looked at Xiang Liang, who was livid, and Xiang Yu, who was about to get angry, and bowed deeply, but his tone was extremely tough. This is not a military admonition, but a wish of all. Please the General Shuntian Ingren, and I will work with you to establish this hard-won convention for all ages. If the general doesn't allow it. He paused, and there was a dead silence inside and outside the tent. Fear has chilled the hearts of these hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the people of the world. Xiang Liang suddenly looked around, and he found that not only was the Bing Jin team surrounded outside the account, but also many neutral generals in the account. After Lao Zhou pointed out the stakes between outsiders and birds are all hidden, his eyes flickered and wandered, and some even nodded slightly. I thought that Lao Zhou was born as a pawn, and how much insight and mind he could have. He only needed to stabilize him a little bit to put the general power in his bag. He was suddenly surprised and underestimated him. Before he knew it, he and Xiang Yu had become the relatively weak side of this huge coalition force. In this world, it is no longer possible to give orders under the banner of the Xiang family alone. Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu looked at each other, and they both saw incomparable anger in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of helplessness. For a long time, Xiang Liang seemed to have been drained of strength, slowly closed his eyes, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Just as you please." Lao Zhou took a deep breath, led the crowd to kneel on one knee, and solemnly held his fists. General Xiang puts the world first, and the last general admires it. Today's promise is not the blessing of waiting for me, but the blessing of the world, and the blessing of Xiang's foundation. I will do my best to assist the general and follow this right path together. Everyone responded in unison, assist the general and walk the right path together. Chapter 66 The Birth of a Leader. Turmoil in the Ming Dynasty. Big things are established, and the efficiency is surprisingly high. However, on the third day, a notice of the co-governance covenant law issued in the name of Xiang Liang but drawn up by Lao Zhou and others was like wings, plastered all over the major thoroughfares of various counties. Afraid that some people still have incomplete literacy, they let all grassroots personnel use the Tianmu group chat one after another, relying on the Tianmu's ability to understand when they see it to inform everyone under their rule. The Chu army led by Xiang Yu experienced for the first time what it means to eat potted milk to welcome the king's division. When his large army marched to the city gate was opened before he could call the battle. The old men and women in the city came out with officials, holding seals and food rolls, and attached to them. In this way, in less than half a year, all the land under Qin's rule came under the command of the Chu Industrial and Agricultural Joint Team. Although the world is set, it will be abandoned and will be prosperous. For Lao Zhou and others, the real challenge has just begun. They issued a wide-ranging, seeking virtuous decree, summoned capable people from all over the world who are familiar with the law and government affairs, and gathered with representatives of workers and peasants from various counties to improve the law day and night, and refine every clause of the Covenant of Common Governance. At the same time, a fundamental issue related to the national system was formally raised. What is the name of the leader of this new dynasty? He is neither the emperor nor the king of Chu. After consultation with the parliament, the name was finally decided. Head of state. Shangshu *EG records, the head of state is Ming, the stocks are good, and the common things are healthy. It means that it is the head of 100 officials and the beginning of all nations. Like the head of a human being, it shoulders the heavy responsibility of leading the world, 100 officials, and making everything smooth in the world. This title is not only quaint and noble, but also cleverly avoids the names emperor and king, emphasizing its new positioning as the chief of the regime rather than the lord of the world. Under much public attention, Xiang Liang was promoted as the first head of state of this brand new country. He stood on a high platform and accepted the seal without wearing a dragon robe. The cry from the audience was no longer "long live," but the well-being of all the people. A new era, on the ruins of the old era, began with difficulty and determination. In Nanjing, in the 23rd year of Hangu, the undercurrent was raging. Order had been restored on the surface of the streets and alleys of Yingtianfu, shops opened, and people walked, but an invisible depression enveloped the whole city. In the teahouses and restaurants, no one dared to discuss politics loudly, only when they exchanged their eyes, they showed tacit fear. The strong suppression of the government seemed to just suppress the boiling public opinion into a silent volcano. In the Fengtian Hall, the candles were swaying, reflecting Zhu Yuanzhang's iron-cold face. The commander of Jinui, Zhang Yan, just submitted a secret report to the Tianmu chat group, recording in detail the undercurrent of the Tianmu up and down the dynasty. Some scholars privately discussed civil rights, some merchants delusional about breaking away from merchants, and even lower-level officials showed curiosity about co-governance when dealing with official duties. Those who mess with my country, this heresy is also. Zhu Yuanzhang squeezed these words out of his teeth. He came from a humble background, and he killed the throne of the emperor from the sea of corpses and blood. He knew the power of the word people's heart better than anyone, and he was more afraid of losing control of the people's heart than anyone else. At this moment, Qin Tianjin heard from Qin Tianjin that a vision of star change had appeared. This is a great warning in the hearts of emperors throughout the ages. According to tradition, it is necessary to cultivate virtue or punish in response to changes in the sky. At the same time, Jiang Zemin also seized new clues in time. Li Shanchang's younger brother, Li Tsuani, did have a close relationship with Hu Weiyong 10 years ago, and Li Shanchang had seconded guards from Tang He, the Duke of Xinghua, to build a mansion, acting suspiciously. The old accounts of history and the threats of reality are intertwined. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that he had found a perfect breakthrough. He needs a thunderous action, not only to liquidate old historical accounts, but also to extinguish the ideological wildfire in front of him. Li Sun Chang, a South Korean public official who was very old and has been implicated in the old case of Hu Dang, has become a sacrifice that must be sacrificed. At the meeting the next day, the atmosphere was calm. Zhu Yuanzhang sat high on the dragon chair, and without waiting for the 100 officials to play, he set the tone in an unquestionable tone. Recently, the stars have changed to warn, and the sky is dangerous. This is a warning from heaven to warn the DPRK that there may be treachery and lawlessness in the DPRK, collusion inside and outside, and shake the country. He first sat on the threat of the heavens, and then pointed directly at the Cha, Korean public Li Sunchang. With the grace of the emperor, he is ranked as the duke of the country, but his actions are often rebellious. In the past, Hu Weiyong conspired to rebel, and his brother Li Tsuani participated in it. He didn't know about it, and he had both ends in his heart. This crime is also one, violating regulations, borrowing Jingwei to build a mansion privately, and making friends with the military. This crime is also two. This is an old historical account, and it is well-founded. Immediately afterwards, he threw out the most critical new charge, and his voice suddenly became sharper. However, its greatest evil lies in the recent days. The appearance of the sky curtain was originally a vision, and I have expressly forbidden any discussion. However, under Li Shanchang's door, he dared to transcribe and spread the rebellious words in private, confusing heresies such as "the king is the servant and the world is the public" spread secretly in his mansion, making friends with non-human beings, and snooping on the current situation. Where is his heart? He forcibly tied the natural disasters of star change, the man-made disasters of Hudang and the ideological threats of Tianmu, and issued the final ruling. These crimes are punished together, but they are really deceiving the monarch and disobeying him. His actions are not only chaotic, but also want to disrupt the hearts and minds of the people in my world. If this wind does not stop, the country will not be a country. Pass on my will, Li Shanchang will be given death, and his family and clan will be severely punished according to the law, and an example will be made. All the remnants of the Hu party and those who spread heresy involved in this case shall be investigated and never condoned. This will, like 9 days of thunder, exploded in the court. Everyone understands that this is not only the liquidation of old accounts from 10 years ago, but also the most severe warning issued by His Majesty to all those who have been polluted by Tianmu's thoughts through Li Shancheng's head. The Emperor's will is extremely clear. Any act of contacting, believing, or disseminating Rousseau's sovereignty over the people is a conspiracy against the people, under the imperial power. No. Different ideas are allowed to exist. Purges that were more intense and targeted than in history began to kick off. He knew that knives could not kill people in the world, but he believed that enough fear could immediately after. The entire upper class of Daming sensed Zhu Yuanzhang's meaning. He wanted to use the blood of Li Shanchang and his family of more than 70 people to try to quench the first bucket of cold water that swept the ideological wildfire. It is not just to obliterate a political goal, but also to further consolidate power. Ying Tianfu, late at night. Jian Ho Lu Zhongheng didn't light up, and only the blue light of the sky curtain reflected his hideous face in the dark shadow. Have you seen it all clearly? His throat was so dumb, it was like sandpaper grinding. Li Shanchang has a family of 73, all of whom have been killed. The next one is you and me. Opposite him, Tang Shengzong, the Ho of Yan'an, punched Wang Wali on the table, and the cups and lanterns jumped wildly. Zhu Yuanzhang is going to kill it all. He turned out Hu Weiyon's old account 10 years ago to kill all of us. He wants to be the only son? Ping Liang Hofei Ju smiled sadly, his calloused hands clenched abruptly, his joints crackled crisply, and there was an unabashed fierce light in his eyes. Then we have to let him understand that even if it is the sun, it can't withstand all the crossbows, and it will be riddled with holes. See if he can still be high above, shining on his mother's world. Then he called out the group chat of the sky curtain function and created a new, seeking survival against Zhu, the introduction symbol, which accurately wrapped the long list of names in his mind with his mind. Those are the old nobles scattered all over the world, who share his illness and pity with him, Lu Zhongheng and others, and who are resentful of Zhu Yuanzhang. At almost the same time, a group chat called Seeking Survival Against Zhu created by Fei Zhu sounded, and the blue screen in front of him quickly refreshed and lit up like a boil. Yingchuan Guard Commander Zhang Wei has joined the group chat. Lijiao Weiqianhuzhao Taizhu has joined the group chat. Metropolitan Governor's Official Affairs Officer Lu Mingyuan has joined the group chat. Fei Zhu quickly printed what he wanted in his heart into the group chat. Zhu Yuanzhang took advantage of the opportunity of star change, and the patriarch Li Shanchang was full of doors, and his intentions were clear. Today it can be Li Shanchang, and tomorrow it can be Lu Wei. Everyone here, who can avoid it? The old incident of Hu Weiyong's case is a lesson from the past. Then his finger joints slammed heavily on the case, making a dull noise. Continue to meet in the group. He wants to exercise the rule of a single husband, treating me like a mustard seed, and wants to get rid of it as much as possible. How can I wait and wait to die, and then I will kill my neck? At this moment, I should use the sky curtain as a sharp blade to put the old case in the middle of the case. How he framed Zhengliang, tortured to extract confessions, and slaughtered heroes are all publicized to the world. Let the subjects from all over the world see clearly what a mean and ungrateful, suspicious and murderous person is sitting on the dragon chair. When everyone in the rest of the group saw it, they began to sort it out one after another. They cursed Zhu Yuanzhang for not being a good person. At dawn the next day, in the Tianmu discussion forum, several anonymous articles with exploding names triggered the Great Ming Dynasty, Blood and Tears complaint, Hu Weiyong's case, 30,000 dead souls weeping blood book, eyewitness said. The destruction of Li Mansion in the eyes of an old servant, in-depth analysis, looking at imperial power anxiety and Hanguo tyranny from the perspective of star change killing. Chapter 67 The Ming Dynasty in anger. As soon as the sky was bright, there were already several tables of people sitting in the tea shed in Quoto, Shili, Suzhou Prefecture. Porridge with no grains of rice was boiling on the stove, and the man running the hall was weakly stirring the pot and spoon. A few picky-looking men squatted at the door, nibbling hard grain cakes with cold water. There was a rancid smell in the tea shed. It was the smell of sweat mixed with the remaining tea dregs. Yesterday, most of the stoneware tea bowls on the table were notched, and the tea soup was muddy like water in a ditch. Everyone saw the weird articles in the discussion forum that day, and they all checked them carefully. Wang Laolu squatted on the bench, his rough fingers tightly clutching the corners of his shabby clothes when he saw the complaint from the old servant crying blood in the scene, and said that Miss Li Jiao was only 8 years old and was also taken to the execution ground. He stood up abruptly and the bench overturned with a bang. Did you hear it all? His voice trembled with anger. Li Guogong is such a founding hero. If you say kill, you will kill all over the country. A family of 73 people. Zhang Ergu, the young weavers next to him, blushed with his eyes, and the thick porcelain bowl in his hand clattered. In the Tianmu, Mr. Lu said life is free and equal for all, and what does he say? The power of the monarch comes from the people. But look at it, his Zhu family is now born with brocade clothes and jade food. We rush to work day and night, and we weave yunjin for them to wear, but we don't even have a complete piece of clothes. What kind of equality is this? In the corner of the tea shed, several older craftsmen looked at each other, their faces full of uneasiness. The old carpenter Li Tu lowered his voice. Speak carefully, speak carefully. I'm going to lose my head when I say this. Lose your head? Wang Laolu turned around abruptly, his voice hoarse. Didn't Mr. Lu say, when the government violates public opinion, the people have the right to resist? During the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, there were many revolts in various places. In my opinion, waiting is also starving to death. It's better to fight. In this oppressive silence, a stern cry suddenly came from the corner of the street. I saw Master Qian, with a few servants, was holding an old vegetable cellar firmly on the bluestone slab. The old farmer's forehead was bleeding, his thin body curled up, but he still tried his best to protect the half bag of brown rice in his arms. Old killing talent. Last year's average time silver has been dragged to this day, and the principal and interest are already 3 stone meters. Master Qian turned over the vegetable basket on the ground with 1 foot, and a few shriveled radishes rolled into the mud. If you don't hand it in today, you will take your grandson to the city of Nanjing. The old farmer cowed out his head nonstop, his forehead slammed against the bluestone. Master Qingtian is kind. Last year, my grandson just went to Nanjing to serve in the military, and he fell ill when he came back. This rice was reserved for my grandson to buy medicine and save his life. Service? The attendant next to him slammed the iron ruler on the back of the old farmer, making a dull noise. That was to make up for the lack of the previous year. You didn't pay a penny for last year's service silver. Today you either pay in the rice or take your grandson to repair the city wall. It just so happens that the Longjiang Guard needs 500 people. The old farmer desperately guarded the rice bag, his muddy old tears mixed with blood dripping down. Repairing the city wall. If you go, you will die and have no life, my lord. Wiley family is the only seedling. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ergu's eyes were red. My father served in the stagecoach service the year before last. He was shocked by a horse on the road and was fined 2 horses. I haven't made enough money after selling out my family's farmland, and I'm still in jail now. At this moment, an officer stretched out his hand to grab the half bag of rice. The old farmer hugged him tightly, was kicked in the waist and eyes curled up in pain, but still refused to let go. In the past, the people in the tea shed bowed their heads and spat at most, daring to be angry or not, but today, the anger ignited by the content of the Tianmu discussion forum surged in everyone's chest. Wang Lalio's eyes were red, he picked up the bench and rushed out. Dog official. It's going to kill people in broad daylight. Fight. Like Mars splashing into the oil pan, the inside and outside of the tea shed suddenly exploded. Dozens of enraged people, like a flood that broke the wall, instantly overwhelmed the few officials who were prestige and blessing on weekdays. Some people swung poles, some grabbed stones, and an angry roar resounded through the streets. Among them, some instigators shouted, "Smash the yamen! Ask for justice! Depose the tyrant! Return the government to the people!" I originally thought of my life that I couldn't eat enough, the despair of being pulled into the service, the sadness and anger of witnessing the destruction of my neighbors, and the anger of Li Shanqing's big case and the sky curtain. My mind was stunned, my reason followed, and I shouted together. Smash the yamen! Ask for justice! Depose the tyrant! Return the government to the people! Fight with them! Zhang Erge rushed out the second time, picking up the pole carrying water at the door of the tea shed. It exploded outside the tea shed. Those people who were still watching and shrinking were squeezed and carried forward by the carriers, and gradually the fear in their eyes was instantly replaced by a kind of madness. A fight. Kill these dogs. The crowd was like a flood that broke the wall, instantly flooding the officials of fists, poles, benches, stones, and even radishes just rolled out of the vegetable basket have become weapons of the roar of anger. The screams of officials, the cries of women, and the shattering sound of debris were mixed together, and they resounded throughout the streets and alleys. The movement was like a boulder thrown into the water, and the ripples spread rapidly. The windows facing the street were pushed open. One after another, and more heads came out when he saw that Master Qian, who was a blessing in disguise on weekdays, was beaten up and ran away. A bolder emotion filled the air, neighbors. The officials are forcing the people to rebel, and the officials won't let us live. A young Huolong knocked on the gong and yelled along the street. In the weaving workshop, the supervisor's scolding was drowned out. The weavers glanced at each other, dropped the shuttle, and rushed into the street in silence. The apprentice of the blacksmith shop swung a sledgehammer and smashed open the shop door. The farmer who had just returned from the field was involved in the flow of people before he even had time to put down his hoe. The vast crowd of people flowed from the alleys into the main roads, like countless streams converging into a rushing river, surging in the direction of Suzhou Mansion. In front of the mansion, the soldiers guarding the palace had already turned pale. Their usual prestige is based on the fear of the people. When the fear disappears and only the madness of dying together is left, the waste knives in their hands look so thin. Back. Close the door. Team Zhang's voice was crying, and the tip of his knife was trembling. Facing the boundless ocean of anger composed of familiar and unfamiliar faces, he and his men retreated step by step into the shadow of the yamen. Chapter 68. The Ming Dynasty. On the verge of collapse, the mansion of Suzhou Mansion was flattened, and the thin wooden planks completely blocked the people who were stunned by the anger. Scenes similar to that of Suzhou Mansion were staged successively in several prefectures and counties in the northern and southern regions of Daming. Seeing the anger of the emperor in the sky curtain, who could slander to the slaughter of more than 30,000 people for his own right, seeing the sadness that even an 8-year-old girl had to be taken to the execution ground, thinking of herself in a pot where even if the world is stable, there are not a few grains of rice, and thinking of the saying in the sky curtain, all people are born equal. Then why can Zhu Zhengba, who was of the same grassroots origin, be emperor, just because he laid down the world? But isn't this world laid down by the children of our farmers? Anger, unstoppable anger. Local government offices were breached by the violent people, and the hurriedly urgent news spread across the entire Ming dynasty in an instant through private chats on the sky curtain or government affairs group chats. And it also instantly reached the eyes of interested people. Woyuan, Jiangxi, the ancestral home of the Wang clan, there were 6 old men with white beards and hair sitting in the hall, pushing cups and changing cups, drinking tea and eating snacks. Compared with the boiling grievances of the people outside, it is so quiet that only the faint sound of the tea lid scraping the edge of the cup can be heard. The next head of the Cheng family put down the teacup, glanced at the discussion area in the sky curtain, and said slowly, Suzhou, Songjian, Hangzhou. Spark has become a prairie fire. His Majesty wanted to use thunder to deter the quartet, but the harder he pressed, the fiercer the backlash would be. He shook his head slightly, with insight into the vicissitudes of the world in his voice. He wanted to use Li Shancheng's head to warn the world, thinking that the butcher's knife could cut off the people's wisdom. But I don't know, once thoughts take root, they are like weeds. The more they are trampled on, the crazier they grow. Then he said, he hasn't stopped since the Hu Weiyong case. First, he used the empty seal case to cleanse civil officials, and now he used the star change to kill Sun Gui. Go on like this. Speaking of this, all 6 old people fell silent. Among the young children standing in the hall, a young man from Tsingy couldn't help but speak. Grandfather, the co-governance mentioned in the scene that day. Speak carefully. Old Master Wang interrupted sharply, his eyes swept across the hall like electricity. My Wang family has been inherited for 400 years. And after 3 dynasties, it is Mingzhi who protects me. He got up slowly and walked to the window to look at the night sky. If the word goes down, the grain will be stored in each house and shipped immediately, but it does not have to be concentrated and scattered in the villages along the way. Select the children of the clan who are good at arithmetic and familiar with criminal names, and study Turk quartet. If you meet a righteous man, you can help as appropriate. He finally looked at the 2 patriarchs Cheng and Fong, and said word by word, what we want is not the power of Zonglong, but the power of Dingding in the chaos. Waiting for the price is the best policy. 3 days after the uprising was raging, 16 butter candles in the secret room of the Chamber of Commerce in Songjiang Mansion illuminated the room as bright as day. 12 merchants in brocade robes sat around a round table of red sandalwood. The air was so solemn that they seemed to be able to wring out water. All present here are the leaders of the Southeast guilds, but at this moment they are all like lambs to be slaughtered. Now that things are over, why hesitate? An old voice broke the silence. The speaker was Chen Wanguan, the head of the Salt Industry Association. The Chen family has operated the salt industry for 3 generations. Among the people present, he has the deepest qualifications. Since the empty seal case, the court has regarded the merchants waiting for me as fish on the boat. The syllabus and the names of the books are changed as soon as they are changed, and the taxation is increased at every level. It is a disaster to copy the family and join the army at every turn. In your account room, who doesn't have a few calls for class? The head of the silk industry stroked an old scar on his wrist. It was left when he was locked up by an official to offset the cloth and silk tax last year in a dumb voice. What old Chin said is. But the rebel sighed. After all, it's a group of mudlegs. If it doesn't work out, not a problem? Can you live by waiting? The master of the maritime trade gang, who specializes in maritime transportation, suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. My 3 blessing ships, with cargo and food, were all requisitioned as peacemaking quartermaster yesterday, and they didn't even give Zhang Canhe. If you go on like this, you don't have to wait for the rebel army to call, you and I have already gone bankrupt. When everyone heard the commotion, they lowered their voices and exchanged the tragedy of the damage to their respective industries. Of this said that the city shipping company had added another lottery, and that said that the food money borrowed by Guansong has not been repaid so far. The owner of the pawnshop, who had been twisting the beads with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a cold voice. Hangzhou Yute Dianpu, news has just come that it has been sealed by Jinyui. The crime is collecting money through who? He looked around at the pale faces of everyone and squeezed out words from between his teeth. If you want to add to the crime, don't you understand? I'm waiting for you as a fish. If you don't resist, Shen Wansan will end up waiting for the near future. Chen Wangwan stood up tremblingly, pressing his thin palm heavily on the table. Since it's death anyway, it's better to fight for a way to live. If you want money and food, the old man takes the lead. Ordnance. I heard that there are some roads in Minhai. I just hope that after the event is completed, we can leave a way for our merchants to live, so that future generations can straighten their waists and do business. While the merchants of Songjiang Mansion were discussing in secret, the stove households in Taizhou have smashed the yamen of the Salt Division. Miners in eastern Zhejiang occupied the official mine. The porcelain workers in Jiangxi sealed the imperial kiln factory. Soon after, in Hangzhou City, Sun Qingshan, the head of the Weavers Guild, received an unexpected gift. Mifyun grain and a city defense map. There is only one word: Wang on the attached note. That night, the soldiers guarding the city discovered that the granary ambassador, who was the most difficult to speak in the past, turned a blind eye to the grain convoy leaving the city. See? Sun Qingshan said to the workers gathered in the dark alley, even those old masters can't sit still anymore. This world is really going to change. Similar scenes are staged everywhere. Inkstone workers in Huizhou received refined iron from strangers. The coal workers in Shuzhou got a detailed mine supervision inspection route. Even the guards in Nanjing City began to use specific clapping sounds to convey the movement of official patrols. In the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the information in the discussion area on the sky curtain, and at the news in the government affairs group on the light blue screen in front of him. His face was livid. In my heart, I am extremely eager to deliver information in the group chat. Where is Gung Bingwen's team? Back to your majesty, Feng Yang has passed, but the forage has been robbed by the chaotic people. Where's Fu Yud? Blocked on the north bank of the Yangtze River, the sailor's boat, leaked. Behind every military report, there is something weird. Zhu Yuanzhang was too familiar with this kind of weirdness when he beat Zhang Shicheng. He also made his opponent's decree impossible to get out of the city check. He glanced at His Royal Highness's ministers, with murderous intent in his eyes. Find out for me who is making trouble. Hundreds of officials lowered their heads. No one dared to respond. Many people in Baiguan are in front of the blue screen that others can't see. Chat group messages are flashing frequently in their sleeves, and a message is flashing in them. The north to south transfer route has been rerouted to Huizhou. What made Zhu Yuanzhang angry in these news was the way Suzhou City fell. President Wang Qian, who guarded the city, retreated to Ren City on the day the mansion was smashed, with 300 guards, stick to waiting for help. But in the days that followed, strange things happened one after another. The grain convoy happened to encounter a landslide outside the city. The firewood was inexplicably cut off in the barracks and the army. What's even more strange is that the arrows and rolling stones needed to defend the city always have various problems at critical moments. When the guards were relieved, the guilds came out to snatch the city gate and let the rebels into the city. Chapter 69: The Collapse of Imperial Power. Zhu Yuanzhang silently served the Dan Emperor of the Heavenly Hall, and cleared everyone in the court. The candlelight in the hall swayed, reflecting his gray beard and hair more and more old. He was thinking about the Hu Weiyong case at the beginning, thinking that although murderous people were numb at that time, everyone could reach every corner of the Daming territory unimpeded. The guards moved when they heard the order. The hundreds of officials trembled, and the people bowed their heads and listened, but 30,000 people were killed. He murmured to himself, but I killed Li Shanchang's family. His voice echoed in the empty hall. Yes, compared to the more than 30,000 people implicated in the Hu Weiyong case back then, this time only killed more than 70 members of Li Shanchang's family. How could it provoke such a monstrous wave, this damn sky curtain? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly became violent and kicked the incense burner in front of him. It's all because of it. These untouchables dare to be so presumptuous. The ashes of the furnace splattered everywhere, like a country falling apart at this moment. This is the world I laid down. Under the universal sky, could it be Wang too? He roared at the outside of the hall, but there was a trace of color in his voice. This is the world of my old Zhu family. A group of untouchables. Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Xian appeared quietly at the entrance of the hall, kneeling on the ground. Say. Zhu Yuanzhang panted heavily and did not look at the information in the government affairs group. Which city was lost today? Yangzhou. The Yangzhou garrison mutinied and the prefect rebelled against the enemy. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed suddenly, with a stern laugh. Good, very good. North to Shuzhou, south to Hangzhou, west to Zhejiang. In this damning world, only Nanjing City is left now, right? He walked slowly down the pillowcase and suddenly asked, Mr. Jiang, you said, if it were 10 years ago, would anyone dare to do this? There is no need to answer, they all know it. The change is on this scene, and the 12 people who are counted on this scene are on this scene. In the past, the people were Sansha, news depended on stagecoaches, and political decrees depended on the government. But now, a few farmers can discuss things on the ridge of the field. Rebels thousands of miles apart can start at the same time. Even in Nanjing City, some people use the screen function to deliver messages, pass the order. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice suddenly calmed horribly. Close all the city gates of Nanjing, and you are not allowed to enter or leave. The families of all officials of the 5th grade and above are invited to the imperial city for me. He wants to make the final liquidation on this last site. This great Ming world collapsed so quickly. If the Manchu civil and military forces were not secretly fueling it, Zhu Yuanzhang would be the first to disbelieve it. Those evasive reverberations, those long overdue orders, those consistent procrastinations. Is it true that he, the emperor who was killed from the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, is blind, since the Zhu family's country is about to be overthrown? Then one of these courtiers who enjoy high-ranking officials and high-ranking officials, but at a critical moment, one of them counts as one, and they should all be martyred for this state. Zhu Yuanzhang paced to the gate of the temple and looked at the imperial capital he had built with one hand. The city of Nanjing under the night still seemed to be towering, but now he could see more clearly than anyone else. The city was now riddled with holes. There are weavers, dyes, craftsmen, and even grooms in the lower ninth stream secretly connected, like ant nests all over the city. Outside, a group of rebels calling themselves the Righteous Army surrounded on all sides, and the sword front headed straight for Beijing. This Nanjing city, I'm afraid it won't last long. Zhu Yuanzhang's will to invite the minister's family into the palace became the last straw to crush the camel. When Jin Yue knocked open the door of Zhang Hui's mansion, they were greeted not by frightened family members, but by dozens of private soldiers in armor and sharp swords. At the same time, wolf smoke rose from Fu Yud's mansion, and private soldiers and domestic slaves hidden in various parts of Nanjing were dispatched at the same time. Since the daily Shanchang fell, these ministers have been more than 3 months since the daily Shanchang fell. They have used the sky curtain to deliver news privately and secretly raise private soldiers. Most of these private soldiers are poor people who can't afford to live. They work hard with them. After taking the money, they are called accidental deaths. Then they gathered to be trained by retired veterans, who had just been secretly sent into the city through these lower-class figures not long ago. They never let their own people take the initiative to do it, and Jin Yue couldn't find out even if he had a big day. The hall door was slammed open, and Zhang Hui appeared at the door in a military uniform. Behind him were the Black Rebels, this gentle and elegant courtier on weekdays. At this moment, his armor is on his body, and his eyebrows are full of murderous aura. Your Majesty, Zhang Hui handed over, in a cold voice, please abdicate. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, and the laughter echoed in the empty hall, with a bit of desolation and ridicule. I can die, but I will never abdicate. He slowly drew out the saber from his waist, and the sword that had followed him in battle for many years was still as sharp as ever, but in the next second, a cold arrow came through the air and shot through his wrist accurately. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head in disbelief and saw that his most trusted eunuch, the imperial horse warden, was putting away his crossbow, with a flattering smile on his face, heading in the direction of Zhang Hui. You. Good. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He staggered back, and finally fell heavily on the dragon chair, his eyes wide open, and he was holding the seal of Fengtiansheng firmly in his hand. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was swallowing his breath, the last bloody battle broke out outside the Fengtian temple. The commander of the Jinui, Jiang Xian, led the last 300 Jinui and formed a flesh and blood line of defense with his body. Your Majesty is waiting for me to be as gracious as a mountain. Only death will be rewarded today. Jiang Yan raised his knife and shouted. This last loyal force fought desperately with the rebels until they all died on the pill in front of the main hall. Their blood stained the white jade steps that Zhu Yuanzhang personally supervised. At the same time, Chen Wenwei, the former censor doctor who died at home, dressed neatly in court clothes, hanged himself in front of the family hall, leaving a blood book. I would rather be a Hanwu ghost than a rebellious minister. Shi Tai, a young official on duty in the General Administration Department, led dozens of low-level officials to guard the archives until the rebels set fire to the library. These literati actually shouted "Long live your majesty" and died collectively in the sea of fire. The eunuch Wang Yu, the master of ceremonies, led more than 200 young eunuchs to guard the Qianqing palace with wooden sticks and stones. The life of the minion was given by your majesty, and it will be returned to your majesty today. This eunuch leader, who usually whispered in a low voice, showed amazing backbone in the last moments of his life. Subsequently, the fall of Nanjing City went unexpectedly smoothly except for a few diehards who resisted stubbornly. Most officials quickly surrendered to those led by Zhan Hui, Hou Fei, Lu Zhongheng, and others. The head of Nanjing City, the dragon flag, which symbolized the imperial power of Zhu Ming, was torn off and thrown into the dust of history. There was no expected large scale looting and chaos in the city, replaced by a strange and expectant hustle and bustle. The people took to the streets, cheering for the breathless Emperor Hangguo to finally fall, but also worried about the unknown future. The imperial city Fengtian Temple, the bloody aura here has not completely dissipated, but the atmosphere is already different. Fei Zhu, Tang Shengzong, and others took off their blood-stained robes and put on relatively neat uniforms. Together with Zhan Hui, they sat under the Emperor Dan, who was worshipped by hundreds of officials in the past, waiting for this group of people who can change the current pattern. People. Chapter 70 Jinling Council. At this moment, opposite Fei Zhu, Tang Xingzong, and others, they are no longer trembling officials, but more than a dozen people who have just been invited represent the leaders of various guilds, craftsman organizations, and even market gangs in Nanjing. These people have different clothes, and some still have the wind and frost after work, but their eyes are no longer humble in the past, replaced by a kind of examination and temptation. The candlelight in the hall was bright, but it couldn't illuminate the complicated mood in everyone's hearts. Fei Zhu took the lead in breaking the silence. His voice was loud, but with a trace of imperceptible hoarseness. Dear brothers, please come today, not the officials to the people, let alone the victors to the prisoners. He looked around, his eyes swept across these faces that were originally just mud legs. We are all people who have been forced to the extreme by this world. Now, the knife hanging above the head is gone, but we have to go to the road under our feet by ourselves. He paused for a moment, observing everyone's reaction, and continued when no one interrupted. To tell you the truth, our brothers are now sitting in this Fengtian temple, but in their hearts, they are more empty than when they were desperately holding their heads on the battlefield. Why? Because of this Nanjing city, we people can't hold it. My family and people are all in this city. Outside the city, there are good men from all walks of life who have killed Red Eyes in Jiangbei and Jiangnan. If they think that we want to close the door and be the new emperor, and unite to attack the city, we will immediately be shattered to pieces. This was extremely straightforward, even a little timid, but it instantly narrowed the distance from the leaders of these guilds. The people who were still a little wary, the scrutiny in their eyes was lighter, and they were a little more thoughtful. Zhan Hui took the conversation at the right time. His voice was gentle but more penetrating. What General Fei said, every sentence is the truth, but also from the bottom of his heart. Nowadays, it is not that I am waiting for the land to be allocated for governance, but that the world urgently needs a charter that can stabilize the heroes of all parties and hundreds of millions of Li people. If you fight again, it's just that the relatives are painful, the enemies are fast, and it consumes the vitality of my Han family in vain. He looked earnestly at several influential leaders in water transportation, weaving, and mining. Everyone who has taken root in the market, contacted all directions, and many heroes of the rebellion outside the city must have a passion for incense and a path to contact. I am waiting for you here, and I implore you, please be sure to deliver the message on your behalf. Fei Zhu stood up abruptly and held his fists to the crowd, his voice with the clang of a soldier. Please bring 3 words to the good guys outside the city, brothers. First, Nanjing City is not the private property of Fei Zhu, Tang Xingzong, and others, but the Nanjing of the world. I am willing to open the door to welcome guests, and invite the leaders of the rebel forces from all walks of life to enter the city to discuss the great plan of the world. Second, the emperor has been overthrown by us together. This world should no longer be a family with one surname in the future. How to govern, whether to establish a new monarch or implement a new system, let's sit down and make a decision based on reason in public consultation. Let's listen to whoever is reasonable. Third, I am waiting for my brother, and I am willing to guarantee my life with my net worth. There are no traps for this invitation. As long as Gushibing is there, He will definitely win the mountains and rivers. If you heroes can't be trusted, the place of the meeting and the number of guards can be determined by your leaders. I'm waiting for only one, a chance to express my feelings in person and seek the future together." There was silence in the hall, only the crackling of candles. The leaders of the guild were shocked by this unprecedented proposal. The old president of the Satin Bank took a deep breath and said slowly, "Several generals. My lord, are you serious? Are you really willing to sit on an equal footing with those good men outside the city and make a joint charter?" Tang Xingzong nodded heavily, his voice dull but firm. "I even killed the emperor, so what else do you care about false names? As long as you can avoid the use of swordsmen in the world and let the people catch their breath, this dragon chair can be dismantled and burned as firewood." Boss Li of the Chao Gang's eyes flashed. He exchanged wink with several colleagues, and then patted his thigh heavily. "Good. Just rush to this one understands. With this, we have brought it. As for whether the heroes of all walks of life will come or not, and when they will come, it depends on the will of God, and also on your creation. Once upon a time, these lower 9 rivers that were once stepped on under their feet have now become a key bridge connecting the remaining force in the city and the surging public opinion outside the city." The news flowed from the group chats in the blue panel in front of them to their own forces in an instant. The prelude to a Jinling conference that determined the future fate of China in this time and space was actually opened by such a group of people in such a situation. The news was like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, causing layers of ripples in the group chats of the leaders of the various rebel forces. Each leader was in his own big tent, attracting a few of his closest friends, repeatedly weighing the shocking invitation from Nanjing. Outside of Nanjing, it comes from the Suzhou rebel camp, and the coach is in the big tent. Nanjing won, but how do you go in the next game? Sun Xingshan drank all the cold water from the thick porcelain bowl and rested heavily on the rough wooden table. Unlike the other leaders in the account, although he also carried traces of work, his eyebrows were more quiet and wise. Chen Laolu was sitting beside him. His eyes that had been red with anger were now shining with thinking. "Brother Qingshan, now that our soldiers are strong and powerful, and we have a great reputation, are we afraid that they will not succeed?" said a leader with a scar on his face. Sun Qingshan shook his head. "Old scar, we can get things done, not by swords and guns, but by the truth on the sky curtain. The people follow us not because of how good we are, but because we represent what they think in their hearts." He pointed to the outside of the account. "It was the sky curtain that made us understand that sovereignty is in the people, and it was the truths of Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Marx that made us see the way clearly. And now that Nanjing is hanging in the air, all parties are eyeing each other. If we only rely on force, how is it different from Zhu Zhangba?" Chen Laolu interjected, his voice hoarse but powerful. "Brother Qingshan is right. We have to go. We don't want to sit in that chair, but we have to make rules, establish a rule that allows the people of the world to straighten their waists and be human." By Mei Laojiu, Boom Tianlei, and others. "If they don't understand this truth, let's teach them to understand it." Sun Qingshan glanced at Chen Laolu approvingly, and finally decided, "Good. Then go. Bring our brothers, but also our truth. Let the people of the world see what is true democracy." Almost at the same time, the secret mansion next to the canal terminal on the Yangtze River. Baimei Laojiu slowly used a small file to fix his nails, listening to the confidant's report. His brows frowned tighter and tighter. "Sun Qingshan, this mud leg is fast." He talked about the tune of civil rights and co-governance, but many old farmers followed him. He put down the file, his eyes gloomy. "If we don't go, do we still have the voices of our canal workers in the world? With all the manpower, let's go to Nanjing too." In addition, after discussing with the rest of the rebel forces, they finally decided to gather all their manpower to meet for a while. A few days later, outside Nanjing City, the situation met. Sun Qingshan's team has arrived. Unlike several other rebel armies, the eyes of his team's pawns were clear, and some people in the team were even discussing democracy loudly. Chen Laolu took a team of elite to the forefront, maintaining order. His weathered face and calm demeanor made other members of the rebel army look a few more times. The city gate was wide open, but it was no longer the former officers and soldiers who guarded the gate, but the remnants of the original defenders with complicated expressions and some private soldiers of Feiju and others. At the city gate, Feiju, Zhenhui, and others had been waiting for a long time. Unlike everyone imagined, Feiju and the others did not appear to be in a hurry, but dressed neatly and set up a simple guard of honor at the city gate. Seeing the arrival of the various rebel forces, Feiju took a step forward and said loudly, "All the generals have come from afar, and Fei has lost his distance. Today, I invite you to discuss state affairs together, which is really the livelihood of the people in the world. Please." This gesture of non-inferiority and non-arrogance, on the contrary, made the originally aggressive leaders of the rebel army converge a bit. Chen Laolu whispered in Sun Qingshan's ear, "This Feiju is a sensible person. Sun Xingshan nodded slightly and took the lead to dismount. There is a general labor fee to greet each other. Today's meeting is about the future of the world, and I hope that everyone can take the people of the world as their year. Chapter 71. Prime Minister and Democracy. Sun Xingshan nodded slightly, but his gaze passed over Fei Zhu and cast into the depths of the city gate that opened to the countless Nanjing people who were looking at it expectantly and anxiously at the end of the streets and in the gaps between the doors and windows. He seemed to be able to hear those silent shouts and feel the pulse of longing for peace. He took the lead in dismounting, and his voice clearly reached everyone's ears, as if he was announcing to the city and the world. There is a general labor fee to greet each other. Today's meeting is about the future of the world. Sun has been all the way and has seen the people and the people with dishes on their faces, but the light of expectation in his eyes is even greater. What are they looking forward to? He paused and looked around at all the rebel leaders with a quiet power in his voice. It's not that we are looking forward to electing another emperor, it's not that we are looking forward to continuing to face each other with swords and soldiers. What they are looking forward to is the great king's banner at the head of this city. It can really be exchanged for a peaceful day where they no longer have to pay harsh taxes, no longer have to serve endless military service, and no longer have to worry about whether they will be full tomorrow. He pointed to the winding army behind him and looked into the distance as if he saw the invisible people of the world further away. Our brothers, our fathers and elders, have entrusted us with their lives and their thoughts on the future. Today's meeting is not for the reward of merit, but for the struggle for power and profit. It is really to carry the hopes of all the people. I hope I can wait and wait. I can really take the people of the world as my thoughts, stop go and stop martial arts, and discuss a charter that will allow everyone to live in peace and allow everyone to govern together. As soon as Sun Xingshan said this, he immediately occupied the righteousness of the world. As soon as Sun Xingshan said this, there were whispers in the crowd. These unpretentious but direct words to the hearts of the people made many people present nod their heads silently. An old man with a bamboo stick tremblingly walked out of the crowd, his wrinkled face full of vicissitudes of life. General Sun is telling the truth. The old man is 63 years old this year. He was born in the troubled times at the end of the Yuan dynasty and grew up in the Hangwu period. He has seen the Red Turban uprising with his own eyes and has also experienced the destruction of bandits by officers and soldiers. Over the years, ordinary people have suffered too much. A middle-aged man next to him nodded again and again. The old man is right. When we farm, we look forward to the harvest in the field to feed our family. Several young people were talking excitedly. General Sun is right, we can't fight anymore. Let's support General Sun. Be peaceful. To live a life. These simple appeals resonated with the crowd. What the people want is not a change of dynasties, but a peaceful world where they can live and work in peace. Chen Laolu looked around at the excited people and whispered in Sun Xingshan's ear, Brother Qingshan, what the people want. Chen Laolu then added in a deep voice in time, Brother Qingshan is right. Isn't that why we rebel with our heads up? If you sit down and talk, if you can make people live a good life, it's better than using a knife. If anyone wants to continue fighting, first ask the brothers behind us, and ask the people of the world if they agree. The people's livelihood was boiling, and even the pawns who came with them all looked excited. This time, Chen Xingshan and others wanted to finalize the articles of association in this discussion. The world cannot be in chaos for too long. The wolves of the surrounding Mongolian country must be prevented from looking around. When everyone came to the front of the Fengtian temple, seats had already been set up on the originally vast square. Surprisingly, the arrangement of seats is not in the order of respect and inferiority, but in a circular arrangement, regardless of the main and secondary. This arrangement surprised everyone present. Secretly, everyone found a place and took their seats. One after another, then Zhang Hui cleared his throat and tried to regain some dominance. All of you are proud and capable, Zhang admired. However, it is easy to fight the world and difficult to rule the country. There must be laws to follow and systems to follow. The old man is not talented, and he is willing to lead the way and build the specific structure of this country of co-governance for you. Sun Xingshan nodded slightly and made a pleased gesture with a calm demeanor. He knew that in the design of the system, the experience of people like Zhang Hui was indeed useful. As Zhang Hui acquiesced, his spirit was a little refreshed, and he said loudly. The old man proposed that there should be a ruling cabinet for governing the country, with one prime minister and multiple senators to take charge of the world's military and political affairs. Zhang Hui explained, since we want to establish a new order, we should use a name that the people can understand as soon as they hear it. The prime minister, the commander-in-chief, governs the world, so that the people can understand it as soon as they hear it. As soon as Zhang Hui's proposal to establish the positions of ruling cabinet and prime minister fell, the hall fell into a brief silence, and the leaders of all parties met in their eyes and had different thoughts. Everyone understands that this position of Prime Minister, although not the Emperor, is also the core of this nascent regime. At this delicate moment, Sun Qingshan slowly got up. He did not look at Zhang Hui, but his eyes were like torches, slowly sweeping the faces of every leader present. His voice was not high, but with unquestionable firmness and strength. Lord Zhang proposed to set up a ruling cabinet and establish a prime minister to take charge of the overall situation and stabilize the world. This discussion is very good. He paused slightly, his tone suddenly changed, and he became sharp and strong. That being the case, this position of prime minister is related to the rise and fall of the world and the well-being of the people of Lebanon. Those who have both moral and talent and are expected to return cannot live in it. Sun is not talented, he is willing to take on this heavy responsibility, and he will not give up. He took a sudden step forward, his voice was like a hongzhong, and it was clearly in everyone's ears. Today, Sun Qingshan is vying for the first prime minister. Who agrees? Who opposes? Nowadays, Sun Qingshan's power is the most powerful. He just released the news in advance. This free talk is to discuss the future with Gu and grasp the hearts and minds of the people in advance. Now this near showdown, words made by Mei Laojiao and others' faces changed, and Bai Laojiao had to laugh dryly, his eyes flashing. Leader's son. What a great spirit. It's just that Sun Qingshan's expression remained the same, his eyes still pressed by Mei Laojiao and the rest of the rebel leaders tightly. It's not that Sun is deceiving others with his power, but that the world has eroded to this point, and the powerful are urgently needed to step forward and cut through the mess quickly. If the discussion is not resolved, the struggle for power and profit, and the time is wasted, the invasion of outer space is imminent, and the civil strife will resume, and I will wait for thousands of sinners. His tone slowed down, but the pressure remained unabated. Sun hereby promises that if he is the prime minister, he will put the justice of the world first. In the ruling cabinet, everyone is participating in politics and has authority. It is by no means a fiction. Major decisions are still discussed together. However, there must be someone who can make a decision and be responsible when something happens. This person, today Sun Qingshan, did it. If you have a better candidate, you can also suggest that if his talents, virtues and potential are better than Sun Mao has nothing to say. If not, he glanced at the audience again, and didn't say anything later, but the meaning was self-evident. Everyone was silent, and the situation fell into a stalemate for a while. Sun Qingshan's expression remained unchanged, but he knew in his heart that if he was forced to take the top position at this moment, the cracks today would always plant a greater bane. He said loudly again, Qingshan understands the concerns of your brothers, since you recognize me as the prime minister and agree with the proposal of co-governance, then you need to make a covenant in black and white. He ordered someone to take pen, ink, silk, and under the gaze of everyone, he personally wrote down the 4 large characters, Jinling Covenant. First, set the ruling pavilion. He wrote dragons and snakes, with thousands of words. The prime minister is the head of the ruling cabinet, and major decisions need to be negotiated. All legislation, taxation, or declaration of war must be approved by more than half of the political participants. Laojiao with white eyebrows squinted his eyes and took a closer look, then suddenly pointed to the road and said, wait a minute. What should I do if I disagree with each other and can't argue? There has to be a way to make a decision. Sun Qingshan paused and looked up at him. If the 3 discussions are not decided, the prime minister will take the opportunity to make a decision, and he will need to explain it to the ruling cabinet afterwards. Is this one possible to convince the public? Everyone exchanged their eyes, and thundered loudly, Shang. It's better than endless wrangling. Second, set up supervision. Sun Qingshan continued to write, the Metropolitan Inspectorate supervises the 100 officials, and the Workers' and Peasants' Council supervises the local government. At the county, prefectural, and provincial levels, representatives are elected by the people. Fei Zhu couldn't help interjecting, the people elect. If the people who are elected don't understand government affairs, what should they do if they accuse indiscriminately? So there must be checks and balances in the Metropolitan Inspection Court. Sun Qingshan kept waving his pen. The supervision and censor need to be familiar with the law, and the representatives of workers and peasants should reflect the people's feelings. The two complement each other. Zhang Hui nodded slightly from the side, obviously quite approving of the design. When he wrote the 3rd time, Sun Qingshan was particularly solemn. For the assessment of officials, the upper and lower grades each account for half of them. The people under the rule can comment on the political performance of officials, and this comment is directly related to their stay. As soon as these words came out, the whole house was in an uproar. Even Chen Laolu, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak. Let the people decide the future of officials? This is an unprecedented initiative. It is to create a new situation that has never been seen before. Sun Qingshan threw the ground and said loudly, "If an official can't get the approval of the people, what's the use of keeping it?" Thundering Thunder laughed at the shooting. "It's wonderful. Let's see which dog official dares to oppress the people from now on." Sun Qingshan took the lead in writing and signing the covenant. Before the ink dried, he looked up and looked around. Once this covenant is established, it is an iron law and a national policy. Let the world be informed and let the people of the world supervise it together. The other rebel leaders looked at each other, and finally nodded and stepped forward one by one to sign and press their handprints. After the last handprint was pressed, Sun Qingshan raised the covenant and faced the thousands of soldiers and civilians outside the hall, shaking the four fields. From today on, this world, it's the world of the people of the world. Chen Laolu stood up with his knife pressed, looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with tears. They, the mud-legged people who used to be, today really set the rules for governing the world. The twilight was getting darker, and the candles in the Fengtian temple were brightly lit. The ink of the Jinling covenant shone brightly by candlelight, witnessing the opening of a new era. Chapter 72 Changes in the Dynasties of China. When the time and space of the 23rd year of Hongwu in the Ming Dynasty was turned upside down by the Covenant of Common Rule, wars were also ignited in various time and space in China under the Sky Curtain, and there was an endless stream of revolts. On that day, the people at the bottom of the scene disassembled Socrates' virtuous knowledge, Plato's ideal country, Marx's class struggle, Nietzsche's freedom, transcendence, and Rousseau's sovereignty over the people verbatim. So that the people of the world can break free from the shackles of illiteracy. Let the people understand what a person is and provided a sufficient ideological foundation for these revolts. Time and space of Emperor Wodi of Hanjinghe period. In the second year of Zhenghe, the hungry people of Kanto ate each other, and Weishui floating corpses for hundreds of miles. The old farmer outside Chang'an City looked at the words "sovereignty is in the people" on the Sky Curtain, and suddenly smashed the grain in his hand at the grain collector. "I'm going to starve to death. What kind of food are you going to levy?" The commotion spread rapidly among them. The most successful is the team of Zhang Qian, a former salt merchant. His family went bankrupt due to the salt and iron monopoly, and many of his relatives died in the Battle of Dewan. After the Sky Curtain opened, he studied the essentials of sovereignty in the people and contract for the establishment of the country day and night, and spread it among the displaced people. When the imperial court forcibly conscripted the last group of garrison soldiers, Zhang Qian raised his arms and shouted, "Lu Che wants our wives and children to be separated. Let's go to Chang'an to discuss an explanation." Holding agricultural tools in their hands, they first conquered Yunyang, opened warehouses to release grain every time they arrived, and read out the Covenant of Common Governance. Soon after, the witch curse was breaking out in Weiyang Palace. The Crown Prince Lu Yuan was forced to start his army and fought with the Prime Minister Lu Chu in the streets of Chang'an. Zhang Qian took advantage of the situation to break into the city gate and merge with the remnants of the prince, Lu Che. Witnessed the invasion of the rebels in Jianzhang Palace and asked in a trembling voice, "I opened up the territory, why do you do this?" Zhang Qian read out the Republic Edict in public. Lu Che is weak and militaristic, regards the people like grass mustard, and now abolishes his throne. Under the witness of the prince's old ministry and the rebels, Emperor Wu was forced to abdicate and died violently in Jiaofang Hall. 3 days later, the first republican regime in China was established in Weiyang Palace, and the first ruler Zhang Qian announced, "From today on, the world is the world of people." Set up a political participation academy and exercise a republican system. The beginning of the return of the three kingdoms to the Jin dynasty. The Taikang period. In the first winter of Taikang, there was 3 feet of snow in the southern suburbs of Luoyang. Hanmen student Lu Yan stood under the Sky Curtain, pointed to the words "sovereignty is in the people," and shouted to the gathered refugees, "Did you see it? It's up to us to make the decision in this world." At this time, Li Feng, the former Shuhan Shang Shulang, was secretly in contact with Izhou. He experienced firsthand that his family's estates were occupied by the powerful of the Jin dynasty, and he learned the principle of class oppression from Tianmu. When the imperial court issued the order to eliminate and reduce the prefecture and county officials, this old Shu official who had always been cautious finally started the case. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it's better to fight. The progress of the rebels is unexpected. In October, Li Fengbu took advantage of the opportunity of Izhou's defenders to mobilize their defenses and attacked Guanghan. In November, Zhou led the Wuzhong rebel army to cross the Yangtze River at night and take the construction industry lightly. In December, Chen Meng's Zhongyuan rebel army bypassed the dangerous pass of Yang and rushed straight to Luoyang. In the first month of Taikang's second year, the three-way rebel army met outside Luoyang. Sima Song, the commander of the northern army guarding the city, was originally from a humble background, and his sister committed suicide by throwing herself into a well due to a forced marriage by a warlord. That he hated the gate valve so much that when he saw the bravery of the rebel army, he simply ordered the gate to be opened. The Jinwu Emperor Sima Yan heard the news in the Tai Chi Hall. Still maintaining the majesty of the emperor, I am ordered to the sky, and I will wait for you to dare. Your Majesty. Zhongshu supervisor Sun Xian knelt down and wept. The northern army. All the northern army is gone. Li Feng entered the hall with a sword, and this Shu scholar, who had always been gentle and elegant, looked like a torch at this moment. The Sima clan stole the country and gained power, and poisoned the common people. Now they will abolish their throne and end the imperial rule forever. Under the gaze of thousands of soldiers and civilians, Sima Yan maintained the last dignity of the royal family and calmly walked to the Dongshi execution ground. When the knife and tomahawk waved their swords, they looked at the sky curtain and sighed, the sky curtain is here. 3 days later, the banner of the Republic of China was raised at the head of Luoyang City. Li Feng, the first ruler, announced, starting from today, a Senate of political participation will be established, a republican system will be implemented, and the throne will be abolished forever. For years of Yang Guangda's industry since the curtain fell on the third year of the occupation, rebel armies have emerged everywhere in the entire Sui dynasty. The largest are Jai Rang of Wagongzai, Dou Jianda of Jiangnan, and Du Fuwei of Jianghuai. Although Du Fuwei was only 17 years old, he had already gathered thousands of fugitives. Time came to the first month of the fourth year of the Great Cause. Taking advantage of Yang Guang's northern tour of the Turkic regions, the quartet of rebel forces secretly formed an alliance, and Weiguang Dojianda put forward the platform of Juntian exemption from taxation, and Jai Rang advocated opening up warehouses to help the people. Although Du Fuwei was the most affected by Tianmu's thought when he was young, he put forward the idea of abolishing the imperial system and establishing a public consultation. Everyone. Dojianda pointed to the sky curtain and said, "Look at the thoughts of the Marxists. What we want to build should not be a new dynasty, but a world without an emperor." In March of the fourth year of the Great Cause, the rebel coalition forces conquered Liang Warehouse and opened the warehouse for grain. Hungry people came to vote one after another, and the team quickly grew to 200,000. In April, while Yang Guang patrolled northern Xinjiang and did not return, the coalition forces took the eastern capital Luoyang. Yangdong, the king of Yu who stayed in Dongdu, urgently mobilized Zhang Shichuo to counter the rebellion, but most of the general's subordinates were forcibly conscripted peasants, and they defected en masse when they marched to Sishui. In May, Luoyang City was broken and Yangdong was captured. In July, Yang Guang led the Shagua army back to the division and fought a decisive battle with the rebel army on the outskirts of Luoyang. However, the lieutenants of the army had already been influenced by Tianmu's thoughts, and more than half of the defectors had defected. Yang Guang fled into the Jiangdu palace and was surrounded by the mutinous Shagua army. "Your Majesty, you Wenhua," and kneeling, "The world is against you, please your Majesty." Yang Guang laughed miserably, "A good head, who should take care of it?" Then Yu Wenhua and Yang Guang opened the city gate with Yang Guang's head, and the surrounding rebels surrendered. In August of the fourth year of the Great Cause, it was finalized in the world. Dojianda announced in public, "From today on, abolish the throne of the emperor and establish a people's republic." The new capital Luoyang was established, and a ruling court was set up, with Dojianda, Jai Rang, and Du Fuwei leading the dynasty. They promulgated the Great Xianu Deal, allotted acres of land, abolished military service, and opened imperial examinations, and slowly put the ideas on the sky curtain into practice one by one. 7 years of Emperor Taizong's Jingwan of Tang. Since the appearance of the sky curtain, the undercurrents of Datong states and counties have surged. The three largest forces are Songping, a farmer in Qizhou, is dissatisfied with the lack of land. Suijin, the provincial governor of Shangshu and Chang'an, familiarized herself with the thoughts of Marx, Rousseau, and others through the sky curtain. Zhang Qianda, the former captain of Longyou Road, was upset by the corruption of the imperial military system. In March of the seventh year of Jingwan, Li Shimin ordered the 90% palace to be repaired and 50,000 people to be conscripted. As soon as the edict was issued, it spread all over the world through the function of the sky curtain. Construction is going to be flourishing again. Military service? Isn't this what Mr. Marx called squeezing? Work for free, and you have to bring your own food. Song Ping shouted to his neighbors on the ridge of the Qizhou fields, "I will repair Jiucheng Palace today. Will I repair the second Luoyang Palace tomorrow?" At the same time, Cui Jin secretly contacted the officials of various ministries in Chang'an. "Do you remember the lessons of the Great Cause period of the previous dynasty?" In April, Li Shimin patrolled Luoyang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three-way rebel army formed an alliance in Zhuanan Mountain. Zhang Qianda took the lead in speaking. "The soldiers of the mansion are tired. and the soldiers are thinking about change. A certain willing rate department is the guide. Song Ping started the case: if you can gather 10,000 people in Qizhou and open a warehouse to release grain, you will win the hearts and minds of the people. Cui Jin launched the Republican Charter drafted overnight. As the sky curtain shows, the regime should come from public opinion. We should establish a republic and abolish the imperial system forever. In May, the rebel army raided the Chang'an arsenal. The soldiers guarding the city complained a lot, but they opened the city to welcome each other. When the news reached Luoyang, Li Shimin urgently ordered General Hou Junji, the commander of the Zhuo to suppress the rebellion. However, when they marched to Tongguan, the pawns defected one after another. Because through the Tianmu group chat, parents or elders in the family have said that they joined the rebel army and wanted to overthrow the emperor. As the son of man, he didn't want to fight his parents on the battlefield. In June, Zheng Qianda led the Qingqi to take Luoyang directly. Seeing that the Son of Heaven was under siege, the defenders opened the city and asked to descend. Li Shimin sighed to the only remaining guards in the palace. Since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard to govern and never dared to slack off. Now that it has been pushed to the point by the people, it seems that the ideas of equality and freedom are still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The guard lowered his head without saying a word, and silently untied his saber. In July, under the watchful eye of the military and the people, Li Shimin officially signed the Edict of Abdication in front of the Tai Chi temple in Chang'an. He put down his imperial pen and faced the subjects who had followed him to create the prosperity of chastity. His expression was complicated, and finally turned into a long sigh. Maybe it's really wrong. I often introspect that water can carry the boat, but it can also cover the boat. But I never thought that where the boat is going should be determined by the water situation. Today, I will return this authority to the people. He did not choose to resist stubbornly, but peacefully handed over power with an unprecedented sense and demeanor belonging to the Ming monarch. Cui Jin announced in public, starting from today, the emperor system will be abolished and the Republic of China will be established. The new government established the capital of Chang'an, set up a ruling court, and Song Ping, Cui Jin, and Zhang Qianda jointly led the dynasty. The ruling court of the new regime immediately issued the decree on the resettlement of the former dynasties, telling the world although Li Shimin, the former emperor of the Tang dynasty, had mistakes at the beginning of his view of chastity, he worked hard to govern, made light of his wealth, and accepted advice like a stream, also has its merits. To the people, now that he is conformed to his destiny and returned to the people, he himself and his clan will not be held accountable if there is no such thing as bullying the weak and harming the country and the people. From now on, his royal title and privileges will be abolished, and his estates and treasury that exceed the share of the common people will be recovered and returned to the state for use as the capital of the New Deal. Juntian, their people can keep their private houses and the resources to maintain their livelihoods. From then on, they may be civilians and cultivate and feed on their own. Or by virtue of his talents, he participated in the imperial examinations of the new dynasty, competed with the scholars of the world, and used his talents. As soon as this order came out, the world returned to its hearts. It not only demonstrates the principle of the world as public of the new regime, but also reflects the final respect for a monarch who has served the country, and it completely cuts off the possibility of the old forces using the tyrannical new dynasty as an excuse to counterattack. Li Shimin himself, after surrendering his authority, moved out of the palace with his eldest grandson, the queen, and lived in a quiet house in Chang'an City. Yet he often interacted with Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, and other old ministers who had also written to him, sipped tea and discussed, and occasionally sent his unfulfilled ideas for governing the country to the ruling Yuan through letters as a reference. He became a special citizen of this nascent republic, and witnessed with his own eyes that another rule of chastity, which was opened by him but far beyond his imagination, was slowly unfolding on a brand new track. Song dynasty in the first year of Jingkang, the spring is cold, and the sound of the waves in Dongting Lake is wrapped in restlessness. In the countryside of Dingzhou, an oil lamp lit up in a dilapidated farmhouse, reflecting Zhong Xiang's resolute face and dozens of pairs of eyes full of resentment and expectation. The cloth on the wall that came from Yuezhou, the words sovereignty and the people burn like flames. Zhu wine stinks of meat, and the road is frozen to death. Zhong Xiang's voice was gloomy and frustrated. The sky curtain has shown that the world is not the world of Zhaoguan's family, but the world of all the people. Why am I waiting to work all the way to the end of my life, but I can't get food and clothing? Yang Mo in the crowd clenched his fists tightly, his joints turned pale, and the tragedy of his father being killed by the official staff was vivid. The uprising began here, and as the slogan of the rebel army came to mind, more and more people followed, and the scale of the rebel army became larger and larger. The news spread to Xiangzhou military camp, and the young Yufei couldn't sleep all night. Tianmu's thoughts collided fiercely with the teachings of Zhongzhu and he had received since he was a child. Outside the account, he had a long conversation with his best friend Zhang Xianmochizuki. Pangju, Zhongxiang's wait for the nobles and the lowly, they are all rich and poor. How similar is it to what Tianmu said? Yu Fei's eyes are deep, his heart is turbulent. The people are the water, and the monarch is the boat. If the water can't carry it, what's the pity for the boat? Be people-oriented. It coincided with the arrival of Zhou Mexayan, and Li Qin held great righteousness together. The next day, Yu Fei generously stated that he would like to follow the crowd. The two armies met in Dongting. Zhongxiang clasped Yu Fei's hand tightly to Pingju, the blessing of ordinary people. Yu Fei saluted solemnly, Fei, only loyal to the people. After joining the army, the rebel army did not stop to rest, but under the slogan sovereignty over the people, they immediately vowed to march north. This army, united by ideals, exudes amazing strength, like a hot knife cutting into butter. The direction of the soldiers, the states and counties along the way are vulnerable. What is even more exciting is that countless people who have suffered from washigang and harsh politics have eaten potted milk to welcome the king's division. Inspired by Tianmu's thoughts and shocked by the momentum of the rebellion, the defenders of many prefectures and counties have defected in front of the battle, looking to the wind to return. The army approached the city of Tokyo with lightning speed. At this time, in Bianjing City, people's hearts had already been separated. The soldiers of the Forbidden Army guarding the imperial city were mostly children from poor backgrounds, and they had already been extremely disappointed in the imperial court. They felt the idea of the righteous army and yearned for the new world of the world is public, so they spontaneously opened the city gate to welcome this distinctive army into the city. At the end of the first year of Jingkong, the main hall of the Bianjing Palace, which used to symbolize the supreme imperial power, was vacant, which was particularly dazzling. The old generals looked at each other, and an old minister with white beard and hair finally asked the question in everyone's heart with a trembling voice. General Yu, since he has entered the imperial city, when will he choose an auspicious day to ascend to the throne? Yu Fei exchanged a look with Zhongxiang and Yang Emo beside him, and those eyes were full of tacit understanding and determination for the new era. He turned around resolutely, his voice was like a bell, shaking the palace. From today on, the imperial system has been abolished. In this world, it is not the private property of a family with one surname, but the world of people in the world. We will create a republic and be ruled by all the people. The whole hall was in an uproar. Yang Emo stepped forward and awe-inspiring refuted the trite theories that the country cannot have no king. But what is even more surprising is that after stabilizing the situation, Yu Fei resolutely surrendered his military power and served only as one of the commanders-in-chief of the three armies. Subject to parliamentary restraint, military power is a murder weapon in the world, and it cannot be used privately. Yu Fei admitted at the handover ceremony our uprising was originally to abolish the imperial system. If I take over the military power alone, how is it different from the Zhaosong dynasty? Democracy is beginning to take shape, and the challenge is imminent. The iron cavalry of the kingdom of Jin, which was dormant in the north, took advantage of the instability of the new dynasty and invaded southward. Yu Fei was ordered to lead the army against Jin. He stood on the banks of the Yellow River, facing the billowing waves and the soldiers under his command. He let out a sky-shaking roar. In the past, I waited to defend the soil for the Zhaoguan family. Today, we are fighting for our own fields. Fight for the old folks. Fight for this new country that belongs to each of us. War. 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 The torrent of history was diverted at multiple passes at the same time. Lao Zhou, Ashi et al. Of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Xingshan, Qin Laolu et al. Of the Daming dynasty, Zheng Qian and Li Feng of the Jin dynasty, Dou Jianda and Jing Zhang of the Sui dynasty, Song Ping and Shui Jin of the Tang dynasty, Zhongxiang and Yu Fei of the Southern Song dynasty, Han Shan of the Yuan dynasty, Tong, Lu Futong and others, Qin Shi, Zhao Laohan and others in the Qing dynasty. These ordinary people, who were awakened by Tianmu's thoughts, from the Han dynasty to the Qing dynasty, the banner of co-governance fluttered in different time and space. A new era in which history is written by all the people, with the light of thought, kicked off at the same time in all time and space. At the same time, the sky curtain that was originally silent, with the arrival of the half-year period, golden light began to bloom again. The sky slowly appeared, accompanied by the sound. In 3 days, Tianmu will take stock of the greatest mathematicians in human history, so stay tuned. With the appearance of this sentence, the dynasties began to fall into a boil again. Chapter 73 Mathematics and Pythagoras in a blink of an eye. 3 days later, as soon as the morning light spread over the gilt tiles of Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou, Xian Liang and other council members ended their morning deliberations. In the past, it was necessary to send fast horses to deliver the decrees day and night. At this moment, Xian Liang and others used the Tianmu group chat to send the approved articles of association to the exclusive group chat of each county with one click. Even the remote Longxi County can receive it immediately. Xiang Liang put away the sky curtain interface, gently tapped the Qin Lu bamboo slips on the case with his knuckles, and sighed to Lao Zhou. In the past, there was a call to arms, and you had to rely on the stagecoach to change horses and run wildly. Now you can reach the world through group chats at all levels as soon as you move your mind. The ability of this scene really saves you a lot of twists and turns. Lao Zhou raised his head, looked at the sky that was gradually glowing with mysterious golden light, and muttered to himself, "The sky curtain is about to open again." His voice was low, with a bit of sadness and expectation. If it hadn't been for the sky curtain to wake up, we thought we should be carrying stones and Lishan in our lives. How dare we think we could stand here and discuss the world's affairs? It's just that today I said that I want to talk about mathematics. I really can't figure it out. Is it like the county treasurer, who uses calculations to calculate the acres and count the grain? But the arithmetic official called this arithmetic. How could it become mathematics? As soon as Xiang Liang was about to answer the call, the golden light of the sky curtain across all time and space became brighter and brighter, and its golden light gradually converged and condensed into text accompanied by a voice. Human inquiry about the nature of life and the exploration of the laws of heaven and earth have always begun with the awakening of thought. Mathematics, on the other hand, is the bridge that visualizes this thought into logic and transforms it into power. It is the boundless territory where geniuses gallop, and it is an immortal ship carrying the fire of civilization. It is the only key to interpret the ultimate mystery of the universe and life. Countless time and space under the sky curtain, whether it is the people in power or the people at dawn, have shown unbelievable expressions. In the past, they thought that things that could only be used for bookkeeping and most for astronomy were so important. The inside and outside of Xianyang Palace were quiet for an instant, and then there was a fine discussion. Chen Jinger, the small official in charge of the revenue and expenditure of the treasury, was holding a pile of wooden slips to check the number of grain rations. When he heard this, his hand shook, and the wooden slips were scattered on the ground. Zhao San, the deputy next to him, hurriedly went to help, but Chen Xiaoer held him down. Listen. Tianmu said that these arithmetic we calculated are actually the keys to interpret the mysteries of heaven and earth. We used to count the rent in the county and the earthwork for repairing the canal as the craftsmanship of mixing food. How could we want to have such a big idea? Zhao San scratched his head and picked up a piece of wood engraved with 3,000 stones of corn. But what we counted in Daqin, isn't it just counting and measuring the length? For example, to calculate a square field, use length multiplied by width to get the area. When calculating the exchange of corn, it is calculated in the ratio of 1 bucket of corn for 1 bucket of rice and 6 liters. How does this have anything to do with the mystery of heaven and earth? Chen Jinger squatted down, her fingertips scratched the nicks on the wooden paper, her eyes lit up a little bit. You forgot? The last time I repaired the straight road, the engineer used the method of Goguang 3, stock repair 4, and diameter corner 5 to measure the width of the river. You can calculate the depth without going down the river. This method is not blind, it must be hiding some truth. What Tianmu said about mathematics may be to figure out these methods and find out the rules that can control all situations. The people under the sky curtain were still in suspense, and new changes began to occur in the sky curtain. The golden light pattern began to change again, forming a new text, accompanied by the same tone of voice. The first inventory of Tianmu mathematics, today's inventory of people, Pythagoras. The light pattern is stable, showing the following biographical account. Pythagoras, 570 BC, 495 BC, ancient Greek philosopher and mathematician, born on the island of Samos. He has traveled to Egypt, Babylon, and other places for more than 20 years, studying mathematics and astronomy. Later, he founded the school in Croton, Italy. The organization has both academic research and religious practice. Members are required to abide by strict precepts, have public property, and discuss together. Its school put forward the philosophical concept of everything is number, believing that number is the origin of the universe, and for the first time upgraded mathematics from a practical technology to an abstract discipline that explores the nature of the world. In the field of mathematics, this school strictly proved the theorem that the square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of two right-angled sides. Pythagorean theorem discovered the mathematical ratio of string length to interval, and realized the existence of non-metric measures, that is, the phenomenon of irrational numbers, for the first time when studying the diagonal of a square. The mathematical system and research methods established by the Pythagorean school laid a solid foundation for Platonic geometry and Euclidean geometry, and had a profound impact on the development of Western scientific thought. In the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, the wise Shan Gaozhang and Zhou Gongdan discussed measurement. He had just seen the Pythagorean theorem mentioned by Tianmu, which was coinciding with what he said. Therefore, the moment of folding, thinking that Gogwang 3, stock cultivation 4, and diameter 5, hearing the words of the sky curtain, he stroked his feet and sighed. What the old man said is the constant of heaven and earth, and it does not extend to the general principle of all forms. The talents of this later generation have already understood this universal method, which is very good, very good. Zhou Gongdan stared at the theorem icon on the sky curtain and nodded. In the past, to control water, Daiyu relied on the left yardstick, right rule to set the river course. Now it seems that these measurement methods are originally fixed numbers between heaven and earth. It's just that we used it from experience in the past, and we didn't delve into the root causes like this. The sky curtain picture flowed, and the figure of the young Pythagoras appeared on the island of Samos by the Aegean Sea. The sky curtain picture flowed, and the figure of the young Pythagoras appeared on the coast of Samos Island around 570 BC. The young man stared at the merchant ship moored in the port. The towering masts and mooring cables formed a clear geometric figure in the sun. He leaned over and picked up a branch and drew another right triangle on the wet beach. Look at the right angle formed by the mast of the ship and the cable. The young man gestured to the passing captain, the light of discovery gleaming in his eyes. I found that if the short side is a 3-wrist ruler and the long side is a 4-wrist ruler, the beveled side is exactly a 5-wrist ruler. More than that, I have tried many proportions. As long as it is a right angle, the sum of the areas of the two short sides that are each square, always seems to be equal to the area of the hypotenuse that is square. The captain leaned over to take a closer look at the dense graphics on the beach. I understand the situation of 3, 4, and 5. The sailors use it to set the right angle, but you said always, really? I am very sure. The boy's tone was firm, and the branches in his hands pointed to the figures. This is by no means a coincidence, although I can only verify sporadic situations at the moment. I feel that there must be a one-size-fits-all principle behind this. I want to spend my life thinking about why this must be the case, and find the irrefutable proof for all right-angled triangles. The boy's eyes lit up. I think so. How can the rules between heaven and earth only care about one situation? I will definitely look for all right triangles in the future to prove this truth. Xiang Liang looked at the serious appearance of the young man on the sky curtain and nodded. At the beginning, Daqin relied on Suju to rule the world. For example, in the way of serving officials were taught to calculate and assign duties, and that engineering laws set the size of the city, all of which used common methods to solve practical problems. But the mathematics mentioned in this scene is to find out the truth behind these techniques. If it can be done, in the future, whether it is to repair canals or calculate grain, there will be a lot less detours. Outside the palace, Qin Jinger had already picked up the wooden notebook and gestured at the right-angled triangle on the sky curtain. Zhao San, look. When we calculate the slope of the straits, if we know that the horizontal distance is measured by a few feet of rope and the vertical height is measured by a few feet of wooden poles, according to this theorem, the length of the slope can be calculated, and there is no need to pull the rope back and forth to measure. If this is popularized, how much effort can be saved? Chapter 74 Pythagoras' Study Abroad Journey. The sky curtain picture continues. On the white reef of Samos Island in the Aegean Sea, Pythagoras came to the beach early as usual and squatted on the beach. The branches in his hand were drawing a delicate geometric figure. He marked the side length with a small stone and carefully compared all the angles for a triangle with side lengths of 3, 4, and 5. The angle corresponding to the longest side happens to be a right angle. Note, when taking stock of the previous inventory, all time and space already know Arabic numerals, and this will be used in the future. He murmured to himself, his brows locked tightly. But this is just one of the special cases. What I want to prove is that all right triangles follow this law. The old fisherman Dionysius walked by carrying his fishing net, looking at the figure on the sand and shaking his head. Boy, we fishers all know that 3, 4, and 5 can determine the right angle, which is enough. Why do you bother yourself? Pythagoras raised his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom beyond age. But Dionysius, knowing how to use it and knowing why it can be used are completely different realms. What I want to explore is the mathematical truth behind all things. On the pier not far away, a merchant ship from Egypt was unloading its cargo. The owner of the ship, Aetius, noticed this particular young man and approached curiously. I heard you have been studying these graphics? I can see you writing and painting here every time I come to Hong Kong. Yes, sir. Pythagoras saluted respectfully. I believe that these graphics contain the mystery of the universe. Aetius looked thoughtfully at the geometric figures on the sand. We are going to Egypt. If you are interested, you can accompany us. There are many ancient wisdom hidden in the temples of Egypt. Maybe you can find the answer you want. In this way, the young Pythagoras embarked on a journey in search of the truth. On the ship, he stayed on the deck all day, observing the angle formed by the mast and the cable, and recording various measurement data on precious papyrus. The sailors were both curious and friendly to this dedicated young man, and often surrounded him to ask questions. "What are you painting?" A young sailor probed curiously at Pythagoras, pointed to the mast and said, "You see, when the main mast, support cable, and deck form a right triangle, I am verifying the relationship between their side lengths." The sailor shook his head. "We navigators only know that 3, 4, and 5 can determine the right angle, but we can't tell the others." After several days of sailing, the merchant ship finally reached the Nile Delta. Pythagoras was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. The huge pyramid glowed golden in the setting sun, and the walls of the temple were engraved with mysterious hieroglyphs, all of which foreshadowed that he would start a new journey of knowledge here. Not only was Pythagoras on the sky curtain surprised, but even all time and space under the sky curtain were amazed. At this moment, in Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou looked at the towering pyramid and couldn't help but sigh. Such a giant, you can't be a scholar unless you are good at arithmetic. This land of Egypt really has something extraordinary. In the picture, in the temple of Heliopolis, the high priest Menes looked at this young man from a foreign country with a critical look. The stone pillars of the temple are towering into the clouds, and the air is filled with spices. "You said you want to learn our mathematics?" Manessa's voice echoed in the empty temple. "Then tell me, why do you want to learn this knowledge? We have met many merchants from Greece, but they are only interested in gold and spices." Pythagoras bowed deeply, respectful but not humble. "Dear elder, I believe that numbers contain the truth of the universe. I must not only learn to calculate, but also understand the truth behind the calculation. Knowledge itself is the most precious wealth." Manessa's nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Very good. So from today on, you have to learn to measure the land submerged by the Nile. This is the most practical application of Egyptian mathematics." In the days that followed, Pythagoras followed Egyptian surveyors in the fields on the banks of the Nile. He learned to use knotted ropes for measurements, mastered how to determine right angles in a simple way, and recorded land data that needed to be rezoned after the flood receded. At night, he studied the relationship between these numbers under the oil lamp, trying to find out the law. "Teacher," one day he said to Menes, "I noticed that when the side length ratio of a triangle is 3, 4, or 5, what you get must be a right angle, but why must it be like this? Is there any inevitable mathematical principle in this?" Menes looked at him meaningfully. "In Egypt, we have passed down this knowledge from generation to generation, only knowing that it is feasible, and never asking why. Your question is very interesting, but perhaps only the gods can answer it." Time flies in the picture, and Pythagoras has been in Egypt for more than 10 years. He was not only proficient in Egyptian mathematics, but also studied their astronomy and religious rituals in depth. However, as he accumulated knowledge, he became more and more confused. The Egyptians had such a wealth of mathematical knowledge, but they always stayed at the practical level and never asked about the principles behind it. One day, while participating in the construction of a new temple, he noticed that the craftsmen used ropes to divide the square foundation. The next day, suddenly, an inspiration flashed across his mind like lightning. "If," he muttered to himself, "if you also build a square on the diagonal of a square." He hurriedly took out the papyrus he was carrying with him and began to draw pictures. When he cleverly arranged 4 equal right-angled triangles in a large square, an amazing discovery was presented before his eyes. The area of a large square is exactly equal to the sum of the areas of 2 small squares. "I understand." He stood up excitedly, his voice echoing on the empty construction site. "This is the universal proof." However, when he excitedly showed this discovery to Menes, he got confused glances. "Why prove a fact that we already know?" Menes asked inexplicably. Then Pythagoras deeply realized for the first time that in Egypt, mathematics was always just a tool, not an end. This cognitive difference made him feel deeply lonely. Time came in 525 BC, and the iron hoofs of Persia broke the tranquility of Egypt. The army of Persian king Cambyses II invaded Egypt, and the entire country fell into turmoil. As a learned prisoner, Pythagoras was taken to Babylon. However, the arrangement of fate is often unexpected, and this war has opened another door of wisdom for him. Not in Babylon, he was deeply shocked by everything in front of him, with the towering stargazing platform, the magnificent sky garden, and the library with countless clay slab documents. He was amazed by the degree of civilization shown here. On the stargazing platform in Babylon, an elderly priest pointed to the stars in the sky and introduced him. "We have been recording the movement of the stars for thousands of years. You see, Jupiter returns to its original position every 12 years, and Saturn takes 30 years. These numbers are sacred." Pythagoras thoughtfully, "Both 12 and 30 are divisible by 60. Is this why you use hexadecimal? Is there some kind of sacred harmony between these numbers?" The priest was taken aback for a moment. Apparently, he had never thought about it before. We have used it this way for generations. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. I never thought about the connection. In the library of Babylon, Pythagoras hungrily studied the cuneiform clay tablets. He was surprised to find that the Babylonians not only knew the laws of triangles like 3, 4, and 5, but also recorded many other combinations. 5121381517. There are even more complicated examples. What shocked him even more was that the Babylonians had been able to solve some complex computational problems, and their level of mathematics was far beyond his imagination. They know so many special cases. Pythagoras said to a young scholar who was studying in the library, "But I have never tried to find out the universal law behind it. This is really a pity." Young scholars disagree. Isn't it enough to know how to use it? Why are you asking for trouble? Mathematics can help us predict the sky, calculate the harvest, and measure the land. This is enough. In the Tang Dynasty, time and space under the sky curtain, in the first calculation hall, a doctor sighed to the disciples. All creatures, please see. The art of Egypt is proficient in use but negligent. My Chinese arithmetic has also focused on practicality. From today on, this method should be applied. Anyone who learns a technique must make the right decision in order to penetrate it. In the Great Song Academy of Actuarial Science, the scholars were in an uproar. An old man started the case. It can't be done. Contained in this Babylonian mudboard, the richness of the array of stocks and the subtlety of the calculations do not lose. My chapter 9, especially his hex system, which is used in astronomy, has a weekly sky of 360 degrees, which is really exquisite. There is a sky outside the sky, sincerely don't deceive me. Another added, looking at the array listed on the mudboard, the rules are well organized, and it is obvious that some kind of deduction method has been mastered. It is only one step away from discovering the general theory. It is a pity to stop using it, it is a pity. The emperor has been overthrown, but the time and space to which he belongs have not changed. The picture in the sky curtain moved forward quickly, knowing that the picture was fast forward to a dusk a few years later. At this time, Pythagoras had become a scholar of Babylon. He stood on the wall of Babylon, looking out to the west. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on this ancient city, and it also shone on his thoughtful face. The leader of a caravan came over and interrupted his contemplation. I heard you are going back to Greece? Polycrates is dead, and Samos has a new ruler. Now is the time to go back. Pythagoras shook his head gently, still looking into the distance. No, I won't go back to Samos. I am going to Croton in Greater Greece, now Italy. Why did you choose there? It was just an emerging colonial city-state. Because I need a place to think freely. Pythagoras' voice is firm and calm. The truth of mathematics needs suitable soil to grow. In Croton, maybe I can find like-minded people to explore the mathematical laws of the universe together. Chapter 75. The birth of the Croton school. In the picture, in the spring of 520 BC, Pythagoras had already followed the caravan to the city-state of Croton in southern Greece. Pythagoras settled down in the city of Croton and is now a well-known scholar in the city. Today, he invited several prestigious citizens of the city-state to his residence. He pointed to a single-string chain on the table and said to everyone, today I would like to ask everyone to listen to the harmony of numbers. He flicked the entire string and made a basic sound. Then, he used a movable chainsaw to press on the center of the string and toggle one of the sections again. Listen, when the string length becomes 1 to 2, Xingyua's voice echoed indoors. Do these two tones sound perfectly blended, like a complete cycle? He moved the chainsaw so that the string length ratio was 3 to 2, and then moved it again. Now, this ratio brings another very different kind of harmony. Blacksmith Myron, as one of the invited guests, couldn't help but ask, you mean, behind these most wonderful voices, what is hidden is not the whims of the gods, but the proportion of numbers? Exactly so. Pythagoras' voice is full of verifiable power. It's not just about sound. The operation of the stars, the reincarnation of the 4 seasons, and even the order of our souls, the entire universe is based on the harmony of numbers. This view caused a shock in the house. It attracted the attention of some people in the house, and as Pythagoras' views spread in the city, soon more and more people were attracted by this novel thought and gathered around Pythagoras. On the outskirts of Croton, they found an abandoned temple as a stronghold. Pythagoras stood in front of the new members and solemnly announced, from today on, we will pursue the truth together here. We need to follow some basic rules. The property is shared. New members must go through a period of silence, and he paused. Do not eat beans. The young scholar Alcides asked curiously, Teacher, why can't you eat beans? Because the shape of the beans reminds us of the reincarnation of life. Pythagoras explained, more importantly, these commandments can help us cultivate the spirit of self-discipline. The life of the school is strict and regular. In the early morning, the members conducted mathematical research in the afternoon, discuss philosophy in the evening, we worked together, all harvests are registered by a dedicated person and distributed as needed. One evening, when Milan was counting the supplies, he found, "Teacher, our food is only enough to last for half a month." Pythagoras said calmly, "Then reduce everyone's ration." In the pursuit of truth, material needs should be minimized. At this moment, Alcides ran in excitedly, "Teacher, I may have discovered an important rule." He drew a right triangle on the ground. "You see, if we make a square with the right angled side as the length of the side, the sum of their areas always seems to be equal to the area of the square on the hypotenuse." Pythagoras studied the graphics carefully, his eyes gradually radiated brilliance. "Go on." "I tried 3 4 5 5 1 2 1 3. There are other combinations, all of which conform to this rule," Alcides said excitedly. Pythagoras was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up. "Gather everyone, we want to give a perfect proof of this law." In the days that followed, the entire school devoted itself to the study of this issue. They used sand to draw graphics, used stones to represent the surface area, and deduced repeatedly, "Look." One day, the young Hippasos suddenly jumped up. "If we arrange 4 equal right-angled triangles like this." He drew a clever structure on the sand, 4 right-angled triangles surrounded by a large square, with a small square exposed in the middle. The area of the big square is equal to the area of the 4 triangles plus the area of the small square in the middle. The author originally wanted to put the picture, but the author still has no permission and can't show the illustrations to his friends. Hippasos quickly calculated, "And if we arrange it in another way?" After a complex derivation, the final result shocked everyone. The sum of the squares of the 2 right-angled sides of a right-angled triangle is indeed equal to the square of the hypotenuse. We proved it. The whole school was boiling. However, the good times did not last long. While continuing his research, Hippasos encountered a tricky problem. "Teacher," he said anxiously, "when I studied the diagonals of a square, I found that no matter how small a common unit of measure I used to measure the side length and diagonal, I couldn't find a unified unit that made the length of both complete integers. They seem to. There is no common metric." Pythagoras frowned and retorted categorically, "This is absolutely impossible. The harmony of the universe is based on the whole number. For any 2 quantities, there must be a most basic unit of measure, so that they can both be expressed in integer multiples. But, please look at this proof." Hippasos began to deduce on the sand table that he adopts the typical idea of induction method. "Let us assume that there is a most basic unit of measure for diagonal and side length, so that the diagonal length is 7 times that of a certain number and the side length is 5 times that of another number. Well, according to the eternal truth about right triangles that we have proved, the square of the diagonal should be twice the square of the side length." He continued to calculate on the sand. "Then, 7 units, 2 is equal to 2 times 5 units, 2, that is, 49 units, 2 is equal to 50 units, 2. This is obviously contradictory." He raised his head, with both the excitement of discovering the truth in his eyes and the uneasiness of shaking the foundation of the school. "Teacher, this contradiction shows that our initial assumption was wrong. There is no common unit of measurement for the diagonal and side length of a square. There is a quantity that cannot be represented by an integer ratio." The members of the school gathered and looked at the proof that shook the foundation of the school, and fell into a dead silence. In the end, Pythagoras solemnly announced this discovery. It must not be disclosed to the public for the time being. Hippasos lowered his head in disappointment, but in his heart, the seeds of truth have already taken root. Discussion in Xianyang Palace. Unbelievable. Chang Miao pointed to the proof process shown on the sky curtain. "They actually proved the Pythagorean theorem by means of graphical segmentation. The old calculating official Wan Yu looked at these proof methods and sighed, 'It's really exquisite. This proof method is much deeper than we simply know 3, 4, and 5. Lao Zhou bowed like Xiang Liang and said, "Führer, it seems that the difference between mathematics and arithmetic is that mathematics requires rigorous proof, and arithmetic only needs to know how to use it. When we are the mathematical division of the edict, we must not only organize the classics such as mathematics, but also select mathematical geniuses from various places to study the science of proof." Xiang Liang replied, "Mathematics is the way of genius. It is true that talents from all over the world should be selected to study this way. When we go back, we will convene a council to discuss the matter." In Chang'an, the time and space of the Han Dynasty, the arithmetic masters in Taishui were also discussing enthusiastically, "Look at their proof method." The young waiting for the decree pointed to the sky curtain through the reassembly of graphics. The area relationship is visually displayed. This method is worth learning. Pythagoras and others in Tianmu didn't know yet that what they discovered was the first irrational number in the history of mathematics. This discovery triggered the first basic crisis in mathematics. Chapter 76 Cosmic Forms and Escape. It was dusk in the picture at this time, and the dusk of Croton covered the seaside city-state with a layer of golden tooled eye. In the temple on the outskirts of the city that had been used as a lyceum by the Pythagorean school, the olive oil lamp was already lit, and the light and shadow swayed on the mottled stone walls. The elderly Pythagoras had white beard and hair, but his eyes were still sharp as an eagle. He is being surrounded by a group of core disciples, and everyone's eyes are focused on several complex three-dimensional graphics drawn by him on the sand table. Look at these shapes carefully, he pointed with a smooth wooden stick. Each of them is composed of exactly the same regular polygon faces, and the situation of each vertex is exactly the same. We call it the cosmic body. However, after our long-term observation and deduction, there are only three kinds of such perfect three-dimensional, not many. He clearly drew the expansion diagrams of the regular tetrahedron, regular hexahedron, and regular octahedron on the sand table. The tetrahedron is like the sharpest tip of a spear, the hexahedron is like the most stable foundation stone, and the octahedron is like the fit of two pyramids. Alcides, one of the most mathematically gifted members of the school, responded in contemplation. Teacher, I found through repeated splicing that when we place three triangles with equal sides at a corner point, they just form a convex angle. The same is true when placing four. But if 6 are placed, they will be tiled on the same plane and will not be able to form a three-dimensional shape. Similarly, 3 squares can form a three-dimensional angle, but 4 squares will also be spread out flat. Very good, Pythagoras nodded approvingly. This is the beauty of mathematics, it reveals inevitable laws. We discovered these boundaries through actual construction. The structure of the universe itself contains these perfect geometric forms. Under the sky curtain, scholars from all dynasties in China were deeply shocked by this kind of pure geometric reasoning, and an unprecedented curiosity for knowledge was ignited. This belief that mathematics is directly connected to the mysteries of the universe is the core spiritual driving force of the school, the original great Qin time and space, Xianyang Palace. Chang Miao slapped his thigh abruptly and said anxiously to the clerk beside him, Quick! Write it down quickly. When we built tools to build cities, we only knew how to use squares, circles, and triangles. We never thought that they themselves could spell out such a perfect three-dimensional shape. They are not learning arithmetic, they are asking the bottom line and studying the truth of graphics themselves. This idea is too important, it must be recorded in detail and pondered carefully. The original Han Dynasty time and space, Taishua. A young man who was teaching 9 chapters of arithmetic, looking at the sky curtain, the pen in his hand had already involuntarily recorded quickly on the notebook. He excitedly said to the students, Have you seen it all clearly? Our 9 chapters are three-dimensional, for the distribution of labor and the calculation of earthwork, and we pay attention to practicality, but they are actually studying that there are only 3 kinds of the most perfect three-dimensional in this world. We have never had this kind of idea of putting aside the usefulness and exploring the origin directly. Quickly, write down the graphics and their reasoning methods. This is a new way of learning. The original Datang time and space, the Arithmetic Academy, the doctor directly urged the full house of students and apprentices. Zhu Shang, what are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and start writing. Pythagorean learning is learning for learning, so only then can these 3 cosmic forms be discovered. The strength of our arithmetic lies in solving practical problems, but did you see it today? This kind of pure thinking and deduction can also open up a whole new world. The method of logical derivation in this is especially worthy of my study and reference, and it is not to be missed at all. The original Song Dynasty Time and Space, Institute of Actuarial Science, the researchers here reacted the most quickly. Some people spread out their pens and paper and began to copy the geometric figures on the sky curtain. A scholar pointed to the graphics and said to his colleagues quickly, Do you understand? Every step of their derivation is interlocking, extremely rigorous. Our knowledge is accustomed to tying shapes to numbers and calculations to solve specific problems, and they completely pulled out the graphics and studied them as independent objects. These are 2 different paths. Sorted out quickly, the essence of this may be integrated into my future research. Originally regarded as a trivial and unimportant arithmetic in various dynasties, arithmetic has now completely changed its fate due to the introduction and infinite uses of mathematics displayed by the sky curtain. After urgent discussions between the spacetime republics, a consensus has been reached: the whole country must do its best to revive this way. The edict flew, and the decree was newly issued. In front of the deserted math learning institution, there was an endless stream of cars and horses overnight. The classics of arithmetic that no one cared about in the past are now being copied and circulated. The most exciting thing is that those calculators who have devoted themselves to this way but often feel lonely, have leaked excited peas inside one after another. It was lively and illegal under the sky curtain, but on the sky curtain, the situation outside the Pythagorean school was quietly undergoing a dangerous shift. The Pythagorean school is not a pure academic group, it is a religious political society with strict precepts, secret rituals, and a unique way of life. Its members hold important positions in Croton and its surrounding city-states, and their influence is increasing day by day, which inevitably touches the interests of traditional nobles and emerging democratic forces. Their secrecy has aroused suspicion, their elitism has aroused resentment, and their unique commandments, such as not eating beans, staying silent, etc., are regarded as grotesque and xenophobic symbols by the outside world. In the picture, the conflict began, and the fuse of the conflict was ignited by a nobleman named Silent. He had longed to join the school but was rejected, so he held a grudge. In the evening, the blacksmith Myron, he was already not only a blacksmith, but also an important material manager of the school, hurriedly ran into the temple, looking panicked. Teacher, big things are not good. Silent openly instigated in the parliament and slandered us as secret believers, saying that we were conspiring to overthrow the current government and wanted to establish a tyrannical politics controlled by scholars. The parliament is discussing whether to expel us. Pythagoras calmly put down a wooden octahedron model in his hand, as if he had already foreseen this moment. He asked, "What are their specific accusations?" "They say we monopolize knowledge in order to hold important positions. Say that our public ownership of property destroys family ethics. It is also said that our rituals that are not known to outsiders are blasphemous." Myron's voice trembled with anger and fear. At this moment, there were loud voices and murmurs of footsteps from far and near outside the temple, instigated by Silent and others. The angry people surrounded the temple like a tide with torches and rudimentary weapons. The firelight reflected the faces that had been instigated one by one, distorted and feverish. "Down with the secret believers. Drive the guys pretending to be ghosts out of Croton. Burn their lair." The roar penetrated the stone wall and echoed inside the temple. Hippasos nervously approached Pythagoras. "Teacher, the situation is critical, let's go through the back door, maybe there is still a glimmer of life." Everyone heard of a rapid and orderly retreat to the rear of the temple. However, fate seemed to have made a cruel joke. The back door in the picture leads to a lush bean field, with a faint luster in the moonlight. According to one of the most famous and strict commandments of the school, do not harm the beans, do not trample on the bean fields. Their way is blocked by the rules of their own faith. Go around. Or go straight through. I can't take care of so much now, a young member eagerly suggested, his voice full of desire to survive. Pythagoras stopped. He turned around and faced the panicked, confused, and young faces behind him. His gaze swept across the bean field, and there was no hesitation in his eyes, only a firmness that was almost a martyr. He shook his head slowly, but very clearly, his voice as calm as a rock. "If we can't abide by the rules we set with our own hands at the juncture of life and death, then the truth we pursue and the way of life we advocate will all become empty talk and lies. If the rules can be abolished due to interests, the truth can also be distorted due to the times." The shouts of the chasers were getting closer and closer, and the light of the torches had already reflected the walls of the backyard of the temple. Chapter 77: The Inheritance of Truth. Pythagoras knew that he was doomed, and he quickly issued the last and most important instructions to the students. "Children, disperse and escape. Don't look back, don't get together. Taking away the knowledge in your minds and hearts is like taking away fire. Remember, the flesh can be wiped out, but the truth will not disappear because of persecution. As long as one person escapes, the fire of thought can be rekindled elsewhere." Hippasos had tears in his eyes, and he was holding a note with proof of immeasurable in his arms, which was a secret he had been told to keep. He asked for the last time, "Teacher, what about those discoveries that we have never made public, for example, the quantity that cannot be represented by an integer ratio?" Pythagoras looked at this student who had caused him great trouble, but also represented the true spirit of exploration, with an expression of relief and even encouragement on his face. "It's okay now," he said calmly, as if he had taken off a heavy burden. "Let them go with you. Truth is truth after all, and whether it conforms to our past beliefs or not, it has the right to be known to the world." At this moment, the thugs broke through the back door. In the chaos, the members of the school fled in all directions and rushed into the night. Seeing this scene under the sky curtain, I felt a lot of emotion. The original Han Dynasty Time and Space, Taishua, the old gentleman who was proficient in 9 chapters of arithmetic, really can't bear to watch it anymore. He lowered his head and said in a heavy voice, "A generation of masters, it ended up like this," sad, sighing. At the last moment, what I was thinking about was not my own safety at all, but letting the students leave with the fire of truth. This kind of mind is comparable to the sages written by Taishur Gong. What he guards is not him alone, nor his school, but the truth of the world. In the Tianmu discussion forum, he sighed again and again, sighed for his wisdom and persistence, sighed for dying for the truth, and even sighed for the fall of this generation of masters. The later trajectory of Pythagoras' disciples is immediately shown in the sky curtain picture. The lucky escape of Alcides, Hippasos, and others brought the mathematical knowledge, philosophical thought, and mysterious symbolic traditions of the Pythagorean school to all corners of Greece and the world. It also sowed the seeds for the later prosperity of Greek philosophy. The sky screen flashed again, decades later, in the Lyceum in Athens, the world's #1 systematic higher education institution in the West. Plato is telling his philosophy to outstanding young people from all over the world. His ideological system is deeply imprinted with the mark of the Pythagorean school. Everyone, Plato's voice echoed in the cloisters, my teacher, and my teacher's teacher. Their source of thought can be traced back to the Pythagorean school in Italy. That school has a deafening core belief: number is the origin of all things. They believe that behind the fickle world that our senses come into contact with, there is an eternal real world composed of mathematical laws. This view has deeply shaped my understanding of philosophy. A young student asked curiously, so, teacher, is this why the entrance of our Gakuin is engraved with those who don't understand geometry are not allowed to enter? Exactly so. Plato nodded solemnly, because geometry, and broader mathematics, train our pure rational thinking away from sensory experience. It guides the soul from the changing world of phenomena to the contemplation of eternal truth. This is the only way to understand the concept of goodness and the ultimate order of the universe. Plato's academy attaches great importance to mathematics and directly inherits the mantle of Pythagoras. The screen changes again. The time is displayed in the screen nearly 200 years later, in the library in Alexandria, Egypt, which brought together the essence of human knowledge at that time. The mathematician Euclid was working on the case. His goal is to integrate scattered knowledge of Greek geometry into a strict, axiom-based logic system. He carefully studied, compared, and perfected many proof methods of his predecessors, including the Pythagorean school. When he compiled the first volume of Geometric Principles, he needed to provide a perfect and clear proof of the vital nature of a right triangle. He chose an area-based proof method, which probably borrowed or optimized the ideas of the Pythagorean school. In Proposition 47 of the first volume, he wrote neatly: in a right-angled triangle, the area of the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the areas of the squares on the two right-angled sides. When the picture in the sky curtain was displayed here, it stopped and then slowly dimmed. Obviously, the inventory of Pythagoras, the mathematical genius, is over, but his influence is not over. In Xianyang and the former great Qin Time and Space, Chang Miao and others had already begun to systematically organize mathematical knowledge. In the original Daming Time and Space, Prime Minister Chen, who had finished the discussion in the Daming Palace, when Sun Qingshan saw the Plato sages in the sky curtain, he would think of those who don't understand geometry are not allowed to enter at the entrance of Plato Academy, and sighed. It turns out that these words were inherited from here. The other senators behind him heard it and followed. The truth of this Mr. Pythagoras has been spread for a long time, and it shows its greatness and has always been remembered. After sighing, everyone kept talking on the way away together. Cheng Miao, the former Qin Time and Space, pointed to the newly compiled calculation book and said, we can draw on the proof method of this wise man and add a derivation process to number. In this way, it is clear at a glance for beginners and can be used as a lesson plan. After editing it and submitting it to the council, it can even become a compulsory subject for students, and a talent can be selected for the imperial examination. In the time and space of the former Han Dynasty, through the vote of Zhang Qian and others, an institution specializing in mathematics was established in Taishui. Young arithmetic students not only learn calculation skills, but also pay more attention to the study of mathematical principles. In the time and space of the former Tang Dynasty, the Arithmetic Academy was even proposed by the parliament to become the highest mathematics institution in the country. After all, mathematics is not something you can understand after listening to it once. He is a real genius filter. Only the best students who have been assessed in the local area can come here to study classics such as 9 chapters of arithmetic and island arithmetic, while studying Pythagorean geometric proof methods. Other time and space have established their own exclusive mathematical halls, designed to screen true geniuses to hold the only key to interpret the ultimate mystery of the universe and life. As stated in that scene, the knowledge displayed by the sky curtain has set off a boom in mathematics learning in countless time and space, and the study of the cosmic form shown by Pythagoras. Pythagoras' persistent pursuit of truth did not end with the destruction of the school. The echo of his thoughts at this moment, it is passing through the sky curtain that spans the sky, transcending the barriers of time and space, and clearly passing to countless distant eras and countries. On the banks of the Aegean Sea, his classmates and classmates in his hometown side For his wisdom and experience. In the land of Huaxia, from the Xianyang Palace to the cities and countryside, he is setting off a frenzy of thought for the mathematical universe he shows. In ancient Babylon, in the basin of the two rivers, the Sparrow dynasty on the banks of the Indus, the hometown of Egypt nourished by the Nile, and even every corner of the vast world looking up at the sky, no matter how different the origins of civilization are, how different the language and customs are, the rational fire that pursues everything counts has fallen into countless hearts like a spark, waiting for a prairie fire. Chapter 78 Euclid, Alexandria. In the original daming time and space under the sky curtain, on the ground in the field, the farmers bent over, and sweat dripped on the newly turned soil between the ups and downs of the hoe. The elderly at the head of the village are on crutches, looking at the rolling fields, figuring out this year's harvest. The old man lowered his head and thought with the patriotic food donated by the great families voluntarily at the beginning of the establishment of the new country, the people are still hungry. At the same time, the wise people elected by the townships were sitting under the porch of the county government with local officials. A map with the situation of the mountains and rivers was spread out in front of them, sometimes arguing and sometimes contemplating. Some people proposed to dig a new canal, some advocated the renovation of the official road to the neighboring county, and others suggested the establishment of fair scales in the market to facilitate merchants to trade. In the heavy palace, Song Qingshan and others were burying their heads in a mountain of government documents. The candlelight was bright until late at night, and the senators and their subordinates carefully reviewed the government affairs submitted by the counties and considered every clause of the newly proposed law. The squire replaced the lamp oil lightly, for fear of disturbing the atmosphere of meditation. In this prosperous republic, although the world is now restricted by productivity, the people still have to pay taxes, but the military has begun to implement the form of employment. The implementation of exempted silver allows the rich to pay silver in lieu of military service, and part of the profits from state monopolies such as salt, iron, tea, and horses are allocated as military funds. Jointly supervised by the government and non-governmental organizations, communication is established by Tianmu Group Chat to avoid the following: concealment. Implement the formulation of grades based on the type of work, technical content, and labor intensity, and adopt the model of half of the money and grain or 3 or 7 open to start the work. The country, established on the ruins of the imperial system, began to develop in a prosperous direction. The 10th day passed in a rush, and in a blink of an eye, the sky curtain bloomed again. Everyone raised their heads to pay attention to the new changes in the sky curtain. After the special effects of the sky curtain as always were displayed, a familiar voice sounded. The second inventory of Tianmu mathematics. Today's inventory of people, Euclid. The light pattern is stable again, showing the following biographical account. Euclid, about 330 BC, about 275 BC, ancient Greek mathematician, known as the father of geometry, active in Alexandria, Egypt. He was hired by Ptolemy I to engage in research and teaching at the Palace of Muses. It is a collection of the masterpieces of geometry of the previous generation, and compiles the masterpiece Geometric Principles. The book takes 5 axioms and 5 public hypotheses as the logical foundation, and uses axiomatization methods to construct ancient Greek mathematics into a rigorous and complete deductive system for the first time. The Principles of Geometry consists of 13 volumes, covering plane geometry, proportional theory, number theory, and three-dimensional geometry. Its logic is rigorous and its system is complete, creating a model of mathematical proofs. That axiomatic thought established in the book has a far-reaching influence, far beyond the scope of mathematics, and has become the fundamental method for the entire natural science to construct a theoretical system in future generations. Euclid and his geometric principles laid the foundation of Western mathematics for nearly 2,000 years. Its spirit and wisdom remain symbols of rational and scientific thinking until 2,000 years later. In the time and space of the Western Han Dynasty, Zhang Song in Chang'an City put down the calculations in his hand inside. The great achievement of hundreds of years of arithmetic, written in a book, has left a great treasure for future generations. These achievements are admirable. After the life of Euclid is shown in the sky curtain picture, all the time in the picture comes to 300 BC. The port of Alexandria under the Mediterranean sun is like a dazzling pearl. The port of Alexandria, planned by Alexander the Great and raised under the rule of Ptolemy I, is rapidly becoming an important cultural and academic center in the Mediterranean world. The lighthouse of the port, the lighthouse of Pharos Island, is not completed, but it is already a guide for navigators. Next to the Palace District, the Muse Palace, that is, the museum, gradually took shape. It is not only a temple, but also a research center where scholars gather. Scholars from all over Greece shuttled between the colonnades. Among them, astronomers were discussing the stars, doctors were arguing about anatomy, and mathematicians were drawing complex geometric figures on the ground like many scholars at the time, he was attracted by the academic potential of this emerging city. As a mathematician trained in the Platonic tradition, he came with a batch of manuscripts of mathematical literature, ready to carry out his work here. Is this Alexandria? Euclid whispered to himself as he stepped on the dock. His deep gaze swept across the library under construction, where all the books in the world will be collected in the future. As a scholar who has received rigorous training in the Plato Lyceum in Athens, he knows the ambition represented by this city not only to become the center of political economy, but also to become the capital of human wisdom. In the research room prepared for him in the Palace of Muses, Euclid met the envoy sent by Ptolemy. Your Majesty hopes that you can establish a school of mathematics here, the messenger said. We need to systematically pass on the wisdom of the Greeks. Euclid nodded calmly. This is exactly the purpose of my coming. Mathematics needs to be systematized, just like building a palace requires laying the foundation first. He began to organize the books he brought. These paper rolls record the discoveries of predecessors such as Thales, Pythagoras, and Hippocrates, as well as the research results of scholars from the Platonic Academy. However, this knowledge is like scattered pearls, and it takes a logical thread to connect them. On this day, Euclid was in the research room prepared for him in the Palace of Muses. Euclid met the first group of young people who came to study. Teacher, a young student named Perdiccas asked curiously, why should we start with the definitions of the point is something without a part and a line has only length but no width? They seem so simple and even self-explanatory, as if they are not worth discussing by a wise man. Euclid put down the papyrus roll in his hand and looked at him gently. Tell me, Perdiccas, when you see the lighthouse being built in the port, what do you think is the most critical part of it? The student replied without thinking, of course it is the light at the top, it will guide the entire ocean. So, what is it that supports that lamp so that it can soar into the clouds and not be afraid of wind and rain? Euclid asked. It is its extremely strong foundation. Perdiccas replied, exactly so. Euclid picked up his pen and drew a point on the papyrus. This is our foundation. You see, it's simple, but everything in the whole geometry building is concluded. The measurement of triangles, circles, and even the height of lighthouses will be derived from these simplest and most unquestionable definitions and axioms. If we are not convinced that only one straight line can be drawn between 2 points, then all subsequent discussions about the nature of graphics will lose their foundation. Would you like to light a light on a high platform with a loose foundation? Perdiccas looked at that point thoughtfully. So, we are not looking down on simple things, but confirming the strongest starting point. Very good. Euclid smiled approvingly. So we have to start with the laying of the first foundation stone. All the thoughts of the scholars under the sky curtain in the time and space of the Song dynasty, Xinguo was resting outside the study at this moment, and he felt that Euclid's teaching method lies in the fact that countless applications can be derived from a correct method, and the laws of many things can be clearly seen from a basic principle. In this way, the goal of one by one can be achieved. He is not only a good scholar, but also a good teacher. In the time and space of the original Ming dynasty, Su Guangqi and Matteo Ricci returned home after translating the original geometry. Seeing this scene, he turned his head and said excitedly to his son Su Ji, what Mr. Euclid talks about in this book seems to be the most basic thing, but it is the foundation of all practical knowledge. If we want to surpass our predecessors in knowledge, we must first understand and master this fundamental method. Seeing that his father was so magical, Su Ji quickly nodded in response. The screen in the sky curtain shows Euclid teaching students during the day, while at night he is immersed in literature research until Euclid discovered a big problem, that is, the proof methods of his predecessors were different. Some proofs relied too much on intuition, while others were not strict enough. Looking at these various proof methods, this prompted him to come up with a bold idea he imagined in his heart. If we can establish a complete geometric system, starting from the most basic definitions and axioms, and using the most rigorous logical reasoning, we can truly build the entire building of geometry. After deciding in his heart, he immediately acted. He read the library's continuous collection of documents from all over the world. Frequent debates with scholars from different schools of thought, in this open and active academic atmosphere, further prompted Euclid to deepen his thinking. Chapter 79, Infinite Prime Numbers and Proof by Contradiction. The Mediterranean sun lazily fell between the colonnades of the Muse Palace in Alexandria. In this magnificent building complex that integrates the Research Institute, the library, and the residence of scholars, Euclid's geometry class is always full. Young students from Greece, Asia Minor and beyond gathered in the shade of the cloister, their eyes focused on the mathematician who had recently become famous. Let's start with the most basic concepts. Euclid's voice was calm and clear, even though there was the sound of waves beating on the cliff not far away. One point is that there is no part of it. A line with only length but no width. He used a sharp pen to draw concise graphics on the waxboard, and the students divided it into 4 parts. At this time, one may be from a wealthy merchant family. He was wearing a Heaton robe made of fine linen and raised his hand to ask questions, with a hint of confusion in his tone. Teacher, please forgive me for interrupting your speech. Why do we spend so much energy studying these abstract concepts? They have no width, no parts, as if they exist in imagination. Can they help us calculate the volume of the warehouse more accurately, or can they make the ship sail faster? There was a slight commotion in the classroom. Some students nodded to express their sympathy, while others frowned and thought Euclid did not show displeasure. His deep gaze swept across the young man who asked the question, and there was a slight imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Knowledge takes many forms, Euclid spoke slowly, his voice echoing between the colonnades. Some are like the wrist ruler in your hand, which is directly used to measure the land. Some are like the chymaistrian level, used in the construction of lighthouses. It does not emit light directly, but ensures that the lighthouse can stand upright and eventually illuminate the entire sea area. It is the latter that we are discussing here. Geometry trains the mind so that it can recognize the hidden order and harmony in the universe. This kind of rational clarity is the highest reward in itself. Besides, there is a bit of meaning in his voice. How can you assert that these lines and shapes are not the language used by the gods when they wrote the blueprint of the universe? The truth clarified here today may be the key to insight into the laws of the operation of celestial bodies tomorrow. When the smart son of a wealthy businessman heard this explanation, he sat back slowly without words. Euclid said no more when he saw this, and continued to explain. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the end of the colonnade. The guards separated the crowd, and Ptolemy walked in person, dressed in a white robe with a hairband symbolizing power tied to his forehead. His eyes were sharp and pragmatic, sweeping every young face in the corridor, and finally falling on Euclid. The scholar's explanation stopped abruptly. He put down the wax plate and pointed pen, turned around calmly, and bowed to the king with a decent academic salute. The king casually picked up a wax plate engraved with geometric figures. Go on, let me hear how you enlighten these young people. Under the gaze of the king, Euclid could only interpret his proof. The students were immersed in the rigorous deduction of logic, but Ptolemy frowned slightly. For Ptolemy, these step-by-step rigorous deductions were far less practical than direct conclusions. What he seeks is conclusions and utility that can be grasped immediately, not this slow process of derivation. After a while, he raised his hand and decisively suspended the lecture that did not match his expectations. Euclid, your knowledge is indeed exquisite, but for a person who needs to decide disputes and dispense forage, it is too lengthy. You tell me, is there a shortcut that allows the king to quickly grasp the essentials? The air seemed to solidify instantly. All eyes were on Euclid. The students held their breath. Will the teacher compromise for power? Euclid slowly turned around and faced the king. Euclid turned around slowly. After a little thought, he replied in a clear and firm tone. Your Majesty, in geometry, there is no royal shortcut to knowledge. Geometry is the foundation of all things and the cornerstone of all buildings. The voice fell, and the corridor became even more silent. The students looked at each other, unable to believe that their teacher dared to deny the king's idea so simply. However, when Ptolemy heard that there was no angry expression on his face, he was slightly taken aback for a moment. Then a look of appreciation appeared. He is a ruler who has created a foundation, and he knows the value of a good scholar far better than ordinary people. Whether it is governing the country or building lighthouses, the research of these scholars is inseparable. He looked at the opponent's unquestionable expression, and he knew the opponent's academic persistence. He nodded his head briefly, and replied in a calm voice as before. Your persistence makes sense, then follow your way and continue to inspire and nurture these outstanding students. After that, he didn't stay any longer, and turned and left with his entourage. Seeing this scene on the sky curtain, Emperor I of the Han Dynasty, who was originally in the early Han Dynasty, said with emotion, those who are sovereigns can tolerate such direct subjects, so that their foundation will last forever. Although he is still an emperor today, he still lost his kingship as an emperor in this turbulent uprising. Although he retained the title of emperor, he had lost the authority to rule and became a noble prisoner under the new system. As night fell, Euclid returned to his research room. An olive oil lamp opened up a small piece of light in the darkness, with the rustle of the reed pen on the papyrus, and the subtle sound of the waxboard being scraped flat and rewritten. He once again devoted himself to the dialogue with the origin of numbers. Looking at the previous proofs of the infinity of prime numbers, he always felt that although the logic was correct, it was too circuitous. The temple of truth should be constructed with the most concise and beautiful logical lines. He put down his pen. These proofs made him feel bored. He rubbed his sour eyes with his fingertips, then slowly got up and began to pace back and forth in the small space full of books. The beating lights cast his swaying figure on the wall. Like a huge, restless soul, the research room is scattered with scrolls of wisdom from Thales, Pythagoras, and other sages. These precious knowledge are like pearls all over the ground, dazzling, but they always lack a logical thread that can perfectly connect them. Pacing back and forth in the house couldn't solve the problem, so he came to the window and stood looking into the distance. Suddenly a thought rose from my heart. Why should I cling to exhaustive examples one by one? Why not reverse thinking? Suppose there is an end, a so-called maximum prime. If based on this assumption, does a new number be constructed, which is either a larger prime number in itself, or contains a new prime factor? The problem that originally bothered him suddenly disappeared. He no longer tried to list the endless sequence, but focused his thoughts on the only premise. He took a deep breath and carved the first line on the wax plate with the tip of his pen, almost penetrating the wax layer with his strength. Hypothesis: there are only a finite number of primes. Let all of them be p. Then, he wrote down the core of that structure. Let q equals p times p times p plus 1. His gaze was tightly locked on this new number q. The logical path unfolded clearly before his eyes. Q is either a new prime number in itself, or it can be divisible by a new prime number that is not in the list. In either case, it sharply contradicts the hypothesis he originally wrote down. The only conclusion, cold, hard, and irrefutable, is there: the original hypothesis was wrong. After he had figured out all the interlocking steps, he put the sharp pen with a click and gently rested it on the edge of the waxboard. The moment Euclid stopped writing under the sky curtain, people in all time and space recovered from his thoughts. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zheng Heng said with emotion, if the number is exhausted, how can this body function infinitely? In the Southern Dynasty, Zhu Chongji put down his calculations. This idea wonderful. Lu Hui, a mathematician in the time and space of the Three Kingdoms, is even more famous for shooting cases. Do the opposite. With the spear of the sun, attack the shield of the sun. How exquisite are these methods of certification! The mystery of mathematics, like the brightest galaxy in the night sky, firmly grasps the minds of every time and space visitor. Whether it is the cultivating students or the senators of the temple, all of them can't take their eyes off and are fascinated by it. Chapter 80: The Importance of Logic. The warm breeze of the Mediterranean Sea, with the smell of salty sea water and the heat of the desert in the distance, lazily brushed the magnificent pillars of the Library of Alexandria. The shadows cast by the stone pillars are mottled, providing a rare coolness for the students gathered under them. Euclid stood in front of the central sand table, upright, his gaze slowly sweeping over every young and curious face under the seat. After experiencing the decisive night that proved the infinity of primes, his deep eyes were a bit less eager for the explorer, and a bit more quiet in almost stubborn persistence of the founder. Today, his voice was not high, but it strangely suppressed the beat of the waves not far away and the faint noise of the market, and it clearly passed into the ears of every student. We will examine the fundamental public assumptions on which our entire geometric system is based. They are the cornerstones of our recognition of their correctness without proof. He clearly listed the first four hypotheses on the sand table. Any 2 points can be connected to a straight line, the line segment can be infinitely extended, a given center and radius can be used as a circle, and all right angles are equal. The students listened quietly. These public assumptions were so intuitive that they were almost self-explanatory. Now, it's Article 5. Euclid's voice took on an imperceptible solemnity. He drew two straight lines and a truncated line on the sand table, and marked the same azimuth. If a straight line intersects two straight lines, and if the sum of the azimuth angles on one side is less than two right angles, then the two straight lines must intersect after extending infinitely on this side. He paused deliberately, allowing this slightly lengthy and far less intuitive public hypothesis to settle in the hearts of the students. Apollonios, a young scholar from Athens who was known for his quick thinking, couldn't help but speak, with confusion in his tone. Teacher, this public hypothesis, it sounds more like a complex theorem that needs to be proved than a self-evident starting point. Why should we use it as a cornerstone? Can't it be derived from the first four public hypotheses? This is exactly what Euclid is waiting for. His deep gaze fell on Apollonius, and he did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. Then, Apollonius, please try it and use only the first four public assumptions to prove it to me strictly. On the plane, a little beyond the straight line, there is only one straight line parallel to the known straight line. Apollonius was stunned. He tried to construct a proof in his mind, but found that every step seemed to rely on some kind of intuition, and he could not use the first four public hypotheses for a drip-proof logical chain. There was silence in the classroom, and the other students also fell into contemplation. Look, Euclid's voice was low and penetrating, as if he was not teaching knowledge, but revealing a seal of thought. We rely on it and use it to prove many important theorems, as if it is rock solid, but when we try to put it under a more basic logical examination, it seems so isolated. What we want to build is not a temple built on seemingly reasonable, but a temple built by pure reason, and every piece of masonry can withstand eternal questioning. Any cornerstone, even if it is a recognized cornerstone, if it cannot be appeased by more basic logic, it will be a hidden danger lurking in the core of the temple. He paused, letting this deep sense of crisis about the certainty of knowledge spread in the hearts of the students. As a scholar, true knowledge lies not only in knowing what it is, but also in having the courage to examine what we know, even to examine whether the way we know is itself absolutely reliable. At this moment, a rapid and neat sound of footsteps broke the contemplative atmosphere of the classroom. The palace guards dressed in shiny breastplates and holding spears separated the crowd, and the leading messenger bowed and saluted, his voice loud and not to be refused. Master Euclid, His Majesty the King summoned, please follow me into the palace immediately. The atmosphere in the palace is very different from the free discussion under the library porch. The air was solemn, filled with the oppressive aura of spice and power intertwined. Ptolemy I sat on a throne inlaid with ivory and gold. With sharp eyes. On both sides of him stood a Persian astrologer in a complicated astrological robe and an Egyptian high priest in a white linen robe holding a scepter symbolizing life and eternity. Their eyes, either with the scrutiny of the wise, or with the arrogance of the defenders of theocracy, together constitute an invisible net of pressured. Euclid, the king's voice echoed in the hall, with unquestionable majesty, and also implied a trace of unhappiness disturbed by outside discussions. I heard that you recently guided your young soul to doubt the most basic geometric formulas in the class at the Palace of Muses? The noble servants of the temple believe that you are shaking the eternal geometric order established by the gods. The erudite friends from Persia believe that you are wasting your wisdom on meaningless speculation. Now, tell me, the body on the throne leaned forward slightly, his eyes like torches. The system you have built with so many public resources, putting aside those mysterious words, what benefits can it bring to my kingdom and the reality of Alexandria within reach? Is it lower taxes, a stronger fleet, or more productive farmland? The pressure is on the shoulders like substance. Euclid could feel the curious and hostile gaze of the scholars behind him. He took a deep breath and did not look directly at the king, but slowly turned his gaze to the white-haired and respected Egyptian high priest, the noble elder, the transparent person of wisdom. His tone was respectful and peaceful. Please allow me to ask you a question in your field. When building those great temples that go straight to the clouds and all mortals, how do you and your colleagues ensure that every megalithic column carrying thousands of June can be perpendicular to the earth so precisely, so as to jointly support the magnificent and immortal dome? The old priest raised his chin slightly, his voice carrying a sense of authority and sacredness passed down from generation to generation. Relying on the plumb line given by God, this is the wisdom from the God Thoth, and it is the embodiment of the cosmic order. It has been verified for thousands of years, and there is no doubt about it. That's it, Your Majesty. Euclid then turned to Ptolemy I, his eyes clear and firm. Your Majesty, you heard it. God-given skills, verified for thousands of years. What my system wants to explore is not the technique itself. It has been proven to be effective, but the ultimate reason for why it is effective. Why does the plumb line always point to the center of the earth? Why is the vertical defined by it the cornerstone of building a stable structure? Behind this, it depends on our understanding of the fundamental nature of space, and on those seemingly abstract public assumptions. My job is to find the logical basis that transcends experience and is feasible all over the world for the seemingly self-evident skills and knowledge on which all craftsmen and scholars depend for their survival. A great kingdom needs not only the forage and ships for the expedition in front of it, but also the indestructible foundation stone that is deeply rooted in reason. IT can ensure that the bridges built by your engineers will not collapse for 100 years, and the star maps drawn by your astronomers will guide the ships never to lose their way. Isn't this the greatest and most long-term benefit? There was a longer silence in the palace. The Persian astrologer twisted his beard thoughtfully, and the frowning brows of the Egyptian priest stretched slightly. Ptolemy I's deep gaze and Euclid's calm gaze met in the air, as if in a silent contest. In the end, the king's body slowly leaned back in his chair. No joy or anger could be seen on his face, but he waved his hand lightly, with a complicated meaning in his tone. Go back, Euclid. Continue your expedition. He deliberately repeated the word implied in Euclid's words. When Euclid stepped out of the magnificent palace gate and felt the Mediterranean sun again, under the sky curtain, outside Yecheng during the Warring States period, Tianju, the giant of the Mo family, was practicing city guarding equipment with his disciples in an open space. Seeing this, he put down the ruler used to calibrate the angle in his hand, and said in awe to the dusty disciples beside him. Looking at this Western scholar. Today, he is not superstitious about ancient legends and does not rely on authoritative judgments. He only uses a clear cause and inevitable law as the criterion for his inference. Strictly deduce step by step to prove his argument. This is exactly the way of words must stand upright, knowing the truth, and observing the class advocated by my MO family, ere it all must remember. The giant MO family under the sky curtain is still teaching his disciples, but Euclid on the sky curtain has already returned to the research room, closing the door as if to shut out all the distractions and doubts from the outside world. He began to devote all his energy to the creation of that increasingly large manuscript, Geometric Principles. However, the harsh test of fate has never been slightly merciful because of people's lofty ambitions. A sudden plague, like the shadow of death, quickly enveloped the bustling port of Alexandria. Chapter 81 Euclid's Dream Journey Above the Sky Curtain. Images flow. The port of Alexandria in the night has lost the hustle and bustle and lights of the past, and only the wind of morning travels through the empty streets of this plague, called the Wrath of the Nile by later generations, like an invisible enemy, has captured this city of wisdom and wealth from the inside. Under the sky curtain, everything is silent. Whether it was the ink masters of Yeqing in the Warring States period, the Taishua students of Luoyang in the former Eastern Han Dynasty, or the market people of Chang'an in the former Tang Dynasty, they all watched with bated breath the tribulations suffered by this great city of foreign nations. The shadow of death is so real, it spans time and space and presses on the heart of every viewer teacher. A weak voice sounded at the door. It was Apollonius, his face pale, his eye sockets deep, and he had obviously just broken free from the disease. The quarantine zone in the west of the city, Heron, passed away last night. The reed pen in his hand slammed, and a drop of dipped ink shook off the tip of the pen, fainting on the sketch of the fifth public hypothesis argument, blurring a key angle. Euclid did not look at the defaced drawing, he just slowly raised his head and looked out the window at the heavy night. Heron, the young man who had put forward subtle insights into the definition of point, his voice seemed to be still echoing under the pillars. Got it. Euclid's voice is extremely hoarse. Those who are alive must look forward even more. He lowered his head again, his gaze passing over the manuscript. On top of this, the brilliant results derived from the first four public hypotheses are shining brightly: the nature of the isosceles triangle, the universal law of circle and diameter, and even the famous proposition about the relationship between the three sides of a right triangle. These halls built by pure logic are so magnificent, but the key fifth hypothesis, which supports the entire theory of parallel lines, is still like an island, and the boat of logic can never truly dock. The death of reality and the predicament of theory were intertwined into a huge net at this moment, almost suffocating him. The original Warring States, time and space, tisk. A young ink disciple slapped his thigh abruptly. It's the fifth public office of Lachizi again. This Mr. Euclid is almost driven crazy by it. People are dead, still thinking about this. The giant Tian Dove shook his head slowly, his eyes sharp. Otherwise, it is precisely because of the impermanence of life and death that it is more necessary to grasp some unchanging things. He is not crazy, he is determined. If you have a certain heart, you cannot drift with the current. For this kind of mind, I will wait to learn. The original Eastern Han Dynasty, time and space, in the city of Luoyang, Zhonghong side. I don't want the academic holy land of Taishi to suffer this catastrophe. That student named Helen died in such a way. Seeing the pain of his teacher and friend is like empathizing. In the sky curtain, the plot advances. The elderly librarian, who was also Euclid's close friend and staunch supporter, Xenodotos, fell when Euclid ignored dissuasion, passed through the corridor shrouded in fear, and walked into the bookish bedroom. Xenodotos was suffering from a high fever, and his shortness of breath was like a dilapidated bellows. Euclid, when the curator's muddy eyes flashed when he sought his old friend, his trembling fingers grasped Euclid's hand tightly, with amazing strength. The manuscript, Geometric Originals, must be completed. It does not belong to Alexander, it belongs to time. He cast his gaze out of the window, as if to penetrate the dark clouds of the plague, looking into the depths of the starry sky for some kind of eternal order. Logic is the only thing we can grasp in a chaotic world. Anchor. Before the words were over, the clenched hand had already been released. The passing of a close friend, like the last straw, crushed some persistence in Euclid's heart. He no longer just buried his head in the research room, but walked into the neighborhood with the worst epidemic. He is not a doctor and cannot treat the flesh, but he uses the method of a geometer to try to fight chaos. He instructed the survivors to draw lines with lime and establish a quarantine zone. He used the principle of similar triangles to estimate the unreported number of deaths in those established quarantine areas to distribute increasingly tight medicines. He even drew a schematic diagram of the spread of the epidemic, trying to find the trajectory of the spread, although this was beyond what was known at the time. In the face of death, abstract geometry seems so powerless, but Euclid discovered that the persistent belief in order and rules derived from geometry, had itself become a force that supported him and even many people around him to live. Logic is no longer a game on paper at this moment, but a weapon against nothingness and despair. In the time and space of the early Song dynasty, ancestor Chen Tuan nodded frequently when he saw this scene. Wonderful. The use of character objects, this is also called. His set of knowledge about shape and number can be so used in the hearts and minds of the world to break through the chaos. This is the same as the heat and weight that our generation paid attention to when refining alchemy. The reason is the same, and they are all grasping the degree and number. In the picture, time came late at night, and the exhausted Euclid took a nap in the research room. As soon as he put his head on the manuscript, he sank into a dream. Immediately after that, the sky curtain showed the scene in Euclid's dream. In the picture, Euclid dreamed that he was walking on an extremely vast plane, so flat that there was no arc. He tried to walk in a straight line forever, but found that the plane under his feet began to distort and fold. He saw another kind of geometry. The sum of the inner corners of a triangle is no longer equal to two right angles, depending on its size. A little beyond the straight line, you can make countless straight lines that do not intersect with it, or none at all. There is no absolute parallelism, and there is no constant curvature. All theorems have become relative, and all spaces have different natures. Then he woke up from his dream. Cold sweat couldn't stop flowing. Outside the window, the sun gradually rose, and the weird dreamland brought a huge shock, but it was also like a flash of lightning, splitting a certain inherent barrier in his thinking. He did not find a way to prove the fifth public hypothesis, but he dimly realized that perhaps this public hypothesis itself is not self-evident. May it define some unique attribute of the flat space we are now in. The wave of plague, after taking away nearly 1/3 of the population of Alexandria, finally began to slowly recede. The Palace of Muses reopened, but many familiar faces disappeared forever. The survivors gathered under the pillars of the porch, their eyes full of blankness and trauma for the rest of their lives. Euclid stood in front of the sand table again. He has lost a lot of weight, and more gray hair has been added to his sideburns, but his eyes are deeper and firmer than ever before. He did not immediately start teaching new geometric theorems, but slowly drew a perfect circle on the sand table with a wooden stick. We just went through a storm. His voice is calm, but it contains soothing power in the storm. The world we are familiar with seems to collapse, the rules fail, and life is like floating. But look at this circle. He pointed to the sand table. No matter how the storm rages, no matter where we are or at the end of the world, as long as the public hypothesis of a given circle with a center and radius can be used as a circle is recognized, then the ratio of the circle shape to the number behind this figure, the relationship between its area and the square of the radius, is the relationship between the square of the circle and the square of the radius. These theorems derived from logic will be established forever, without interference from any storm, any emperor, or even any god. His gaze swept across the students and saw the glimmer of light gradually rekindling in their eyes. Logic is not just a tool for us to build a temple of knowledge. It is an eternal kingdom ruled by inevitability that has been opened up for us outside of the real world of all variability, decadence, and chance. In this country, there is no plague, no death, no power strife, only the truth that is as clear as crystal. Master logic is to possess the key to entering this eternal kingdom. This is perhaps the most profound way for us to fight time and nothingness. He put down the wooden stick, and the dust flew in the sun. On the sky curtain, Euclid's course continues. Under the sky curtain, dynasties that did not yet know this knowledge, the people always felt as if their heads were stuffed with something again. Carpenter B said to Farmer A, "Brother, what kind of triangle stability do they have?" I tried it and added a diagonal support. The table made is really more stable. This Mr. Yang's knowledge is interesting. Mengshua Tongtong, in Urchin Group Chat, it's not fun, sir said. In the future, you must not only memorize the endorsement, but also ask why is this so, and say what you want to learn from the people in the scene to be reasonable. Bitter 2. Chapter 82. The Foundation of Mathematics, the beginning of a prosperous age. The time on the sky curtain seemed to speed up the flow of time. The prosperity of Alexandria has gradually recovered from the disaster of the plague, and the sound of the waves is still as noisy as ever. The figure of the once tireless teaching under the pillars of the porch is also increasingly stained with wind and frost. Euclid's sideburns were completely pale, and his straight back was slightly rickety. Only those deep and intelligent eyes were as firm as when he was young. Now that Geometric Principles has spent decades of hard work under him, its 13-volume masterpiece will always be perfect in his hands today. The 13-volume masterpiece, Geometric Principles, which took him decades of hard work, was finally perfected in his hands. This work is no longer just a mountain of papyrus and sheepskin rolls. It has been connected by him with wisdom and strict logic. These definitions, concepts, and axioms. He woven this scattered geometric knowledge into a temple in the history of mathematics. At the moment of completion, there was no earth-shattering announcement. At dusk in the picture, Euclid pushed the finely sorted manuscript to his most trusted disciple Apollonius. His thin fingers gently brushed the cover, as if completing a long relay. He solemnly handed over the torch in his hand. "It belongs to time," he said calmly. There was no ecstasy in his tone, only the relief of the achievement of the mission and the calm after looking into the distance. He knew better than anyone that the foundation stone of this temple was still embedded with the unfinished gemstone called the fifth public formula. But its stability as a cornerstone is enough to support the entire building. He left the problem to the future and the infinite possibilities. In the years since, although Euclid still lectured occasionally, his voice was no longer as loud as it used to be. More often, he sits alone and meditates, his gaze skimming the graphics, casting into the depths of the starry sky and the sea, leaving some deep thoughts about infinity and measure on the paper. He abided by his duty as a scholar until the end of his life. Under the sky curtain, all beings in China saw that the old man finally lay peacefully on the manuscript he had devoted his life to on a sunny and warm afternoon, like a tired boat finally returned to the harbor of reason, silent. He left quietly, but a monument of wisdom stood behind him. These decades of persistence have left priceless treasures for future generations, and the feat of leaving priceless treasures for future generations has made all viewers awe-inspiring. For this silent and great power, the aftertaste of the sky curtain has not disappeared, and a revolution sweeping across time and space has roared silently. Mathematics is regarded as a brand new cornerstone of civilization, and it has been solemnly written into the decrees of seeking talents issued in the government affairs. A general election of talents aimed at laying the foundation for the future has been launched in all temples. The first to react was Cui Jin from Datong Time and Space, the former provincial governor of Chang'an Shangshu Lingshi, and now the prime minister of the Datong ruling pavilion, stared at the sky curtain, full of enthusiasm. He looked around at everyone present, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Gentlemen, have you seen it? This is the true immortality. Mr. Euclid has been impoverished all his life, but with the purest reason, he has laid a foundation for our entire civilization that will never fall. Scholars of my generation, facing such models, how can they not yearn for them and see the sages and think together? He tightly covered the Guozi sacrifice wine next to him, who was in charge of the Guozijian, and said earnestly, "The sacrifice of wine, for which Mr. Euclid has devoted his life, is the cornerstone of our new order. To this end, the ruling pavilion has used the convenience of the Tianmu group chat to select talents in the world. Nowadays, the preliminary examination of computer science is widely set up, and layers of screening are used to recruit talents, geniuses who stand out from all over the world will be recommended by the state government to Chang'an, and the best ones will be approved by the state Zijian. The best ones will enter your mathematics and mathematics shy for further study. The remaining Junjia will also be enrolled in local government schools to enrich the teachers of state and county arithmetic. Their task is to thoroughly understand the principles of geometry and later the knowledge of these mathematical sages, and use it for my Datong Republic. As far as I can see, this learning is the key to that magical era in the sky curtain. What it brings will be the rise of 10,000 high rise buildings on the flat ground, and the iron bird soaring in the sky. What we have to do is to take this learning as the foundation, so that my Datong Republic, step by step, will move solidly towards that future, and realize a prosperous era that belongs to us. And everyone is like a dragon. Your number Jai must become a holy place that gathers the world's top arithmetic minds, so that they can collide here to illuminate the future sparks. This matter is about the future, and the responsibility for the sacrifice of wine is as heavy as a mountain. After listening to the Guozi sacrifice, his chest heaved violently. He took a deep breath and took a step back. Facing Cui Jin and everyone present, the hem of the general's robe was lifted. Solemnly bowed an extremely standard long bow, with an uncontrollable choking voice and unprecedented firmness. Prime Minister, the next official is respected. I only know today what is hard work to enlighten the mountains and forests. Mr. Euclid walked alone in the desert, opening up fertile ground for me. Today, the Prime Minister and the ruling cabinet are far-sighted, and they have pointed out the direction for our generation to sow and cultivate on this fertile soil until the Tower of Heaven is built. He straightened up, the tears in his eyes did not retreat, but the torch of fighting spirit had been ignited. Please rest assured that the Prime Minister and the ruling cabinet, the lower officials are here, and the Guozijian counts Jai every day, by no means another Yaman who reads the scriptures to death. After answering, he started to think again, and after a while, he stared at Cui Jin with burning eyes. Prime Minister, the next official will personally preside over, taking geometric principles as the core classic, and searching extensively for the essence of mathematics shown in the continuation behind the scenes. Supervise the compilation of the mathematics lesson plan as a unified textbook for official studies at all levels, so that the system is strict, from shallow to deep, so that Our Datong arithmetic inheritance has a solid foundation. At the same time, the next official will go to the selection site of each state in person, and will never let a pearl be dusted. He gave a heavy sigh of relief at the end, almost issuing a military order. The subordinate is willing to use this body as the first paving stone for the prosperity of my Datong dynasty, when everyone is like a dragon. If Shuje can't cultivate the material of Qing Tian for my Datong, the next official will be willing to take the heavy responsibility. Cui Jin looked at the excited but clear-thinking Guozi sacrificing wine in front of her, her eyes full of appreciation and expectation. He stepped forward and helped Guozi to sacrifice wine with his own hands. Good. The sacrifice of wine is thoughtful, forethought, and down-to-earth. In this way, Mr. Euclid's learning can truly be rooted in the fertile soil of my Datong. The ruling cabinet will definitely support everything you say. He looked around at everyone present, his voice firm and full of strength. From today on, mathematics is learning, and logic is the foundation of the country. I hope that I will work together with the sacrifice wine, so that my Datong can not only resonate with the wisdom of the sages, but also use this as a basis to create an unprecedented prosperity that belongs to us. The spark left by Euclid has not yet been burned out, but the glimmer of the sky curtain has flowed again, quietly turning to the sage who was about to use a lever to pry the whole world. Chapter 83 Archimedes, the father of mechanics. Yu's 10-day time is exceptionally long for ancient life, where there is no entertainment and only busy all day long. When the curtain came on again on time, the people were the happiest, accompanied by the cheers of the people. The picture does not begin to tell about the characters to be counted today. Instead, what appears is an old man with gray hair squatting on the beach, intently drawing complex graphics. The next moment, the picture switches, and the huge battleship is lying in the port like a mountain, and countless craftsmen and soldiers look as small as ants in front of them, and the old man was standing on the shore. He had no magic weapon in his hand, only some ropes, pulleys, and his eyes that seemed to be able to understand the mysteries of all things. A calm and powerful voice, like a declaration of fate, sounded in the consciousness of all creatures in time and space. He failed to build an eternal geometric temple. He chose to use the power of reason to defend the city-state under his feet. When the fulcrum falls, the world will be tilted for it. Preface. In the name of Euclid, today, witness the father of mechanics. The 4 words, father of mechanics, are like thunder, blasting in the hearts of every viewer. In Yeqing during the Warring States period, Tian Dove, the giant of the Amo family, stood up abruptly, and the ruler in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. He didn't know it, he just stared at the huge battleship and the small figure on the sky curtain, his voice trembling in disbelief. Defend the city-state? Fight against thousands of armies with the power of one person? This is power learning? In Luoyang, Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Hong murmured, leverage, fulcrum. It turns out that the power of mathematics and science can really pry the real mountains and rivers? All time and space, whether in temples or rivers and lakes, everyone is aware of what the sky curtain shows this time. It will be a majestic force that is completely different from Euclid's pure reason, more direct, wilder, and closer to reality and survival. In the sky curtain, the light gathered, and finally fixed on the resolute and wise face of the white-haired old man. The magnificent voice revealed the final answer. Tianmu Mathematics Chapter 3 Inventory. Today's inventory character. Archimedes. Archimedes, 287 BC, 212 BC, ancient Greek mathematician, physicist, engineer. Syracuse, who was born in Sicily, went to Alexandria to study and was deeply influenced by the Euclid school. He closely combined mathematical exploration with the application of physics. His work combines the depth of theory with the power of reality, and he has left a number of classic works that have laid the foundation of science in future generations. In the field of mathematics, into the measure of a circle, he used the outer tangent and inner 96-sided shape of a circle to accurately calculate pi, and obtained the range of 722 I1/4 2 euro I1/4 771223, approximate value 3.14163, which is the earliest pi value in the history of mathematics to clarify the error limit. In ball and cylinder, the exhaustion method is used to prove that the surface area of the ball is equal to 4 times the area of the large circle and the volume is 4 times that of the cone with the same bottom and the same height, and the Archimedes axiom is proposed. Works such as parabola product method, on spirals, on cones and spheres systematically studied the area and volume of complex geometries for the first time. The formula is also derived through the equilibrium method, the original integral idea, and its method is explained in the Archimedes method, which has become an important source of calculus in later generations. Sand particle calculation also innovates the order counting method to solve the problem of calculating the number of sand particles in the universe, which is connected with the logic of logarithmic operations. In the field of mechanics, he strictly proved the principle of leverage and the balance of planes and established a method for Calculating the Center of Gravity of Planes in Three-Dimensional Graphics. As the first monograph of hydrostatic mechanics, floating body systematically proposes the law of buoyancy, Archimedes' principle, and perfectly applies mathematical reasoning to the equilibrium analysis of floating bodies. Archimedes used his writings to construct a system of statics, and his strict application of mathematics to the research methods of natural philosophy laid the foundation for the rise of science in later generations, and he was revered as the father of mechanics. The father of mechanics, in the ruling pavilion of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty, Premier Cui Jin repeatedly recited this title. Her eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and said to Guozi, sacrificing wine, do you understand? Euclid taught us to learn mathematics logically. This Archimedes is teaching us how to use this mathematical knowledge to change the world. The more he said, the more excited he became. You can't just bury your head in reading. That if we want to start a new course right away, we will use the geometry knowledge we just learned to study the phenomena of leverage and buoyancy mentioned on the canopy. We want everyone to know that learning mathematics well can really pry mountains and rivers. Guozi nodded again and again at the sacrifice of wine. You are right. Mathematics is the foundation, mechanics is the application, and the two are originally one. I will make arrangements now so that students can not only learn theory, but also do experiments with their own hands, and use practice to verify their knowledge. At the same time, the headquarters of the Mo family in Yeqing during the original Warring States period had already exploded. Tian Dove, the giant of the Mo family, stared at the schematic diagram of the lever flashing on the sky curtain, his hand shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the ruler. He suddenly patted his thigh. I get it. Our ancestors have long talked about the role of force in the Book of Ink, but this Archimedes, he can actually use mathematics to calculate the law of force clearly. He immediately ordered his disciples quickly find out all the records about force in our Book of Ink and restudy the content of Tianmu. From today on, we have to use mathematical knowledge to calculate how much force is required to build a ladder, and to make a crossbow machine to calculate how far we can shoot. This is the real use of knowledge in place. In Luoyang in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zheng Han looked at the instruments in the sky curtain. He said to himself, we in China have long known how to use our strength, and how many clever designs are recorded in the examination notes. But, he sighed, there are so many records, but the laws behind them have not been found out through mathematics. It's sad and lamentable. The people's reaction was more direct. An old carpenter said in a group chat, I always knew that this kind of work saves effort, but I never figured out why it saves effort. Tianmu was going to teach us computing power. Another shipbuilder agreed, that's it. We all rely on experience in shipbuilding. If we can calculate the size of buoyancy like accounting, how practical it would be. There was excitement under the sky curtain, and the story about Archimedes on the sky curtain had already begun. Chapter 84 Archimedes' Pursuit of Education. The sky curtain pulled time back to 269 BC, and when the familiar Mediterranean blue filled the field of vision again, viewers in all time and space immediately recognized it. This is exactly the academic mecca that countless sages yearned for. When Euclid was taken stock of before Alexandria, the picture began to shrink. Focusing on the magnificent buildings supported by countless white pillars, the Library of Alexandria and the Palace of Muses of Archimedes, an aristocratic young man from Syracuse, Sicily, as the son of the astronomer Phidias, is sitting in his sunny reading room at this moment, gently putting down the uncleared papyrus scroll in his hand. He was immersed in the exquisite argument about the theory of proportion and geometric principles, and the strict logical chain fascinated him. Through this manuscript, he seemed to be engaged in a divine friendship across time and space with teacher Euclid, who had never met before. Look, this is what teacher Euclid finally perfected and proved on the basis of his predecessors. There are infinite primes. A classmate from Athens beside him pointed to another passage of text with a bit of ostentation, which was a concise and profound counter-argument. Archimedes scanned the text with deep eyes, nodded, but shook his head slightly. His fingers unconsciously drew dots and lines on the wooden board covered with fine sand, muttering to himself, "Wonderful. It's really exquisite." But, it's more than that. Teacher Euclid used these axioms and logic to build a geometric temple. But I was thinking, if the number itself is also regarded as a kind of quantity that can be infinitely divided in continuous dots, so everything in the world, from the trajectory of the stars to the ups and downs of the earth, can all the changes behind it be so accurately defined, measured, and calculated? His thinking seemed to be born with an urge to cross barriers, and he began to keenly touch the blurred boundary between the mathematical and physical worlds. In addition to the vast collection of books in the Palace of Muses, the young Archimedes was even more obsessed with the noisy workshops attached to the library. There, skilled craftsmen from Egypt, Babylon, and Greece are applying abstract geometric principles to concrete objects. He often stood for a long time, staring at the craftsmen. Using a long pole to pry the boulder, his heart surging endlessly. Labor-saving geometry? Is there an eternal proportion in it? Can you capture it with a concise formula? These simple questions that sprouted in the workshop collided fiercely with the rigorous logic he read in Geometric Principles in his mind. Gradually merged into a grander ambition. He longed to find a common language that could describe abstract geometric figures and measure specific things. During the change of the picture, came the picture of Archimedes' fierce debate with scholars from all over the Mediterranean. In the debate, I don't know who brought up the topic and turned to the circle. What do you think is the ratio of circumference length to diameter? A scholar from Cyrene asked. The general view at that time was that it was approximately equal to 3. Archimedes' gaze swept across everyone's faces, and finally settled at a certain point in the void, his tone firm and calm. But it's definitely not as simple as the so-called 3. I am convinced that this ratio is a definite and objective number, an irrational number, and it is there waiting for us to use a rigorous method to infinitely approach its true value. I will find a way to calculate it. The almost stubborn self-confidence revealed in his words stunned some people present and plunged others into contemplation. This unique tendency to closely associate abstract mathematics with the world of figurative physics has been clearly formed in his years of study in Alexandria. Archimedes' firm words, like stones thrown into a calm lake, caused layers of ripples under the sky curtain, and in the time and space of thousands of huaxia, what he showed, the kind of grand ambition to connect the most abstract mathematics with the most concrete all things, and the superior environment in the Holy Land of Knowledge, deeply stung and deeply inspired all viewers inside the ruling pavilion of Chang'an in the original Tang Dynasty time and space. Premier Cui Jin Huaran turned around, no longer just looking at the sky curtain, but glanced at the rest of the people in the pavilion scorchingly, and finally fixed on Guizi sacrificing wine, with unprecedented heat and determination in his tone. Everyone, have you seen it? This is the holy land of learning that I have always dreamed of. Why could Alexandria give birth to Euclid and Archimedes? Because it has all rivers and seas, gathers talents from all over the world to teach it, and accommodates knowledge from all over the world to study it. My Datong master Shuzhai is now recruiting talents in numerology from all over the world. Isn't he doing the same thing? He took a deep breath, and his voice spread throughout the council chamber, with the ambition to make history. However, that's not enough. What we want to build should not just be a library in Chang'an City, but the Alexandrian library of my Datong dynasty. Let me Huaxia Shenzhou become a new world wisdom center that attracts the wise of the world and gathers the knowledge of all nations. Only by gathering the geniuses of the world can we create the prosperity of my country for all ages on the shoulders of Xinjia. At almost the same time, in Yeqing, the former warring state's period of time and space, the Mo Family Association, the giant Tian Dove looked up at the gathering of middle school students in the sky curtain and the pomp of 100 families arguing, and then recalled Archimedes' diligent search in the workshop. His heart ebbed and flowed. He turned to the disciples under the door, his eyes were bright, and he said in a deep voice. In the past, my Mo family bowed and practiced, traveled to the nations to save the world, stopped fighting and did not attack, and never slackened. Now that I look at the sky curtain, I know that in addition to studying my own doctrines, my Mo family should open their minds, accept hundreds of words, and discuss with the world's sages. We must also imitate the distant learning port, gather talents from all walks of life, and explore the ingenuity of heaven and earth together. This move is not the rise and fall of one school and one discipline, but it is actually the foundation of my academic life in China. Everywhere in the folk, they were also deeply touched. Yuan Daming, an old gentleman who was teaching in a private school, looked at the sky curtain and sighed. In the past, I only felt that the sage's knowledge was in the book, but today I know that the real university question is in the heavens and the earth, in all things, and even in this collision of different ideas. In future teaching, students should be guided not only to read 10,000 books, but also to observe all kinds of things. And they must have such stubbornness to get to the bottom of it. A senior craftsman in the Suzhou Industry Association at the end of the original Ming dynasty spoke that sage is right. The ratio of round diameters is by no means as simple as 3. Let's make wheels and dendrobium, a kind of measuring instrument, but if the requirements are higher, we can feel that this 3 is not enough. If this republic can really organize manpower now, like this Archimedes sage, and calculate this ratio more accurately, our craftsmanship can also take it to the next level. Time passed slowly on the sky curtain, and Archimedes' several years of study came to an end. Now he is no longer the young man who first arrived. Now he not only understands the essence of geometry of the Euclidean school, but also has a grander ambition in his heart to use the language of mathematics to interpret and even conquer the laws of operation of the physical world. On the sky curtain, Archimedes' ambition set off with him on the way home. The cluster of rational sparks ignited in Alexandria is about to ignite into a raging flame that illuminates the laws of the operation of all things in his hometown of Syracuse. Chapter 85 Exhaustion Law and the Golden Crown. The sea breeze swayed the sails and also stirred his thoughts. He thought about the delicate balance between focus and distance, sketched the mathematical expression of fluid resistance, and even imagined how to use a complex set of pulleys to push the ship of thousands of people with the power of a single person. In the writings of Euclid in Alexandria, he learned how to seek the truth. Now he wants to let the truth build a temple of truth in the real world. After not knowing how long it had been sailing, the ship finally docked in the port of Syracuse. The sun in his hometown is still blazing, but in his eyes, everything in this light, including the undulating ships in the port, the towering stone pillars of the temple, and even the slaves pushing heavy objects on the streets, these are no longer ordinary scenes, but countless propositions waiting to be interpreted and optimized. The cluster of rational sparks ignited in Alexandria, at the moment of stepping into Syracuse, finally fell into the long-awaited drywood called application. In the sky curtain picture, under the vitality intertwined by the noise of business travel and the hawking in the market, Archimedes' residence is like a quiet corner forgotten by time. King Helen II, in gratitude for his wisdom and reputation, gave him the privilege of not having to be entangled in mundane affairs, allowing him to be completely immersed in the vast ocean of thinking for several years. His study room is full of papyrus and wax plates, rolls of yellowed papyrus and wood planks covered with nicks piled up like mountains, and the dense geometric figures and number symbols on them are all he lives now. In the picture, at this moment, his gaze is deeply focused on a smooth wooden sphere modeled. It was quietly placed on a wooden frame, and the sunlight through the stone window shone on his smooth surface, reflecting his vague shadow. How can you accurately measure your perfect curved surface? He whispered to the silent sphere. The volume and surface area of the ball can be calculated for a polyhedron composed of straight lines, but for this smooth arc, it is as difficult as catching the figure of the wind. The sun's shadow crawled quietly on the modeled stone ground, but he was unaware of it. In the study room, there was only the faint rustle of the pen on the waxboard, and his own deep breathing. The smooth wooden sphere, in the beating halo of oil lamps, like a silent puzzle, lay in his heart for 3 days. He has tried countless methods, measuring with a string, and fitting the surface with a thin piece of gold, but the difference is always a millimeter. He began to get restless, like an ant on a hot pot, hurriedly walking around the house. He walked to the desktop and irritably pushed away the case full of toilet paper, and then walked to the window. He needed to calm himself down. He looked at the street outside the window, and his gaze swept across the scene of the craftsman chiseling stones on the corner of the street. Between the stone chips flying, a polygonal stone was being chiseled off a little bit, and its edges and corners tended to be rounded. Suddenly, he was stunned. An unprecedented thought, like a sharp pair of scissors, cut off the unclear thoughts in his mind. Since this perfect curved surface itself cannot be directly measured, why not use the bodies composed of straight lines that he has long known, from both inside and outside, to squeeze and approach it infinitely? This thought made him shudder all over. He almost rushed back to the front of the case and grabbed the new wax plate, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. I finally thought of it, I should do it, he muttered to himself, and the charcoal pen drew a nearly perfect circle on the waxboard, representing the cross-section of the ball. First of all, inside this ball, make an internal polyhedron. The nib of the pen moved rapidly, sketching a regular octahedron composed of 8 equilateral triangles with distinct edges and corners in the circle. Its volume, he knew, was much smaller than the sphere, but this was by no means in vain. It was a solid starting point, a known cornerstone that was lower than the volume of the sphere. Then, his breathing became heavier, the tip of the pen became faster, and a regular octahedron that was also composed of 8 faces but tightly wrapped the circle was drawn outside the circle. Make another outer cut polyhedron that tightly wraps it from the outside, like creating a hard shell for it. Now, a clear picture is presented on the wax board. The sphere is confined between 2 rough geometric boundaries. The inner cut lies at the bottom, and the outer cut lies at the top. And now, there was a light of excitement in his eyes. The true volume of the ball must be sandwiched between these 2 volumes. He quickly used his known knowledge to calculate the volume of the inner octahedron and the outer cut octahedron. The values of the 2 are far apart, but together they define a wide range. The true volume of the sphere is hidden within this range. However, this range is too wide. He was not discouraged. Excited whispers echoed in the room. If I keep increasing the number of faces of the polyhedron to make these grids denser and denser, then the upper and lower boundaries will definitely get closer and closer. His thinking ran wildly in the abstract realm. The octahedron in my mind began to evolve, and each face was divided again. The octahedron is transformed into an icosahedron, a 32-sided body. The volume of the internal polyhedron steadily increases with the increase of the number of faces, and it becomes more and more filled with the ball. The volume of the outer cut polyhedron shrank, and it became closer and closer to the wall of the ball, pressing the unknown true value step by step into a narrow range that could not be hidden. When the number of imaginary faces increased to nearly 100, The internal and external polyhedra almost coincided with the sphere in the extreme of speculation, and their volume was infinitely close to the same ultimate value. He put down the hard pen, and this subtle approach to the idea itself was a huge success, but a more profound question then emerged. Can this ultimate limit be expressed in a more concise, beautiful, and basic geometry? His gaze fell back to the original circle and its most natural outer cut square. A simple three-dimensional rotation was completed in his mind. The circle rotated around the diameter, generating a sphere, and its outer cut square rotates to produce a cylinder that perfectly wraps the sphere inside. Is there some kind of eternal proportional relationship between the two? This possible discovery made his heart beat faster. He leaned over again and started a new and decisive round of calculations. The process of proving is lengthy and complicated, and the marks on the wax plate are engraved in flat, and engraved. When all the logical chains were finally closed perfectly, he put down his sharp pen and breathed a long sigh of relief. A simple, harmonious, proportional relationship like the essence of the universe was clearly presented before his eyes. The volume of this ball is exactly 2/3 of the volume of the outer tangent cylinder. The surface area of this ball is also 2/3 of the surface area of this cylinder. The mathematical beauty contained in this discovery is concise and deep, far beyond all cumbersome calculation processes. Archimedes stared at the simple wooden sphere, and his fingers gently brushed the smooth surface, as if touching the most authentic texture between heaven and earth. The fog that had plagued him for many days completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. In order to thank Hill and Two for his kindness, he dedicated his book, The Measurement of the Circle, to Hill and Two, in which he systematically explained the method of approximating pi by calculating the circumference of the inner and outer regular polygons of the circle. Starting from the regular hexagon, he multiplied the number of sides one by one until the 96agon. After rigorous calculations, he concluded that the circumference ratio was between 3.1408 and 3.1429. This move made him famous in the folk, but Archimedes did not care about these reputations, and continued to study the application of mathematics. The sky screen shows that he is either studying or on the way to research, knowing that the picture is frozen on an ordinary afternoon. Hill and Two called him into the palace, and in the main hall of the palace, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. The king pointed to a newly cast crown in front of him. Frowning, the crown is brilliant in gold, exquisite in craftsmanship, and weighs exactly the same as the pure gold originally handed over to the goldsmith. Archimedes, the king's voice has unquestionable majesty. I need you to find out whether the craftsman mixed silver in the crown and embezzled part of the gold, but you must ensure that the crown cannot be damaged in the slightest. This sudden problem caused Archimedes to fall into contemplation. The same weight, unknown material, and unbreakable. These three conditions are like triple chains, restraining his thinking. This order made him feel so headache that he wandered around the house for several days, unable to eat or drink, and the ground was covered with various geometric figures, but he never found a breakthrough. After several days of searching, Archimedes was exhausted physically and mentally, so he wanted to relax. He came to the bathtub filled with hot water and wanted to take a bath to relax. As his body slowly sank into the water, he noticed that the water surface rose, and even part of the water overflowed out of the bucket. This unusual phenomenon caused thunder in his mind, which was soaked in geometry and mechanics. The amount of water discharged by an object immersed in water must be equal to its volume. If the crown is mixed with a smaller density of silver, then at the same weight, its volume must be greater than pure gold, and more water will be discharged. This discovery made him ecstatic. He didn't even care about dressing, so he rushed out of the bathroom and ran naked on the streets of Syracuse, galloping in the direction of the palace. His gray beard and hair were flying in the wind, his eyes gleamed with the light of truth, and he kept shouting in Greek, "Eureka! Eureka! I found it! I found it!" The news quickly spread all over the city. The king, courtiers, and curious citizens gathered in the square, waiting for a public verification. A large jar full of water was placed in the field, next to the crown, and a piece of pure gold equal to the weight of the raw material. Archimedes first sank the gold nugget into the water and marked the water level on the wall of the tank. After taking out the gold nugget and re-adding the water to the original scale, he slowly immersed the crown in the water. At this time, the water surface stopped at a position significantly higher than the marked. Exclamations broke out in the crowd. The visual difference says it all. The volume of the crown is indeed greater than that of pure gold of the same weight, and adulteration is a foregone conclusion. The goldsmith's fraud has nothing to hide in front of the laws of nature. Amidst everyone's exclamations and the king's sudden and angry gaze, Archimedes stared at the still shaking clear water surface and fell into deeper thought. The lifting power of water, the amount of water that is drained away when an object is immersed. Behind this, there must be a more universal law hidden. After this incident, he did not stop in the sky curtain, and began to systematically devote himself to the study of floating elephants. He experimented with objects of various materials and shapes to measure their ups and downs in different liquids and the weight of the discharged liquids. After rigorous induction and deduction, a clear law surfaced and was solemnly recorded by him in On Floating Bodies. The buoyancy of an object immersed in a stationary fluid is equal to the weight of the fluid discharged by the object. It not only explains the mystery of the crown, but also reveals the unified law of the behavior of all floating bodies in one fell swoop. From the sailing boat to the swimming fish in the water, the mystery of its ups and downs is all attributed to this simple and profound law. Under the sky curtain, in the conference hall of Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou stared at the deeds of Archimedes on the light curtain and said, in a deep voice, Mr. Archimedes can ascend to this canopy, and it really deserves its reputation. Looking at his life, he has spent decades melting the principles of mathematics and practical techniques in one furnace. This perseverance are beyond the reach of ordinary people. His various achievements also confirm that mathematics is not a science of empty talk, but is actually a fundamental technique hidden in clothing, food, housing, and engineering construction. In my opinion, the students of the Digital Research Institute should be sent to various engineering territories so that they can work and study with engineers and craftsmen. Not only allow students to measure, plan, and verify with mathematical calculations, but also put the theory on the ground. He also used practice to polish his knowledge and improve his mathematical system. More importantly, when systematic mathematics teaching is implemented in the world, now that the Great Chu dynasty is unified, there must be talented people in the people, who are either good at arithmetic or good at derivation, but they are buried because they have no way to acquire systematic methods. If you can widely open the door to teaching, it can not only be used by the court, but also make the art of mathematics truly serve the world. This is a long-term plan. Xiang Liang also praised, if this is the case, if you educate the people of the world, why worry that the country will not be happy? As soon as the voices of Lao Zhou and Xiang Liang fell, the picture in the sky curtain began to turn to a more shocking picture. The power of mathematics is being transformed into real armor, catapults, and formations, quietly supporting the foundation of a country's combat power. The sense of deterrence spawned by mathematics and science makes everyone in the hall hold their breath more than any sword. Chapter 86. The war engineers who defended Syracuse. In the picture, we came to the Mediterranean Sea in 214 BCE. On the sea in this year, the iron-gray wooden warships piloted by the Roman legions were rampant here. The general of the Roman Republic, Marcellus, was riding on a tall warhorse. Behind him was a dense phalanx of 40,000 heavy infantry, and the Roman dagger in his hand shone with a terrifying cold light in the sun. At sea, more than 100 three-tier paddle warships are lined up in a wedge-shaped array, and the bronze horns of the bow are like the fangs of a giant beast, slowly approaching the city walls of Syracuse's port. The head of Syracuse, the armor of the defenders was glowing with old patina, and the hands of many soldiers were still trembling slightly. Of the grandson of Hill and II, at this time the young consul of Syracuse, stood at the highest point of the city tower, looking at the black Roman army under the city. His fingertips turned white. Grandfather's dying words 3 years ago are still echoing in his ears. In case of crisis, Mr. Archimedes' wisdom is more reliable than thousands of troops. So he personally walked through the stone road in the city and came to Archimedes' residence. It was a hut full of sandbags, copper measuring tools, and sheepskin rolls. Archimedes, who was in his 70s, was squatting on the ground, using a wooden stick to outline a spiral line in the sandpan, and the pottery bowl beside him still contained unfinished olives and wheat cakes. Sir, the Romans are here. The Archon's voice has a vibrato. Their warships can break through the breakwater of the port, and the phalanx of soldiers can level the fortress outside the city. We can't hold it anymore. Archimedes slowly raised his head, with a few grains of sand and dust still on his gray beard. He did not respond immediately, but gently placed the wooden stick in his hand on the edge of the sand table, and looked out the window. There, the children of Syracuse were still chasing and playing, the vendors in the market were putting away their stalls, and the mixed smell of figs and sea water floated in the air. I have studied numbers and shapes all my life, originally to explore the laws of nature. He stood up and patted the Archon on the shoulder, his voice calm but powerful. But now, these laws are going to be used to protect the homeland. In the evening of that day, there was a jingling sound of iron strikes in Syracuse's workshop. Archimedes took off his robe, changed into a short coarse cloth shirt, and spread the geometric figures on the sheepskin roll on the stone table in the center of the workshop. We have to be a hand that can grasp the battleship. He pointed to the levers and pulley blocks on the drawing and said to the craftsmen who surrounded him, the boom protruding from the city wall must be 30 cubits long, and the iron claws at the top must be forged with wrought iron. The weight of the counterweight must be 2/3 of the draft weight of the battleship. This is the truth of leverage balance. 1 cent difference, you can't catch an enemy ship. The craftsmen looked at each other. They had relied on experience to build agricultural tools and weapons for generations. They had never heard of such precise terms as elbow ruler and 2/3. It can be seen that Archimedes repeatedly deduced the suffering on the sand table, and involuntarily picked up the anvil and hammer. In the council hall of Xianyang Palace, the picture on the sky curtain is following Archimedes' movements. Lao Zhou rubbed the copper belt hook around his waist unconsciously with his fingers, muttering to himself, the 30-cubit boom, the counterweight is 2/3. Where is this manufacturing equipment? It is clearly fighting in arithmetic. He turned his head to look at the shuffling beside him. Do I ever remember that when the Lycian mausoleum was being repaired, the craftsman built a heavy wooden frame, relying on the old craftsman to say, it's almost that long, it's probably that heavy. As a result, it broke 3 times and injured 5 people. If there was such a use of data to speak at the time, why should this be the case? Xiaofu Ling returned and said, the congressman is right, but I'm waiting for the craftsman to pass on the art. It's always, how do the master teach, how do the apprentices learn? For example, to build a trebuchet, the range is far or not far, it all depends on the craftsmanship. Some can throw 50 steps, some can only throw 30 steps, and there is never an accurate number. It can be seen that Mr. Archimedes in the sky curtain, even the weight of the counterweight is not bad, this is indeed a real skill. At this moment, the scene in the sky curtain suddenly switched to the port of Syracuse. The early morning mist has not dissipated, and the vanguard warships of the Roman fleet have quietly approached the city wall. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound of gears turning from behind the battlements, and more than a dozen thick wooden arms stretched out from behind the city wall, each with a fist-sized iron claw hanging from the top of the wooden arm. It was a scaled-down version of the claw of Archimedes, and on the inside of the city wall, dozens of soldiers were pushing the counterweight stones according to the scale drawn by Archimedes, hooked. Cheers from the Syracuse defenders sounded. The iron claw at the top of a wooden arm accurately hooked the bow of the Roman warship, and then, under the traction of the counterweight, the wooden arm slowly lifted up. The entire warship was abruptly lifted off the water, and the seaweed and shells on the bottom of the ship were clearly visible. The Roman sailors screamed and grabbed the side of the ship, and some even fell directly into the sea. When the warship was lifted to the height of the city wall, the wooden arm was suddenly released, and the warship hit the reef heavily. The hull broke instantly, and the sea water poured into the cabin and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Oh my God! In Xianyang Palace, the general in charge of weapon manufacturing, Xiaofu, stood up abruptly, pressed his hands on the case, his knuckles turned white. It's amazing to be able to lift the warship up. The winch I used can only pull 4 at most, but this device actually relies on the strength of counting. Xiang Liang stroked his beard and stared at the sky curtain tightly. More than weapons, look at Archimedes. There is a fixed number of the size of each part and the weight of each counterweight. This is quantifiable. My great Chu is now repairing canals and fortifications, and the craftsmen are still saying come by experience, but experience will go wrong and will be lost. Only this mathematical method can make the truth clear and pass it on. If you can let mathematics and the old masters give lectures together, why worry about poor skills? The battle in the sky curtain continues. Seeing that the warship was repeatedly hit hard, the Romans changed to attack by land. Marcellus personally led the infantry phalanx, pushing the siege hammer towards the city wall, but just 100 meters away from the city wall, there was a sudden sound of clapping on the top of the city, and dozens of improved trebuchets were launched at the same time. The brackets of these trebuchets are engraved with fine scales, and the soldiers follow Archimedes' instructions to place the stones in the designated position and pull the bowstring. The stone drew a precise parabola in the air, and it happened to fall in the center of the Roman phalanx, knocking down a piece of soldiers, and the phalanx instantly became a mess, so accurate. In Xianyang Palace, Xiangyu couldn't help clapping his hands. This trebuchet is as accurate as archery. I was watching catapult in the martial arts field before, and 9 out of 10 rounds fell elsewhere, and I had to rely on the archer to correct the position. How did Archimedes do it? Lao Zhou sighed, with a bit of emotion in his tone. It was calculated, the trajectory of the parabola, the weight of the stone, and the tension of the bowstring can all be calculated mathematically. In my dynasty's number Jane, there are also ways to calculate earthwork and food, but no one has ever thought that these algorithms can be used in war. If these algorithms can be taught to the craftsmen in the military, and then they can turn their experience into numbers, how can my Dachu's combat power be more than doubled? He turned to everyone present, his voice getting firmer and firmer. Look, everyone, Archimedes' equipment can hold a city, not by brute force, but by the precision of counting. My great Chu is now in charge of the world. He wants to repair water conservancy, build cities, and strengthen armaments. If he still adheres to the old method of the master leads in the door and the practice is personal, sooner or later, he will be abandoned by the times. Xiang Liang immediately agreed. Congressman Joe is right. I propose that from today on, a computing lecture hall will be set up in the industrial offices of various counties to let the old craftsmen talk about experience and the students of the Digital Research Institute talk about algorithms. The size of each instrument and the standards of each process are written down in numbers and compiled into brochures for teaching the people, then select talents who are proficient in arithmetic among the people. As long as they can calculate the truth, they will be paid, and let them specialize in this way. The picture in the sky curtain gradually slowed down. Under the city of Syracuse, the attacks of the Roman legions were repelled again and again, and Marcellus sighed at the map in his tent. What we are facing is not an army, but a person who can use mathematics to calculate the outcome of the war. In the 3 years in the picture, Archimedes' city-guarding equipment made the Romans pay a heavy price and have been holding on to it. The long-term siege exhausted Syracuse's vitality. On the night of a religious festival, due to the slack of the defenders and internal mutiny, Roman soldiers finally broke through a section of the city wall and invaded the city. Chaos, fire, and shouts of killing filled the whole city. But in the corner of the city, Archimedes' home was unusually quiet. The old man in his 70s seemed to be isolated from all the hustle and bustle of the outside world, and was engrossed in a geometric figure on the sand table in his courtyard. He leaned over to the ground, drawing complex curves with a wooden stick, immersed in the world of pure reason, seeking the answer to an unsolved question. A Roman soldier kicked open the door of his courtyard. The boots rudely trampled on the perfect circle and precise graphics on the sand table. Archimedes didn't even look up to see the face of the person coming. All his spirit was tied to the destroyed figure. Out of the instinct of scholars to protect the fruits of knowledge, he made a final, reproachful, and eager voice. Don't break my circle. Greek, mu upsilon kb koplesis rho. This scolding angered the soldiers who had already committed the crime. With a flash of cold light, the dagger pierced into the unsuspecting old man.as. The blood spurted out of the picture. This became the last sentence he left behind. On the sky curtain, Archimedes' figure gradually blurred, replaced by a line of golden text. With the wisdom of mathematics and science, you can defend a city and prosper a country. Then it gradually dimmed. There was silence in Xianyang Palace under the sky curtain. Lao Zhou walked to the hall and gave a deep sigh to the sky curtain. Although Mr. Archimedes is gone, his way is immortal. If my great Chu can inherit this mathematical learning, abolish the disadvantages of experience, and establish a quantitative system, he will be able to further develop civilization. Archimedes' death is so lamentable, but the wisdom he left behind guides the progress of civilization. Chapter 87, 20 Years of Benefit. The golden proverb of the wisdom of mathematics and science can defend a city and prosper a country on the sky curtain slowly disappeared, but the ideological storm it brought just set off huge waves under the sky of the dynasties of Huaxia. Archimedes' feat of resisting the Roman army alone with the wisdom of one person and the power of mathematics and science completely subverted countless people's perceptions of knowledge and power. In the side hall of Xianyang Palace, Xiangliang, Lao Zhou, and other council members did not disperse. In front of them, the curtain of all Archimedes' knowledge records was retrieved from the library of the curtain. The exquisite mechanism, diagrams, levers, pulley blocks, spiral water lifters, and mechanical analysis of stone throwers are like magnificent treasures, displayed before their eyes. It can't be done. Really amazing. Lao Zhou pointed to the schematic diagram of the composite pulley block, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Führer, look. If this object is used to carry the weight of the army and lift the giant wood of the city defense, how much civilian and animal power can be saved? This is no longer a miracle, this is the power of a powerful country. Xiang Liang's eyes were sharp. He quickly scanned a series of drawings, and finally fixed on the clearly structured screw press, and said in a deep voice, "It's not just military. Lao Zhou, look at this thing. If it can be used to extract oil and squeeze sugarcane pulp, is its efficiency beyond the reach of human beating? If the people are rich, the country is strong, and this thing can make money." The rest of the people in the council nodded again and again when they heard this, and agreed with Xiang Liang's statement. Seeing that everyone else agreed, Xiang Liang turned around and asked the clerk standing next to him to record. Immediately draw up an order and spread it to all counties and counties. His voice echoed in the hall. With unquestionable determination, all county governors and county orders must immediately organize excellent craftsmen under their jurisdiction to study the Archimedean skills contained in the Tianmu library. The primary goal is to imitate this spiral water lifter, labor-saving pulley block and other objects, so as to be used for farmland irrigation, government-run workshops, and urban defense construction as soon as possible, in order to solve the people's difficulties and strengthen the country. Xiang Liang once again glanced at the seemingly simple but ingenious levers and rollers on the light curtain. Inform the world, regardless of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce, or even traffickers and pawns, but those who can invent or improve artifacts that are beneficial to people's livelihood in the country based on mathematical methods can go to the local yamen to report. He paused slightly, looked around at the ministers in the hall, and continued. Anyone whose dedication to technology is verified to be true, except for the gift of gold and silk, the government will set up a register for his new weapon to specify its benefits from now on, whether it is a government-run workshop or a private craftsman's shop. All artifacts manufactured and sold under this method must be derived from 10% of their profits and attributed to the person who dedicated their skills. Xiang Liang's voice became more majestic. However, this benefit is limited to 20 years, and when it expires, the law will be returned to the public, and everyone in the world can follow suit. If future generations can innovate on this basis, they will be rewarded separately. In this way, it can not only reward today's wisdom, but also inspire latecomers to innovate and not follow the rules. These words caused a slight commotion in the hall. Lao Zhou stroked his palm in admiration. Wonderful. The period of 20 years is enough for innovators to enjoy their achievements, but it will not allow future generations to sit back and enjoy their achievements and not think about making progress. Even better, it is allowed to continue to innovate on the basis of others, which will definitely promote the continuous improvement of skills. Xiang Liang nodded slightly. It is precisely to let the fountain of wisdom flow for a long time. One person innovates and can enjoy 20 years of benefits. 10,000 people innovate, and their skills are changing with each passing day. Only in this way can the fire of innovation never be extinguished in the land of Dachu. Xiang Liang and others' edict on 20 years of profit was quickly issued to the local area through the Tianmu Government Affairs group chat, and the local area learned of the importance of the matter and immediately issued a notice, or by asking the local workers and peasants' council to pass the decree. When it spread clearly and unmistakably to all counties and counties in the world, there was a moment of silence at first, as if everyone was digesting the huge opportunity and profound meaning contained in these words, and then, the people boiled completely like a boiling cauldron. 20 years. For 20 years. In a blacksmith shop in Xianyang West City, a middle-aged blacksmith suddenly dropped the hammer in his hand and shouted excitedly to his apprentice. Do you hear me? Boy! In the future, if we can figure out a new way to save effort, or improve some tool, as long as the government approves it, we can lie down and collect profits for 20 years. This is not a fucking dream, is it? His apprentice's face lit up with excitement. Master. So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see if there is a way to make our iron work harder. In the library that night. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and restaurants, everyone is hotly discussing this shocking new deal. It can't be done. In the future, this person with skills and brains will really be developed. Who said no? Let me see. In the future, the boys in the family will not only have to read and write, but also learn mathematics and science. Go for a walk, go to the yamen and ask, what kind of charter is this report? Even the merchants in the city couldn't sit still. A shopkeeper of a food bank patted his thigh and said to Mr. Account Room with emotion. Strange goods are habitable. This is the real wonder to live in. In the future, we must not only keep an eye on grain and cloth, but also pay attention to collecting ingenious craftsmen, or investing in new artifacts that are expected to succeed. This is clearly a new avenue of making money. An unprecedented and hot wind of innovation and invention, along with this very attractive policy, swept the entire bottom of society at an unprecedented speed. Countless pairs of hands that used to run around only for food and clothing are eager to try at this moment, wanting to touch the wealth and glory called wisdom. This epoch-making 20-year profit policy not only caused a tsunami of mountains in this time and space, but also caused a frenzy that directly broke through the barriers of time and space and exploded in the magical discussion forum of Tianmu. When the people in power and literati in other time and space passed through the sky curtain and saw the subtleties of this policy, countless time and space fell into a boil. In China, the former Datang time and space, in front of the huge round table, the parliamentarians who now control the whole country have just ended a fierce debate. Cui Jin, who was headed by the leader, looked at the sky curtain with an excited light in her eyes. Everyone. Shuzhai is used to snare talents from all over the world. This 20-year profit is the good way to stimulate innovation and solidify the foundation and cultivate the yuan. If it is implemented in my Datang dynasty, why worry that all kinds of work will not be prosperous and the country's strength will not be prosperous? He looked around at everyone, his voice categorical. I propose to start the legislative process immediately and formulate my Datang innovation patent order with reference to the core of this policy. The rules are negotiable, but its spirit of guaranteeing profit-making and driving people's wisdom must be established. Let the talented people in the world be willing to work for my Datang. In Nanjing City in the original Daming Time and Space, Sun Qingshan looked at the sky curtain and said to Zhang Hui beside him, "This Liang is a sensible person. The real benefits to the people are 10,000 times more effective than empty talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morals. Let the craftsmen profit, and the merchants profit by profit. In the end, it is the entire country that is rich, and the country that is strong is the national strength of the entire country. We have to use this method too." Soon, a decree on a similar record of folk creation was issued from the Daming Palace and spread throughout the country. For a while, it seemed that the wheels of history were being pushed together. Countless people in power in time and space are keenly aware that this policy is like a key, which can greatly stimulate the people's endless desire for exploration and creativity. When everyone's wisdom can be quantified, rewarded, and closely tied to their own interests, the power that erupts will be subversive. The businessmen will invest frantically for huge profit margins. New technologies will emerge and iterate at an unprecedented speed, and the vitality of the entire society will be completely ignited, and eventually converge into a torrent to promote the rapid development of the country. Chapter 88 Lu Hui, the sage of calculation. When all time and space under the curtain were still immersed in the fanaticism brought about by the 20 years of profit policy, an unprecedented vitality burst out from the people. During the day, people are still running for their livelihoods, working in the fields, workshops, and markets as usual. However, when the sun sets and night falls, a new kind of nightlife is quietly lit up in thousands of households. Countless people drag their tired but excited bodies and devoted the last and most focused energy of the day to the vast ocean of knowledge in the Tianmu Library. Under the faint oil lamp, rough fingers carefully crossed the text in patterns composed of light. The old farmer squinted his eyes and repeatedly compared the Kit-Kat plowshares and cart patterns in the library, carefully comparing them with the farm tools he had used for half his life. With words in his mouth, he was thinking about where to add a latch and where to change the angle so that next year's spring plowing would save more effort. The craftsmen were fascinated by pulley blocks, levers, and those exquisite gear drives. They used wooden slats and hemp ropes to make repeated gestures and build models, trying to understand the labor-saving mysteries contained in them, and dreaming of creating more efficient tools. In the blacksmith shop, although the fire has been extinguished, the masters and apprentices are still surrounded by the light of the sky curtain. There was a fierce debate about some kind of blast device or a new quenching technique recorded in the library. His face was illuminated by the light, and his eyes burned with the desire to improve craftsmanship and quality. Everyone is thinking about the same problem in the busy gap. What can I improve? What useful things can I create? The instinct of survival and the desire to improve life, at this moment, and the huge temptation of 20 years of profit and the clear path provided by the Sky Curtain Library, perfectly blended together, turned into a silent but majestic force. A seed called innovation is quietly breaking ground and taking root in the hearts of countless ordinary people at an unprecedented rate. In this crazy day, 10 days passed quickly, just when people were still bowing their heads and thinking hard about what they could do. The sky curtain glowed golden again, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone under the sky curtain. In the Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou, Xian Liang, and others are still hotly discussing Archimedes' feat of defending the city with mathematics and science and the wind of change brought about by the 20-year prophet. New golden light patterns have begun to gather and take shape on the sky curtain. That magnificent voice resounded through thousands of time and space again. The radius is measured by the rules, and the actuarial calculations are extremely subtle. He inherited the wisdom of the sages, inspired the thoughts of future generations, and explored the common sense of heaven and earth in his calculations. Today, witness operations research and strategy, which Huaxia calls a saint. Is it a saint? In the time and space of the original Han dynasty, within the Taishui of Chang'an, an elderly arithmetic student was waiting for the edict, and he had to ponder. I have a long history of arithmetic in China, and I can be such a prestigious person. The voice has not fallen, the sky has revealed the answer. Tianmu Mathematics Chapter 4 Inventory. Today's inventory person, Lu Hui. Lu Hui, a mathematician in the Wei and Jin dynasties, his birth and death are unknown. He was active from about 225 to 295 AD. His hometown is Zhixiang, Shandong, now Zuping, Shandong. The founder and master of ancient Chinese mathematical theory, his main contribution lies in the annotation of 9 chapters of arithmetic, not a simple annotation, but through rigorous logical reasoning and mathematical proofs. The algorithms and formulas in the original work are systematically expounded, demonstrated and improved. He founded the circle cutting technique, which approximates the area of the circle infinitely by calculating the area of the regular polygon inside the circle, thereby providing a scientific method for calculating pi, and obtaining pi is almost equal to 3.1416, exchange rate. The principle of in-out complementarity is proposed to prove the area algorithm of flat graphics, and the sphere area formula is explored using the model of mu square cover. And introduced the idea of limit. The cuts are fine, and the losses are small. If you cut it and cut it again, so that it can't be cut, it fits in with the circle, and there is nothing to lose. His works 9 chapters of arithmetic notes and island arithmetic constructed the theoretical system of traditional Chinese mathematics. Under the sky curtain, especially in the time and space of the era after Lu Hui, it immediately caused a lot of reverberations. It turned out to be Mr. Lu Hui. In the original Northern Song dynasty, Xin Kuo looked at the sky curtain with a look of admiration on his face. His exploration of the circle cutting technique is extremely subtle, and it already implies the idea of infinite division. It is really an example for us to learn. In the earlier time and space when Lu Hui was not yet born or at the right time, people were more curious and shocked. The picture of the sky curtain slowly unfolded, and the first thing that appeared was not the bustling capital, but a simple study room. In the picture, he came to the Chao Wei dynasty, the 4th year of Jing Yuan, 263 AD. A middle-aged man in plain hanfu, with a thin face, quiet and intelligent eyes, was working on a desk full of bamboo slips and early paper. The oil lamp on the table swayed, illuminating the spread-out bamboo slips of 9 chapters of arithmetic and the annotations he was working hard to write. 9 chapters of arithmetic brings together the essence of ancestral wisdom, but there are many calculation methods in it. It only says how to do it, but does not explain why it is right to do so. Lu Hui put down his pen, rubbed his tired brows, and whispered to himself in the moonlight outside the window. For example, in the chapter Fengtian, the area of a circular field is calculated directly by multiplying the diameter by 3 as the circumference. The error is too large. Could it be that the ratio of circumference to diameter is not as simple as the ancients said? The circumference is 3 diameters and 1 diameter? His gaze fell on the rules and moments used to draw circles and measure squares in the corner of the study, and he fell into a long period of thinking. Sir, the scholar brought hot water, and when he saw that he was still thinking hard, he couldn't help but ask. This method of calculating circles and squares has been used in this way throughout the ages. Is there any problem? Lu Hui took the bowl and said softly, it's not necessarily the truth that people have done this all the time. If you only know how to count, but don't know why, it's like a blind man walking on crutches. It's hard to get far after all. I want to annotate 9 chapters of arithmetic, not to repeat the old method, but to explore its roots and figure out the mathematical principles. He stood up, picked up the compass, and drew a standard circle on the paved sand table. Look at this circle, it's perfect. If I only know that its circumference is about 3 times its diameter, this is actually just an estimate. If a method can be found that can be infinitely close to its true circumference and area, then the measurement can be accurate and the engineering construction can be error-free. Lu Hui's job is to find the reason behind these ancient algorithms that have been circulating for hundreds of years one by one. What Lu Hui devoted his heart to was to find a theoretical basis for these algorithms that have been circulating for hundreds of years. He is not only annotating, but also performing rigorous mathematical proofs. Then in the study room, I don't know how many spring and autumn have passed, the principle of complementary entry and exit, which he formally established, provided an intuitive proof for the area formulas of various flat graphics. The canopy vividly demonstrates how to transform an arbitrary triangle into a rectangular shape through clever cutting, movement and reorganization. The length of this rectangle is equal to the bottom of the triangle, and the width is exactly half the height of the triangle, and the area relationship is clear at a glance. Lu Hui looked at the drawings on the case and sighed. Although the graphics have changed their shape, the total area remains the same. This is the principle of in and out complement. After mastering this fundamental law, the area calculation of many complex graphics is no longer a rote formula, but a solid theoretical basis. This kind of academic spirit that traces its roots has deeply touched the scholars under the sky curtain. This kind of academic spirit of tracing the origin and origin has deeply touched the scholars of the ages under the sky curtain, especially those who have seen Western sages such as Euclid and Archimedes. A former Eastern Han Dynasty time and space arithmetic waiting for Zhao to see the excitement cannot help but feel emotion. In the past, we only taught students to recite approximate formulas such as square 5/7, but we rarely asked about the truth behind it. As I know today, I am also like the Greek sages in China, a person who knows the basics of knowledge. Mr. Lu Hui's move is really for me to set my heart in Chinese arithmetic. In Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou was also deeply moved and said to Xiang Liang Führer, look. The spirit of Mr. Lu Hui's deduction is the same as that of Euclidean constructed geometry. It turns out that Thailand and Greece are not the only ones who have axiomatic deduction methods, and I also have such rigorous proof in China. This party is the foundation of knowledge. Xiang Liang nodded Shinran, with a kind of relief in his tone. Euclid constructed the system with axioms, and Archimedes used mathematics to pry reality. Now looking at the works of Mr. Lu Hui, I know that my country also has this same spirit of poor reason. He is not imitating anyone, but like the Western sages I have seen, he is following this path of tracing the origin. He turned to the clerk beside him, his eyes firm. Chuanling Digital Research Institute. The work of Mr. Lu Hui confirms the right path of mathematical research from now on. All reports of new algorithms and new equipment must clarify their inherent mathematics, as Lu Hui notes in Chapter 9. We have to prove it, and we have to mark this effect. If it is easy to understand, then these technologies can be easily mastered. The appearance of Lu Hui on the sky curtain is using his way to inject the soul of logic into Huaxia arithmetic and build his own sense of pride. Chapter 89: The Method of Exhaustion and the Law in the Sky Curtain Picture. The focus is on Lu Hui's study room at this moment, and time seems to be speeding by in the pile-up calculations and swaying lights and shadows. In the past few cases, the graphics used to simulate the circle cutting technique have become more and more complex. The original internal regular hexagon has been subdivided over and over again: regular dodecahedron, 24-sided quadrilateral, 48-sided. Quadrilateral. The fine lines cover almost the entire circular area. Lu Hui lay in front of the case, holding a moment in his hand, his eyes very focused on a slightly larger wooden board in front of him, carefully drawing the inner regular 96 hexagon. His fingertips are cocooned by long-term pen holding and characterization, but his movements are still stable and precise. Sir, you have been on vacation for 3 consecutive days. The scholar boy held the food tray and entered the study worriedly and stood by the table. Is it worth it to spend so much time and energy just to find a more accurate number of circles? Lu Hui did not raise his head, his gaze was still locked on the line segments that were getting closer and closer to the circumference. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, but with unquestionable firmness. It's not to ask for a number, but to prove it. Have you ever wondered why Wednesday is the first day of the week is wrong? He put down his pen, picked up a brush, and painted on the case. The predecessors saw the wheel and looked at the sundial, and they came up with this approximation. It was derived from observation. There was no big mistake, but the way of learning is to strive for excellence, especially to know it. My move is to see if I can use this manpower accessible straight edge to infinitely approach the curved line generated on that day. Where is the limit behind this? What is hidden is the truth of straight and true, finite and infinite. He pointed to the graphics on the board. You see, as the number of sides increases, does the circumference of this regular polygon become more and more like the circumference of a circle? Is its area getting closer and closer to the area of the circle? The cuts are fine, and the losses are small. If it can be divided infinitely until it reaches the realm of uncut, the regular polygon will be combined with the circle, and nothing will be lost. Infinite division? Shu Tong seemed to understand, but he only felt that this word contained some kind of shocking power. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Several prestigious local scholars dressed in the robes of famous celebrities walked straight into the study without communication. The leader's surname is Li. He is a local celebrity who admires Lao Zhuang and talks about metaphysics. He has always believed that mathematics is just the last skill of counting. Brother Lu Hui, how are you? Li Baomei and Amp Mercier glanced at the calculations and graphics on the wooden boards all over the room, and a slightly sneering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard that my brother has not been able to go out behind closed doors recently, so he is addicted to this game of cutting circles? What kind of infinite division are you even talking about? Haha, could it be that Brother Tai wants to use this real calculation to measure the illusory infinity? Isn't it that fate asks for fish in vain? This question attracted the support of several scholars behind him. Lu Hui tried to concretize metaphysics into an operational and calculable mathematical method. In the view of many old-fashioned scholars, it was simply deviant and downgraded the supreme philosophy to the craftsman's art. Lu Hui slowly straightened up, facing the question. His eyes were calm, there was no anger, only a deep persistence. He picked up the wooden board with 96 triangles drawn and walked towards Li Baomei and Amp Mercier. What Li Gong said is wrong, and what we did, cut the circle and seek the rate, is to prove this daily reason. He showed the planks to everyone. Look, everyone, I'm not talking about the infinite, but I'm approaching step by step within the limit, from 6 to 12, from 12 to 24. Every time I double the number of edges, I can calculate a more accurate approximation of the circumference and area. What I ask for is not the unreachable end of the infinite, but through this limited step, infinitely close to the real circle. He turned his head and picked up a copy of the result he had just calculated from the desk, his voice raised, with a firm tone unique to a mathematician. According to current calculations, the ratio of circumference to diameter is by no means a simple 3 to it should be between 3.141024 and 3.142704. I take its approximation, which is about 3.1416. Although this number is still not the ultimate, it is far more accurate than Wednesday is the first day of the week. This is not in vain, this is a Glimpse of the mystery of heavenly work with manpower. 3.1416. Le Baume Mercier and other scholars were taken aback when they heard the words of this number is beyond their inherent cognition. Some people subconsciously took out calculations and wanted to verify them, while others were skeptical. Le Baume and Amp. Mercier brushed his sleeves and said, even if this number is slightly accurate, what is the use of national economy and people's livelihood? Could it be possible to make the fields more productive of corn, and to allow the treasury to collect more taxes? If you spend so much energy on these minuscule numbers, I am afraid it is not the study of Confucianism used in the world. Lu Hui's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally fell between the vast world outside the window. His voice was calm and powerful, as if he was stating a natural truth. Does Li Gong know that if the wheels are made according to the 3-to-1 diameter per week, they will easily skew and lose more if they travel a long distance? If the standard measuring instrument dendrobium is cast in this way, the volume measurement is inaccurate, which is related to the fairness of taxation in the world. He paused and pointed to the bamboo slips of 9 chapters of arithmetic hanging on the wall, his tone getting deeper and deeper. Besides, isn't it the greatest use to get a glimpse of the constant between heaven and earth? This heart and this reason are so clear and clear, can it be measured by a mere rice sou? After a few words, there was a sound on the ground. Le Baume Mercier and others were speechless for a while, although they may not be completely convinced. The kind of piety for the truth itself contained in Lu Hui's words, as well as the strict logic of his argument, made it impossible for them to scoff at it with useless. Several people looked at each other, and finally left bitterly at the study room, then fell silent again. The scholar looked at Lu Hui admiringly. Sir, they seem to have been withdrawn by you. Lu Hui sat back in front of the case wearily, shaking his head gently. It's not for them to say goodbye, it's for what I think in my heart. The truth is indefatigable. After speaking, he picked up the pen again and looked at the 96 hexagon on the wooden board that almost coincides with the circle, his eyes shining even more brightly. 96 sides are not yet the extreme, I should count the situation of 192 sides. At this rate, I must seek the most subtle place within my power. Under the sky curtain, all time and space viewers were moved by ITI in the original Tang Dynasty time and space. Within a few days, the doctor excitedly said to the disciples, did you see it? What is the style of counting saints? Not afraid of criticism, not for utilitarianism, but for the truth. This thought of circle-cutting technique and limit is the weapon I am waiting for to study mathematics. Mr. Lu Hui's move is to open up a road to a profound prosperity for me in Huaxia calculus. In the time and space of the original Song dynasty, scholars in the school of actuarial science were even more emotional. Previously, Archimedes of Greece also used the exhaustion method to find pi, which is the same as the round-cutting technique of sages Lu Hui and I. East and West reflect each other, and they all reach a very high level. An old man comforted the case and sighed. On this basis, Mr. Lu Hui further clearly put forward the idea of limit. Moreover, his discussion is particularly clear, and the pattern and vision of the problem are also more lofty, and it can be said that he is ahead of the times. In the Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou also sighed to Xiang Liang, the head of state. What Mr. Lu Hui asks for is no longer the benefit of one instrument in one thing, but the constant rules between heaven and earth. After mastering these fundamental laws, why can't thousands of applications be derived? This is the true Tao, and it is the foundation that can make my Chinese civilization stable and far-reaching. In the sky curtain, the picture flowed, and Lu Hui's figure became thinner and thinner under the oil lamp, but his Hui rate, pi, is almost equal to 3.1416, and the circle-cutting technique and extreme thought that contain infinite potential have been like a bright star, illuminating the way forward for countless mathematical adventurers in future generations. Chapter 90. The debate on Mohofangai. The picture of the sky curtain once again focused on Lu Hui's study room full of books and slips. It was an ordinary afternoon, and the sun shone through the window lattice on the drafts full of graphics and formulas. Lu Hui had just finished a round of complicated calculations and was rubbing his swollen temples to take a break. One of his young disciples led the two guests in. Teacher, Mr. Wang and Mr. Pei are here. The disciple reported. The two who came were old acquaintances of Lu Hui. The slightly older Mr. Wang is a Confucian student who has read poetry and books, and has always valued the practicality of learning. The other Mr. Pei had been in charge of computing affairs in the government. He had some understanding of computing, but his thinking was more conservative. Mr. Wang smiled and handed over his hand. Brother Lu, I didn't bother you to be quiet, did I? We passed by nearby, thinking that we hadn't seen each other for many days, so we came to ask for a cup of tea and hear what new insights you have. It's just in time, I just sorted out an idea. Lu Hui got up to greet each other and asked the two of them to sit down. After chatting for a few words, Mr. Pei's gaze was attracted by the annotated draft of the previous volume of the case. He took a closer look and pointed to one of them and said, "Brother Lu, in order to prove a prescribing algorithm, you wrote such a long deduction process. These algorithms have been used for so long before, proving whether it is right or wrong. What matters, isn't the result correct?" The young disciple standing on the side couldn't help but interjected, "Mr. Pei, the Maui fungi that my teacher has been pondering recently is amazing." As he said, he excitedly went to the bookshelf to pick up the wooden model. Lu Hui wanted to stop it, but the disciple moved quickly and had already brought the strange wooden model composed of two vertical cylinders intersecting. Mr. Pei took the intricately structured model and looked at it over and over in his hand, frowning tighter and tighter. "Brother Lu, this thing is a coincidence, but how can there be such an object between heaven and earth? What's the use of spending so much effort on studying something that doesn't exist in the world and calculating its volume?" Mr. Wang nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Lu. The knowledge in 9 chapters of arithmetic can measure land, distribute taxes, and calculate projects. This is the real use. Studying this square cover, is it a bit off the right path?" Facing the straightforward and sharp questions of his old friends, Lu Hui did not immediately refute them, but he was silent for a moment, his eyes still calm. When everyone saw his expression like this, they stopped drinking tea and left in embarrassment. After the two scholars Wang and Pei left, silence returned to the study. The young disciple couldn't help muttering while packing up the tea set. "Teacher, what they said also makes sense. This Mu fungi is hard to find in the world. We spend so much effort to study it. What is it for?" Lu Hui looked at the sinking sunset outside the window, his eyes far away. He did not directly answer the disciple's question, but said slowly, "Look at the farmers in the distance who divert water for irrigation. They don't need to know how to measure the strands, but they can also open channels based on experience. However, if no one summarizes these experiences into the method of Fangtian Shanggong, future generations will always have to rely on the limited experience of their predecessors in governing water and repairing canals." He walked to the front of the case, stroking the thick manuscript of 9 chapters of arithmetic notes. His tone was peaceful and firm. "Today we study this Maui fungi, which seems useless, but in fact it is to explore the fundamental truth of graphic volume. Once this truth is mastered, it may be able to help future generations solve problems that we cannot imagine today. Our generation can't just stare at the few acres of fields in front of us, but also pave the way for the world in a 1,000 years. Having said that, he dipped his pen in ink, and at the end of the chapter on the volume of the sphere, he solemnly wrote down the words that have been passed down through the ages. "Dare not doubt the meaning, so as to be able to speak." When these 8 words were presented in various time and space through the sky curtain, those who were watching under the sky curtain were greatly shocked. The original song Dynasty Time and Space, in the School of Actuarial Science. A scholar pointed to the sky curtain and said excitedly to his colleagues, "Please see, everyone. Mr. Lu Hui's words are so similar to the spirit of Archimedes, who was still calculating on his deathbed, and Euclid, who left unfinished thoughts to future generations. True wise men are never afraid to admit the boundaries of knowledge, they are willing to be the ladder for future generations to climb." In Xianyang Palace, Lao Zhou expressed deep emotion to Xiang Liang, the head of state, now looking at east and west through the sky curtain. "I have just understood that the rigor and depth of the road of annotating classics and understanding shown by Mr. Lu Hui are not inferior to that of the West. What he lacks may not be wisdom, but an academic environment like the Library of Alexandria that allows knowledge to continue to be passed down and carried forward." In the original Tang Dynasty Time and Space, in the ruling pavilion of Chang'an, Premier Cui Jin stared at the final figure of Lu Hui's murderous illness on the sky curtain, her heart full of excitement. He looked around at everyone present, his voice quiet and powerful. "Gentlemen, today we have witnessed a road of wisdom that belongs to China alone. With the subtlety of cutting the circle and the concept of Maohi, Mr. Lu Hui independently created a set of logically rigorous mathematical systems. His 9 chapters of arithmetic notes and island arithmetic are the monuments of my Eastern wisdom." In the sky curtain, Lu Hui's figure was finally frozen in the moment when he committed the crime and wrote a book, and paid the fire for the inheritance of civilization. Lu Hui's oriental wisdom slowly ended in the sky curtain, but the mathematical spark he left behind has ignited an immortal light of knowledge in thousands of time and space. Viewers in various time and space are still aftertaste of the subtlety of the circle-cutting technique and the whimsical thinking of the Muhi fungi. In the sentence full of wisdom and humility dare to be unquestionable, so as to be able to speak. The sky is on the same. The golden spots of light converged again in the sky. The newly emerging bright words are accompanied by sounds, resounding in the hearts of everyone who looks up to them. He, between the study and the calculation, built the foundation of rationality for the East. And she will offer the most heroic sacrifice for mathematics in the temple and academy. When the frenzy of faith engulfs reason, when the storm of prejudice destroys wisdom, Who can still guard the fire of truth in the dark?